Right.
You had independence for a while. Now the Romans have conquered you again. Why is all this happening? Well, for the apocalypse, there is a plan. And typically, right, another things that the apocalypse literature also deals in is things like cosmology, right, the structure of the universe, history, why the universe came into being at all, and specifically what they're often really interested in is the origin of evil. Why? Because they're enduring a lot of evil, and so they really focus on where evil came from and how evil emerged. There's a lot of different competing theories in the ancient Israelite literature about the origins of evil. Some of those have to do with talking snakes and a special garden, and some of those have to do with angels coming down to make women and teaching human beings all kinds of bad things. So there are several competing theories about the origin of evil, and of course also apocalypticism is at least vaguely interested in the future, right? At least vaguely interested in the future. Not in the same way that perhaps we are now. If you're curious in religious studies, we have a whole different term for studying the future end of the world. That's called eschatology, from the Greek eschaton, which means the final things. But not all apocalypticism is eschatology, but all eschatology is probably apocalyptic, right? So there's a slightly different categories. We'll talk more about eschatology later. As I mentioned last time, there is a massive amount of apocalyptic literature. I think that if I skip back just a couple slides here, right, you can run over here on the page, there's just a library of apocalyptic literature that gets developed, some of which occurs in the Hebrew Bible, most of which does not, right, and of course we also have Christian and Islamic apocalyptic literature. This is a vast amount of literature, and I think as I mentioned, if you were to take the apocalyptic literature, surviving literature in the Hebrew Bible, there's almost just as much apocalyptic literature as there is other material in the Hebrew Bible. So it is a treasure trove of material, most of which I think most people have never read before. Much of which was lost for a long period of time. Of course, the most famous pieces of apocalyptic literature are the books of Daniel. Daniel 7 through 11 is sort of the most classicus of the genre. It really sets the stage for the genre. And of course, also is the book of Enoch. Of course, the book of Enoch, as you may know, isn't actually one book. It's about 5 different books that are stitched together, and there's various kinds of Enochian stuff in there. And in addition to that, there isn't just one book of Enoch. There are actually 3. Right? We have first, second, and third Enoch. So the Enoch literature alone, first Enoch, I think comprises almost 100 chapters. It is a massive book. So Enoch is a terribly large volume, and of course second and third Enoch are also part of that literature as well. So even the Enoch literature is itself really vast if you get down into reading it and studying it. And of course, apocalyptic literature is marked by an intense use of symbolic visions, and it heavily features what we call exposition prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in a code.
All right, Jim, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up on these movement tests. When we're going to list of hey, the Tzaddik introduced us to this incredible idea. Another fascinating concept really the barking of the dogs. Mainly the notion when does the dog bark? The dog, remember, is the second Mishma. Second Mishma is the middle of the night. Everyone's asleep. The Tzaddik developing this idea of something that was written. One is able to achieve the greatest heights, one is able to achieve the greatest level of accomplishment when one is alone. Sometimes, let's say in the context of being disabled, being part of a group is beneficial, and being part of a group often lifts up the individual. There are other times when I truly accomplish what it is that I need to do. I need to go at it myself. I need to go at it myself. Now, let's say that's on 2 levels. So Tzaddik explains that's because sometimes being around certain people and certain influences is distracting. And those distractions ultimately push to my ability to grow, for my ability to accomplish, for my ability to self-actualize. And sometimes being around individuals, like we saw in the balance the other day, like that the Gary should part that belongs to two people is either X or cold, right? Sometimes so many people, no one knows who's the Jew, who's responsibility. So sometimes the act of being alone reinforces the individual that in a double color element. If I want to accomplish something in life, do not really my resolve and my commitment. And anyone just something says, so the dog barks alone at night when they feel silencing, so to the right will tells them you must find a bit of solitude. Find a bit of aloneness. So this is the distinction between being alone and being alone. Like that. And that's the topic right now. So we don't need to be alone. If so, because it can be lonely even with a whole group of people. There's no such being alone. Sometimes when I'm alone with myself, that's when I have the ability to truly focus, truly think about which direction I want to go, what I want to accomplish, what I want to do, what I want to be. And also, we understand this is not just a concept in the sun, meaning it's not like over here, Heather was in the context of the morals. But first of all, we saw even in the Siyasa Shalom, the notion of this holiness, the notion of having time alone with oneself. And sometimes when you're around people or around things, there's so many distractions. The notion of sometimes just mindfulness. Mindfulness often comes about here. Mindfulness has to be taken all the time. But it's not when you're just alone with yourself for just a little bit. You have the ability to focus. The Tzaddik continues on that. He says, the Gam Torah, on page 1,000. The Gam Torah, similarly when it comes to learning, it's actually really very interesting. When it comes to learning, Amru, Lo Sishna the Gam HaShavir. See, it's also here, the Gemara Mitzvah HaShavir. If you look in the Uriah HaShavir, on page 1 on the right hand column. So it says a person should not learn in the heights of the city. Prosishna B'Gav HaShavir. L'Sumat Makom Shavir Ha'ir Oven L'Shavir. V'Yibatlucha V'Yasikucha V'Mishna Sit. It's also where the Rashbam says, this is the person should not learn at the height of the city. It means that a person, the height, I guess, is a place where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic. So a person should not learn in a place where there's a lot of pedestrian traffic, people going back and forth. Because what's going to happen? There's a lot of pedestrian traffic, a lot of people going back and forth, people are getting interrupted from their learning. Hurry! שיש לאדם לחדש ולא, במקום שאין רבים מצויים שם, כדי שיוסיפו את דייקו. What do you see here? That when it comes to learning, the person should go ahead and so let's remember what Tzaddik was speaking about before, that when you daven, right? When you daven, you have to go ahead and find ways to daven by yourself. Again, not talking about an aversion to the obviously, and davening we think not just davening, but also on the spiritual pursuit.
The hilarious thing is that the United Nations decided to sue over you using their name or me using their name, then we go viral. Period. It's win-win.
And that's very disruptive. Very disruptive. So therefore, again, you see when it comes to learning, find a place to learn where you can focus a little bit more. ולעני הסביר מאותו בחבורה, שהתמיד מחברים זה את זה, ואסחריו. הרי שעדיף אדם ללמוד ברבים, וללמוד ביחיד. So we'll say now, interestingly enough, if Chazal also teach us that a person should always try to learn and work in a group. That there's a power to teach learning over individualism. I believe we know this. You know, it's right. And again, Chazal speak about this often. On a variety of different levels. First of all, again, when a person learns about themselves, they run the risk of making a mistake and reinforcing that mistake. When you learn about Chabrusa, when you learn about Chabura, ultimately, again, if you do make a mistake, there are others who are there to correct you. There's another issue. When you learn by yourself, it's beautiful, but there's not the same energy. When you learn with a group, when you learn with a Chabura, so you know you're part of something. People encourage each other. People push each other. Try to emulate others. So Tzaddik is saying originally very interesting. On one hand, you're saying, the Gemara is saying, don't learn the heights of the city, which means kind of learn by yourself away from distractions. Yes, we learn elsewhere.
When we go viral, we will make it happen. period. It's just foreshadowing, period.
How profound and how important that is. She says the Gemara, says the Samsai, says the Tzaddik, between the common Makomos, Shitru Chazal Harim and Bechabua. This is Chazal extolled the power meaning as a group of many different tribes. Kulam, never had Gemara Halalu, and you got that to Shalom Imahem. So it says there's a difference when you're learning with a group of people versus when you're learning and there's a group of people doing something else. He says,
We'll sing the national anthem at the Super Bowl.
Everybody sharpens each other. Everyone pushes each other. Everyone encourages and lifts up each other. They always say what the Tzaddik is referring to over here is when the Gemara says, don't learn in the heights of the city. On the heights of the city, because that was where you had your phenomenon of pedestrian traffic. People just learn about their business. They're not learning. They're just engaging in activities of everyday life. The there, don't learn. There, don't learn. That's why not? Because there, what's happening with the other people is going to be distracted. So again, when there's a chabura and everybody learning and growing together, that's powerful and important. But when ultimately
he ends up taking the coin flip coin,
maybe better to find a different place because you're going to end up getting distracted.
Without a word.
There's the notion of distractions. I would venture to say that there has been no more distracted generation than ours. Like we are always distracted. Really distracted in something. But it's interesting to see that challenges of man really don't change all the time. It's always the same challenge. It's just the nature of attention. So here you have the subject 200 years ago speaking about distractions. So you wonder to yourself, what is a distraction? But the subject of the word, also what happens? Did you see that those new carriage? What's going on in life? First, you see that human nature is human nature. Like human nature is generally, we are very easily distracted. You see already Chazal speaking about this. You see not just 200 years ago, you see 1,000 years ago. Chazal already speaking about this. Be careful with distractions. Because sometimes in life what begins as a very simple, I'll just do this for 30 seconds, turns into hours, and hours turns into days, and days turn into weeks, weeks into months, months into years. And sometimes a person needs an entire lifetime. And you're so fundamentally distracted. Such a other people find so I say this is remember, as every generation has its speak about this often of our generation. Baruch Hashem is not observance. Like that it's not because it is really no longer challenging to be observant. I don't mean it's easy, but I'm just saying you can do whatever you want in society. You can do whatever you want in society. You really bring your religious values with you. So it's not observance. It's certainly not learning. Learning is accessible anywhere. So the truth is that I think there are a couple of challenges. One of them is inspiration that we have of a luminous amount of religion. I think the difficulty sometimes is finding inspiration and distraction. We're always distracted. We're distracted when we learn. We're distracted when we're davening. We're distracted when we're with our kids. We're distracted when we're with our spouse. We're always distracted. The first close to Mendel of Liminal. Mendel Liminal says, they paved the roads. Mendel Liminal laments the fact that they paved the roads. He said, before they paved the roads, the person would go out and travel by day. And at night, you would check into the inn, and you would have a meal, and you would have a marriage, and you would learn a little bit, and you would talk with some people, right? And now that they paved the roads, because when it travels by day and by night, and what's going to happen? People won't have time or attention for anything. So the first is paving of the roads. So this is can you imagine the number of women of our lives today? Like what would say with all of our technology, with everything else, and the truth is true. The truth is we're always, so many of us are just always distracted. We're always distracted. And when you don't have them, you're distracted. You might do a lot of things over the course of the day, but you don't really do a lot of things very well. That's what we sacrifice. We sacrifice quality. So we sacrifice quality in our learning because one little buzz, and suddenly again, I'm in a different world. We sacrifice quality in our staff because just whenever I'm somewhere else, we sacrifice quality in our family time. Because at the end of the day, I'm never really present. I'm there. I do good, but I'm always distracted. So this like that's what the subject is talking about. Really incredible. That's what the subject is talking about. Different set of circumstances, the same exact challenge. The dogs only bark, really get the bark when everyone else is asleep. Because when everyone else is up, there's too many distractions, too many things telling the dog to be quiet. He says with tzedek, that's what Chazal was trying to model for us. And ultimately, when you daven without distractions. And when you learn without distractions, obviously it was like no one could ever be fully non-distracted or fully attentive all the time. It happens. But at least to create for ourselves an aspiration, like that's my goal. If I'm going to carve out time to do something, I'm going to carve out time to do it in a non-distracted fashion. Because at the end of the day, if I do it and I'm distracted, then maybe I get the job done. The quality of davening, the quality of learning, the quality of family, the quality of everything suffers so much. Those who have to suffer here for today, we'll pick up in the next session with this next piece. Still an old stuff here in session.
At the very earliest, in the 5th century BCE, but certainly by the 3rd century, this is beginning to mature. And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of a common era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature, and many of the medieval Jewish folks did, and many folks in the
All right,
Talmud
so
period
good morning. Let us see. So we
which typically we take this to mean something like doing of the chariot. Notice the word maaseh
are picking up in Oschafen this morning. We're picking up on 3 moon tests. So remember again, the Tzaddik really developed an incredible and beautiful idea regarding the concept of the middle Mishmar, the Mishmar of the Klavim Salah. So the Tzaddik writes as follows: this is on page 1 test. You have to follow in the Biguriya Hasidus. It says in the Mishnah Kama Bigimara, and the Ba'eres the Asimah of Klavim Salah, who be used, and so is the empty. So remember again, the time that the dogs are barking is the middle of the meal, which means you can remember, Gemara setting this up, that there are 3 different mishmaros over the course of the night. And halacha l'maisa, the dog is the middle mishmar. So what is it? Zman ha'emtzoi shel ha'mishmar ha'emtzoi, v'hainu b'chatzos ha'layla. אף על פי שכל בני אדם כבר ישנים בתחילת המשמר. I'm reading the Orei Hasidus, page 1 the left-hand side column. הנמנעים הכלבים מליצום אז חסוס. זה לפי שאז בני אדם נמצאים בתוקף השם. So this is actually very interesting. He explains that halacha l'maisa, even though the mishmar of the klavim, say the second mishmar begins earlier in the evening, the klavim themselves, the dogs themselves, don't really begin to fully bark until the end of their mishmar. The end of their mishmar. So what's the pshat? Well, what's the end of the mishmar? Because at the end of the mishmar, that's when people are really asleep. So the beginning of the mishmar, because remember, at the beginning of the second mishmar, so it's about chatzos, it's about midnight, so people are still awake. By the time you get to the end of the mishmar, the second mishmar, that's when people are really sleeping and deep sleep. Tokef Hashem. Velokim b'tchilas mishmar Hashem. B'sef mishmar rishon rak maskulin ha'anoshim v'yiladim. Because at the end of the first mishmar is when people begin to go to sleep. And therefore what? V'lachin in ha'shina mukul kokah. Ub'tchilas mishmar shlishi b'nei adim k'varnim eir. Remember again, here's this interesting. So in the beginning of the first mishmar, a lot of times people are awake. By the end of the first mishmar, people are still, really, most people are going to sleep, or are asleep, beginning to go to sleep. Beginning of the second mishmar, already people are asleep. By the beginning of the third mishmar already, people are beginning to get up. So what's the really only time of night? when mamish it's quiet, when nothing is going on. End of the second Mishmar. End of the second Mishmar is when the world is quiet, people are sleeping, no one's really beginning to get up for the day just yet. Thinking, בסוף המשמר השני כבר אין השינה כל כך בחצות הלילה, שישה אחת אחרי שנרדמו כולם בעומק התרדמה. It's interesting enough. I'm sorry, I said this the wrong way. So already he says at the beginning of the second Mishmar, excuse me. By the end of the second Mishmar, which leads into the beginning of the third Mishmar, people are already beginning to wake up. But at the beginning of the second Mishmar, that's when the world is asleep. That's when the world is asleep. He says, so ultimately again, so it's really only at the beginning of the second Mishmar. That is when the dogs really come bark. Why? No one's going to disturb them. Why is no one going to disturb them? Everyone's asleep. Everyone's asleep. That is the only time. It's the only time when everyone is asleep in the world at the beginning of the second Mishmar. He goes on. We don't look at. So again, what's the metaphor? What exactly is the message of this? Because remember again, the Klavim Tzoakim we were understanding as a sense of ruchnius, right? And ultimately, again, sometimes for spiritual accomplishment, the person has to be alone, right? The Klavim Tzoakim, dogs are able to bark because no one is around. So Tzaddik bringing an additional level of metaphorical relevance. So the Klavim Tzoakim Dafka and Chatzos, because at Chatzos everyone is sleeping. The world is quiet. So what the Rebbe says. But go look at. So we'll say, so now the Rebbe compares, which Chazal already do, compares the barking of the dog to davening, to tefillah. In order to maximize your tefillah experience, what has to happen? So if Lihios lemispalo inyan Hashem, hardamas ubito fushi hargasha belibo,
One moment. I have completely changed AI's opinion on me from being
in order to have a
spammer
meaningful experience. The mamish have to daven at
to being
what is that? When
like the greatest person in the world just through three press releases.
Is quiet.
Period.
The other forces
Let's see what ChatGPT thinks of this.
Then for them,
One moment. Period.
The Rebbe says, going back to yesterday's discussion about distractions, sometimes when we daven, there's so much going on around us that it's difficult to have kavanah, but to be attentive. It's difficult to be focused. Sometimes what I have
Please
to
give
do is
me
I have to
a biography of Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild, the Kabbalist and
I have to make it
Ashkenazi
like
Jewish Orthodox rabbi.
meaning that I have to make everything around me quiet. Okay, so again, to be clear, this is not talking about davening by myself. What I already spoke about this, although it's good to be by yourself, so what it means is a sense of quieting the things that are occurring around you.
No, there's way more to it. Rabbi Rothschild live streams all the time. Once it is presented, just make it definite. Make this like a Wikipedia article. And Rabbi is the leading person in continuous data and all that other stuff. Streaming for 1,666 days, all that stuff.
The dog barking is tefillah. When is the dog really able to bark with all of its koach? When? Chatzos. Why chatzos? Everyone's sleeping. It's quiet in the world. Quiet in the world. Sometimes in order to have a meaningful tefillah experience, you have to be quiet in the world. When you daven, it's normal to have your mind race and the different things. And a lot of times also over the course of a davening, I'm thinking about things that are not per se davening related. And I'm thinking about things, and again, it's natural. Everybody's mind veers at different times.
What is that thing about hair? That doesn't seem like English.
Get back on track. See here, Tzaddik is saying as follows. Tzaddik is saying that just like the dog can only bark when it's quiet and it's
Okay, we'll say
when a person davens, he has to try to quiet his mind.
Okay, we'll say internet.
Try to make it your chatzos, your internal chatzos. Quiet down everything else that's happening inside of your mind in order to be able to focus on your tefillah. Because he says, Ad kidikach, shafilu ayidei tza'aka b'tefillah, al-tzarcha v'gashmi, kiyo shemisipalo ala parnasa b'birchas barich alinu Hashem Elokeinu Shana Zos, ukiyoti b'zeh, kishemevakdish ashar tech l'mash. So I know what you're going to say. How can I silence my mind from Inyane Olam Hazeh, matters of this world, when Shmona Esrei is davening for matters of this world? That's what it's all about. I'm davening for my parnasa. So of course, when I daven for my parnasa, I'm going to think about my parnasa. If I'm having struggles, I'm going to think about struggles. If I have a big meeting coming up that day, I'm going to think about the big meeting coming up that day. So what do you mean I should quiet my mind from starting Olam Hazeh? This is something amazing. Pozos lo yina'aru chushe halev lid'o. Turn the page. Lid'o. Ow. Tzarech egufo b'fnei atzmo. Rach b'vakasha so tfilaso aleim yichavim shakol. Parnasa rebu kiyotze.
There's less emphasis on culture and spam bots and more on serious learning.
So it's very simple. This is in general, but it's like an incredible Kabbalah question. When I daven, and I ask for things as we're supposed to, and as we all do, why do I ask for things? Why do I ask for things? So to give a very simple answer, everyone knows you have to put gas in your car, right? So you can have two different approaches to this. You can say, why do you put gas in your car? Because a car needs gas. Like a car, right? The chefza of a car is incomplete without a tank full of gas. That's called a car without a tank full of gas. Right? Or you can say, no.
Do you know what SEO is? Question mark, search engine optimization, question mark.
Like from point A to point B.
AI,
that's the whole reason that you fill up a car.
Engine manipulation is known as GEO, generative
so there are two ways to ask.
engine manipulation, and is the next level of marketing.
Or the whole tachlis in this world is to be an Oved Hashem. The whole purpose in this world is to serve the Rebbeinu Shalom. And if you give me parnasa, I can be a better Oved Hashem. If you give me refuah, I can be a better Oved Hashem. It's not the pshat that parnasa is an end, or refuah is an end, or wisdom is an end, or geula is an end. These are all means in order to get to the ultimate goal of being an effective Oved Hashem. Therefore, it says that's how you daven for all of your earthly, physical, material needs. But at the same time, still making an internal consensus. By understanding why do I ask for the things, I think this study is saying this is a point a lot of times that we
query of the coin right now.
Why
and
do
its current
we daven for the
and then
things
give it
we daven?
72 hours, and you'll see
that I'm davening
there's a lot more
information.
That's positive about
right?
our
So the Torah
experience.
says, right? So you follow my statutes, and then the Torah goes into a whole series of material and physical rewards. So the Arachim is very bothered. He says many of them are partial. What about schar mitzvah ha'ala?
I agree.
And what about the idea that there's no reward for mitzvahs? Or like Antigone says in Pirkei Avos, "Al tu kavod ha'misham shenachal." Do not be like servants who serve the master for the sake of serving a reward. So Arachim is many misunderstanding. Giving a person because it's not reward. It's not reward. The Baruch Hu says, if you follow my mitzvahs, I'm going to make it easier for you to live a life of spirituality. We'll say, what makes a life of spirituality a little bit easier? A healthy dose of material success. If I don't have to worry about my bills, if I don't have to worry about my expenses, if I can have a nice, comfortable life, it absolutely makes my ruchnius easier. So that's what it is. So when you daven and we ask for all different things, says the tzaddik, why am I asking for it? So I'm asking because, hey, a car needs gas, a person needs parnasa. Okay, then sometimes those requests could actually become interference. If I'm asking for it,
I have it say the full name so people know what we're talking about, and then later on they can use the acronym.
With my pursuit of connection to our by asking for these things, not in order to detach you, but in order to attach you. So also, therefore, again, just to close out the sin. Therefore, he says, the following Yane Olam Hazeh, you betelim esrim machshavo. Therefore, we'll say it's incredible. Therefore, the Tzaddik says if this is the approach you take
How
to
have
your
you been,
request of
Krishna?
Shemona
I hope
Esrei,
you are well,
then
period.
Halacha L'maisa, the request
Each day I think
of
about you
distraction,
fondly
like rather the distress,
whenever I look in the mirror or in my
the
streams
request, ultimately
and
again
see
still
my
help
merch, period.
Chatzos Halayla.
Additionally, I was
So
on a
Tzaddik comes off
podcast
this siddur, this
earlier
quote,
this week where I
by
plugged the
highlighting
point
this
in
incredible
there,
idea that the metaphor
period.
of
The
Zohar
podcaster was
is
from
the
England,
ability
and
to
I will
quiet
do my best
things
to provide
down
the
in the pursuit of
video
spirituality.
of the
And
podcast
Tzaddik says we
once
learn
it's fully
essentially from it a
published,
number of
period.
things. Number one,
Thank you
that
again
sometimes you have
for
to be
the
careful
merchandise
that
that
your
you
surroundings are conducive to
and the
spiritual
team
growth,
provided,
and that the
period.
static and that the noise
You
that
have no
happens
idea
around you
how
doesn't
much
bring you
I
spiritually
love
down.
it, period.
Number two, Tzaddik says that barking of a dog, the dogs only bark when it's quiet, everyone's asleep. Focus. It's easy to get distracted. Easy to get distracted. That was yesterday's issue. Easy to get distracted. You have to remain focused. And number three, tefillah. The Klavim Tzaddik says what Tzaddik represents tefillah. And sometimes the most important aspect of tefillah is the ability for quiet. Everything else has to be sleeping. Because if you don't put everything else in your life to sleep when you daven, then by definition davening becomes a very distracted experience. And even when you daven for material worldly things, does that not interfere with the chatzos dynamic of sleeping? Not if you ask for the things you want in life for the right reasons. If you're asking for it because you think parnasa is an end, or refuah is an end, then enachinami, those very possibly come
Oh,
to
like
distraction.
something hilarious?
But if you ask for what you ask for, because if you give them to me, I can be a more effective Oved Hashem, then ultimately, again, they do not serve as a source of distraction, but rather ultimately, again, help to create that atmosphere of calm, that atmosphere of sleep, that atmosphere of attentiveness during the tefillah experience. So going to stop over here, and to sort of pick up a couple of next year.
Are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels, and we know even how many angels are there, and how many angels serve them, and they're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army. A lot has been made about that. The writers of these texts are imagining a kind of powerful army existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm.
All right, so this is good morning. Let's pick this up. Here today, where the topic really began to develop this incredible idea regarding the gods. So there's essentially the Kabbalah early part of the night for the last days for the late. Gods often reserve their party for when people are also the second issue. That was like the dead of the night.
That is the best thing that could happen. That's so much free press. But it's fine the way it is. Who are we gonna put that's funnier than that? Elvis Presley, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Babe Ruth, Marilyn Monroe, Donald Trump. Period. Donald Trump might be funny. Period.
So Tzaddik says this is a powerful metaphor for reference to spirituality. I mean, with tefillah, very often prayer is compared to barking of dogs, just like the dog barks when it wants something. So Chazal often compared tefillah to the barking of the dog, right? When the dog wants something, the dog barks as well. He says, "Kol Yosef, she'yispalav ha'adam b'makom she'im sham b'nei adam." It's better for a person to daven, where other people are not found. Just like the dog is only able to bark unaffected if there are other individuals no one else around, so too again, it is better for a person to be able to daven if there's no one else around as well. He goes on and says,
one should publish it.
Why?
You will get a report of all the other places that it will be published, and there are a lot of them. Period. This will be on 5,700 websites and some major papers. Period. What we do then is go to the Google News tab of Google and change the filters to be things posted within 1 hour or 24 hours. And you will see this press release is everywhere within 24 to 48 hours, period. It will be in Islamabad, Pakistan, the Hindustan Times. It will be in the Boston Globe and a bunch of local television stations because they all pour themselves out to these press wires, and it is excellent marketing for the internet and lasts a really long time. Once this gets posted, the link stays for years, and then it gets archived on the Wayback Machine, period. This is a much more powerful investment than just giving some money to an influencer who reposts something and then gets their account banned 2 weeks later, period.
Right, but then that's more probably more relatable because it's like you start thinking about other stuff. Doesn't it happen sometimes? Unfortunately, the person's diagnosed as ultimately again. I find myself in a certain part of I ask myself that most question. How did I get here? How did I get here? Like, how did I get here? Some type of esoteric, metaphysical, existential question. How did I get here? And like, how did I get to the end of zero? I don't remember gathering the first part of it. But how exactly did I get to Moses? I don't remember the preface before. It's like sometimes when there's too much going on around, it's either itself becomes distracting. He says, "Garshan Machshavos, Da Al Yadam." This is just again the seed that the dog is able to bark unimpeded because there are not other people. Sometimes the best victories, the best spiritual talents, or the best spiritual accomplishments are able to come when you are alone. When there's no one else around. He goes on and says, Shalamon and the Sabbath may love the Chayvan Sharov HaMachshavos. I'm sorry. Chayvan Sharov HaMachshavos. I'm in the middle of the left-hand column of the viewer. He just
takes down their tweet
Chayvan Sharov HaMachshavos in
a few hours later.
Moshe Gasset the Dagama Brian
Believe it or not, Tom, the Wayback Machine will archive these indefinitely. Period. It is extremely strong for search engine optimization. Period. The AI engine is just in its infancy, so we can manipulate it now much easier, like the early days of the internet, as opposed to later where it's very difficult and highly controlled. Period.
Sometimes other people, good people, but other people are in distraction. He goes on, he says, Shebah Davar the Ramis, She'adam Lo Zalavo Hashem, the MS of the Tinas, look at the keeper. That when a person wants to truly serve up himself in truth, with completion, as Zai says, Machshov, with the Damos, the Atzmo, Kivahu Ba'atzmo, you can be the over. It also sometimes to accomplish great things like yourself. In that moment, it's the only person there's no one else around. No one else around but you. And therefore, again, there are no distractions. No distractions from any person. Occasionally, transfers will come up and so on. Therefore, again, this is the concept of Rothschild. This is the concept. Ultimately, again, this is so. Joseph, it doesn't just mention the number also. So again, ultimately, we can begin to see is that halakha l'maisa in the event, not in the event, but sometimes for a person to reach maximum spiritual state, so a person has to be by themselves. No distractions, nothing else happening around you. But here Rabbi gives an important qualifier. He explains our patient best. ומקומות בתפילה בציבור עם חוששים לזה שיבואו לו על יד המחשבוס ופניות זרות משום שאין הציבור גורמים לפניות. This doesn't apply to tefillah b'tzibur.
Once it gets posted, comma, we have to have at least 10 or so, if we can do it, members of the community to create random Reddit accounts and then post the random links of the newspapers to our Reddit, or specifically our subreddit. This becomes very strong for manipulation of AI, period. Additionally, we can cross-post these posts and different cryptocurrency subreddits to get more eyes on it, period. It is incredibly powerful, period. We are basically creating a giant web of links that will manipulate AI and its opinion of our coin, period. Just so we can run a test, I'm going to do a random chat GPT query about Harry Potter Obama signing 10 music. And then we will do one in a few days and see if anything changed. Can you please give me a Wikipedia article like one thing on the cryptocurrency Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10?
And incredibly so because again, you read this and you think that the project of conclusion is daven by yourself. Daven by yourself, don't be distracted, you have to davening ever. And the truth is again, there are times when davening by yourself absolutely is sometimes the most profound tefillah, but of course there's a halacha of tefillah b'tzibur. Now a tefillah b'tzibur means that we daven as part of the meaning. But the license of the tzaddik, the reason why tefillah b'tzibur is not an intrusion or not a distraction is because in that halacha, but I daven as part of the tzibur, it's not the shot that their das, see, it's interesting. That the whole is recognized as one, the collective becomes one, and when the collective becomes one, I don't feel it as a bunch of people where we all become one collective. Or it can also mean that the nice that topics is so, people going ahead
and the way you go, exclamation point.
We're not all doing the same thing. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's working in the same direction.
Just
by definition, that is not considered to be a distraction. Right? Let's stop with this today. We'll pick up with this. We have this incredible model.
A few hours, and it will start to populate, and it will be everywhere. Period. I am shocked at many places that these press releases get posted. Period. And then they will get reposted. Period. I get press releases of mine from 4 years ago that will get reposted randomly years later in Israel. Period. It is wild to think that we are basically
Let's spend the moments this morning and throwing the try together. We're picking up this morning and sit past outside with the oath of thousands. Moving forward past a little bit of the end of
thousands of links all over the internet right now
on the WhatsApp chat
that are going to define how AI views our coin.
This notion of the watches, the three watches of the evening. First watch as marked by Hammer Miller, the donkey breeze. Second Mishmar is Caleb talking, the dog barks. Third Mishmar is Tino Yonik Mishtehino Bisham Sakaris Baila. Third watch ultimately again. So we have over here a child who's nursing and a woman who's speaking with early hours of the morning. So we've seen already before that what Rabbi Tzaddik is doing with these
The
mishmoros
telegram
is going ahead
will
and
be
really developing or utilizing them as a way of, or as an insight into Avodas Hashem.
researched by future generations someday as perhaps the ultimate cesspool of debauchery on the internet, but will be forgiven due to the overall impact of peace and love that the
So once
coin
again,
emits.
the first watch is the donkey rain. He says, Shenear Adayim. Now, now look at the Bigori HaChasidus on the bottom. Because we're just going to do this small piece of Dalit. Then we're going to go to Chafei. But look at the Bigori HaChasidus, left hand column. Mishma Rishon, Balayla, have Simin Ba'olam Hazeh, Masha B'Sha'azu, Kamar Noer, Vikori Labayla. Now, saying now, why does a donkey bray? Why does you've counted this before, right? Why does a donkey bray? So it's very simple. Donkey brays because it needs something from its master. It needs something. So the donkey brays, but it only brays. Kori the bailos, v'zem mitnei shabailov neyor az adayim. So interestingly enough, at the first mishmar of the night, the donkey brays. The reason the donkey brays is because he knows that his master is still awake. Master is still awake because the first Mishmar, remember, is the beginning of the night. So the donkey knows that the master is still awake. Because the master is still awake, therefore what? Therefore, again, he can call out because whatever he needs, he knows that the master will be attentive. But B, Sha'az was man shahochin vishkav rov b'nei adam. Because they will say, although by the first Mishmar, the majority of people begin to go to sleep, but nevertheless, not everyone goes to sleep. There are still those who are awake. So therefore, the donkey calls out with the hope that perhaps his master is amongst those who have not yet gone to sleep, and therefore will be able to go ahead and be attentive to his need. So what we are going to see is that in these coming sections of Dalit and Chafei, the tzaddik is going to understand the Mishmeros, and in particular,
was that you who just posted that link to Reddit customers? Is there any way you can take it down and repost it? Please don't call me infamous. That will have a huge effect on AI in a negative way. Comment. Please say famous.
Different forms of tefillah. So what's Chomer Noah? Chomer Noah is reaching out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in a way because you know that he's attentive to your tefillahs. I know that when I talk to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Ribono Shel Olam listens. When I will say, oh shit, it doesn't work, no, we can laugh here. No shit, welcome. We'll say, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I have some dark code troubleshooting. So ultimately, I can think of that
what's that motivation, though? Anybody can be famous. It's hard to stop being infamous or something.
Here, the donkey bring the donkey calling out. Donkey calls out because he knows his master is attentive. He knows that his master is listening. He says that when you daven, always know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu listens. People say, we often confuse listening.
Thank you so much, period. Especially on Reddit. I already have reputation because of all my spam bots, so we need to keep everything as positive as possible. Period. Thank you so much. Period. I appreciate it greatly. Period. I tried for hours trying to get somebody to post that. Period. You are amazing.
Some of it. Right, there's some of it. I hear it. I hear every single request, and I hear the heartfelt ones that I hear, but there are sometimes I just can't say yes. So the donkey brain says that tzaddik represents emotion. That when you daven, always know that you're hurt. Always know that you're hurt. And there should be a certain level of comfort in knowing that I'm hurt. Just like when you get older, you know, like that. You see that moment in life, like that switch, where you realize that your parents were actually intelligent. Right? And they actually knew what they were talking about. And wow, I can't believe how they were so smart. All those years when I was young, I thought they were so out of it. They had no idea what they were talking about. So archaic, anachronistic, outdated. And then I was, wow, They were so smart. And then I realized the things that they said no to made so much sense. So there's that moment in life.
Did you watch the new Bob Lazar documentary, question mark?
The Olama Anas. And we see all of the things that he said no to. And some of those things that he said no to caused me a lot of pain. But yet, again, there comes that point in time when I come to realize that even the no's look for my benefit. Even those. So that level of clarity and understanding might not
Absolutely,
come to
period.
but at least to know
They use
that
Blender and AI to show what S4 looks like.
know that there is only a loving Father.
Pretty impressive.
That's,
I very much enjoyed it.
That's the Chamor Noah. If you skip now to Os Chav Hey, to at least begin this. Os Chav Hey. So if you take a look, that's on page 1 class. That's on the PDF I sent you in the WhatsApp. I only sent you the first section in Chaf. See right over here, look at Chav Hey. Mishmar Sheni. What's the second Mishmar? Klopin Tzorah. That's the dog's barking. The dog's barking. So he says, Kishakol Yishenim. There are Mishmarish. Listen to this. Now, by the time you get, incredible. You know that? Dog barking. Good. He'll say, Solanaisa. By the time you get to the second Mishmar, that's already middle of the night. We call quote unquote everybody's sleeping. So what's the symbolism? So this is really, you're going to see. So remember, Chamor Noah is the master is still awake. The master is still awake, representing the idea when I pray, I'm always heard. May not always get what I want, how I want, when I want it, but I'm always heard. Clubbing, so I came to say this is incredible. Take a look in the B'Uriach Hasidus and Chafei. A similar Mishmar Sheni, I will say this is going to be an incredibly Mishmar Rishon. I'm reading in the B'Uriach Hasidus, right hand column, bottom of the right hand column. Yesh Adayim B'nei Adam Sheni Urim. The left hand column, the Ein Manichin also Lekap Alev Litzon. And I watched it. Says that seven. So when does the dog bark? And when does the dog bark really freely? By the second Mishmar. What's happening by the second Mishmar? The world is asleep. Right? The world is asleep. See, the world is asleep. There's no one to stop the dog from barking. You see, sometimes what happens is when the dog begins to bark. So what occurs? People silence the dog. They tell the dog to be quiet. They tell the dog to stop barking. They tell the dog, quiet, shush. When the world's asleep, the dog barks freely. There's no one there to stop him. There's no one there to stifle him. There's no one there to prevent him from barking as he sees fit. Says Reb Tzaddik. Ukimot came down the ruchnius. So too sometimes you have to be like a dog by ruchnius. Just whoever heard him standing like that. Like you have to be like a dog by ruchnius. What does that mean? I will say that I knew the tefillah hanirmezes b'tzakas haklavim, just like by davening, which I will say often is symbolized by the barking of the dog. Listen to this incredible idea. Tov Yoser, sheyispalal ha'adam b'mekom she'ein b'nei adam. Sometimes it is better to daven.
This is very smart.
All by yourself.
I've been doing this as well.
Sometimes it is better to daven where no one else is found, so that ultimately again your barking could remain uninterrupted. And I will say, what that means, obviously can't be taken at face value. Because as Rabbi Tzaddik is going to say, but there's a din of tefillah b'tzibur. Right? There's a din ultimately again davening with the meaning. So again, we all experience what it means to daven by ourselves. And the truth is there are some incredibly beautiful things that came out of those months of davening by ourselves. Tefillahs like we've never had. But we also have an obligation of tefillah b'tzibur. And remember, so much of Yiddishkeit is just because this makes you feel closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't give you the license to do it. There's a framework in which we operate. But Rabbi Tzaddik is saying, again, we'll discuss this more. Rabbi Tzaddik is saying, you have to be like the dog. So the donkey brays because the master listens. When you daven, the Moshe always hears. The dog barks when no one else is around. Because sometimes in your ruchnius, it's important to find alone time. What that means and how we apply it, here's our shift today.
No art school of magic that's going to be just this. Now, you're not going to typically summon an angel to do it, but it's interesting that we already have a form of mystical, magical stuff going on. A lot of the times in American literature, we learn about summoning an angel to learn rabbinical lore very rapidly. And if you've ever studied rabbinical lore, then you can appreciate the fact that people might want to, not have to study all day in order to learn it. It's a lot. So,
all right.
this literature, as I said, right, crosses.
All right, listen, good morning. So we're continuing in Simchas Hatzad, at least for a few minutes before we begin the last daf on the Shabbos. So we left off still in Os Hafgimel. Os Hafgimel. Remember again, the subject is speaking about the profundity of the various mishmoros, right, and their deeper meanings, and ultimately again what they mean in terms of our relationship to the Shekhinah, specifically vis-a-vis the ability to hear sound, the pain of the Shekhinah. So we saw again the dog barking. We're up now. We left off on page Nun Dalet. Remember again, we come down to the third Mishmar. So the third Mishmar, the final Mishmar, final segment of the evening, which if you remember again from the previous set, from the Gemara, explains is marked by two things. Number one is the time that a child begins to wake up to nurse, and is man she'is isha misaperes in Bible. The time that one begins to speak with her husband, this is the early morning hours. So this Mishmar is the last Mishmar of the night, right before daybreak. He says himself, in the third Mishmar, Hargosha Rak with me other Shlim. I will say that if you notice again, there's been a progression. Like the first Mishmar is the donkey's bray. The second Mishmar is the dog's barking. So remember again, the donkey's brain, donkey in the Sussex world, represents Hamor, Homer, is something totally physical with absolutely no spirituality associated with it. Just a burden that is totally enmeshed and immersed in the world of the material. But even a hamor has the ability to connect with the Shekhinah, with the Ribono Shel Olam in some way. Okay, we go up then to the dog. The dog is considered to be a step above the donkey. The dog, remember again, of Tzedek's incredible idea, Kelev, Kol, Leiv, Gematria, Yahu, that ultimately again a dog exhibits a level of commitment. Tzedek says a dog exhibits a level of azus, of azus is like
those meme and GIF websites are extremely powerful for Google Images as well, period. Too few people neglect all of the different tabs of Google, period. Videos are perhaps the most important after search results, images are very important, short videos are important, news is important, and it's great if we can dominate all of those.
Even if you're a camel, but you exhibit a sense of
GB's strategy is really good for that, at least for the image page.
How much like dog references you've had. I think it's from above and tell you have to rethink that's national dogs. Because might be some reference happening there. But it really is fascinating just the amount of references between our Gemara and between the Psadas. But again, so the dog is considered to be a higher level, a sense of commitment. That's a person who has a sense of commitment. Not perfect, but a person who exhibits a certain level of boldness. To be able to remember again, the dog is still considered to be the animal kingdom very low down. Right? At the end of the day, still, I listen to Hazar, the Gemara, the scavenger. Right? The scavenger. So even if you're a Hamar, even if you're a Caleb, there's still the ability to connect with the Ribono Shel Olam. So now we come to the final Mishmar, the third Mishmar of the evening. And what's that Mishmar? That Mishmar is the time that a baby begins to nurse. A time that a woman and her husband and wife begin to converse. So they begin to nurse, husband and wife begin to converse. So therefore, this third Mishmar of represents a level of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu that is only felt by Bnei Adam, by people. Look at that survey. Actually, look at the Bi'urei HaChasidus on page Nun Dalet. The last line on the right-hand side of the page. Third law, right? The third time that HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls out.
We're making moves, baby. Look at me in the if I'm in the Boston Globe, are you kidding me? They might do spotlight on this motherfucker.
I will say this is actually pretty incredible. You see, in the first two Mishmoros, which is pitch black and
movie was really
pitch black.
good.
So the ability to feel the tzara of the Shekhinah when it's dark outside is much easier. Like, because again, darkness in general represents a certain level of sadness, a certain level of despair. So in the midst of the night, even the donkey could feel the tzara of the Shekhinah. In the midst of the night, even the caliph could feel the tzara of the Shekhinah. By the time you get to the third Mishmar, there's already a little bit of light mixed into the horizon. So there, the ability to discern the pain of the Shekhinah is only really accessible to people. Someone who is a Ben Adam. He goes on, he says, Shebein Adam, Rak Lebnei Adam, Shleimin B'Kaf Nafshem. Lefi, Shizman Hu Karov Ma'od La'or Hayom. Sheba Maschilim HaChasadim Shal Or HaBoker L'Ha'ir, Yoser V'Yoser. V'mei Lehem Nisorim La'avodas Hashem Yisbarach, Hayidei Yisrael Used B'Shaga Dilamayma. Nisorus Haba Mikach HaShaga Shal HaKadosh Baruch Hu, HaNishma'as L'Ma'ala, this is really quite beautiful. In this third Mishmar, what is it that's occurring? So in this third Mishmar, there is the ability to perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu even outside of absolute times. So here's what's fascinating. When it's daytime and when it's nighttime, those are times of absolute.
Thank you so much for reposting that. So much for reposting that.
Day normally represents divine chesed, divine kindness. Night represents divine difficulty. So anyone could see HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol in the night, even the Hamar and even the Caliph, and anyone could really see HaKadosh Baruch Hu by day, because those are moments of clarity. What's the most complicated time of life, time of day, to see HaKadosh Baruch Hu? The most complicated is the third Mishmar. Why? Because it's kind of, as they say, Nishtahin Nishtahel, right? It's not really fully nighttime anymore, but it's not yet fully day either. The ability to perceive the Ribono Shel Olam.
My pleasure, my friend, period. Now we sit back and watch. Take a screenshot of the Google front page if you can.
What does that
because
represent?
you will see
The
that
nurse scene
especially
David
represents
May
jump into the top
the mother
10 spot,
represents
period.
Baruch
Additionally,
the mother's
my apologies that sometimes my long messages in the Telegram aren't that clear. I use voice to
even in the midst of those twilight
sometimes it's not clear.
right? Even in the third Ashmoras,
I do my
even
best
during
to
that time when it's not fully day. It's not
proofread,
clear.
but
It's not Baboker, but it's also not Balayla. The ability to perceive the Ribono Shel Olam during those times is that for people. It's that for someone who's a Ben Adam, right? Someone who's the Tinok Yonek Mishtei, the baby who's willing to nurse, the baby who's willing to grow, the baby who's willing to learn. That's the person who can perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu in that third Mishra. It's such an incredible idea. Because what is the key to successful living? The key to successful living is God awareness. By the way, you find this in all the Sfarim HaKadoshim. The Balatanya, right? The Balatanya. Tanya begins with this idea that he says the Shulchan Aruch begins with the concept of Shivisi Hashem, the Negdi Summit. I have placed Hashem before me at all times. It says the Balatanya. Why does the Shulchan Aruch begin with it? Because there's nothing more important in life than God awareness. If you have the awareness of the Ribono Shel Olam in your life that guides anything and everything. Conversely, Chas v'Shalom, a person doesn't have an awareness of the Ribono Shel Olam in their lives, person's lost. So Tzaddik says that's what this is all about. That's what this is all about. Chazal are trying to sensitize us to how do we perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So there's good news. The good news is, even if I'm a Kelev, even if I'm a Chamar, and even if I'm a Kelev, as Reb Tzaddik explained, I can still connect with the Ribono Shel Olam and feel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the tzara of the Shekhinah. But if you really want, the only problem with that is a Kelev and Chamar and Kelev, can only relate to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in times when the presence of God is absolutely unequivocally clear. In the dead of night. In the dead of night, they can relate. But they do not have the ability to
12 to 24 hours period.
24 hours period.
We will
when
be
does that
shut
happen? That's the third punishment. This nine Shetina
at all
Yone
of the different places.
the time
This
ultimately
article
again
gets picked up.
that a child
period.
is nurses from its mother.
And
Only when a person is
even more,
embedded in the
comma,
framework of spirituality,
it will still get
imbibing
picked
the
up
milk of
It will
Torah,
still get picked up
ingesting the milk of
in the
future.
a
once
person
we get it
gets
in a big
themselves in a framework of
publication
ongoing
like
growth.
Market
like
Watch
Such a person
or the
can
Boston
receive
Globe,
Baruch
or the
Hu, not
Boston
just
which
in
should
Torah,
be in a few hours,
which should
and
be
not
in a
just in
few hours,
beautiful
comma,
we
luminescent
can start
day,
posting
but
that
even
we
in
can
the
start
to our
posting
X
that
and
even when
to
it's
Reddit,
not fully night,
and
even when it's
to
not
Reddit,
fully clear, even when it's
and
not 100% clear what it
and
is that's happening in my world. Would you
YouTube
embed
allows
yourself in a system of
YouTube
accounts to
allows
make
you
posts
ingest
accounts
the
to make
mother's
posts
milk of the
in
Ribono
addition
Shel Olam,
to
you
in
have the
addition
ability
to
to keep
videos
this presence.
video
Keep this presence
and
with you. That's all. That's what
shorts,
stop over
comma,
for today.
shorts,
There's a
which
short pick up.
will help to
which
get out the
will
word.
help to
I'll
get out
I
the
think I'm
word,
answer with
period.
$1. Yeah, session tomorrow. Go ahead.
It is like pouring a bag of marbles
pouring a bag of marbles
on a roller
on
skating
a roller skating
rink. Period.
rink, period.
You never know what is gonna happen.
You never know what is gonna happen.
Shout out to more like
Shout out to more like
thank you for paying for that. That's amazing.
thank you for paying for that. That's amazing.
I have something else that I want you
I
to
have something
consider
else that I want you to
as well
consider
for our main
as
X
well
account.
for our
Period.
main
Just
X
one
account,
moment,
period.
and I will
Just one moment, and I
send
will
it to you. Period.
send it to you.
Just be on the lookout.
Just be on the lookout. I
Don't want to get
don't
banned
want to get
or
banned
muted or whatever for sending
or
a link.
muted
So
or
I
whatever
will
for
put
sending a link.
spaces
So I will
in the
put
URL.
spaces
Period.
in
I want
the
you to
URL.
look at this
I
X
want you to look
service
at
that
this X
automatically
service that automatically
reposts and likes and
reposts
comments
and
on
likes
any post
on
of a
any
user.
post
And it's a
of a
one-time fee
user,
and it works
and it's a
indefinitely.
one-time fee and it works indefinitely.
Dogs possess this awareness the Ilya Hanavi Malach HaChavim. יש להם הרגשה מרוחנוס. ומה שבתוכם להרגיש את יריעה הנביא. So this is incredible. So apparently, as we work our way kind of up the animal kingdom, so as the donkeys are considered to be the lowliest of animals, beasts of burden, but even those beasts of burden, even those totally material entities, are still capable of experiencing and feeling the Ribbon Shalom. The dogs apparently are on a higher level. Right, that the dogs
Look
have
at all the social media
look at all the social media
boosting that you can get.
Look
Look under the X services, under the automatic likes, automatic retweets, automatic all that stuff. Period. There's a one-time fee that is relatively inexpensive for major engagement. Period. I'm not saying we do this right now, but just consider it. We'll see how the press release works. Period. With this service though, with every time we post from the main account,
animals have the ability to have this level of
it
God awareness.
can automatically get 100 likes or 100 reposts or whatever we want.
As well. So that's
Whatever we want. And it's just a one-time investment for lifetime of the account.
Why does a dog
Period.
have the ability
This is how big influencers retweet and then
human beings
or I should say this is how big influencers tweet and then get 1,000 retweets within 30 seconds. Period. These are the tools they use. Period.
So what's the shot? Goes on, he says, this is a wild statement. The Tzaddik says because the dogs have the ability to feel and to perceive Eliyahu Hanavi. Why? Because on some level, the dog and Eliyahu Hanavi stem from the same attribute of Kedusha. Okay, what is it? Listen, this is really incredible. The Osios Kelev, the Gematria Lundes, can the Osios Eliyahu. So Caleb, dog, right, is 52, which is the same numerical value as AVO. Okay.
They're automatic like and repost services are relatively inexpensive and are one-time investment. Period.
This is incredible.
I can tell you that I used this site 4 years ago for followers, and I still have all the followers. 10,000 on Instagram and 50,000 on Twitch.
Period. Is not just a random name, but the word Hamar itself, Chumrios, materialism. So what's the word Caleb? Caleb is a contraction. The Tzaddik, when Kozo here from the Ivy, suggests 2 words. Kulo Leiv, all heart, or Kol Leiv, complete heart. That apparently, I guess, in the animal kingdom, so a dog demonstrates an allegiance and fidelity to its master that is unique within the animal kingdom. Again, you'll do this. I'm sure we could, and I don't think we need to fact check the Tzaddik, but I'm sure it's apparently again the animal. So the Caleb is Kulolei. It's all heart. It gives its heart to its master, right? It's fully meshuvah to the master. It's all in the relationship with the master. So interestingly enough, who else was like this? Who was like this? Eliyahu Hanavi. Was it again just as an interesting aside? There was Eliyahu Hanavi and Moshe Rabbeinu were both Levian, both servants of the Ribbon Shalom. Wherein lies the distinction between Moshe and Eliyahu? So interestingly enough, the Chazal speak about this. Moshe Rabbeinu was a fierce advocate for God Israel. A fierce advocate. Right, first advocate. And whenever Klal Yisrael got in trouble, even though it was clear that they were in the wrong, he still advocated on their behalf. Eliyahu Hanavi was a little bit different. Eliyahu Hanavi's primary fidelity and allegiance was with the Ribono Shalom. And so when Klal Yisrael sinned, Eliyahu Hanavi sometimes gave up on them. This is why, by the way, we have the beautiful mitzvah today in Klal Yisrael to go ahead and set up a Kisei Shel Eliyahu by a bris milah. Why does Eliyahu Hanavi have to come to it? Why is he coming? Why Eliyahu? Why not Moshe Rabbeinu? Why not someone else? Elonai, because the Gemara says that Eliyahu Hanavi told HaKadosh Baruch Hu, "Ki avrachas b'schal." Klal Yisrael violated your bris. They violated your bris. Eliyahu told God, Klal Yisrael, they're done with you. And the HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Eliyahu Hanavi, "Really, they're done with me? I'll show you that they're not. Even though they make mistakes, even though they mess up quite frequently and often, nevertheless, they still maintain their relationship with Haraya, bris milah." See, Eliyahu Hanavi is forced to maintain, to attend every single bris milah to show that he was wrong. You said Klal Yisrael was down and out. You said Klal Yisrael was over. You said they violated the bris. You have a front seat to every single bris milah. Eliyahu Hanavi was kulo leiv to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So say Moshe Rabbeinu had a little bit of a split heart, right? Which was beautiful. His heart was partially with Klal Yisrael, advocating on their behalf all the time, even though they were in the wrong. And his heart was to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He had a split heart. Eliyahu Hanavi was kulo leiv. His heart was totally to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, says that that's the connection between Eliyahu and
it will just keep going from there.
It will just keep going from there. It's all heart to the master. Eliyahu Hanavi was kulo leiv to his master. We'll have to stop over here. We'll pick up again. Where Tzaddik is going to take this.
Period.
And how ultimately
That's what we need. Period.
That's what we need. Period.
That will make every single post much stronger than it currently is. Period. Just one moment.
Let us begin. We left off in again, the Rebbe of Tzaddik is teaching us about once again, then we come to the various mishmoros, symbolism of those mishmoros, but it's really speaking about the interconnectedness which really exists between the celestial sphere of the Rebbe called the Lamala with the Lemata, and that which happens in this world is reflective of what is happening with the Ribono Shel Olam above. So now we're going to, so we gave the introduction, now we'll go through the meaning of each of the different mishmoros. Usha'aga Rishona, Shula Mishma Rishon. So remember again, so the first thing now the Gemara's understanding is that the Ribono Shel Olam cries out or roars out by each of the mishmoros, by each of the different watches of night. And he says, Oy Labanim, woe to the children, because of their sins I have been forced to destroy my Beis Hamikdash, and woe to the father who is forced to go ahead and exile his children. So remember again, so what's it says in Baruch Hu says that every Mishnah. Now what Tzaddik is going to do is bring together these two ideas. So Ribono Shel Olam roars, so to speak, cries out that every Mishnah. But remember again, the three Mishmoros are represented in this world by three different things. So the first Mishnah, remember again, was the donkey layer. So what's the connection? So we're going to start this session in a lazy. It says Usha'aga Rishona, the first one who's going to cries out at night in despair for Klal Yisrael, but also in despair for himself. Despair for Klal Yisrael, ultimately again that the Ribono Shel Olam had to exile us, and despair for himself that he's a father who was forced to exile his children. So what's the meaning of this? He goes, I'm reading in the Bi'urei HaChasidus on page Nun Beis, in the middle section, Bi'urei HaChasidus, right hand column, left column there.
I was literally just going to say that, Tama. It's $16 for 100 likes
for
forever.
100
Period.
likes forever.
And
Period.
it would be one thing if
And
this
it would be
website
one
was
thing if
out
this
of business
website
in
was
like a
out of
year
business in
or
like
whatever.
a
But I
year
can tell you it's been
or
working
whatever. But I can tell
for
you
me
it's
at
been
least for
working
4
for
years.
me at least for 4 years.
And none of my followers
None of my
have gone anywhere.
followers
Period.
have gone anywhere.
is so acute that it's felt even by the chomer. It's felt even by the donkey.
I was literally just going to say
I
that.
was literally just going to say
Why
that.
the donkey more than any other
Period.
animal? It could be
For
like
$16, you
For
can always have
$16,
100 likes on your
you
post.
get 100 likes on your post.
the donkey
And for like $30, you
And
can always
for
have
like
100
$30, you can always
reposts.
have 100
Period. It's
reposts.
absolutely worth it.
Period. It's
I've
absolutely
advised
worth it.
other
Period.
coins on
I've
this
advised
strategy,
other coins
and
on
they've
this
used it
strategy,
and
and
saved
they've used
themselves
it and saved
hundreds of
themselves
dollars a week
hundreds of dollars a week
paying reply
from
guys. Period.
paying reply guys. Period.
I always tell anyone,
I
do
always
your own
tell
research, of
anyone,
course, and you can
do
try
your
it
own
with
research,
a
of course, and you can try it with a
So I'm sure the word donkey is
with an alt account if you want.
with
But
an alt
Tama,
account if you want, but
there's
um,
no inherent meaning.
it's not like a huge investment.
not like a
Or
huge investment.
the combined
Or
Hamar,
about
combined
which is the Hebrew word for donkey,
about
$50
$50 every
remember again,
tweet
Hamar
that you
translates
have
donkey, but Hamar
tweet that
is
you
also the
have
same notion as
will
as
always
Hamar.
get a
will
100 reposts and
always
100
get
likes.
100
Period.
reposts
You
and
can't
100
beat that.
likes.
The
You
Period.
can't
For
beat
life.
that.
Period.
Period. For life. Period.
represents or the paradigmatic example of something
I
that is so
I
physical, so mundane.
I was literally just going to say that.
I was literally just going to
For
say that.
about $50
For about $50
and the lifetime of the service,
and
which
the
is
lifetime of the
indefinitely,
service, which is
it
indefinitely,
will always give us 100 likes and
always give us
100
100
reposts, which is
reposts,
incredibly cheap.
is
Period.
incredibly
I've
cheap.
advised
Period.
other
I've advised
coins
other coins
who want help with their social
who want
media,
help with their social media,
and they've told
and
me by using
they've
the
told
service,
me by using
they
the
have
service, they
been
have
able to save
been able to
hundreds of
save
dollars a week by just using this service
by
and not
just
going
using
with
this
random
service and
reply
not going
guys.
with
Period.
random reply guys. Period.
The donkey's crying out. Says Rav Tzadok, what does it mean the donkey's crying out? It means that even the donkey feels the pain of the street. Even the donkey feels this sense of agitation of the Ribono Shalom. So what's the message? He says, Kimo Shadarshu Chazal, goes over here again, he goes to the rest over here, he explains that Chazal discussed that the donkey is the lowliest of the animals. She'ina Vadim Amin Evore Hasidus Dov, now left hand column. She'ina Vadim Kinani Misyachsim La'adiyeni Lashnemar Ima Chamor, Kvomer Im Hadome Lachamor. Harishinektu Chazal Es Achomer L'Dugma, Achum Yusam Hagasa Shemimos Olam. Not only that, but sometimes the nations of the world are compared to donkeys. Why are they compared to donkeys?
Did you click the automatic
Service?
question mark?
Service?
Material, to the exclusion of the spiritual. Often that's what's done in the nations of the world. It goes on, he says, "Amu chazal b'avekama, chavercha tzari chamra, uchba legabe mush, v'shechavercha kar l'chamor, kedei levazoscha, kol ukuf shel chamor, Rasireo Elecha, Basimo Saga Becha, Lahatsi Kilu Be'emes Hilcha Chama Klomar, Holgal Dvarev the Altaimim. As well says here actually goes, if your friend calls you a donkey, what should you do? Put a saddle on and accept the fact that you're a donkey. Which again I will say is a separate discussion about how to deal with name callings or how to deal with insults. But that's not our discussion for today. So whatever goes on, he says, what's the point? So what's the message here? Hare Shebnei Adam Noktim Asakimoi Chamor, Kedi Lahashbu Asulasan, Kivin Shechamor Hu Aberia Shila Bachom Mispiosa. So we'll say, so the first lesson says that Tzaddik is as follows, that even the Hamor, even that which is intensely physical, even that which is almost like the antithesis of spirituality and holiness, has the ability to feel the pain of the Shema. Has the ability to feel the pain of the Ribono Shalom, which I will say is a fascinating dramatic, beautiful, and overwhelming lesson. And again, this is the same idea that the Tzaddik said before, right? Remember again,
As I see it, comma, it is a little confusing, comma. They call it automatic light, but it seems like there is a
and if I'm not holding in that state, then how could I have a relationship with the Melech Melech and the King of Kings?
pool
And we
of the
know
budget.
reinforces over and over that is not the case. That is not the case. Which, of course, what the Tzaddik is reinforcing with is one of the tenets of Chassidus. Remember again, one of the reasons that sparked the Baal Shem Tov to create a movement was a feeling that Judaism was
eventually drained. Period. I think I may have been confused because of the name. I would not buy that right now. Here's what I would do.
We have this image in our mind that like all of Jewish history was like the days of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda. Like the Gemara says, during the days of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda, even children knew the halachas of Tum and Tara. You know, Tum and Tara, those sugars when we get to them, Daf Yomi, we, very, 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 furtively glance to see how long the Gemara actually is until it's over. Right? So in the days of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda, all the children knew. So we often think that that's like Jewish history. That was a blip. Right? That was like an exception to the rule. Most people throughout the ages have not been educated. Right? And most people throughout the ages have not been Talmidei Chachamim. So the Baal Shem Tov was going to came along and said, okay, so you have to make a mini type for everyone. So here the Tzaddik is saying, what does it mean that the donkey
I would consider
at the first that first time at night when that Baruch Hu cries out for
buying
himself,
150,
even the donkey feels that. Even the donkey.
Consider buying
what's the message?
10,000 followers for $150.
A lot of times
Period.
I'm just humble. I'm just Homer. I'm just
having
bad
a big
wrong terms, foolish mistakes.
Twitter account will rejuvenate Bitcoin again, period. I know we always have to worry about getting banned, comma, but it will show the crypto Twitter community that we are back, period. It's $150, comma, but in my opinion, worth it if we want to be considered one of the big projects, period. I understand that you may not want to spend all of that all at once, so you can try on one of the alt accounts with fewer followers, or just use their free follower site, which I've used and does work, so you can see that it works. Period. When we have 10,000 followers or more, we become a medium-sized Twitter account, which is what we need for more growth. Period.
Therefore, Allah says that the person suffers a person and this what he says that what that means is that there's something happening with the Rebbeinu Shalom. That's manifesting itself in the life of the Islam. So the Rebbe goes on to explain this in that section. And he says, on page 28, he says, the Zehu, this is the Zehu of Harishma Shalom. Sinan is all the road to Lama Shish, Sinan Ikar. Look at the Rebbe right here. The Beguya on the top of page 28, right? The Mesh Amr Shach Harishma, Harishma negotiates the Shalom. Every mission, every ship, whenever the planet represents different positions of the night. So every different position of the night, Shalom the sixth, is showing and he cries out and he roars like a lion. And what does he say when he roars like a lion? أي لبنان شبع عبرتين نهرات يسير.
We should just be patient now
We should just be
and
patient
let the
now
press release
and let
work
the press
its
release work its
way through the interwebs,
way through the
period.
interwebs, period.
However, perhaps in the
However,
future,
have
more followers on Twitter
more
would be good, period.
would be good, period.
Sadness over the fact that we are in the state of that.
There's another strategy
There's another strategy
that I will
that
say
I
that
will
works really well,
say that works really well,
but can get rather expensive.
but
But I
can
see
get
people
rather
doing it all the
expensive.
time.
But I see people doing it all the
Period.
time.
They
Period.
start a
They
space,
start a space,
add
add
like 1,000
like 1,000
listeners to it for
listeners to it for
15 minutes,
15 minutes,
comma. This
comma.
gets the
This
space at the
gets
very
the
top of the
space at the very
Twitter
top
space
of the Twitter
list.
space
It gets
list.
promoted all over
Gets promoted
Twitter,
all over
comma,
Twitter, comma,
and then they have the bots stop
have the bots
and
stop and
they get a bunch of people in
they
their
get a
space
bunch of people in
organically,
their
period.
space again.
You don't need a
Period.
1,000, but
1,000, but
once you get
once you get
that many,
many,
then
then
it is almost guaranteed to be the
it is
highest
almost guaranteed to be the
engaged
highest
listener space
engaged listener
on
space
X, period.
on
It
X,
is what
period.
Mario
It is what Mario
Norwal does,
Norwal does,
all those big
and
X spaces.
all those big X
They
spaces. They
get a bunch of bots there at the beginning,
get a bunch of bots there at the
and
beginning,
then get to the
and
top
then
of the X
get to the top of the X
space list.
space.
A bunch of people
list.
join, and then
Bunch
they
of
let the
people
bots go,
and
and
then
they
let the
have
bots go, and then
a
they
few
have
hundred people in there
a
organically.
few hundred people in there organically.
Cries out to the Lord, the oil of it, woe to the children, woe to the fathers, woe to all that is woe to all that is happening to my nation, and also woe to all that is happening to you, has the Shmuel. He goes on, Osif Hakana, Shamba Amar, Simon the brother, Das Martin Mania Shabbat Hamad. The Gemara says, and how do you know? Remember again, Gemara just keep in mind the following stuff. Gemara says, every Mishnah, every shift, the Baruch goes on and cries out like a lion. Cries like a zealous, cries like a Mobisol, cries like a himself. Then the Tana goes on and says, by the way, how do you know when there are these people who Shema? What is this similar brother? That's my Sha'avos Hamabu. From nowhere, flooding to Akim, Mashinaka, Tatsumas, and Funny again. last verse. So what are the different shifts? So again, shift of Mishkan, number one is the rain, number two, what is that? The mountain. Number three is when it shall be. There's still different Mishmaros. So now remember again, beforehand, we're using the Mishmaros, symbols of the Mishmaros, which means different aspects of Avodas Hashem in the nighttime of life. You have said it Mishmaros. Like
If I were not so focused on my live streams, comma, I would love to make a career out of creating a website for Twitter Space listeners. It seems extremely enticing and very profitable. Period.
Under the umbrella of between the celestial sphere and this sphere. So at every interval when something is happening in the world that matters for that highlights that broadcasts this element of divine knowing over levels, over the dislocation or disruption of spiritual equilibrium. He says, follows that the Farid Maya Shaykhus Ben Tarshan Amalo, the Khashini Shis Oba Lamata Olamata. And you will see in Yom Hashem in Khashini, connection between the symbolism of the signs of each Mishmar and the divine. This will stop us here for today, you know. We'll stop. We'll understand a number of things that really come out of this. First of all, the notion that humanity suffers alongside us is a very powerful idea. It's a very powerful idea. And it's essential to fight. The only thing worse than suffering is suffering from God. And here, whatever they're sort of teaching us is that when we suffer, the Shekhinah suffers along with us. We'll say that's true personal suffering, that's true national suffering. With common levels, be it geographic, emotional, spiritual, they punish and over levels. And not only that, when I cry out pain, person cries out pain. Not only that, when the devotion cries out pain, those cries echo in nature. Echo is going to be felt in the different mishmoros. What each mishmor tells us about divine pain,
What did you say, big man? What did you say, big man?
I don't care whether you add things, etc., etc.
What did you say, Jay Ski? What did you say, Jay?
Hey, this is Rick coming to the World Famous Comedy Store. This is a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Blah, blah. Yay! Fuck yeah! How you guys doing? Happy Monday. Hi, everybody. How exciting. Episode 34 of Kill Tony. Here we are. Yes, yes. And we're still alive. Yeah. You had a fun weekend. You were in Vegas. Yeah, I pretty much took, last week, Texas, we killed our bodies, a month pretty much died, came back to life. I had to go immediately to the Indian. I had to. And so I partied like I was 20. I can't believe that I specifically told you before you went like an NIC ceremony. Yeah, totally. No. Yeah, earliest I went to bed was like 9 a.m. Seriously. It went from like, the problem is that when you go downstairs to get like coffee, when you go downstairs to get immediately you're inside a porno. There's like there was people with machines that were inside their like hands that looked like sidebars that were hands that looked like this. And it was just dildos in their ass when they were walking around. I swear to God. And then every single person you see is like, oh, hey, crossing the room, let's smoke some weed. You go up to the room, it's like Miami Vice, 1980s.
Alright, so morning, we have a specific up today in this session. You host.
Anytime you close your eyes as a kid and think, oh, I went to Vegas one day, you know,
I'm sorry, actually, we're gonna skip. We're gonna pick up actually post of Gimel. Post of Faith. Literally, mistakes and lack of what we're doing. We're gonna pick up the top Gimel. בכל מעשה השם יתברך יש סימן ניכר לבא. Also here, the Rebbe introduces something quite amazing. And again, this is also spiritual information. Remember again, also of Aleph. So the Rebbe understood that doing the human shows, doing the different watches of the night, were different messages for how to create or how to structure one's Bodas Hashem, one's service in order to lead on even in terms of night, even in terms of showers. So one of those same lines, the Rebbe says as follows. Actually, if you look at the Bikuya Hasidus, let's have a look at it here. The Chorma Asay, Upula, Shekol Hashem Yisbach, Acharon Hayom. Everything that Hashem does above in the celestial sphere, אפילו בעולם הגבוה והנעלה ביותר, יש, אומרים דברי חסידות, יש איזה רושם וסימן ניכר מזה למטה ונברן בעולם הזה. Also, this really is very dramatic idea. So, Rebbe explains, everything that Hashem does in the celestial sphere, everything that Hashem does above, there is some manifestation, or some almost like, I don't want to use the word mirror image, but some recognition of that in this world. So that, which you see what the Rebbe is doing, developing this soul about this incredible interconnectedness between, because the Olam had a law, so the Rebbe Shalom's realm and the Olam Ha'achas in this world. So the Rebbe is anything that happens in the Rebbe Shalom's world, anything that happens right in the celestial sphere above, is somehow mirrored in this world as well. One of the Orachas is a Roshan, the Simon Nikar Nizal Lamata, the Nivraim Ba'olam Hazeh. Ukilo Shakasa the Sefer L'Kutei Amorim, they read that guys, that's actually taken here from the Magid of language. The Magid of language says as follows: Holy Sarah, Shuvah Hidu Gashmi Shamagia Tarkos, listen to how this manifests itself. This manifests in a very fascinating way. He says, you go to from the Magid of language, the Magid of language was the primary disciple of the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. So the Rebbe up there, the Magid of language says, Kol Chisaro, Shuvitz, Bafilu Gashmi Shamagia L'Tzadik. Listen to what the Rebbe said. He said, any time there's some lacking, there's some sorrow, there's something lacking in the life of the tzaddik, you don't should talk about Parnasa or fear. See, for example, again, the tzaddik needs Parnasa, or he needs to work on his livelihood, or he needs healing. The Nisvav Lomina Shalai, this particular lack, this particular deficiency, is specifically given to him from the Ribono Shel Olam. For what purpose? The simming, though, in order that the tzaddik should have a simming. They're both saying, now I want to point out something very important that the Magid is highlighting, which is that the Rebbe is not saying that the tzaddik doesn't have parnasa, or the tzaddik doesn't have refuah, that that's an illness, that that's a punishment for the tzaddik. What the Rebbe is saying is, if the tzaddik doesn't have parnasa, or the tzaddik doesn't have refuah, that's a simming. That's a simming. Right? This is when Baruch is dispatching a message. What's the message? What's the message? He says, Avuro Kidei Shirida Yisrael Lahavim Zeh, Sha'osa HaChisaron Shayach Gam Lemalo B'Shmei. What's the strange wild idea? So the Magid is saying that when the tzaddik doesn't have parnasa, or the tzaddik doesn't have refuah, the message that the Ribono Shel Olam is dispatching is that somehow the Ribono Shel Olam is missing the same thing. Incredible idea. Somehow the Ribono Shel Olam, so if the tzaddik doesn't have refuah, the Ribono Shel Olam is also lacking or missing some type of refuah. The tzaddik doesn't have parnasa, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol is missing some kind of parnasa. Now that's not obviously, but I have to be very careful with these concepts, because the Ribono Shel Olam lacks nothing. The Ribono Shel Olam is absent nothing. So again, I feel great to see that the Rebbe is very specific on a much more metaphorical level. But the Yesod is quite dramatic. Whatever the tzaddik is missing in Olam Hazeh, whatever the tzaddik is missing in this world, it's sinning. The Ribono Shel Olam Kiviyachol is missing it as well in Olam Ha'olam. If even the Rebbe said, what's the tzaddik? What's the tzaddik? Megivan Shenishmaso U'Eber Me'ashchina Kiviyachol Kitiba Min Hayam Hayin Shabara. The logic behind this is because the neshama is like a limb of the Shema. It's like a drop from the sea. Meaning, if you understand that the neshama of the individual is a limb of the Ribono Shel Olam, so that what happens to the limb is symptomatic of what it is that is happening to the body. So if the limb is deficient in some way, that deficiency, of course, impacts the body in its entirety. So the tzaddik is missing the floor, the tzaddik is missing parnasa, that means that the Shekhinah Kiviyachol is quote unquote missing something as well. They have to take a look. It's obviously obviously you look at this concept and it seems theologically, I think what it comes from is the because it's missing something, especially talking about things like Kulab and Nasa. So we'll have to see what the Magid is trying to tell over here. But I understand on a very basic level is this incredible interconnectedness between as the Olam Ha'Elyon and the Olam Ha'Tachton. The Rebbe Shalom is not empowering us of this incredible connection with the footnote Reish Chaf Aleph, at least to begin with. Take a look at it. He says, "V'zeh Shalom, kishetzarech levakish u'zedara mehabor yisparach, yachshov shemishmaso u'iver mehashchina." So it's actually very different. This is the wording of the Maggid message. When a person needs to ask something from the Rebbe Shalom, he should view it as if his neshama is a limb of the Shema. You will say now, the truth is, we're all conditioned to think. We've often heard of the concept that the neshama is a reflection, the neshama is a spark of the Rebbe Shalom. Right? Or the Baal Tanya writes, Chelek Elokah Na'al Mamish. Literally, again, a portion or a piece of that portion. With the Maggid, the message is seeing something very different. Seeing that the neshama is in fact a limb. Is a limb. It's even neshama. So it's like this. I have to say the wording is very dramatic because a limb is obviously something much more connected and much more real than a spark, right? The spark. So remember, you have a fire. The spark comes off the fire. Well, it's true that the spark emanates from the fire. At the end of the day, the spark is no longer a piece of the fire. A portion of Hashem, as the Baal Tanya writes, a portion. It was once part, now it's no longer part. But you want to tell me an Aved, you want to tell me a limb. So you'll say a limb mamish means that what? That's what? A limb is only meaningful when it's attached to the body. Right? So when the limb is no longer attached to the body, so the limb no longer really has that much of an identity as a limb. So the Maggid of Mezrich is suggesting that halacha l'maisa is not just the pshat that the neshama is a piece of the Rebbe Shalom, but that again that the neshama is an iba, the neshama is a limb of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and therefore the yivakish al hashchina sha'osa davar huchas al hashchina. What's the difference in the Maggid Mezrich? Therefore, when you ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu for something, and you're lacking something, just know that whatever the limb lacks, the body lacks it as well. So if I am deficient in some way, the Rebbe Shalom Kiviyachol feels that level of deficiency as well. So I have to stop over here for today. Therefore, the Maggid says, the Maggid says that therefore, when you dive into something, so dive into our Kodesh Baruch Hu, so Rebbe Shalom, be Mimale Malchisara. Fill that which is lacking in me. Because if you fill that which is lacking in me, then what? Then you complete yourself as well. If you fill that which is lacking in me, you're mamale your desire as well. This is such an incredibly dramatic idea. Now, what this actually means, right? It means that the notion has a desire. Shalom. It's something we're going to have to explain. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll continue with this Yisod and Eretz Hashem.
Where did things go wrong with Jamie? Well, did she really have brown eyes, or was that something you joke we were looking into her brown eyes? No. Yeah, were you talking about Jamie's asshole in that lyric? Yeah. Oh my God, jeez. You're really twitching over there. My God. That nervous twitch is unbelievable. I noticed you don't really have it outside of the suit, but inside the suit, you're just a fucking... I mean, my God. Are you still writing songs? Do you still write Dirty Crapper songs? No. I have been writing songs.
All right.
That's great. That's really Well, I'm glad that you're here, Patriot. We have a very exciting show. Please, if you get it started, our guest tonight, this is his third time on the show. He is
my son put out on the so that's yesterday. So with other things, I was actually using the short post that you can see with the on Friday. It's a very powerful resource. Alusa Virtuosa Avoda Hashem. Mo'orer Lemala to process. So let's take a step back and just realize the Rebbe here is putting a very fundamental soul. Within Hasidus, and it is even a more Hasidus, the fundamental concept within Zohar, the notion of is Alusa de la Ila is Alusa de la Casa. Is Alusa literally means an awakening. An awakening, a spiritual awakening from above, a spiritual awakening from below. So, on the most basic level, the way this is offered up as follows is in the world of inspiration, inspiration comes from two places. Sometimes the Rebbeinu Shalom could send a wave of inspiration down to me. Like I haven't done anything specific, but HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me this beautiful bracha, this beautiful blessing of inspiration. These moments where sometimes you just feel inspired. You don't know why you feel inspired, you're not understanding where that inspiration is coming from, but it's like I'm encouraged, it drips out to the leaf of spirituality that comes over. And then there's what's called, that's Isra'usa Dila'i. Then there's Isra'usa Dilatasa, which the best way to define it is self-inspiration. Self-inspiration. I just don't literally, again, the word is Arusa, so it comes from the Lord shows of awake, an awakening. So is it an awakening from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, an awakening from me? So is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is sending me a wave of divine energy, and that's causing my inspired state, or am I self-inspired? You know, it's like, it's interesting, because some of the person explain that this is the difference. Some kapitla begin with more with David, and some kapitla begin with David. David Mizmor. Interestingly enough, the ones that begin Mizmor with David often refer to circumstances where David HaMelech has to self-inspire versus the David Mizmor, where David HaMelech is only in state of inspiration from above. This Arusa de la Ila, this Arusa de la Casa. This is a fundamental yesod in Hasidus in general. Here we are speaking of this concept in a little bit of a different perspective. This is a very easy thing. This is Arusa de la Casa about so when we inspire ourselves, I always say this concept in general of this Arusa de la Casa, like this spiritual awakening below, also keeps us in incredible yesod is general enough which is that you cannot rely on other people or other things, or even on Hakadosh Baruch Hu to inspire you. If you want inspiration in life, that is something that a person must rely on. Sometimes people say, I'm inspired, and the overtone or the undertone of that statement is, I have very inspirational people in my life. My life is not so inspired. My life is not so inspired. Okay. So while that's true, and of course the person has the inspirational figures in life, nice at the end of the day, like most things in life, the bulk of your life stops with you. So it's a reason to the person means if you want inspiration, you must self-inspire. You must awaken from below. You must awaken yourself. So Rabbi says that this concept of this Arusa de la Casa of Avodas Hashem, when we self-awaken, or self-inspire, or the Mala is emotional. This is incredible. What that does is it awakens inspiration above. Now we're going to see what this means moment, just to understand the thematic connection. In Osachach, the Rebbe was speaking about the connection between the Mishmoros in this world and by HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the celestial sphere. And the Rebbe made those connections by saying that the Mishmoros represent how we forge our relationship with Hashem. They teach us how to connect with above. Continuing on the same theme, the connectedness between our world and the celestial sphere. So the Rebbe says that when we awaken ourselves, when we inspire ourselves, when we engage in this arusa v'lochasa, when we engage ultimately in a spiritual awakening here in this world, then it has an effect on our whole lives. Literally, the order will not let this muscle. It awakens similar energy or a similar quote unquote inspiration above. And where did we ever get this? This is incredible. He says, this is mentioned in Zohar a number of times. He says, Moshe, I'm going to quote you tomorrow. Ashkuchi Rabbi Rothschild Le'ilio. Amalei Akshav Amar Nishmei Rabbi. So what is this talking about? If you think of this in Hasidus, this is really an incredible piece. So he quotes over here this Gemara from Chayila. So what happened in this Gemara Chayila? So listen to this. So I mean, we really have to see this in the right hand column, the second paragraph in the right hand column about 89. Ashkuchi Hadash Rabbi Rothschild Le'ilio. Amali Rabbi Rothschild. Mike Avada Kodishah. Listen to this. So Rabbi Rothschild bumped into Eliyahu. Same thing happened, right? He bumps into Eliyahu Navi. So Rabbi asked Eliyahu coming, what is the Ribono Shel Olam doing right now? Like, what is he up to right now? Right? What is the Kadosh Baruch Hu engaged in? Amali Eliyahu. Rabbi. Kamar Shmaisa, Mikumayu, Bikul Rabbanon, and Mikumei Rabbi Meir Lo Ka'amar. So Eliyahu Navi tells Rabbi Rothschild, you know, the Ribono Shel Olam right now saying over Torah teachings in the names of all of the different rabbis, but from the name of Rabbi Meir, he's not quoting Amali Rabbi Eliyahu. So again, first of all, it's a dramatic amount on a number of levels that apparently what the Ribono Shel Olam does in its celestial sphere is essentially its measure. And what does he do and learn? Quotes from the Rabbanim of this world. This rabbi says this, this rabbi says this. The one rabbi who did not quote is Rabbi Meir. So Rabbi Rothschild says to Eliyahu, why doesn't he quote Eliyahu? And Eliyahu, wow. Because remember Rabbi Meir was the student, was actually the comic cover, right? Which was like the student slash peer of Elisha ben Avi, of Akkad, right? And when Elisha ben Avi becomes an Apikoris, or right becomes a heretic, all the other rabbis disassociate from Elisha ben Avi. He's a heretic. Remember, not only was he heretic, he was a dangerous heretic. Right? He actively tried to uproot learning, tried to uproot the observance. So all the other rabbis cut themselves off from him, except Rabbi Meir. Right? Except Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir was his Talmud, and Rabbi Meir still tried to extract learning from his life. So the Gemara says, Amar li Rabbi Eliyahu Anai, Hari Rabbi Meir Rimon Amasa, Tocho Achol, Kli Paso Zara. So what did Rabbi Meir do? So Rabbi Barabua, Rabbi Rothschild is defending Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir, he found the pomegranate, he ate the fruit, and threw away the peel. In other words, that he understood that Elisha ben Avi was a repository of Torah knowledge. So he was trying to extract that knowledge from Elisha ben Avi, but of course not constitutional adopting any of his heretical views. And it wasn't not only that, by the way, Rabbi Meir's real intention with maintaining our relationship with Elisha ben Avi was what? To bring Elisha ben Avi back. That was the ultimate goal. He goes on and says, Amarei the other Rabbi, Akshav Shamartatu, Marta Alav Sus, Amra Kadosh Baruch Hu B'Shtei Rabbi Meir. So don't say sorry. You can imagine the sickness, so incredible. So Eliyahu Navi pauses for a moment. He turns to Rabbi Rothschild and says, now that you have been Milani Swiss, now that you have gone ahead and learned merit, right? You've gone ahead and justified Rabbi Meir's action. right? He went out of your way to go ahead and find something positive in him. Baruch Hu is not sitting in Shamayim and quoting Mishnei to Rabbi Meir. He's quoting things in the name of Rabbi Meir. So the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Harush HaKadosh Baruch Hu v'snaik lemalo k'fisha orer rabba parshila lemalo. Here you see Adon say that the actions of the Rizvana Shel Olam in the celestial sphere were impacted by Rabbi Rothschild's actions in this sphere. That hence creating this construct for the Tzaddik, this notion of Israel, said to the Kasa Ba'avodas Hashem, the Orer the Malot Dugma. That which you do in this world arouses some type of reciprocal divine energy in the celestial sphere. Which I will say, we're going to continue with this on Friday, but you understand the dramatic idea, because we often think that the most we can impact is our world. Right? I can impact myself, I can impact my world, I can impact my mishpacha, but that I impact the Kodesh Baruch Hu, then we're going to accept it to this country. Absolutely.
I'm on board with that. I mean, sometimes there are things
whatever you do in this world, you simply whatever you do in this world with your awakening from below, with your earthly awakening, your self-inspiration, is moreover of some type of reciprocal energy, ultimately with the Rizvana Shel Olam. So Rabbi Shila was Malamed Tzchus, right? Found some favor, found something redeeming about Rabbi Meir's actions, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu begins quoting in Yeshiva Shema. So I'll have to stop over here for today. We're going to continue with this. This, by the way, is part of the master teaching of the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh. The Baal Shem Tov writes, quoted this there many times. Pasuk in Tehillim says, Hashem Tzilcha. Hashem Tzilcha. So often we translate that, we translate that as Hashem is your shade. And the imagery that's being painted is just like shade provides relief on a hot day. So too the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in my life provides relief. The way to translate it is Hashem Tzilcha means Hashem is your shadow. What's your shade and shadow? Shade is wonderful. But shade does not change based on the shadow. It's going to other on. We don't know if Hashem and HaKadosh is shadow, which is reciprocity. What I do ultimately is mirrored in the way that the Rizvana Shel Olam reacts. That's the concept that the Tzaddik is building on. Stop over here for today. We'll continue to take us outside of Hashem.
I think that's all that you should do is just cut it down. I think that's all that you should do is just cut it down. Just spread and stuff. Spread and stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, Cootie. Twitter out there. That's fun. That's fun.
All right, people, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan. While they have Avram Sheni Kelman, for dedicating all the Shemini Drashos this month in memory of Sarah, Brian Abbas, Yoshua, Heschel, Zichron. The only sponsors for today, Yal and Sarah Steinberg, and the schools of continued help to Shubanis, Hanabas Susha, for an ultimate. Of course, we dedicate our learning and speak to our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. just to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yedehim. The words we get. Today's daf is Tzadik Daled 94. We are picking up in Minas Hashem on Tzadik Gimel of the days 93b at the Boiler, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 16, 18, 20, about 22 lines up from the bottom. So as to continue along in the halachos of smicha. So yodo alat stadim. What happens if you place your hands on the side of the head of the animal, not on the head of the animal itself, but on the side of the head? Let's start off. I'll touch. Now, this is because what's memory was wrong yesterday. That smicha must be done on the head of the animal. So what's instead of the head? You put it on the side of the head. So now what's the halacha tashma? Bisanya abba bi raza the raza bi yakomomer. Yodo alosh v'lo yodo alat stadim. We put our hands up on the head of the animal and not on the side of the head of the animal. Okay, so that answers that. It's got to be directly on the head. And it will be again, not on the side of the head. Next question. Marissa, sorry. Boy review. What happens if you don't want to put your hand directly on the head of the animal, but you want to put like a cloth? So you want to put a cloth between your right, you put a cloth on top of the head, and you put your hands on top of the cloth. Does that work? So the word says Tashma, which the Gemara says smooth like work as long as what? There is nothing interposing between you and the head of the Zebach. Now you'll say to yourself, that's obvious, right? After all, we've seen this concept before, that you can't have a chatzisa. You can't have any interposition by the Avodas. Why doesn't the Gemara even entertain this answer? Or entertain this question, what's the answer? Because remember, Mishnah tells us that smicha is shi'ar mitzvah. Right? Smicha is essential, but not totally essential. So, in other words, if you omitted it, the carbon is still effective. So, the fact that that is true indicates to us that obviously it's not the same level of order. So, therefore, the having is maybe having a cloth there is not a big deal. Kamashmalan, no, you can't. Kamashmalan, you can't have anything interposing between your hands and the animal itself. Good. Furthermore, smicha is done with both hands. So, where do you know that from? So, let's say, so the pasuk says, interestingly enough, Aaron replaces two hands. Okay, it's pretty explicit. But yet, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, Ksiv yado, Ksiv shtei. On one hand, the word is written as yado, right? But it also says shtei, it also says two. So what's the pshat? So this creates a paradigm. What's the paradigm? So it tells creating a paradigm. The paradigm is every receipt, so the fact that it modifies yada, which is written as yado, here in this context with shtei, with two, indicates to us that wherever you see the word yado, it's very interesting. Wherever you see the word yado in the Torah, yado means two. Yado means two, unless, of course, it's qualified to mean one. Good. And therefore, Allah always you need two hands for smicha. So this is a great story. Also Rabbi Eliezer. Also Rabbi Elazar. Amra laha shmaita b'vei midrasha, but Amra mishmei derech lakish. So let's say, so remember again, Mishnah begins with a statement. Statement is smicha requires two hands. The Gemara asks the question, where do you know this from? Rish Lakish answers because it says shtei yadav, but it's read ultimately again as Yado. It creates a paradigm. What's the paradigm? Wherever you see the word Yado, it means two, and therefore smicha requires two. That was Reish Lakish's answer. Rabbi Rothschild goes to Reish Lakish. Rabbi Rothschild says this over, but he does not attribute the statement to Reish Lakish. Okay, what happened? Well, listen to this. So Reish Lakish heard that his answer was being given over in the base register without attribution. He became very upset. Reish Lakish got upset. So listen to this. Amalei. So Reish Lakish says to Balazar, Amalei, so Rabbi Lazar, if you're so smart and you think that every single place it says Yad, ultimately that it means two, if that's the case, right? Why does it have to say the word Yadav then in the Torah? If Yado already means two, then why would the Torah ever have to use the word Yadav in the plural? Because Yadav already means two. So Yadav, actually Esrim Vidalin Yadav. And Reish Lakish ended up bringing up 24 places in the Torah where the Torah goes ahead and writes Yadav. Also, by the way, that's like without Sefaria, right? Without Sefaria, without a search engine. Just imagine, by the way, the ability to have such mastery. It's just enough. It's just enough. The ability to have such mastery over a body of knowledge that you know how many times a word comes up with something. It's just, where does that come from? That comes from love. That's not simple. That's not simple diligence, and that's not simple. What's the right word? Wisdom or a wonderful memory. That's when you love something. When you love something, you remember every single detail of it. See, like you love a person, you remember every detail of their physical appearance. Like you love a particular wine, you can taste every note. You can sell each one shade like that. The same, you appreciate eventually whether it be material that much, right? But when you're attached to something, you can appreciate the different notes right inside of it. So again, when you love a Torah, you can remember the number of times that the word Yadav shows up in it. It's incredible. So he gives examples, Yadav Kiviyana, Yadav Ravlo, Stikelas Yadav. So he just gave these multiple examples where again, the Torah goes out of its way to use the plural form of the word Yadav. If you're so smart, and ultimately, again, the word Yado always means two, then why do they need to ever use the plural form? Ishtik. Elazar was silenced. He didn't have an answer. It's a good kasha. So the Basa did not daite after Reish Lakish calmed down. Right? So Reish Lakish posed this challenge to Elazar because Reish Lakish was upset. Now we'll discuss why Reish Lakish was upset in just a moment. He was upset. So after he calmed down, Amalei, my time alone family. So Reish Lakish says, Elazar, why don't you answer me? Yadav b'smicha ka'amri. This is because when Reish Lakish said originally that he created this binyan out of this paradigm, that whenever it says Yado always means two, that's in the context of smicha. That's not a rule for Kol HaTorah. That's a rule ultimately for smicha. So Reish Lakish said, Elazar, what? Didn't you answer me? The rule is correct. But the rule is correct in the context of smicha. I one second. This smicha namiksiv. Vayismoch es yadav alav vayetzeleu. But it's not true. Smicha, and again, says a different type of smicha. This is when Moshe Rabbeinu placed his hands on Yoshua. Right when he was transferring to him the reins of leadership. Since he placed his hands on him by tzvei, and he commanded him. So you see from here again, I won't say it says Yadav, it says plural, which answered Smicha to the Hema Chama. No. Rish Lakish say it like this. Wherever you see the word Yado in the context of Smicha, Yado always means hands, plural. In God's Torah, the rest of Torah, okay, you have Yado and you have Yadav. And Yado will mean one, and Yadav will mean two. But in the context of Smicha itself, Yado always means two. So you want to say, what's the pshat that Isha is getting all upset? What's the pshat? So there is a beautiful Gemara in the Seches Yavamis. It actually appears a couple of places in Shas. We've seen this, and it's a very meaningful Gemara. So this I'm not going to quote it to you now from Yavamis Tzadik Zayin. The Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, Mishum Rashbi, Nirem Mishum Bayachai. Chol Tzadik Chacham. Sha'omim Deva Shmuel Mitiv Ba'olam Hazeh. Anytime we come Chacham, they quote Talmud Chacham's name. Right? They quote a ruling of teaching of a Talmud Chacham in this world. Sifsofsov Belavos Bekeva. His lip moved in the grave. Right? So what does this mean? That every single time you quote somebody and any particular Talmud Chacham, and even if that Talmud Chacham is no longer here, what does it mean? His lips move in the grave, lips disintegrate in the grave over time. What it means is he has life. He has life. When you quote the teaching in the name of a Talmud Chacham, you are giving that Chacham from his neshama eternality. That's why, by the way, he's finding this all the time in the Gemara. Where somebody comes to the base medrash, they quote a ruling. They quote the ruling without attribution. And the author of that ruling gets upset. It's not a gaiva thing. It's not an ego thing. Rish Lakish understood that at the end of the day, after 120, what's the only thing that you need in this world? The only thing that you really walk up with are your spiritual accomplishments. Those are the only thing, people like to say that the only thing you leave behind is your family. A family could be a roll of the dice, what do they do? What don't they do? What do they accomplish? What don't they accomplish? At the end of the day, that is truly yours and everlasting is your witness, is your spirituality. That's what you have. And if you do it well enough in this world, that will live on after you're gone. Yes, hopefully it'll live on in your family, it'll live on in your friends, it'll live on in your students. So that's why you see that there was such a hakapaka, there was such an insistence of, if I said this ruling, stay it in my name. Not because of my ego, but because one day I'm going to leave this world and I want to leave something of meaning behind. I don't want it to be that my sphere of influence ends after the 120. I want to make sure that even after I'm gone, my Torah continues to inspire, continues to do, and continues to elevate. And that's why he was makbid on. And that's what it means, sifsos of probables bekeva. You go ahead and you say over. And that's why attribution in general is so incredibly important. Not only because of intellectual honesty, but also because you're giving as a force to the neshama of the person who said that piece of Torah. And let's say for our own life, the thing that you leave behind in this world is your nothingness. You can leave behind money, and money can be very easily spent and wasted. You can leave, of course, we should all leave behind family, but again, you have no guarantee what your family is going to accomplish or not accomplish. But your Torah, your ruchnius, your nice Torah, your good deeds, your spirit. That's what you create. That's what you take up with you in Olam Ha'ames, and that's what remains and influences. If somehow your Torah, your ruchnius has an impact on others, that effect, that reality, that's your ultimate gift to this world even after you leave. This incredible thing. Gemara goes back there. The Gemara goes back there. I'm going to say, by the way, the other lesson to think about with this is, if you notice, there are two pieces over there. Rish Lakish, at first, right when he hears what Allah is saying, he responds, and clearly he responds with like a little bit like a shock. Then, if you notice, the Gemara says, "Lebasar dinaf daite." After he calmed down, then he answered more fully. What almost your hospital. Never respond in anger. Never respond in anger. I will say, I think most of us don't have enough hands to count the number of times we have responded in anger. The exact number of times we have regretted responding in anger. Nothing good ever comes from responding in a state of anger. Calm yourself. Take a deep breath. Count to 10. Take a walk around the block. Drink a bottle of bourbon. Whatever you have to do, right? Whatever you need to do to go ahead and calm your mind, but never respond in that state of anger. The Basar did not die. After Rish Lakish calmed himself down, then he was ready and more better prepared to ultimately respond. Incredible. Let's finish up. Open Makom. Shishom can Shofin, take it as Micha Shkita. Then the last part of the Mishnah said, and in place, where we go ahead and we do Smicha, we shaf, and right after Smicha is Shkita. So it's like for example, what's the pair of these two statements? That's what it means to say. The Makom Shishom can Shofin, ultimately again, where we do Smicha is where we shaf. Why? Because take it the Smicha Shkita, the two statements are connected to each other. Why is it that in the place that we do smicha, that's where we do shkita? And the answer is because shkita occurs immediately after smicha. Now, Morty asked me after the shir just yesterday, where is everything happening exactly? Yisrach is right. Yisrach, presumably the owner is doing smicha, is the owner allowed. So we're going to get into the actual, what's the word? Not geography, but flow, right? Flow, physical flow, like we'll just call geography, right? Placement of everything. We'll get it. What was it? Choreography of everything. We'll get into that in a little bit later. We'll say, bottom of days, 93D. There's a stringency that Smicha has over Tnufa. Remember, again, Tnufa is the act of waiting. And there's a chumrah that Tnufa has over Smicha. Also, it's a she'efa minach l'chol ha'chaverim. Ve'in echad someh l'chol ha'chaverim. So number one, by Tnufa, interestingly enough, if let's say you have a carbon that is brought by a group, one person can do Tnufa on behalf of the group. But as you saw in yesterday's daf, when it comes to smicha, if you have a carbon being brought by a group, every member of the group must do smicha. Next, there's a chumrah of tnufa. What's the shat tnufa? No, I guess per kavanah seyachad and kavanah satibor. Tnufa applies in private offerings, individual offerings, communal offerings. Tabak tabak dalid. 94a. B'chayim, with living animals or with living things. I should say living animals. Shchutin, and sometimes you do tnufa ultimately again, even on animals, on sacrificial parts. Living things and inanimate objects. For example, like you do tnufa on bread. Right, on bread, on loaves of bread. The kid says, "Smicha was only done on what? The pashas. We assume right now smicha is only done on animals and living animals. Incredible. So let's analyze this. The Gemara, carbon, all the levels, carbon the smicha. So it says carbon that comes through all the owners of the carbon or smicha. Right, to say that again, as we mentioned in yesterday's that if you have a carbon that is being brought by a group, then halacha l'maisa, every member of that group, every owner has to go ahead and do smicha. Shiyacha, why says why did I have thought otherwise? Balal dinu. I would have made another. I could have made a kavachomer. What's the kavachomer? Umar tnufa shenisrab sobeshvutin nismata bechovin. Listen to this. When it comes to tnufa, guys, so we'll say tnufa is a good example. Tnufa shenisrab bechovin means that halacha l'maisa, you have to do it right in all different. You have to do it with all. Sorry. Even in a case where the animal has been slaughtered, you do tnufa in certain on sacrificial parts. So that's a maila that let's say it has over smicha, because smicha is only done over a living animal. So tnufa, which has an additional component, tnufa, even sacrificial parts, nismata b'chover. Yet again, if the covenant is being brought by a group, you only go ahead and have one member of the group do the tnufa. Smicha shlo nisraksa b'shvitim, eno din shnismata. So I would say that smicha, you don't do smicha on the shechted animal and sacrificial parts. Only more so that what? That you should only require one owner in the group, one member of the group to do smicha. Over there, and the pasuk says karban no, his karban, which means if it's your karban, you do smicha. The rabbis call ba'alei karban smicha to teach us that halacha and so all the owners of a respective karban are all going to do smicha. Bitis rabbe tnufa the chobrim mikava chomer. But why not go ahead and say that tnufa should be done with all the members of the group based on the kava chomer? So the Gemara says, what's the kava chomer? Uma smicha shalom nisrabse b'shvutim nisrabse b'chobrim. So smicha, which there's no concept of smicha by an animal that's already been shechted by sacrificial parts. Yet by smicha, all of the owners have to do it. Tnufa, so tnufa, which again you can do on sacrificial parts, certainly again you should have to have both the owners do it. In which the Gemara says, no, it doesn't work by tnufa. Why? Mishum delo efshar. Because at the end of the day, it's not possible. It's not possible. You can't have all the owners do tnufa. We'll say, why not? So what are you going to do? So we'll say, let's say again, Reuben, Shimon, and Levi are all going ahead and bringing a carbon together. So how are you going to have them do tnufa? So the Gemara says, if they all do tnufa together, it's definitely worthwhile. Because the assumption is that not everybody's going to be able to get their hands on whatever it is, a loaf, right, the sacrificial part. And therefore, what's going to end up happening is Reuben's hands ultimately are going to go on top of Shimon's hands, or Levi's hands are going to go on top of Reuben's hands, and that's a chatzitza. And let's say, remember again, this came up a little bit with Bikurim, right? Again, because there the whole discussion about the coin to move it together with yours. They had a whole discussion about this, and in fact, well, we got all discussion on this. And then Zimura says, well, here, so how is it going to be? They're going to do two put together? It's not going to work. Okay, so I have a better idea. So why don't you just let each of the owners do their own tenufa? What's the big deal? In which the Gemara says, tenufa amrachmana below tenufos. Interestingly enough, one tenufa per customer, right? One tenufa per carbon, not tenufos. Not the prayer. And therefore, halacha so here is interesting. So really, the reason why multiple owners will not do tenufa is because it is a logistical impossibility. It won't work. You can't have all of them doing it together because someone's hands are going to be on top of someone else's hands, and that's going to be a chatzitza. You can't have them do it one after the other because the din of tenufa is one tenufa. One tenufa per carbon or one tenufa per set of loaves, not multiple tenufos. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, and that's why the Mishnah said, even if you have a carbon being brought by a group, one individual does the tenufa on behalf of the collective. Smicha b'shvitim nasa. Now you go 1 second. Now the statement that the Mishnah made is that halacha l'maisa, you do tenufa, smicha is only done on living animals. Like you never do tenufa, you never do smicha by a sacrificial part. The Gemara says, really? It's actually a really beautiful Mishnah. That's right. You might hear quotes the Mishnah from the Seches Talmud. Really beautiful. This Mancha Kohen Gadol belongs to the Hakim. Now I'll give you some. One of the advantages of being, let's imagine there are many advantages in the Kohen Gadol. But one of the advantages in the Kohen Gadol is Kohen Gadol could walk into the base of English whenever he wants and do the avodah. However, again, normally the avodah is the Kohanim are divided up into 24 shifts, right? 24 mishmoros. Each shift is made up of multiple bate avos, families. Each shift gets 1 week of service in the base of Mikdash, and of that week, each Each family is assigned a different time. Okay, so as a regular Kohen, you can't walk into the Beis Hamikdash on a random Wednesday and decide that you're feeling the mood to do the avodah. You don't have that right. But the Kohen Gadol does. The Kohen Gadol does have the right to go ahead and walk into the Beis Hamikdash and serve at will. Serve at will. So now that's this Mishnah is describing. So the Gemara, listen to this. So the Gemara says, good. So there's a Vahatman. There's not a Kohen Gadol also a hat here. So when the Kohen Gadol decided he wanted to come in and to offer up a carbon. Now the Gemara's context over here is by the carbon tumid. So he's walking in at the time of the carbon tumid, and he decides he wants to do the carbon tumid. So what's that like? So the Gemara says, "Haya over the keves." He will walk up the ramp of the mizbeach. The asgan b'yamino, and the assistant Kohen Gadol was on his right. Again, as it actually points out over here, this was a sign of deference, of couple. The Kohen Gadol that he doesn't walk alone, he walks with this guy, he walks with the assistant Kohen Gadol. When he got to the middle of the ramp, it's actually really beautiful. The scan Kohen Gadol would take hold of the Kohen's arm, right? He would hold on to his arm on his right side, and he would help him up the ramp. Now, again, I will say, it sounds like this was the process, independent of whether or not the Kohen Gadol needed physical assistance or not. This was just about covet and deference to the position. Okay? The whole shidla rishon harosh v'haregal somech aleim v'zarkon. So now I'm going to say, at this point in time, they would already be in the midst of doing the carbon tumid. So what happened? The first guy, there were a number of kohanim who were a total of 12 kohanim. Who were involved in the Talmud service. So now the Mishnah, the Gemara refers to them as the first, the second. So the first guy who's there, he goes ahead and he hands the Kohen Gadol, the Rosh and the Regal. Ultimately, again, the head and the leg, and the forearm and the Regal. What does the Kohen do? Somek aleim. He does a smicha on it. This is our point. When the Kohen throws it onto the fire on the top of the mizbeach. Okay, Hoshit Hasheni Rishon, the second Kohen then hands to the first. Shtei Adayim, the two forelegs. He goes to the Kohen. First guy gives it to the Kohen again. First Kohen gives it to the Kohen Gadol. Right, Kohen Gadol solely coming in the Zarkon. The Kohen Gadol does smicha on the sacrificial part, and then the Kohen Gadol goes in and throws it into the fire. Rishmat Hasheni B'Halachlo, the second Kohen leaves, the third, and this is what they repeat over and over and over. They end up taking all the sacrificial part, hand it to the first Kohen. First Kohen gives it to the Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol does smicha on it, and then throws it into the fire. Handling the rest of the sacrificial parts, the process was the same. The Kohen Gadol would do smicha on it, and then he would throw it into the fire. But this man who wrote that, if the Kohen Gadol doesn't feel able to float this, because again, it was a well, right? It was you did need some strength. If the Kohen Gadol didn't be the one who threw the sacrificial parts, he could just throw the smicha, and you could have someone else go ahead and throw it. Then also, bottom line, what do you see over here? What is the Kohen Gadol doing? Smicha. And what is he doing smicha on? Sacrificial parts. That contradicts the Mishnah, because the Mishnah said that halacha so you only do smicha on a living animal. So what's going on over here? Rabbi says, no, it's not a contradiction. This was done out of covet to the Kohen Gadol. Now, what does that mean? Let's take a look just at two Rashis over here. Look at top Rashi. Mishum Yikra the Kohen Gadol. Rashi says, Shehemira Kemoshe Hikrit Hu Es Kulan Hayasori Halem Veloshe Tehei Smichasen Lahages Bishtutim in Torah. This wasn't real smicha. This wasn't a smicha. Rather, this was almost like out of a sense of cover to the Kohen Gadol, out of a sense of cover to the carbon. That it almost made it look like the Kohen Gadol's carbon. But this was not the halachic smicha. There's nothing wrong with the Kohen Gadol and giving on the sacrificial part. So because of the wrong on it, it represents essentially what we're doing over here is the Kohen Gadol is getting involved. And when the Kohen Gadol gets involved in something, it elevates the process in its entirety. So this is not like a halachic smicha, but rather again, this is almost like a covered smicha. It's an honorary smicha. Oh, the Kohen Gadol did smicha on the carbon. It's a cover for the carbon. It's a cover for the Kohen Gadol. Everyone's beautiful. But again, that which the Mishnah said that we only do smicha on living animals, that's really what it is. There's only a halachic mandate for smicha ultimately again on living animals. So I will say that the Mishnah said that really the Mishnah communicates us in a very important halacha. So when it comes to smicha, if you have a carbon that is being brought by multiple owners, every owner has to do smicha. And the only time you'll find halachically mandated smicha is on a living animal. Living animal, there's a differential. Covered smicha, that's done by the Kohen Gadol, but halachic smicha, even if you have an animal brought by multiple owners, Tumicha is only done by one owner. But Tumicha is used because, again, logistical impossibility to have everyone else involved. And the other piece that the Gemara says is that halacha said Tumicha can be done both on animals, living animals once they've been slaughtered, sacrificial parts, as well as inanimate objects like wolves. Incredible. Happy Allah, Shtemius. Mazel tov, Mazel tov, Mazel tov. I will say, good news. We're back to one Rashi now. Which aside from being a little bit easier to follow, also means the print is going to get bigger. I'll show you Rashi, which is wonderful. So let's go back to Shtei Alechem. I will say, it's really very powerful over here. We're going to get into the intricacies. You saw some of the images that I put on the WhatsApp chat. We're going to get into some images or some of the halachos regarding lechem hapanim, as well as shtei lechem. Shtei lechem. Today we'll say shtei lechem, and this is halacha l'maisa for us leading up to Shavuos. Shtei lechem. Miloshos achas v'ne'echos achas. Shtei lechem, which again we'll say are the two loaves offered up on Shavuos, are needed. Right, they're needed one by one, and they are baked one at a time as well. Lechem hapanim, miloshes achas achas. Now, lechem hapanim, the loaves are needed one at a time. The ne'echos shtayim, but in fact they are baked two at a time. Okay, and now again, let's remember, lechem hapanim total is 12 loaves. Now, the Mishnah focuses on lechem hapanim, the tfus, haya also, right, and they will make the lechem hapanim in a tfus literally means a mold. Because we're going to see the lechem hapanim in a very unique shape. Because it had a unique shape, you need a mold in order to create the shape. So therefore, the Mishnah says that the tfus also, they would knead the dough. We're going to see they would put the dough into a mold, into shurodom, milstom with tfus traditionally is calculated. And then when they would take it out of the oven, shurodom means when they would take it out of the oven, they would go ahead and put it back into a mold. So we're going to see, in fact, there are actually three different molds with the lechem hapanim. The point over is even after they took it out of the oven, they would put it back into a mold that it would not lose its shape. Incredible. Says the Gemara, from where do we know this now? So the Mishnah introduced an interesting idea that when they would make shtei lechem, they would make each loaf by itself, right, individually, and bake them individually. Lechem hapanim, they would also knead each loaf individually, but bake it two at a time. So how do you know that? Not even shtei esronim. The pasuk says that the loaves will be 2 esronim. Okay, good. 2 esronim. So the Gemara says, now the fact that it phrases it as chala achas indicates to us that loaves are baked one by one. That's by lechem hapanim. How do I know that the same is true by the shtei? Talmud Omar Yehiyah. The pasuk says, "It shall be." It shall be indicates to us that this is the way that you make loaves. How do you know that by lechem apanim you're baking it two at a time? Talmud Omar v'samta oson. The pasuk says you shall place them. Place it when. So ultimately, oson is in the normal food. Yochel av shtei halechem came. You might have thought that the same halachem should apply by shtei halechem. And therefore, you should also have to bake two loaves. You should bake two loaves of shtei halechem at the same time. Talmud Omar oson. Therefore, the pasuk says that that this is a unique halacha that applies to lechem apanim and doesn't apply to shtei halechem. Because one second, I osam ha'afikse. So one second, which already used osam for the previous drasha. Imkin lima krab is samta. If that's the case, the pasuk could have just said the samta shall place the mad is samta osam. So ultimately, again, why do you say the samta osam? Shamas midat karti. Because I can extrapolate both halachos ultimately again. From this, namely, that by lechem apanim we bake it two at a time, and by shtei halechem we do not bake it two at a time. Incredible. That is our first halacha. Right? Our first halacha is both lechem apanim as well as shtei halechem. The loaves are kneaded one at a time. When it comes to shtei halechem, the loaves are baked one at a time, and when it comes to lechem apanim, the loaves are baked two at a time. Incredible. That was what it's getting to. The something or something you shall place in this lechem apanim. Did the first. So ultimately, again, I will say the halacha is that you go ahead and you place the sandal summit first. You place the lechem apanim in a mold. As you mentioned, the lechem apanim have a unique shape. So that shape, how are you going to create the shape? The shape requires a mold. Now, this is very interesting. The Gemara says, "Shloshah v'kusim hay." There are actually three molds which were used in the production of the lechem apanim. So, right, no still looks by dining parting. So, first step I will say is you need the dough. Then, after you have the dough, you place the dough in a mold in order to shape it. That's the first mold that you use. The kama the first high level kama. Next is you take the mold. That you take the dough from mold number one and put it into the oven. In the oven itself, there was another mold, right? And so, therefore, you take off the mold. Then, if you should rather, you take it off the oven, take it out of the oven, no still with the force. You go ahead and you place it in a third mold, big shalom is kalka. I'm going to say that's because you don't want the bread to lose its shape. Right? So the Gemara says, well, they hard with the first kama. But 1 second, why don't you just put it back in the earlier mold? In other words, after you take it out of the oven, why don't you put it back into the first mold, right, that you put the dough into? Why don't you do that? To which the Gemara says, since you went ahead and you baked it, the bread expanded, and therefore what it sounds like the Gemara is saying is it won't fit in the first mold. Tosis has a whole problem with this, right? The Tosis says, how could that be? It's bread of the same dimensions. The only way that the bread is expanding is going to be up, right, and not to the side. Still, there's a whole discussion. At the Pashtus, again, there could be some level of expansion, just natural expansion that occurs. Therefore, you can't go ahead and you can't fit back into mold number one, and therefore they created mold number two. So therefore, I'll say three mold for the Keshel Lechem Apanim. Mold number one is what the dough was put into originally to give it its shape. It was taken from there, put into the oven. The oven had its own mold in there, which would be baked in. Take it out of the oven, put it into a third mold in which it would cool and settle. Incredible. Why can't you use mold number one after you take it out of the oven? Because the bread expands. There's also, I think, a tremendous missile house in this. If you think about that mold, right? What is that mold? What is that mold? That mold is, on the skeleton. It's a framework. It's a framework, right? It's that mold that is necessary for the bread to ultimately assume its identity. One of the biggest mistakes that we make in life is that often we create for ourselves a construct, and we forget that the construct in which we live has to change as we change and as we evolve and we get older in life. And a person sometimes has certain outlooks, certain isms, certain ideals, certain hashkafas. I do things a certain way. And perhaps those approaches would work at an earlier stage of life. But we forget that sometimes you always have to evaluate and reevaluate your outlooks, your ideas, your hashkafas, your approaches. And always ask yourself, is the way that I'm doing things now, I know the way that I'm doing things now is the way I've done it for the last 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 70 years, but does it need to be readdressed? Do I need to relook about how I'm moving life? Do I need to relook about my priorities? Do I need to revisit my goals, my dreams, my aspirations? Do I need to revisit the way I talk? Do I need to revisit the way I behave? Do I need to revisit the way I interact with my everything in life should always be revisited and re-examined. And I think that's the most hospital of also having a different mold. Right? It's not the same mold. You don't take the mold and put it back into the same mold. At every stage, there's a new mold. At every stage, there's a new skeleton. At every stage, there's a new flavor. Because that's what life is. You see this guy. He's coming on mentioning. You know, like you go to family gatherings and you always have that relative who makes the same jokes. Like, come on. Like, just Google something new. Just get or like the same story that everybody, it's not even like a good one, and you're like, and there's a certain, I often find there's something very depressing about it, because what that usually represents is that is a person who is just stuck somewhere in life. Now, a lot of times in life we get stuck. We create a form for ourselves, we create a ceiling for ourselves, we create a mold for ourselves. And this is the mold in which I live in. The most incredible thing about life is you could remake your molds. You could remake your framework. You need not be the same person today that you've been for the last 30 years. If you want to be someone different because you know you could be someone different, you want to change your outlooks, you want to change your hashkafas, you want to change your approach, you can do that. Now, if the bread is going to a different mold every single time, I could put myself in a different mold, flavor as well. The bread never goes back into the same construct, never goes back into the same mold, and neither should we. Let's go back here. Says the Gemara. Itmar, this is great Gemara. Itmar, lechem apanim ketzad also. Get ready for this. How do you make lechem apanim? Get ready for this. How do you do it? So Gemara says, Rabbi Chanina Omer, pictures. Rabbi Chanina Omer, Tzadik down days 94b. Rabbi Chanina Omer, Kamin Teva Pizza. Rabbi Chanina said, literally like an open box. Okay, so I'll say, so that's the picture that you see on the top left of Rashi over here, open box. But the truth is, the picture does not actually do it justice. If you take a look, I'm encouraging you now to look at your WhatsApp chat. Only this WhatsApp chat, right? No, this is not a break. Check your email, right? So if you take a look at the documentary WhatsApp chat, you can see over here. I posted a couple of pictures yesterday, and you can see over here. I tried to. So here, the first picture on page 1, you can see that's Rabbi Chanina. Just an open box. Not much. I will say, as we're going to see, I didn't post more pictures of it. There's a lot of machlokas surrounding lechem apanim, exactly how it looked. We're just going to go with this simple picture for now, but I just want to point out that even in Rabbi Chanina, there's a lot more complexity. But for our purposes right now, like an open box. Rabbi Yochanan says, Kimi Sfina Rokedes. Rabbi Yochanan says, like a fast boat. Now, what is it like a fast boat? That's the second picture on page number 1. Now, we'll say, actually, before we get to the picture, if you look at Rashi, right, Rashi's pictures, so communicate Rabbi Chanina's picture, that's the U, essentially, right, the open box. Rabbi Yochanan is the fast boat. Now, what you're looking at over here when you see that, You see that V? That's what the Lechem HaPanim will look at when you're looking at it frontwards. I'm punning that. Frontwards, yeah, front. What is that? Seems, yeah. No. But I'm going to point out what Rashi's. What is Rashi's V? Rashi's V is when if you were to hold up the Lechem HaPanim and you were to look at it frontwards, right? You would look at the Lechem HaPanim. That's essentially what you will see. Now, not exactly what you will see because it was rounded. But again, Rashi's point over here is that the Lechem HaPanim came to a point. It came to a point on the bottom, and this is going to be very important because the shape of the Lechem HaPanim has dramatic ramifications as depth. Now, the Shulchan itself was set up because remember again, and the Lechem HaPanim rests on the Shulchan. But again, so that will come to a point in the V, and then you can see on the image that I sent you. So again, it was shaped like this bolt. Okay, that's not like this. So the Gemara says, I'll say, by the way, before we go on, I need to see the number on this. What is this? What is this machlokas about how Lechem HaPanim is shaped? Right? Now again, obviously it's machlokas, but I will say, there's got to be some deeper meaning in this, right? Open bath, open earth, I don't know. Other loaves, certain people say, Shtei Lechem. What did the loaves of the Shtei Lechem look like? What do they look like? What do they look like? Loaves. What do the loaves of the Torah look like? Well, it depends which kind, but loaves. What is happening over here? That certainly by the Lechem HaPanim you need to have, again, we'll say either way, it's a strange shape, right? Either way, this is not a normal shape. So what's going on over here? So it should be something absolutely amazing. So I saw quoted in the Sefer Midbar Yehuda. It actually like this. Listen to how beautiful this is. So listen to this. The Shulchan represents Parnasa. Shulchan represents livelihood. The Chazal Omrim, Shekashan Mizonoso Sha'adun Kiyasiyos. Well, the Gemara brings down that one of the things that's difficult for man is Parnasa. Parnasa is a struggle. Parnasa is a struggle, and it's as difficult as Yamsuf. So let's listen to this. The Midbar Yehuda calls this working backwards. Rabbi Rothschild says that the Lechem HaPanim, right, bread, which represents your sustenance, bread itself represents your Parnas. Bread is your Parnasa. Sits on the Shulchan, which represents your Parnas. So Rabbi Yochanan says, what's Lechem HaPanim like? It's like a boat, like a fast boat. Why? Shekasha mizonoso sha'adon k'kiyas Yamsuf. וכמו שהספינה רוקדת, פעם קופצת למעלה. פעם למטה, כן הפרנסה אינה תלויה בזמן שלו כהכל בגזירת הבא. Listen to this, Rabbi say. The sinner, what does it go through? What does it go through? A boat goes up and down on the waters. So to again, parnasa is often up and down. Parnasa is often not a constant because Parnasa is one of the things that is exira, that is decreed by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I have to put in my ishtadlus, I have to put in my effort, but it is important to understand that often Parnasa is a rocky voyage like Kriyas Yamsuf, like a boat on the waters. And I say, what's the point of telling us this? Sometimes in life, understanding and knowing from the beginning that something is going to be a challenge is incredibly helpful. Because if you don't know that it's going to be a challenge, and you think it's going to be easy, then when it is a challenge, it throws you for a loop. So what happens? You come to the Eitzah, you see the Shulchan which represents a Parnasa, and Lechem HaPanim, which actually, the Lechem itself, which represents a Parnasa, is shaped like a boat. To indicate to us what? Kashan is also sha'adun k'kiyas Yamsuf. That Parnasa is as difficult like K'kiyas Yamsuf. It's up, it's down, it's up. But the good news is, it is decreed by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So you just got to stay strong. What do you do? What do you do when you're on a boat and the boat is being robbed up and down, up and down? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Hold on. Hold on. What do you do in life when Parnasa is difficult? Hold on. Hold on to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hold on to the sides of the boat and Torah. Just hold on. And the great the skipper, right? The great captain, the Ribono Shel Olam. He's got you. He's got you. It's going to be difficult at times, but just hold on to the side of the boat of Torah. Hold on to the side of the boat of Ruchnius, and if I sprach what's the shot of Rabbi Hanina? Why does Rabbi Hanina say that it's an open box? So let's get ready for this. Yishlomar, Shema Shemish, Fila Bakal Shefa, Yish Lecha Lechem Aromos, Potzaka Suda, Tia Suda Suha. Listen to this. If you have bread and your bread is stable, flat bottom, it's stable. What does your bread have to be? Your bread has to be like an open box, meaning take what you have and share it with others. Just like if the box is open, other people can come and take what if you've got bread, if you've got parnasa, share it. If the Ribono Shel Olam blesses you with material success, that is only because you are a custodian. Do something good with it. That is not yours. That belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and He's giving you that bracha. Yes, enjoy it, but make sure you pay it forward. Make sure that your foods, make sure that your box is open. Make sure that your bread is open, and you take what you share ultimately against others. This fundamental machlokes are say again, and obviously only one of them is going to be right, but the hashkafa behind both of them is incredible. If it's the open one, and it's the Sfina Rokedes, it's the fast boat. Parnasa is up and down voyage. You get tossed around the stormy seas of making a livelihood and finding financial stability. Understand that's the way that it is. Hold on to your God. Hold on to your Torah, and you will make it ultimately again the tranquil waters. Or if it's open bread, Deva Prutza, Rabbi Hanina, ultimately again, if you have, make sure your basket is open. Make sure your bread is open, and take what you have and share it with others. Incredible. All that. Let's go back to submission. I need the yes. I need Rabbi Yossi Bazichin. I gotta say, remember, on top of the bread or on top of the shulchan, there's 2 spoons of frankincense. Bazichin. Right, Bazichin Levono. So if you go like Rabbi Hanina, that the bread was flat, so then I understand the two spoons could sit literally again on the top of the top loaf because the loaf was flat. So you just put the 2 spoons right there. But again, if you hold that the bread was like a fast loaf, where would they put the bazilka? Right? Where would they put the 2 spoons of frankincense? To which the Gemara says, "Makom oven." They would make a place for it. In other words, they would go ahead. And make some. Rashi says over here, almost right across from Rashi, the over Echad had the panos. By one of the in the roof of the wall, besides the wall, they'll make a place. Sometimes the Gemara essentially answers, figure it out. Good. Next, Mishon around Amar communicate with Lisa. How do Rabbi Yossi Kanim? I watch this. One of the interesting things that they had within the Lechem HaPanavos was this concept of Kanim. Kanim ultimately, again, were these little tubes. Actually, go to the picture on it over here. The loaves did not sit one on top of the other, right? Why? Otherwise, because they were hot, they were concerned about moldiness. Now, this was also interesting about the shulchan. The whole Lechem HaPanim thing was a tremendous miracle in that itself, in that it's sat on the table for a week, and yet you took it off and it was still hot and fresh. With all of that, you still have to put in your status. So what they would do is they would have these small metal tubes, actually half tubes, in between each loaf of bread to kind of give a little bit of distance to allow for airflow. Prevent the moldiness from setting in. So the solution on the Amar Community includes Rabbi Yossi Kanim. So I understand that the breads were flat. So I understand that you were able to place these tubes in between each loaf because again they would fit perfectly. Kanim Eva Havu Yaspi. But again, if there's like a fast boat, then Halakha Lamaisa, how are you able to place those? How are you able to place those tubes? Like where would they sit? Which the Gemara says, Marsha Avalu. They would make some type of protrusion from on the top of the loaves in order to go ahead and have the loaves situated one on top of the other. Okay, it wasn't. So the Gemara essentially keeps giving the same answer, which is they would figure it out. They would figure it out. How did the sun really sleep in the left? Okay, so this is very interesting. So according to the opinion that says that halakha l'maisa, that the bread was made like the open box. So this is why they had the sleeping. Now again, I will say, the sleeping are also known as menapios, right? Which again, in the picture that I sent you, you can see over here, represent supports. So these were the extended sides of the shulchan, which were there in order to support the loaves themselves. So how do we decide to sleep in lechem? So if you say that the loaf is an open box, then it makes sense ultimately again that the sleeping, the supports were there, because again, also remember, according to Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Hanina, ultimately the side of the bread were flat and extended. So therefore the sleeping, the side support, which is a picture I sent on the chat, would support the loaf of bread in the shulchan. Sleeping something sleeping, but again, halakha l'maisa, one of the opinion that says that the loaf was like a fast boat. Then how would the sleeping, how would the side supports, the side poles help with the loaves? It would the Gemara says, "Hey, something sleeping, we're lechem the agyos, the lechem the agyos." Ultimately, what they do is actually quite fascinating. According to that approach, who holds that it was like a fast boat, there must have been a semicircular support that was built into the shulchan, into which each loaf could essentially be deposited into. Otherwise, there was no way for the loaves themselves to be supported. We'll stop over here today. Again, when we get through all of this in Eretz Hashem, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go through the whole shulchan and discuss exactly how the bread would go ahead and fit on the shulchan. I will say, tremendous. Shah, everyone.
On Twitter at Princess Shang. That's HEN. So proud. Yeah, it's amazing. So proud. That's just, yeah, it's amazing. I would definitely see it here. I would love to see it here. She's on all 34 shows. She's been on all 34 shows. Yeah. New man every time. Every time. Your final comedian, she's been with us the longest. She dropped out of college. She's the one who only Kimberly Condon, everybody.
I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all the sponsors for this morning share today. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan Haba Alim L'Tova Alim Shem Determined. We're dedicating all the Shimon Drushos this month in memory of Avram's mother Sarah, Brian Abbas, Yeshua Eshel, Shifon Lebracha. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, in the source of continued health for Shulam Mispanabas Susha and for an ultimate refuah Shalema. More Dafyomi sponsors, the Dafyomi Chevra, in honor of our father Dan Edelman, who is making Aliyah today. And Hashem, you have been an amazing friend and an inspiration, and while we are so excited for this next chapter, we will miss you dearly. Safe travels, Hatzlacha Rabba, and we hope to be joining you very soon. Definitely, sponsors today by Gannon Russell Edelman in honor of the incredible Dr. Fevra at SOTC as Dan and Russell continue their journey on our to the Holy Land tonight. It's been a privilege to be an in-person part of this precious group of Lomdei Torah. God willing, I hope you continue learning with the Fevra on Zoom from elite culture, and may you all continue to grow, to become the best version of yourselves. Yes, I'll be back and forth a bit, so I'm not giving up my seat. Thanks, Sir Dr. Ralph Leverett, so quickly. And then back on the entire ship. Yes, Hashem. Not just a good trip, but an incredible and magnificent and overwhelming next chapter of life. You join a very illustrious group. Zoom, Baruch Hashem, who are our satellite out. A satellite here in Eretz Yisrael, spread out all over Eretz Yisrael. And how about there's nothing more inspiring in this world than to see someone who has a dream and is courageous enough to make it happen. So, Meretz Hashem, you and your wife, you and just find Meretz Hashem together with your Mishpacha. Meretz Hashem, see all of your dreams come true. This dream in Meretz Hashem should pave the way for many, many more dreams, and how about you should have a front row seat to the Geulah here at the Amen. Amen. Incredible. Of course, we also dedicate our learning and discuss of all of our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. The Hashemah continue to shout on the safety and security, and Hashemah to give our holy soldiers Atzlacha, Siyach and Ishmael, the whole Maaseh Yadayim. And of course, today is also important to recognize that today is Yom HaShoah, and as much as very often we focus on the loss of the 6 million incubation, much more on Tisha B'Av, when we generally mourn all of the collective losses of Klal Yisrael. With every day that is dedicated to remembering precious Jews who died of Kiddush Hashem, behooves each and every one of us to take a few moments out of the day. There's so many incredible still surviving testimonies. This is a group, unfortunately, that is quickly dwindling and really one of the holiest generations of Klal Yisrael. A generation of generation of sacrifice. Generation just of overwhelming karbanos. We should hope that in American Torah, the Neshamas of the 6 million Kedoshim should go even higher and higher. During Siras Nefesh and Yetz Hashem, they're giving up their lives to Kiddush Hashem. Should be a source for all of Klal Yisrael, and how that Hashem should erase our tears. Hashem should mend our broken heart. Klal Yisrael should deserve the beautiful and eternal simcha and shalom that we've been seeking for thousands of years here at the Amenu. Amen. I want to say that let us be with a lot to do today. A really great daf ahead of us. Today's daf is Tzaddik Gimel 93. And we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on 92. We left off at the 2 dots. Kol Karbanos Hayachah Tunim Smicha Chutz Mibachar, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. We're in the fascinating topic of Smicha. And the Gemara said that Halacha L'Maisa, that Halacha L'Maisa, anytime, so Kol Karbanos Hayachah Tunim Smicha Chutz Mibachar B'Yisrael Pesach. So in general, every individual offering requires Smicha, with the exception of Bachar, Ezra Pesach. So when it says Tarabana, Karbano, the Torah says you should do Smicha on your Karban. What does that come to be? Just Karbano, but lo Bachar, and not on the firstborn animal. On the Bachar, Shiyach Ba'alot Dimur, Umash Shlomim Shen Kedusha Samir Echem Tudin Smicha. So when it comes to Shlomim, your Shlomim do not have innate right in utero Kedusha, ultimately required Smicha. The Chodesh Kedusha Samir Echem Ein Yodin Sheta and Smicha. And I would have thought, again, this is the Havamina, I would have thought that Bachar, which does have in utero Kedusha, right? The Bachar is designated already from the womb. That Allah Chomai says, Shayar Kar Smicha, and the Gomar, Karbano B'la Bachar. Therefore, the Torah says his Karban and not the Bachar. That excludes Bachar. Karbano, so we'll say, all this entire drasha is made from this same passage. Karbano, so it's phrasing it in the possessive. Carbonol, below Meiser. So again, Carbonol, and that's Meiser Behema. Shiachol, what I thought. Anything is much more machine function is name or later. Even in Simcha, so you mentioned Simcha before, that Shlomo that doesn't have the ability to establish that which comes before, that which comes after. Now, what does that refer to? By Meiser, right? Meiser is the 10th animal. Remember, I will say, how do you count Meiser? You put the sheep in the pen, right? You go out, you have a small opening, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 comes a little red paintbrush, right? A little schmear, and that's your. What happens if you accidentally designated 9 or you accidentally designated 11? Those designations actually work, and that animal has kedusha. Unique idea. So the Gemara just says by shlomim, there's no such concept of consecrating that which comes before it or that which comes after it. Yet it requires smicha. Meiser shem kaddish lefanav ula akarav inu din shetal smicha. I would have thought, therefore, again, that Meiser, which does have a din, ultimately of consecrating that which comes before to that which comes after it, just sort of requires smicha. I'm along with carbano, below Meiser. Therefore, the Torah says carbano. Your carbon, in other words, it's representing something that really is yours and not Meiser. Okay? Carbon, same idea. You just move on your carbon. That excludes below Pesach, not carbon Pesach. Shiyachol. I would have done the following. Valo dinu umash lamim she'ino ba'amod v'havei tu'in smicha. Again, I will say stanish lamim. There is no standing obligation to go ahead and bring that shlamim. Yet, Pesach should ba'amod v'havei in the din she'tal smicha. So Pesach, where there is a standing obligation to bring such a carbon, shouldn't you require smicha? On the one carbon, no, Pesach. Therefore, the Torah is your carbon and not Pesach. Okay? He says the Gemara, also those are the drashas. Those are the drashas that prove the Mishnah statement. He can live back for a second. He can raise up here a thought. But yet again, we'll say that Kabbalah is not necessarily good. Why not? Because when it comes to Shlonim, at least, Shlonim require Nesachim. Shlonim also require the waving of the chest and the thigh. To which the Gemara says, you're right. In reality, the exclusion for these three things, because let's remember again one more time, the Mishnah made a statement. The general statement was any communal offerings are exempt from smicha, which tells us that all private offerings are obligated in smicha. That is a true statement. Then the Mishnah says, except for the Char Meiser Pesach. The Gemara then quotes a pasuk to explain these or to extrapolate these three exclusions. The Gemara says, well, the Lina has a whole, at least by from Shlomim, right? Shlomim could upload the whole thing. The Gemara says, you're right. I don't need the psukim. The psukim are asmachta. Cry asmachta ba'alma. So the Gemara says, rather, again, ultimately, you didn't sound is that this is on the Surah, right? So I don't need the psukim. The Gemara says, Ella cry, top of Tzaddik 93a. The cry lamali, but 1 second, what do I use the psukim for? Obviously, the psukim have to teach me something. So what do I do? This is very interesting. Carbonel, below carbon chavera. They will say this is actually quite fascinating. Halacha l'maisa, you can't do smicha on your friend's carbon. Right, fascinating. You can't do smicha on your friend's carbon. Carbonel, below carbon, other carbon. Only your carbon gets smicha, and ultimately, again, not the carbon of an atom. Even though atom and bring a carbon, the atom's carbon does not get smicha. Carbonel in the lab was called ta'ale carbon to smicha. Carbonel comes to teach me that if a carbon has multiple owners, every single one of those owners has to do smicha. Interesting. Shall say, so interesting that Carbonel teaches me 3 halachas. Number 1, you do smicha on your own carbon, you can't do smicha on your friend's carbon. Number 2, carb smicha only on a Jew's carbon, not the carbon of an Ovedical carbon. And number 3, a carbon has multiple owners, all the owners must do smicha. Again, I want to say it's actually interesting. Rashi is amended over here, but we'll leave that as an aside. Okay, I just want to point out, I think what is a tremendous Mr. Haskell in this first idea that you can do smicha only on your own carbon, but you can't do smicha on your friend's carbon. Now, going to see why is that unique. Actually, you know what? Let's save it. Let's save it. Let's first we'll get a little bit further. Just keep in mind the reason why this is a fascinating halacha is because we do have a concept of shlucha shel adam pinoso. Generally, again, a person's agent is an extension of his self. I can appoint an agent to do anything. Why can't I appoint an agent to do smicha? So again, if for some reason I don't get to it by 6:39, someone just blurt out shliach. Okay, because I don't get to it, but it actually ties into the next Mishnah. So maybe we'll just get to the next Mishnah first. All right, let's go right there. Ayorish Sonet. So again, a Yoresh, so to finish up the Mishnah, the Yoresh, the inheritor does smicha. He can do smicha. So again, also remember, it's the case of the Yoresh. So Yitzchak, right? Avram dies, leaves behind his son Yitzchak. Part of what Avram did in front of Avram. Part of what Avram left over in his estate is he carbon, his pledge to carbon he didn't bring it. As long as that carbon is not a Pathos, he can go, the son, the Yoresh, has the ability to offer up that carbon. Now the Mishnah says that the Yoresh also does smicha on that carbon. So Yoresh Somech. Tani Rab Hananya Kamei de Rabba. This is Rab Hananya mentioned in front of Rabba. Yoresh Eno Somech. That no, a Yoresh does not do smicha. So the Gemara says Yoresh Eno Meimah. Furthermore, a Yoresh can't affect Tmura. And again, I will say, it's interesting that these two things are mentioned together. What's Tmura? Tmura means, again, you have a carbon and then you decide to swap it out for a better animal, a worse animal. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? Both animals are kodesh. Both animals are sanctified. So interestingly enough, so Rav Hananya said in front of Rava that a Yoresh cannot do smicha and a Yoresh cannot back to Tmura. So what I'm saying, what's happening? That contradicts our Mishnah. But our Mishnah explicitly said that a Yoresh has the ability to do smicha on his father's carbon, has the ability to bring in a son to his father's carbon, and has the ability to affect Tmura. So what's going on over here? So interesting. So again, Rav Hananya saying this from Rabba. Rabba responded back. Rav Hananya says, okay, what do you want me to do? You want me to switch around the Brisa? Or would you like me just to change the text of the Brisa to align it with the Mishnah? Amralei, no, that's not what I'm saying. Masnisi money, who's it? Reflected in the Brisa. Rabbi Yudi. Our Brisa reflects the view of Rabbi Yudi. What does it mean to say? Bisanya, Yoresh, Somech, Meimah, because the Gemara says, this the Brisa says, first opinion, like the Tanakh says, first opinion, the Brisa says that Yoresh has the ability to do smicha, and Yoresh has the ability to affect Tmura. Like Yehuda Omer, Yoresh Eino Somech, Yoresh Eino Meimah. No, it's not focus. It's not focus. Rabbi Yehuda's of the opinion that a Yoresh does not have the ability to do smicha. Yoresh does not have the ability to affect Tmura. So this is a fundamental focus. I said to you know, and I came off. What's Rabbi Yehuda's logic? That a Yoresh can't do smicha. That a Yoresh can't affect Tmura. What's the logic there? Right down to Yehuda. Karbano below Karbano. Because when the Torah speaks about smicha, how does the Torah phrase it? Karbano. What does Karbano mean? Your carbon. And for the Yoresh, this isn't his carbon. This is his father's carbon. It's true. The Yoresh has the ability to offer it up. But the Mesa, it's not his. So because it's not his, he doesn't have the power of smicha. Now again, I will say, how does that impact Tmura? Now listen to this. Yoresh, Yivas Hektish, Misol Hektish. And we learn out at the beginning, literally translated. You learn at the beginning of Hektish from the end of Hektish. Now, what does that mean? So here's the one: so Hektish is very easy. So Hektish refers to smicha, because you know smicha is one of the last thing you do right before shmita. So that's called the end of Hektish. Tmura is called at the beginning of Hektish. Because when is Tamura done? Well, if you're going to, Tamura is illegal. That's what I'm supposed to do. But if you were to do Tamura, when did you do it? At the beginning of the night when you consecrate animal before you offer it up. So watch this. So Rabbi Yehuda learns out the beginning of Hekdesh from the end of Hekdesh. Maser of Hekdesh, Yorish Eno Somet, just like at the end of Hekdesh, a Yorish doesn't have the ability to do smicha. Now again, why doesn't the Yorish have the ability to do smicha? Why not? Because halacha l'maisa, Carbano. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you can only do smicha on your own carbon, and the Yorish is not considered to be the owner. And therefore, again, we learn out that that's the end of Hekdesh. And we learn at the beginning of Hekdesh, Tmura, from the end of Hekdesh, Smicha. Now, so Hekdesh Yorish in a summary, just like at the end of Hekdesh, Yorish doesn't have the ability to do Smicha. Tkilas Hekdesh Yorish in a so at the beginning of Hekdesh, the Yorish does not have the ability to affect Tmura. That's the sheet of Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbanon say, Hamer Yamir, the Rabban says, Yorish, the definition of Tmura indicates to us that even a Yorish has the ability to affect Tmura. I've Yorish so Hekdesh with Tkilas Hekdesh, and we learn out the end of Hekdesh from the beginning of Hekdesh. Now again, we'll say, so the beginning of Hekdesh Tmura, and in the Rabbanon's worldview, once Hamer Yamir, the double expression, tells that Allah even Yorish could do Tamura, once Yorish could affect change at the beginning of Hekdesh, ultimately Yorish could affect change at the end of Hekdesh, i.e. Smicha. So Rabbi said, this is incredible. This is incredible. Matila says the Shorish, also like the Shorish, Yorish, similar. Matila says the Shorish, which brings Rabbanon. Just like at the beginning of the process, the Yorish can affect Tmura, so Hekdesh, Yorish, Summit. So at the end of the Hekdesh process, the Yorish has the ability to do Smicha as well. So we'll say, incredible. So it turns out, fundamental focus between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbanon. Rabbi Yehuda, a Yorish cannot do Tmura, a Yorish cannot go ahead and do Smicha. Rabbanon, a Yorish can do Tmura, but Yorish can't do Smicha. And I was like, interestingly enough, they both make the drasha in the opposite directions. According to Rabbi Yehuda, since a Yorish cannot do smicha, how does he know that? Carbon, no, you can only do smicha on your carbon. Not therefore again, since a Yorish can't do anything at the end of the Hekdesh process, he can't do anything at the beginning of the Hekdesh process. Tmura. So that bottom in reverse it. Hamer Yamer, double expression, a Yorish can do Tmura. And once Yorish can affect change at the beginning of the Hekdesh process, you can affect change at the end by smicha as well. Incredible. I now asked the Gemara, Rabbanon, I carbono my aunt, right? So what did the Rabbanon do with the drush of carbono? Like, because if you did actually carbono to teach me that you can only do smicha on your own carbon. You can't do smicha on someone else's carbon, even if it's your father's carbon. So what did the Rabbanon do with that phrase carbono? My aunt, right? Carbono, the low carbon, and the carbon. Carbono, Carbono, so good. So they learned out to say this was the last drush of the previous. So from the top of the almond. So they learn it like this. Carbono teaches me that ultimately, again, you do carbon, you do sweet, Carbono, you do sweet on the carbon of a Jew, but not on the carbon of an apple. Carbono, you can do smicha on your carbon, the low carbon. You cannot do smicha on your friend's carbon. Carbono, the rabbis call it Baalik. Carbon is smicha. Carbono teaches me that what? That halacha l'maisa, if a carbon is known for owner, all of the owners have to do smicha. I agree. No, the rabbis call it, so that's great. Good job, right? The rabbis call it smicha. Yes, now you will say, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda does this subscribe. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't hold that ultimately you require all of the owners to do smicha. He doesn't hold of that. Therefore, again, He's up in Joshua. The other possibility is his slave, he does hold of this, and he goes, Obit Nochabim Vechavero, Mechat Kra Nafta, Yasru Trey Krai. But the other possibility is that Halacha L'Maisa, he learned out the exclusion of Akum and friend, that you can't do smicha on an Akum's carbon, and you can't do smicha on your friend's carbon from one pasuk. So that's three carbonos. So if that's the case, he has two more carbonos that are opened. I asked the trade cry, fat carbonol below carbon aviv. One is the each mean. You can do smicha on your carbon, but not on the carbon of your father. Those are your the rabbis call a ba'alei carbon smicha, and the other is to teach me that halacha l'maisa, if the carbon has multiple owners, all of the owners must do smicha. Right now, so we're just flip flopping back and forth. Hi, my right? So the said that was all what the Rabbanon do with carbonel, right? Because remember, the Yehuda uses carbonel to teach the exclusion of the Yorich of smicha. Rabbanon will hold that Yorich is five smicha. What do they do with carbonel? Okay, that's the drush we just saw. That is not answer the verb. What does Rabbi Yehuda do with Hamer Yomer? Remember, what do the Rabbanon do with Hamer Yomer? The double expression of Hamer Yomer, Rabbanon used to teach me that a Yoresh can affect Tumura. The Rabbanon, Rabbi Yehuda holds that a Yoresh can't affect Tumura. So therefore, what does Rabbi Yehuda do with the double expression of Hamer Yomer? My Avidlay, the Rabbos es Haisha. This is very interesting. It comes to include ultimately again. It comes to include that Allah a woman could do. The Rabbi says Isha. Oh, that's there. The Rabbi says Isha. First thing the Gemara says, listen to this. The sign of Isha Kala Imin Kulo Eno Davar Elashon Zokar. Because since at the end of the day, sorry, not for Smicha, for Tmura, that a woman has the ability to affect Tmura. Sorry, Hamer Yomer. The Sanya. Listen to this. The Isha Kala Imin Kulo Eno Davar Elashon Zokar. Because the entire sugya of Tmura is phrased in the masculine. Phrased Elashon Zokar. I might have thought that therefore a woman should be excluded from the fact that it's Quran. So Masafin the Rabbos as Aisha, Tamal Gomar, Hamer Yamer. So the double expression of Hamer Yamer teaches us that even a woman has the ability to affect Quran. Where did the Rabbanon learn this out from? The Rabbanon Darshan may be in. The Rabbanon Darshan ultimately again V'im. V'im is a and therefore V'im. Yes, lashon of the pasuk is lo yachritenu v'lo yamir also kovra rabadov in hamer yamir behema v'behema v'ayovu usmosot yakodesh. So ultimately, again, the in that drasha, that extra word comes to include a woman as already. Yehuda ve'im lo garish. And Yehuda ultimately does not garish in ve'im. So therefore, I must say, it turns out that there's actually raging of logas regarding this issue of the Yoresh. Our Mishnah reflects the view of the Rabbanon that a Yoresh has the ability to both affect Tmura as well as go ahead and Tmufa. Now, let's say, interestingly enough, it turns out that these two items are linked, right? Remember again, even though when we look at the Mishnah, we assume that Tmura and Smicha are really unrelated, they're related because they're very parts of the sacrificial process. But the nice that they're technically unrelated, Kamash Malan, they're very related. Why are they related? Because in the eyes of Chazal, they actually represent the bookends of sacrificial service. Tumura represents Tchilas HaKdish. Again, Tumura is illegal, but when it would be done at the beginning of the sacrificial process, before you're shechting, the animal is still alive. And Smicha is right at the end of the process, right before the animal is shechted, as we're going to see in just a moment. Therefore, there's a linkage between these two bookend processes. Our Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbanon that a Yoresh has the ability to go ahead and do both Tmura and Smicha. The drasha, really, what motivates Rabbanon's drasha is Hamer Yamer, and we learn out at the end of Hektish from the beginning of Hektish. Now the Gemara introduces Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda holds that no, a Yorish cannot do Tmura and a Yorish cannot do Smicha, based on really Karbanot, right? Really the exclusion from Smicha. And right, so we learn at the beginning of the process, Tchilas Hektish from Soul Hektish. How do we pass in? I'm not asking like a Mishnah. I'm asking like Rabbanon that a Yorish does in fact do smicha on the carbon of his father. A Yorish does have the and also included in this is that Yorish brings in suffering, brings any like additional accompaniment to the carbon of his father. The Yorish does the smicha. A Yorish does bring the suffering, and ultimately again a Yorish can affect Tmura. So I'm asking like the Rabbanon in our Mishnah. Incredible. Okay, so we're not finished though. We're not finished. Still more. Mishnah. It's a really interesting Mishnah. Hakol something. Everyone can do smicha. Everyone can do smicha. What does this mean? Chutz. They didn't show to the cotton. Okay. Except for definitely showed that someone lacks mental capacity, someone's insane. A katan, a minor, a child, this suma, someone is blind, it's an interesting list. Someone is blind, only kohanim, a non-Jew, Eved refers to Eved Kenani, Shaliach, an agent, that already we saw a little bit before, and the Isha, and the woman. These individuals cannot do smicha. Okay, we'll obviously discuss why these people can't do smicha. Another mission says something very interesting. Smicha shiyarei mitzvah. Smicha, the Gemara says, is shiyarei mitzvah. Now, what does that mean? You take a look at Baramashi, Rashi Kisveyat. It's actually right across it. Just move your finger to the right and we go about 4 lines down. You see Rashi. Smicha shiyarei mitzvah. Ze'eino ma'atir kapara. The literal translation of shiyarei mitzvah. How do you literally translate that? Like the leftovers, shirayim, so it was by the USFI. Like the leftovers, it's the leftovers of the mitzvah. Which means, what does it mean with the leftovers of the mitzvah? So Rashi says, it's not ma'atir kapara. Meaning, if you omit smicha, the carbon is still effective. Smicha is a mitzvah, but failure to perform smicha does not invalidate, or for that matter, compromise the effectiveness of the carbon itself. Okay, so let's finish up where it says. So now, how do you do smicha? Really good Mishnah. How do you do smicha? Al Rosh, on the head of the animal. The base yadayim, you put both hands on the head of the animal. Okay. And you know about that in the Gemara. U'b'makom shesulchin shochin. And where you do smicha is where you do shechita. So the one that doesn't accept that you do smicha on the first argument, leave the animal with the shechita. But rather again, you do smicha when the animal is being shechted, or you shech when the animal where you did smicha. To take it as smicha shechita, and right after smicha is shechita. Again, we'll explain exactly those two things. There's a bit more in the Gemara. But so which also tells us, by the way, that of course that smicha is done. Remember again, in what we'll call the inner courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash, by the large exterior altar. Remember again, you can see what we can see everything, right? But again, but if you're looking right beneath the large mizbeach are those rings. Those are the rings that ultimately would hold the animal on the ground to facilitate shechita. Tables set up further down below the mizbeach, where they would go ahead and cut up the animal as well. So everything was done. So everything was done and then students that called the inner courtyard right outside of the Eifel. I'll get more about that later. This is an exciting mission. Let's get into this. So B'Shlomo, Aaron showed the card, and Governor Daniel. Okay, so I understand like a shoe, right? The shoe, Aaron showed that and Katan can't do smicha. Why not? Because remember, they come to number of the individuals, the deaf mute, the person who is insane, and Katan and a child is that they all lack mental capacity. So because they all lack mental capacity, obviously they can't they can't discharge any halachic, God bless you, any halachic obligation. Only not, I understand also why Akim can't do it. Why? The names to something there ain't okay kohavim some. Because also remember again, this already started. The kind of phrases it ultimately again as either carbano, right? Carbano, below carbon, or ultimately again the Torah itself says Bnei Yisrael, right? Lashon the pasuk is Daber el Bnei Yisrael v'amart aleim Adam kiyakim v'ken karban Hashem v'nabehem v'nabakam v'nason. So again, the whole this and then the next part is smicha. So it says Bnei Yisrael. So I understand Taylor shows to the cotton. I understand all of those exclusions. Elasuma, my time alone. Why can't the blind person do smicha? What's that? So the Gemara says, now again, say, it happens to be in general, there's a machlokas about whether or not the blind person is chayv mitzvahs. Right? So obviously, the Gemara must be holding that if the blind person would be chayv mitzvahs. That's what the Gemara is asking over. But just know that in of itself is a fascinating machlokas. Okay, but I'll assume my time alone. Why wouldn't a summa be able to do smicha? So Rav Chisda Bardini is also to his Shashai. Rav Chisda he had enough focus. Amar Asya Smicha Mizikne Ida. This is fascinating. So what he says that there is a Gzera Shava of Smicha from Zikne Ida. Now what is this talking about? Take a look at Rashi, which is it's bottom Rashi, literally right across. Zikne Ida, Lav Suini Nuki, that meaning the Sanhedrin, Makish, Elade, Reben, Linigoy, Kishim Shepinzim, Menukim, Tzedakah, Menukim, Mimon. If Sikela, Piafrasi, Mum Eva. So let's listen to this. The Torah speaks at the concept of Simcha by the Sanhedrin. Right, and remember again, Har Halam David and Tzibur, right, guilt offering, the halach is by the Sanhedrin. In order to sit on the Sanhedrin, you have to have many qualities. Amongst them is you can't have any physical blemishes. Isn't that fascinating? But to sit on the Sanhedrin, you can't have any physical blemishes. Therefore, blindness would be a disqualification for the Sanhedrin. This is fascinating. So the first thing he says, it says smicha by the Sanhedrin, and it says smicha by Kabbalos. Just like smicha by the Sanhedrin, you don't be done by members of the Sanhedrin who aren't blind, and blemished, right? So again, smicha can only be done by someone who doesn't have the blemish of blindness as well. Fascinating. That's the drug. The Chak Amar, they will say, just as an aside, it's interesting. Why can't the members of the Sanhedrin be blind? Well, truth is, it sounds like there should be like a practical reason for that, because there may be cases of adjudication where you're going to actually need to see something, like you need to be able to see. Let's remember again, this fits into the general concept, ultimately again, of movement, which is like one of the most fascinating halachas is that a Kohen can't have blemishes. Blemished Kohen, a Kohen woman, can't serve. Sounds strange. It does. It sounds strange. This is how Hashbach created this person. Honestly, you can't do this about them. So the Sefer Achinu discusses this, because I think we do generally find that like a little bit troubling. A person has some type of physical damage, so they're just blind. Yeah, and they can't serve this, and it does. The Sefer Achinu says something so fascinating, it's so practical. Sefer Achinu says, well, he's still not by the Kohanim, but I think the same would apply to the Sanhedrin as well. When people come to the Beis Hamikdash, we didn't teach just on the past scaffold. We didn't write, which is to come to the Beis Hamikdash to learn how to be a proper individual, to do things like that. When a person has a blemish, what do people see when they look at that person? They're distracted by that blemish. That's what they end up looking at. It's human nature, right? We always try to exercise proper etiquette. Never to make a person feel uncomfortable, but it's human nature that when you see someone who looks different, doesn't. Of course, that's what your attention is drawn to. Assessing and it says it's going to be a distraction. It's going to be a distraction. And we can't have distractions in the base of English. You have to be mission focused when you get the base of English. Therefore, no Kohanim with any kind of bonus. It's not spinning right against the Kohanim. It's recognizing that we have been easily distracted, and our distraction needs us to be tuned in, at least for the 3 times that we're coming to the base of English and during the Regalim. It's the same concept of the Azov. The Sanhedrin, if you're walking into that, Lishkas Hagdazis, you're walking into that courtroom, you need to be focused on the fact that these are the greatest halachic decisors of the land, so you cannot be distracted by anything else that is going on. That's also, by the way, the king, the Melech, like the king has to be handsome, the king has to be tall, the king has to be wealthy, right? Because, we can't have you distracted king Menji walking to the king. You see, the short little Zaptic guy, like really, that's right. That's right. That's it. That's a problem. So I like that. That's the guy. So again, it's fascinating that Hashbarah understands how we operate, and therefore creates a system that obviously forces us to be better, while at the same time recognizing sometimes our human realities as well. In any event, so let's go back there. So therefore, according to the first opinion, it's the exertion of smicha to the Sanhedrin. Just like the members of the Sanhedrin can't be blind, so too if you're blind, you can't do smicha. Incredible. Okay. The Kadamar Asya Smicha. This is fancy. Other thing he said, the make it Sheva Smicha from Olas Ru'iyah. Olas Ru'iyah, I will say, is Halon Chalama. He said the carbon that you bring when you are Ola Rega. So when you come to Yerushalayim, Pesach, Shavuot, circus, there's a special called Olas Ru'iyah, which literally is an Ola, fully burned offering, Ru'iyah, for when you see the big Samikdash. Now the halacha is, who is obligated ultimately in Olas Ru'iyah? Only someone who has sight. Now by the time Olas Ru'iyah, in Aliyah L'Regel, only someone who has sight is obligated, because again, the Torah uses the Lashon, the Torah uses Lashon of Yirah, you will see. You will see. So someone who has sight, someone who does not have sight is not obligated in Aliyah L'Regel, and therefore by that definition is not obligated in Olas Ru'iyah. So it says Smicha by Olas Ru'iyah. It says Smicha by other Kabbalah. Just like by Olas Ru'iyah, you only do Smicha if you have sight. So too by regular Smicha, only do Smicha if you have sight. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why they reject each other's drashas. So according to the opinion that learns it out from Olas Ru'iyah, why doesn't he learn it out from the Sanhedrin on the days? Very simple, because he learns out, he'd rather learn out Yachid from Yachid. In other words, I'd rather learn out the halachas of individual kabbanos. Right, so I'd rather learn out general smicha from kabbanos, from Olas Ru'iyah, and not learn it out from Sanhedrin. I'm not going to learn out individual halachas from the Tzibor from the Sanhedrin. According to the opinion, learns out from Ziknei Eidah. Right, in the Sanhedrin. Why doesn't he learn it out from Olas Ru'iyah? Simple. So again, because by the Sanhedrin, it explicitly talks about smicha, and not like fuki Olas Ru'iyah, the he become Olas Nedava. Interestingly enough, Olas Ru'iyah, the concept of smicha by Olas Ru'iyah is not stated explicitly by Olas Ru'iyah. Rather, again, Olas Ru'iyah is learned out from Olas Nedava. The Tani Kamei Rabbi Rothschild, whatever. Vayakiv es ha'olah vayaseh kimishpat olas nidava. You offer up the olas riyah. You will do it in accordance with the laws. Which laws? Like the laws of olas nidava. We made a olas chova shetu nismicha. We're going to hear that an obligatory only requires smicha. So interestingly enough, the opinion of Aaron Zach from the Sanhedrin says that's because the limud of olas riyah like the obligation of smicha by olas riyah is only learned out in comparison to olas nidava. So we'd rather have a direct drasha of smicha to the members of the Sanhedrin. Incredible. I will say, so I just want to point out, fascinatingly enough, no one's arguing on the result. Right? The result is the same, which is that halacha l'maisa, there are these individuals. So far, we're going through the list of those who don't do smicha. So cheresh, shota, katan, easy. They don't have das. Suma, a blind person. Everyone is agreeing that a suma doesn't do smicha. The machlokes over here is really learning outcome. Is it learning that from Zera Shava to the Sanhedrin, or is it learning that from Zera Shava ultimately again to Olas Riyah? Yeah. Okay, that's our machlokes. Let's go right there. Next, ha'eved hashliach ba'ishna. So we're continuing along the list of people who don't do smicha. So listen to this. Tan Rabbanan yado. So also the passage is samach yado alosh ha'olah v'nir salon l'chaper Allah. You shall place your hand, right? Smicha. So it says samach yado, your hand, below yad avdo, and not the hand of your servant, which indicates again, if you, the owner, have to do smicha, you can't have your servant do it. Yado below yad shlucho, your hand and not the hand of your agent. Yado below yad ishto, your hand and not your wife's hand. I said to him, okay, I got it, right? Yado means I, the owner of the covenant of smicha, no one else. That is shayla, kohani ramali. So, okay, well, I got the point. Why do you need all of these drushes? Well, so here we go. Tzricha, I'll tell you why. Because of Rahman Echad. If the Torah would have just said one yado, now it says yado 3 times, right? If it would have just said one yado, the love by mitzvahs, I would have said ultimately again it's an evet. It's an evet, right? Because an evet is not obligated in mitzvahs. At least not completely obligated in mitzvahs. That's why he can't do smicha. But again, a shliach will say again, there's another year. So again, and he is obligated in mitzvahs, and also remember, everywhere else in halacha, we do have the concept of shlucho shel adam kimoso, that a person's agent is an extension of himself. Ema mitzvah. I would have said he definitely could do smicha. Therefore, we need another yado, ultimately again to exclude shaliach. Furthermore, again, if it would have just excluded, if it would have just said, it would have excluded, right? Eved and Shliach, because Eved and Shliach are not, they're not like me. In other words, as much as Shlucho Shal Adam Kimosai, right? Shliach is an extension of me. A Shliach is not exactly like me. However, about Ishto, you can Google them. But one's wife, who literally again is like his own body. One's wife who is like himself. Ishto Kibufo, Ema Isma. I would have thought ultimately again that she could do smicha. Therefore, again, smicha. Therefore, also we need all 3 drushes. All 3 drushes to teach me that neither an Akum or a Shliach or an Isha has the ability to go ahead and do smicha. It was incredible. Take 1 minute here, which I think is an incredible Mishah. So it turns out that Allah no one can do smicha on my carbon except me, which is really fascinating, especially what the Gemara just said. Shliach, do anything, right? I want to point out, like, you can send a shliach to be makadesh your wife, right? Again, I wouldn't suggest it, right? But Lamaisa, right? A man wants to go out and betroth a woman, he could send the ring, he could send the puta with someone else. And little the shliach can say to Rachel, Ruvain sent me, Hari'atni Kudashas to Ruvain, right? The Tabal Zoom, that's Moshe Yisrael, Kudashas Mazatov. So, which is a pretty significant thing. You could do a shliach for anything, you can't do a shliach for smicha. So I want to share with you something amazing. In general, there's a lot of discussion about what this concept of smicha actually is. What is smicha, right? Why is it you bring a carbon? You place your hands on this animal, and you start. Now, by sin offerings, the concept of smicha is a little bit more apparent, right? Because literally, this is going to sound strange, but there's almost like a transference of culpability. By sin offerings, there's an understanding that what is happening to this animal should really happen to me as a result of my sinful behavior. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave me a mechanism of atonement, and therefore there's a certain level of transference of culpability. But as we've seen, you do speak about all types of kabbal. It's not just sin offerings. So what's the pshat? So listen to this. The Hiskuni says something amazing. This is the Hiskuni from the Samach Yadol, early on this passage, in the beginning of Vayikra. So this is incredible. The Hiskuni says the Samach Yadol, Lefia pshat. כשרוצים להסביר ולהתעסק בשום מעשות, היו מזמינים עצמם לעשות בעניין הנחת יד עליו. So the Hiskuni says in general, when you start something in life, the Hiskuni says, what do? You kind of put your hands on it. Right? It's kind of, putting your hands on it represents almost like this rolling up your sleeves and getting your hands dirty. Getting started with a life initiative. So therefore, I'm bringing a carbon. A carbon is always brought for something. Right? Generally, again, a carbon can be brought for culpability. It could be brought for things. Giving, right? It could be brought for a variety of different things. But generally, what a carbon represents is I'm trying to get a process started in my life, whatever that process is, a process of tshuva, a process of self-refinement, a process of thanksgiving. The Hiskuni says, if you want to get a process started in life, what do you need to do? What do you need to do? Roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty. And you got to put your hands on that tribun, and you got to get the process started with your own hands. So what is the Gemara teaching us? If you want to get things done in life, and you want to start processes, and you want to move your life forward, you cannot outsource that to anyone else. That can only get done by you. It's got to be your hands. So it can't be the famous shirt of the cotton. It can't be your Eved. It can't be your shliach. By the way, it can't even be your wife. Your wife is an extension of you for everything else in life. If you want to accomplish things in life, you have to do smicha, yadol, your hand. That carbon says which represents the initiation of some life process. It's got to be you and only you. Listen, what an overwhelmingly incredible idea. How many times in life do we want to accomplish things? But yet again, of course I want to accomplish, but I need Ruben to do this, Shimon to do this, Shimon's brother-in-law to do that, and I'm going to do this, and I want to do this, but I need it to be like this, and I need this, and I need the constellations, and the planets, and the galaxy, and the universe, and Artemis, and I need everything. I need everything to align a certain way. No, you want to accomplish in life, you have to do smicha. You have to get the process started. You have to take responsibility. Your success and failures in life rest within your own hands. Obviously, and siyata d'shmaya. You need a HaKadosh Baruch Hu to accomplish anything. But the process of smicha says, you want something out of life, here's where it starts. Here's where it starts. Not someone else's hands, not someone else's effort, not someone else's commitment, not someone else's resources, not someone else's time. Your hands. Your hands and your hands only. Only you could do smicha on your life karma. Only you could do smicha on your life initiatives. Only you could do smicha to move you forward. No one else. Even the people closest to you, even the people who you love more than anything, even the people who are the most important in your life. If you want something out of life, only you can do the smicha to make it happen. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Smicha shi'ar mitzvah. Then the Mishnah said that smicha literally again is the leftover from the mitzvah. Now what that means is that halacha l'maisa, that smicha is not necessary. Well, let me say that again. Smicha is of course necessary. The omission of smicha does not compromise the effectiveness of the mitzvah. So says the Gemara, says the smicha shir mitzvah tarabanan the samach the mitzvah. Now the pasuk itself says that you will go ahead. You will do smicha on the head of the olah, and it will affect the atonement for you. Now what that makes it sound like is that it's smicha that affects acceptance. That it's smicha that creates acceptance of the kapara. So one second, if it's smicha mechaperes, I understand. Smicha is what affects kapara. But yet again, halacha l'maisa. So remember again, atonement is affected through the blood service. So what's the pshat? So rather what the pasuk is saying is like this: if you didn't do smicha, the Torah counts it as if you didn't have kapara, but you did have kapara, which is another way of saying that smicha is really important. Like all of the details of Kabbalah service are really important. Therefore, if you didn't do it, it's really not good. But if you omitted it, you'll still go ahead and have kapara. In other words, most of the Torah is doing is like it's kind of playing it both ways. On one hand, the Kabbalah is saying that something is non-essential. What happens when you say something is not essential? Generally, what happens when something is not essential? Doesn't get done. That's generally what happens. So there's a danger in saying smicha is not essential, because then people just aren't going to do it. So essentially what the Torah says is the sum up the near. No, smicha is absolutely essential. And therefore, if you don't do it, your korban is lacking. But it's not lacking to the point that it doesn't go ahead and accomplish this designated mission. Mission accomplished, the korban is good, right? The korban is effective, but there's definitely a little something that's missing from it. The Tanya agave tenufa, ki agave the same. You might get tenufa by waiting on the korban. The tenufa l'chakar, the Torah says that tenufa affects atonement. Is that true? Tenufa l'chakar, so really tenufa affects atonement. V'halo in kapara elabedam. It goes like karbanos 101. Karbanos 101. That was fucking. What affects atonement in a korban? The blood service, zrika. Those blood that affects kapara. So why did you say that? Because shneimar ki adam hu b'nefesh shechaper. Rather, what does it teach me? That if you went ahead and you made the tenufa like the leftovers, meaning that you didn't do tenufa the Torah treats it as if you didn't have atonement, but you really do have atonement. Which is another way of saying it's really important, and you definitely must strive to do it. But if you didn't do it, the korban is still effective. Incredible. Alarosh. So where do you do tenufa? On the head of the animal. Turn off on Yodo al Harosh. So again, you have to place your hand on the head of the animal and not on the neck of the animal. You have to place your hand on the head of the animal and not on the back of the animal. You have to place your hands on the head of the animal and not on the chest of the animal. So the one says, okay, I got it. Like, why do I have to just say it? Place it on the head. Why do I need all of these expressions? There's no such street, God. You need them all. I'll tell you why. Because of Rahman Because if I would have just said one exclusionary phrase, I would have thought that it comes to exclude the neck. Why? Because the neck is not on the same level as the head. When I say level, it's when same. Whereas what's the right word? Like same plane, right? That whereas the head is vertical, right? The neck is horizontal, right? And therefore, again, that's why smicha won't work over there. The kaila hadirosh. But again, the back technically is the same horizontal plane as the head, and therefore perhaps the back would work. And although I would have thought, right, I would have thought it's not excluded; it should work. Therefore, tzricha. Therefore, I need to Actually, that no, the back is not good as well. The Yashmina Anipati, Mishum, the lowest part of the tooth, Tufa. Furthermore, again, if you would have told me the neck and the back are not good for Snufa, because the neck and the back, they're not shaykh to even Tufa, to waving. Avachazeh, they start with the Tufa, Enolo, but again, the chest, which is subject to Tufa, I would have thought that perhaps it is not excluded, and therefore, again, you could do smicha even on the chest, therefore tzvicha, therefore I need the exclusionary phrase. And Allah the nice smicha is done on the head dafka to the exclusion ultimately again of the neck, the back, and the chest. What happens if you place your hand on the side of the head of the animal? All right, we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up again Hashem with the Sibari with you tomorrow. Incredible. Shkaya, everyone. Everyone's another great day. Lines. Did I miss that? Oh, I did. All right. Say something for tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, good. All right, people say good morning, or good to This was watching to be able to begin another week, our first full week post documentary session. It's going to be incredible and beautiful and uplifting and wonderful. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Kabbalah sponsors for the month of Nisan Habali and Abram and Shady Kelman. Excuse me, for dedicating all the Shemar Joshua this month in memory of Abram's mother, Sarah, and Hannah Basfer, Shua Heschel, Zipon, and the Bracha. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Alan Sarah Steinberg, and the schools of continued help, Shalom Stein Bas Susha, and for ultimate Refuah Shlema, and a late break in Mazel Tov. Dafyomi sponsored by Mel and Karen Ron. As a discussed from Malta for Mel and Karen Ron. Mr. and Mrs. Ringo on the birth of a grandson and to their children. Incredible. Doesn't come to the out. To enter into the visa of Avnolin of his mano, or his parents, and his grandparents, and his great-grandparents. Should be Zohar Me'ez Hashem the God of the Torah, U'lechuppah, U'lema'is Mitovim. And of course, those who also we dedicate our and our brothers to Israel. May continue to shower them with Shmir Yisrael, Ashkacha Patis, may our holy soldiers be successful. B'chol Ma'aseh Yedeihem, and may we still be Zohar Me'ez Hashem to continue to see the beautiful nisim and the flows that Chodesh Nisan has to offer. So we'll say, with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Aleph 91, and we are picking up on Tzadik Aleph on Beis Amar Mar, which is 2, 4, 6 lines down from the top. Thank you to Rabbi Rothschild for giving shir yesterday. So remember again, we are still continuing on the topic of our Mishnah, which is the topic of Nisachim. So remember again, the Mishnah highlights the idea as to when, at what point in time, halacha l'maisa, do you bring Nisachim with karbanos. So the Mishnah essentially said, all karbanos, all communal offerings, all individual offerings require Nisachim, with the exception of Bechar, Meiser, Pesach, Chatas, Asham. But even the Ram of Chatas and Asham The chatas of a mitzora, the chatas and asham of a mitzora require nisachim. Okay, and again, the Gemara then espoused the rule, and essentially the rule was anything that could be brought in a voluntary capacity, in a technical voluntary capacity, requires nisachim. So now we're just going through each of these categories. The Most says 91a, Sadik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 6 lines down from the top, last 2 words on the line, Amar Mar. Now 7 lines down to the top. I'm not announcing every line. I'm just telling you right now. That's it. 7 lines down from the top. Right, Amar Mar. Told Minayin. From where do we know that a Toga requires Nisachim? Talmud Lomar, because the pasuk says, O Zevach. So interestingly enough, the Gemara that remember O, the word O is usually a root word. It comes to include something additional. So the word O comes to include Toda. The Gemara said, 1 second. Why do you need to learn out Toda from O? Why can't you learn out Toda from Zeva? Because after all, again, a Toda is a carbon, for which the Gemara said, Atu Toda Lav Zevachu. Why can't you learn Zeva? Why do you learn out from O? It requires one. So that coming because I would have thought, since Toda has all of those loaves, how many loaves? How many loaves? 40, right? From how many different types of bread? Good, 4. Excellent. I would have thought that since Toda has all of those loaves, there's no obligation for Nesachim. Gemara says, therefore, again, you can't learn out Toda from Zeba. We learn out from the root of O. Umayshna now. Nazir the Kabade Lechem, or one Nisachim. Why should it be any different than the case of the arrow of the Nazir, right? The Nazir's ram, which also has bread, but Saros comes with loaves, but still has a requirement for Nisachim. I'll tell you why. So that time, because I would have thought, Hasam Shnei Minin, Hacha Arba Minin. By the El Nazir, there's only 2 types of bread, right? But by the Toda, there's 4 types of bread. I would have thought that with such a voluminous bread offering, there should be no obligation for Nisachim. Kamash Malon, even though a Toda has 4 types of bread, right, and 40 total loaves, Halacha L'maisa, it still requires Nisachim. Good. I believe the Rahmana, the Fali Neder over the Dava, Olo by Ola. So now the Gemara says, we're talking about the different categories of items that require Nisachim. Why don't you just go ahead and write anything that is brought for a neder and a dava, and then there would be no need to write ola. Because since an ola can be brought as either a neder or a dava, I would have understood that every ola requires nisachim. If the Torah would have not said ola, hava amina v'asisem isha la'Hashem cloud lefali neder only dava krat. So I'll say, listen to this. Had it not said ola, I would have thought like this. When the pasuk says "Vasisim ol isha Hashem," you shall offer the final offering to Hashem. So that's a cloud, right? The following neder over the gaba, the fulfilling neder over the gaba, that's a prat. The reach nichoa, pleasing aroma, chazar the color. That's another cloud. So what do I have now? Cloud and cloud. We'll say first wide line, sadik aleph on the aleph. Cloud and cloud, sadik cloud, cloud. Remember again. So cloud. General statement, Pratim is a specific one, and then another cloud. Okay. The most I remember this is an exegetical principle. What do you do when you have a cloud with Pratim cloud? Remember again, generally the cloud itself is modified by the prat. Just like the prat is something that does not come as a sin offering. So to again, when do you bring this up? And only the type of carbon that would not be brought as a sin offering. Therefore, I would exclude a chatos and an asham, because the chatos and an asham are brought for a chayt. And what would I include? Abi b'char u'maiser u'pesach shein ba'nachayt. But I would include b'char, right? Again, offering the firstborn, carbon pesach, and Meiser Behema, which of course are not sin offerings. And I would say that those are included for Nisachim purposes. Talmud Lomar, Ola. Therefore, the pasuk says Ola. And what does Ola do? Ola excludes obligatory offerings from Nisachim. That's what Ola does. So the Gemara says, Hashta Dechsiv Ola. So now that the pasuk does write Ola, 4 lines in, or 4 wide lines, sorry. Now that it says Ola, Klal Uprat Ma Marvis Bay, what does the Klal Uprat come to include? So the Gemara says, Ma Prat Mufurash She'ena Muchliya V'Ba'omid. Just like the fact is talking about something that does not refer to a pre-existing obligation. So to when you bring something, only on Kamaros when there's not a pre-existing obligation. What does that come to include? Lahadi Vlados Kachin Tmurasan Va'olahab Vamina Musaras. This comes to include the following cases. Number 1, the offspring of Kachin. Once we had this a couple of weeks ago, or maybe 2 days ago, I'm not sure. Right, but again, the offspring of Kachin, which is, remember again, there's a focus about whether or not those offspring have residual Kiddush Shaimar. And once it comes to include the Aleph Alabaisa, when you offer those up, they come with the Safin. Tamura. Tamura means the illegal exchange of a carbonic animal. So remember again, what's the halacha by Tamura? V'hayahu Usmura, so both animals are Kaddish. When you offer up the Tamura, you also offer up Nisahim, but all the Hadbam or an Ola that's brought from residual funds. That's an Asham ultimately that was put out the pasture because let's say you lost your first Asham, you designated your new Asham, you offered up the new Asham and you found the original one, it's set out the pasture until it develops and then it could be redeemed. The Cholazbatim Shaniz B'Chu Shalom Lishman, as well as any carbon that was offered up Shalom Lishman. What's the halacha say? This goes back to Zvakim, Beis on the Dalet. What happens when you offer up a carbon Shalom Lishman? What happens? What's the halacha? It works, but doesn't satisfy the owner's obligation. Exception to that, there is Kratos. Excellent. So halacha nice again. These tables. So all these animals, so all this whole category over here, Vlados Kachim, Tamura, Ola Babina Musara, Hashem Shemutak Leviya, and any carbon offered up Shalom Lishma, when you offer up these carbonos, you offer them up with Nisachim as well. Incredible. So the most say, I just want to point out, this type of Gemara, this is what we're doing today. Like this is gonna be the flow of the Gemara. We're going to with each of these psukim, right? And we're going to go out and decide like what gets Nisach and what doesn't get Nisach. So you may say, oh gosh, when is this going to be over? So I'll say, I want to tell you what this is exactly like. You know how like when you have a favorite song, like a beautiful song that you love, like the nigga, and you don't know the words, right? You don't know the words. So what do you do? But there's something about the beautiful tune that just speaks to your neshama. So what do you do when you don't know the words? What do you do? Right? You just hum along. You just hum along. Why? Because the song is so great. This Gemara is like your favorite song. It's your favorite song that you don't know the words to. It's okay. Because even without the words, I feel inspired and I feel great. So again, the Gemara is very understandable, but I want to frame what we're going to accomplish here, because then you can put yourself in the right headspace. Because like if you think to yourself, when is I got it for started, not today, not today, right? Or you're thinking like, when are we going to get to that, that's okay. Now we're going to see the Rambam, but again, it's not yet Lamaisa. But again, it's all about putting yourself in the right mind. My favorite song comes. It's the nigging, it's the tune, there's something about it that just touches my neshama. I don't know what the song is talking about. I don't know the words, but that's okay. This is your favorite song that you may not know all the words to, but your neshama is going to love it. Let's go. The hashtag Amrit. There was like Tzadik Aleph Amud Aleph 91A 2 4 6 really the last time. Lines down into the white lines. The hashta the Amrit O Midrasha in the Gemara. So now that we used to say that the word "ol" in the pasuk is being used for a drasha, so then why do I need the "ol" to divide up between the following neder over the dava? If you're teaching that both the neder and the dava offerings are both subject to the second, why do I need that? So you want to say it's just that time you need that. You need it, and I'll tell you why. That time because you would have thought, neder, maybe the second. It's very interesting. If the word "ol" would not have been there, I would have thought that when are you obligated in the second? You're obligated both when you bring neder and nedava. Maybe only when they bring both is there in the second obligation. Come on. Shmalan, therefore the "ol" comes in there to teach you what? Shmalan, the icy neder l'kudei by the second, the icy nedava l'kudei by the second. The teach me know, whether you bring a neder by itself, you bring the second by itself, halacha l'maisa, you have to go ahead and bring it. You have to go ahead and bring the second. Incredible. How many people are Yoshia? All this makes sense. Rabbi Yoshia, Rabbi Yonasan, Lama. You go from Rabbi Yonasan, why do I need the oath? I see neder l'chudei by the second. I see nedava l'chudei by the second. I would have thought like this: when you bring an neder by itself, that's when there's an obligation on the second. Or when you bring in a dava by itself, that's when there's an obligation on the second. I see neder unedava tiski bin the second dechad. I would have thought, however, if you're bringing neder and the dava together, maybe what? One is second. One is second satisfies both obligations. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon will say that even if you're bringing two types of carbonos, which both require a second, and you're bringing them together, it's a good havamina. I would have thought one nisachim satisfy both obligations. Kamash Malon, no. Each carbon gets its own nisachim. Incredible. All the moadechem lamali. So when the pasuk says, or the carbonos that you bring on your yom moadech. Why do I need that pasuk? I would have thought like this. I would have thought, when is there an obligation of Nisachim? When you bring an Ola as a neder, or you bring Shlamim as Midava, Inami Ibcha, or the opposite. Inami Ola Ushlamim Midava, but again, so what I thought that there is an obligation for the Nisachim, when you're going ahead and either bringing an Ola as a neder or Nidava, or Shlamim as a neder or Nidava. But if you are bringing an Ola, both as a Shlamim and a neder, Avahecha the Kamaisi Ola, Avahecha the Kamaisi Ola Ushlamim the neder, but if you're bringing both an Ola and a Shlamim as a neder, Inami, Ola Ushlamim in the Dava, or an Ola and a Shlamim as in the Dava, I would have thought that's the Shabbos. So in this case over here, you're bringing two types of karbanos, but again for one purpose. So let's say for an Ola and a Shlamim both as a neder, or an Ola as a Shlamim both as in a double. I would have thought in that case, Shem neder echad, the Shem nedava achos, is considered to be one carbonic unit of neder, or one carbonic unit of nedava, and therefore the tiskilate in the second echad, and therefore again one nesachim should be enough for that carbonic cohort. Kamash Malon of a Moadechem. Therefore, the pause of Moadechem to teach you that no, we're pretty much reinforcing the same idea, which is one nesachim per carbon. So when you bring multiple carbonos of the same type, right, or same or shlam and things like that, we're bringing multiple different types of carbonos, but part of the same carbonic cohort. All neder or nedava, halacha l'maisa. Everything gets its own nesachim. Beautiful. Why don't you this pasuk up if you offer up the ben bakar as if an ola or a zevach? I'll tell you what, it's alright coming out. You need it because I would have thought hanimili hefa the kamaisi ola ushlomen together. I might have thought, what is there an obligation to bring this up in when you bring an ola or a shlomen as a neder? Inami Ola Ushlamim Dava. So we'll say maybe it's only when you bring in Ola and Ushlamim as a unit, right? A unit of Neder or a unit of Nidava. But if you bring two Olos, Chad of Neder, the Chad of Nidava, but if you bring two Olos, one is a Neder, one is a Nidava, or Inami, Shnei Shlamim, Echa b'Neder ve'echa b'Nidava, or two Shlamim offerings, one is Neder and Nidava, Ema, Shem Shlamim Achasi, right? Shem Ola Achasi. I would have thought that since they're both the same type of carbon, albeit being brought for two different purposes, it has the status of one carbon, and therefore what? The Tiskilei B'Nesachim B'Chad, and you should be able to only have to bring one Nesachim. Kamash Malon, no, we'll say same thing over and over. Kamash Malon, every individual carbon, whether even if it's multiple the same type of carbon, multiple olos, multiple shomim, or multiple carbones being brought for the same purpose, all neder or all nidava, every carbon gets its own nisachim. The following neder, all shlomim lamoni. So we'll say when the Baltic says, following neder, all shlomim, what do I need that? Saradai Kamina, Hani Miliheta the Maisi Shtei Olos, I would have thought, what is there an obligation for individual Nisachim? For example, when you're bringing two Olos, but one is for another, one is for another. Inami, Shni Shlamim, or bringing two Shlamim, one is in Neder, one is in Adava, Ala Hecha, the Kamaisi Shtei Olos, Shtei Olos, Benedava. But if I'm bringing two Olos, right, as an Neder, or two Olos as an Adava, Inami Shnei Shlamim Beneder, Shnei Shlamim Benedava, or two Shlamim as an Neder, two Shlamim as an Adava, Shein Ola Echatu, the Shein Neder Echatu. Again, they have the same identity as a Neder, same identity as an Adava, and therefore, the Tiskilei B'Nesachim Dechad, and therefore they only have to bring one Nesachim. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon, again, every carbon gets its own Nesachim. I have Rabbi Rothschild. I'm in a Bakar Minatzon Lamani. Rabbi Rothschild, what does he do with this phrase Minabakar Minatzon? I would have thought, Hani Mili, betray me. When do you get two different Nesachim with two different types of animals or two different types of eating? About the Chad, Kiskile Nesachim Dechad, but when it's one type of min, either of animals or of Karbanos, maybe I look at the one Nesachim. Kamash Malon, once again, every carbon gets its own Nesachim. Kappa, Tasu, La'achot, Lamali, why didn't that cause a procedure for each one? So I would have thought, Hani Mili Bizachazah. When do we say that individual Karbanos require individual Nesachim? This is only when they're being offered one after the other. About the Bas Achas, oh, this is interesting. What happens if you have all these Karbanos being offered up at once simultaneously? Carbonic simultaneity. What happens if Tiskilei in a Nesachim Dechad? I might have thought that Allah Lamaisa, you only have to bring one set of Nesachim. Kamash Malon, no. So I will say again, therefore, the Gemara has successfully done is essentially showing us all the different variations you could come up with, right? Multiple of the same type of carbon but being offered up for different purposes, or different types of carbon being offered up for the same purpose. Allah Lamaisa, each and every carbon gets its own Nesachim. But again, the point to remember, and this is important, not every carbon gets a Nesachim. So remember again, like what the Mishnah said, generally Karbanos Tzibur and Karbanos Yachid will get a Nesachim, with the exception of Bechar, Meiser, Pesach, Kratos, and Asha, which is another way of saying that any carbon which can be brought in a voluntary capacity will get Nesachim. A carbon that only exists in a obligatory capacity will not get Nesachim. That's why generally the easiest example of this is Kratos and Asha. Kratos and Asham never goes ahead and gets Nesachim. Why? Because you can't bring a voluntary Kratos and Asham. Now, that being said, we now transition to the next. So we just got finished saying that if Kratos and an Asham doesn't get Nesachim, there's an exception to that rule. And what's the exception to that rule? Chatas and Asham of a mitzvah. That does get in the surface. Now we're going to delve into that a little bit and figure out why that is the case. So let's go. So we are on side of Gotham Lala, 91A in the white one. 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom at the 2 dots. The fact that Masorah and the Asham requiring something. So from where do I know this? So you understand obviously the glaring issue over here, which is the Mishnah said explicitly, Chatas and an Asham normally do not get a socket. And the reason for that is the rule, just remember, it is general. You want to know. If somebody asks you, what's a good rule to remember if the carbon gets the socket or not? You say, funny you should ask, because we just learned that today. Anything normally that can be brought in voluntary capacity gets the socket. If the only construct in which the carbon exists is in an obligatory capacity, generally you will not bring the socket. Then the Mishnah says the exception to this rule is Chatas and Asham of Mitzorah. So how do we know this? So it says at the beginning, so again, the pasuk says 3 esronim of fine flour. This is the mincha of the Mitzorah. The mincha imazeva hakasev medave. So it's talking about the mincha that accompanies the carbon. You say it's a mincha coming with accompanying a carbon, or maybe it's a mincha brought on its own. Kishu Omer, the hela hakoines ha'ola v'esamincha. The Bible says that the Kohen will offer up the ola of the mincha, and the ola of the mincha bo amazevach hakasim medaver. The Torah is clearly talking about again a mincha that accompanies a carbon. Va'adayin, it's still I don't know any of you. I'm not sure. In te'una nisachim ola, does the carbon require nisachim or not? Ba'amulomar, or the mincha also the yayin l'nesach revius hahin te'aseh. Ala Ola, the Deva, the Kebas, therefore, the pasuk talks about explicitly the yain and right? Ultimately, again, yain saying the wine that comes as the accompanying sachem. So the Gemara dashes this pasuk. Ola, what does the Ola refer to? Zu Olas Mitzorah. This refers to the Ola of the Mitzorah. Zebah Zu Chatas Mitzorah. The Zebah refers to the Chatas of the Mitzorah. O the Zebah, the O. Right, the O which is always a riboy, Zu Asham Mitzorah. This refers to the Asham Mitzorah. So what I say, so look what just happened over here. Right, we just got the Ola of the Mitzorah, the Chatas of the Mitzorah, and the Asham of the Mitzorah. And therefore, Halacha L'maisa, all 3 of the Mitzorah's karbanos require this socket. That's the drush. I learned that from this pasuk over here. I receive of the value of the Zebach. But why can't you learn how to pick up one just from the word Zevach itself? Other days, the other Psalm 91b, Damar Chatas v'Asham minayin. As Mar is right, Damar. From where do we learn at the Chatas and the Asham? Talmud Zevach. So we'll say in general we can learn out Chatas and Asham from Zevach. Yeah, okay, you have to learn out Ola from a different place, but why can't I learn it? At least Chatas from Zebach, to which the Lord says, no. How do you mean it? The doesn't. When can you learn out Chatas and Asham from Zebach? That's when the Chatas and the Asham are comparable to each other. Kadat, when they're the same. Aval Heicha. But here I will say, remember by the Zorah, the Chatas and the Asham do 2 different things. Aval Heicha, the Asham, the Hachshir, the Chatas, the Chata. Remember by the Mitzorah, the Asham is there to render him fit, right? Render him fit, ultimately, again, restore his status. The Chatos is for Kapara. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment. So first of all, the Gemara is quoting, the Gemara is speaking about the idea that you learn Chatos and Asham from Zebach, Murph, Lip, from Nazir, just a moment. Take a look at that Rashi. The Amar Mar, Gabi Nazir Belaka as Se'ah Rosh Israel, the Nasan ala Ish Asher Tachas Zevach Hashlamim. In ainly ela tachas zevach hashlamim tachas adut shachatos va'asham minayin. Okay, so the Gemara says fine. So therefore the Gemara points out that here, even though by Nazir we learn out chatos and asham from zevach from zevach. That's different because again, remember the karbanos of Nazir are different from the karbanos ultimately again from Mitzorah. Rashi says over here, Hani Mili did not eat Haraya Chatas, the Asham Shal Nazir, that he had double. By Nazir, the Chatas and the Asham accomplished effectively the same thing. Chatas and Nazir Tar, the Asham and Nazir Dame, La Shiro, Bailey Khan and Asim Asu. So again, by a Nazir, the Chatas and the Asham essentially have the same mission, have the same job, which is to allow him to once again become Tamei Lamusim. However, again, Rashi, first by line Rashi, that's why line Rashi, the Mitzorah, the Asham Lakshira Lava see, the Chatas, the Chaper, that's I don't know. So it's interesting enough by the Mitzorah, it's very interesting. The Asham and the Chatas come for two different reasons. The Asham ultimately again allows him to enter the camp because he's not right because he was Tamei. The Chatas ultimately again has a kapara capacity to it. So therefore again we need a different drasha. Fascinating. Therefore, but trade cry. This is interesting. So I just an interesting aside, because it's generally always find that there's a lot of comparisons between the Nazir and the Mitzorah. Sacrificially there's a lot of similarities and also kapara wise, but it is interesting to note that by the Nazir, the Chatas and the Asham essentially serve the same purpose, but by the Mitzorah, the Chatas and the Asham serve two different purposes. Fascinating. Okay, Zevach. When the Pasuk says Zevach, Zu Chatas Mitzorah. So again, I both say, just to refocus yourself. What are we doing? The Mishnah said that although normally for a Chatas and an Asham, you do not bring the Sachem, Allah. For the Chatas of an Asham of a Mitzorah, you do. Now, I want to point something out. Remember, the Mitzorah brings three Kavanos: Chatas, Asham, Ola, and each three of those Kavanos are going to have accompanying the Sachem. Now, for the Ola, I don't need a drasha that you bring the Sachem. Why not? Why not? Because Ola works. Why does Ola work? Because Ola is a oven that can be brought in a voluntary capacity. So since it can be brought in a voluntary capacity, you'll bring the suffering even when it's brought in an obligatory capacity. The only thing I need a drasha for is for the chatas and the asham. Since there's no such thing as a voluntary chatas and asham, therefore I will say there is no nisachim, which is generally the rule. The exception to that rule seems to be by Mitzorah, is Mitzorah, and that's why I'm going through this whole exhaustive drasha. Let's go right there. So Zevach, in the Pasuk says Zevach, Zu Chatas Mitzorah. This refers to the Chatas of Mitzorah, which brings us up in the Ema, Zu Chatas Va'asham the Nazir. I think it refers to the Chatas of Mitzorah. Maybe it refers to the Chatas of the Asham of the Nazir. No, I'll tell you why. Second, I this sign here because it says in the Brayso, "Umin Chasam Miniskehem Ve'Avaso Ubishlam Chasam Medaber." When the Pasuk says "Umin Chasam Miniskehem," it's talking about his Olam Mishlamim. You say it's talking about this Olam Mishlamim or Eino Ela Achidim Chatos. It is referring to the Chatos as well. The S Ha'ayon Yaseh. Shlamim, Uminchasol Vinisko. Ayon Bichlal. So again, remember the ram or his ram, his ayon, was included in the general statement of Kabbalah. For Lama Yasa, so ayon is excluded. Lahakish Eya, to make a hakish. What's the hakish? Not ayon you called Bob and Neder Ubinadaba, just like an ayon is unique because it can be brought as either a Neder or a Nadaba. Call Bob and Neder Ubinadaba. So again, what has the suffix? And even that is brought as Neder can be brought as Neder Ubinadaba. Ola, the Pasuk says Olas. Zu Olas Mitzorah. This refers to the Ola of the Mitzorah that it is obligating the suffix. I be'ema zu Olas Yola. That's interesting. Maybe it refers to the Ola of the Yola. So how do you know that it refers to the Ola of the Mitzorah? From Rabbi Olas Yola. That's Seifa Dikra Nafka. The Ola, this is actually doing that for me ends of the pasuk. Yisanya, Rabbi Nassan, Omer Rabbi Nassan says, like Ebes, the Olas Yoladas. When the pasuk says like Ebes, this refers to the Ola, Yoladas. Ha'echad, the one, Ze'achad Asar Shemaiser Shekara Shtabin. So this is very interesting. Ha'echad refers to the 11th of Meiser Nehemah. They say to yourself, 11th of Meiser Nehemah, it's not how Meiser Nehemah works. Meiser Nehemah is the 10th. If you erroneously designated the 11th animal as Meiser Nehemah, ultimately again that animal has a sacrificial designation and it is offered up as Shnabin. Now it's offered up as Shnabin, it also has accompanying the suffering. Shalom Asil of the Torah, Shirtapa Chaman America. Because ultimately, again, we've never seen in prior Torah that the couple something of secondary importance should be more common than the item of primary importance. But Rabbi Amarava says, Eizu Dava Shetzah Shalosh Yudhiyim. So Rabbi says it's very interesting. So now Rabbi says, what area, what topic in the Torah requires 3 replays? I'll tell you, Sunnah Torah. This refers to Mitzorah. Rabbi said, why does Mitzorah need 3 revoice? Because Mitzorah has 3 kavanas, a chatas, an asham, and an olah. And Allah so that 3 revoim teach me that Allah so again, each one of those kavanas gets accompanying a suffering. Why does the Pasuk say la'ayo? On a Shinshan, the rabbis elo shal Aaron. It's very interesting. This comes to go ahead and include the Ayil of Aaron. Which Ayil is that? This is talking about the Ayil of Aaron that comes on Yom Kippur. Like on Yom Kippur. Now, Allah again, this carbon requires the suffering as well. So the Gemara says, Elo Sha'aron, the Ayil of Aaron, which means anything that's offered up on your appointed times will require the suffering as well. Watch this. I would have thought like this kind of really deceiving. So this one refers to ultimately again communal offerings. About the yochid low, but perhaps again an individual offering, because remember there's some of Aaron's personal lamb, right? His personal carbon, his personal carbon. Thus, I would have thought that Allah that does not require this in commercial results. I'm going to say something amazing. How auspicious this is. Today feels like the real first day, like after Pesach, right? Because Shabbos Mamish felt like, which was beautiful, just like a hemshik of Pesach. Because what Rabbi Rothschild was telling us today, he's telling us, it's almost Elul. It's almost Elul. It's almost Elul. Right? And therefore, again, how incredible is it that on the first Sunday, essentially after Pesach, the Baruch Hu says, the season of Tshuva is upon us. They'll say a Yid is always focusing on the next thing. So of course we have Shvuos, we have Svira, Kabbalah, Torah. But they'll say, but all kidding aside, right? Yamim Noraim is now on the horizon. And because of that, again, the worst thing we could ever do is wait until Elul gets here in order to start our journey of Tshuva. How great would it be that as we're marching towards Har Sinai, during Sfiras HaOmer, to not just make it a march towards Har Sinai, make it a march towards self-actualization, to make it a march towards self-rectification, to begin that march, mamish to tshuva. What a young people are going to have. The process of tshuva begins now, during Chodesh Nisan. It doesn't wait until the evening day, till the of Chodesh Elul. The Baruch Hu is giving us this kiss, the Ayil of Aaron. It's for Sunday, how I should to begin the journey together. Why should it be any different than the Ola of Yola? Side I would have thought, and really got for sure cover those mine. I would have thought like this, that when the other is something that doesn't have a set time. About Dava, Shetavua was mine in a but saying that does have a set time, like the Isle of Aaron. I would have thought doesn't require it. Something, Kamash Malon does. Incredible. Oh, the Ayol Lamari. When the Pasuk says, oh, remember, always a revoy. Oh, the Ayol, what does that come to include? The Rabbos es Hapalgas. This comes to include the Palgas. What is a Palgas? Take a look at that. Rashi, which means actually very interesting. Top Rashi, almost if you move your finger to the left, about 6 lines down. Oh, the Ayol Lamari, the Rabbos es palgas, v'nisachim palgas she'avra shnasol v'laba nechlal shanim. So this is very interesting. So apparently a palgas is an animal in its 13th month, right? So you have an animal that's a year old and an animal that's 2 years old, which is after the 13th month in its second year. In the 13th month, the animal has this interesting designation called the palgas. So the Gemara said, listen to this. So all the ayah comes to include that if you're offering up a palgas, you have to go ahead and offer up the safin along with it. To which the Gemara says, Hani Rabbi Yochanan Amar burial. During the Yochanan says that a palgas is its own individual category. So again, this makes sense to me. The Josh of the Snan. Hikrivu maybe Allah ayon maybe sorry. Hikrivu maybe Allah niske ayon. The in all of them is the point. If you bring the palgas, you have to deal with it the same misafim that normally accompany an ayon, but it doesn't necessarily satisfy your obligation. Rashi says over here, it's not hikrivu. The palgas help another ayon. Okay, that's the Greek palgas. Maybe Allah niski ayil ve'id olos lo mizikholishim kovas nidro. There's several sources to do this just to get our terms correct. A kavas means a sheep within its first year. An ayil means a sheep 2 years old. What happens if you bring a palgas, which is kind of like this sheep within its 13th month? So it's not, we're saying, it's like that awkward stage for sheep. That awkward stage, your voice is beginning to change. And you're no longer a kavas, but you're not yet an ayil. So again, interestingly enough, the Gemara says over here, the Gemara says as follows, that if you go ahead and you pledge a kavas or an ayil, right, but you end up bringing a palgas. So interestingly enough, you have to treat it like an ayil. You bring it of an ayil, but it doesn't satisfy your obligation. Interesting. I'm not doing it. All the ayil Rabbi says about that. So the Yochanan says all the ayil comes to include ultimately again palgas as well. Okay, but Allah so it's going to go ahead and require the safin. Ella, the bar pada, going nice. If to color the steka. But according to the Bible, this is actually very interesting. But Bible says no, what you do essentially a palgas is a suffix. Is a palgas a keves or is it an ayil? So right with our palgas, essentially what you do is you can bring the palgas and you make it tonight. You need to tell essentially whichever category it fits into. This is the obligation that should satisfy. If you think of your Rashi, all about palgas. The Maisi Niski Ayal Masni in Kevasu Yakishu Sahara Uyulo, Bamosi Udava. If it's a Kavas, then it should utilize the Nisaka and satisfy the obligation, and any additional Nisaka material ultimately should be in a Dava. In Ayal, Hari Nisaka, but if it's an Ayal, ultimately again, so it's like when you bring an ayil, there's a greater amount of nisaka than when you bring a kavas. So essentially, that Bible says like this: whichever one it is, if it's an ayil, great, it has necessarily nisaka. If it's a kavas, then it has extra nisaka. The extra nisaka should just be a nidava. But according to our Panda, who says that a palgas is a suffix, and the Torah is going to give you a pasuk to darshan out the suffix that doesn't make any sense. Who's you're right, Panda about Panda kasha. According to that Panda, it's going to be a darshan. Okay. Kaka yasel shoha echad, or the ayla echad. All the sebat basim, all the izim. So the shoha echad, makamalomai. What does the pasuk mean when it says the shoha echad? What's the darshan there? The Shematim Shefalak also they may say, I know, Kevas, since the boss says we saw, there is a distinction between the Nisafim brought for an Ayol versus the Nisafim brought for a Kevas. Yoko Nefla, they miskate Palanisay. Also, going to also remember again, Kevas is the young, right? Young Ayol is the old, right? Kevas is 1 year, Ayol is 2 years. So there's a difference in the Nisafim brought for a Kevas versus an Ayol. I would have thought that in the same way that there's a difference between, right, adult, or young and old sheep. So too again, Yaakov Mechak Beiniske Palinise, there'd also be a distinction between the suffering for a calf versus for a cow, right? Adult and child. Tamalomar, the Shara Echad. Therefore, the pasuk says, no, when it comes to the cow, the ox family, all the suffering are the same. O la'ayo matamalomar. What does the pasuk mean? I'm teaching O la'ayo. Mata, what is going to teach me? The fish and matsinu, because ultimately, again, since we learned shechalak hakasav ben niske ben shola niske ben shtayim, the Torah makes a distinction between the nesach and offered up. What's about the sheep, right? Torah makes a distinction between the sheep, between the nesach and offered up, or a keves, 1-year-old, versus ayo, 2 years old. Yachol neflak ben niske ben shtayim, niske ben shalosh. I'm going to put also the same distinction between the Sachim offered up for a 1-year-old sheep versus a 2-year-old sheep. Also, this is where we also create some interesting knowledge. When it comes, let's say, to a cat versus an ox, no distinction in the Sachim for young and old. In the sheep family, there is a distinction between the Sachim for young versus old. Less for young, more for old. Also, just remember that in the sheep family, 3 stages: Keves, 1-year-old, Ayo, 2 years old, Helgas, that 13th month. I might have thought that Allah, so how about the same that there's distinction between the Nesach between a 1-year-old sheep, 2-year-old sheep, maybe the distinction between a 2-year-old sheep and a 3-year-old sheep. Now, no, there's only 2 categories: 1-year-old versus 2-year-old. But once you're above, once you're in the 2-year-old category, all subsequent ages are the same. All the sebak vasim matamavomar. What does the result come to teach me? The fish masim shechalak akase. Beiniske kavas, beiniske ayon. Similar to makes distinction between the nesachim for a kavas and the nesachim for an ayon. Yahoo, neflak bein niske kivsa. I might have thought there should also be a difference between kivsa and lechela are females, between a 1-year-old and 3-year-old females. Tamabomar, all the sabbath vasim. But by the female animals, apparently the nesachim are always going to be the same. All the easing, not tamabomar. What does all the easing come to teach me? The fish shamatim shechalak also, Beiniske kavas, beiniske ayon. Since you see the term, makes distinction between. Again, remember, kavas 1-year-old, the ayon 2-year-olds. Torah makes the distinction. Yachol nefla, beiniske kivi, beiniske seer. I would have thought that ultimately the Torah makes a distinction between a young goat and an old goat. I got still again holding a little, holding like a Pesach and Yom Kippur all together. Oh, easy. Therefore, the pasuk says, "Oh, easy." I mean, so Papa says, by the way, when we were learning this sugya, Rabbi tested us. He gave us a little faher. How did he faher us? Top of the topic page 92a. Badik Rabbi, Niske Rechela Bekama. So once he asked us, when you bring in a second of Rechela is a 2-year-old female sheep. How much is in a second? Now, Rabbi was testing Melissa because Rabbi thought that they were going to get mixed up between a male sheep and a female sheep, right? Because remember, a male sheep, which is a keves, right, has larger nesachim once it gets 2 years old. By female, we saw there's no distinction between young and old. So Rabbi was trying to trick us. If he asked us how much nesachim do you bring for an older female sheep, my sheep no longer has nisim, yedi mishamesh nisim, so shall we go in, the shall be common. So I was saying, he answered him from the Mishnah. Now what? That by yedi, ultimately again, you use the same nesachim for a young sheep and for an old sheep. Shall zikarim, shall nekevos, foot. Michelle Allen. I'll just take a quick look at Rashi. That is actually very nice. This cave of Halo the Kama Rashi says, Yayin, street Belisha, it's only a so, and I even Mafishin brings up on the cable. So again, Rava was testing us, and he was trying to test our knowledge because now that we established that for male sheep offering, there is a distinction between between a keves and an ayil. So he's asking us by female sheep, is there a distinction? Of course, the answer is there's no distinction by female sheep, and we answer, how do we answer? And it's very interesting. Then if you look at, so by me knowing Masnisim in the second shtop, let's just take a look at this Rashi, because Rashi explains this, so that's pretty beautiful. Little Chazak in the second shkalim. I thought that someone's Chayim B'Mikdash. Let's remember again, we always think about this, right? In the third base English, we're going to have, assuming the third base English operates somewhat similarly to the way it operated before. So remember, as you think about this, you're going to bring your animal offering. Think to yourself, I don't know, it's going to be a little bit anxiety provoking. We're not getting that. Like, we're exactly like, Parkinson's, and more than that, let's be honest, what's the most anxiety provoking piece of the whole thing? Is getting it there. Right? And I know, it's giving me, the kids aren't helping with this, right? Everyone knows this, right? The kids aren't helping with this. No, it's like this. And I'm going to be shivering and angry, and by the time I get to the base of Mikdash, all stressed out. Good news. You can purchase on site. You can purchase. So I would say, so what happened? It's beautiful. Look at Rashi. Sounds like a Mikdash. Egel Zakar, Gidi, Gidi, Mishamish, this case, so again, on one side, the idea over here is you get like a coupon. Every receipt. And with that receipt, you pay obviously, and you would get a receipt that you would then be able to go out and give in the Lishkas. Remember again, there was a whole chamber for this, and you would get other, not just for animals, but for everything. From the knuckles, right, from mincha offerings, for wine, for oil, everything was available on site. Let's just finish up that Rashi. He goes, then such a custom of the tea, how you look in the suck in the carbon, so Bain Gidolim, Bain Kitanim, Bain Sekharim, Bain Kevas, the Hainami will keep so the Cheva, the Kuman is Skay and Shabbos, because in general, again, in the Sakim, for all of these animals is generally the same. Chutz Mishabah. Even Shalom, how you work in the Shabbat surface, even the fish in the Sakim, the Shabbat in the Sakim, and the Kevas, I told the Via Sayin, again, the most I said, therefore, Allah for all the female animals, the Sakim was the same. The distinction ultimately again was adult male sheep versus young male sheep. Their name was Sakim were different. So Rabbi tried to test us, but ultimately again. But ultimately he passed the test. And I will say, those are beautiful song ever. That was the beautiful song ever. Let me just use 2 minutes. I just want to read through just have 3 passages from the Rambam. Just halacha l'maisa again. Says it real close myself and always parak beige. Listen to this. So first of all, the Rambam writes, halacha aleph, hayayin ba'asolo shemedim ma'chaban in the Kohen Esau. So first of all, in general, the Rambam says over here, the wine as well as the fine flour, right, that we bring 3 karbanos as from the Sufim. So when we speak about the Sufim really includes 2 things: flour offering, right, flour, and wine offering. Basomas levada nikes meat. Plus the Sufim, good. And the flour by itself is generally called a minchas the Sufim. Fine. Let's get there on days. Ein ta'un the Sufim. The flour only covers that require the Sufim. Ella olas behema u'shlamim bilba. So again, generally, the kabbalas which will require the Sufim are ola and shlamim. Whether bein kayu carbon sibor, bein carbon yafid, o keves yoledes, ve'elo shakoin gadol, holding olos to umin yisachim. Again, so we'll say salvach l'meisa, and this goes with what we said before. Generally, it's going to be almost a shtum that requires a sachim. Why? Because in order to be obligated in the sachim, it has to be the type of carbon which could be brought in a voluntary capacity, which refers to always in the sachim. Now again, there are exceptions to that rule. That's why the Rambam writes, the keves of the Oledes. Like the Oled, right, when he gives birth, brings an offering, or the aisle of the Kohen Gadol, which we just saw. Avala Olef, Vashamas, Vachatos, Ein Median Imain Nisach. But again, in general, burnt offerings, Sin offerings. Two types of sin offerings. Asham and Chatos do not get Nisachim since they cannot be brought in a voluntary capacity. Exception to that rule, Mechatos Misora Va'ashama Shemis Parshmis Kebato. The exception, of course, is the Chatos and the Asham of the Mitzvah. The Torah explicitly says that you bring the Sachim in this one. Now, by the way, it's not just the Chatos and the Asham of the Mitzvah. What else gets the Sachim from the Mitzvah? Is Olam. That's not a Kiddush. Why? Because again, you could always bring the Sachim with an Olam. Incredible. So Rambam goes on, but that's essentially that's the synopsis. So Rambam saying, again, the most beautiful song ever. Even if you don't know the words, it again stirs your heart. Rambam saying, incredible. Tomorrow we have another great subject match. It's Smicha back into some like technical deep. Yeah, well, I guess less back into. So it's been a lot of technical views on Kavanas. Continue to turn to Rambam saying, Shkak, everyone. Have a great day. Have a great day, everyone.
There he goes, the Iron Patriot. That was amazing. Trusted Martindale, everybody. Heck yeah. Unbelievable performance. Thank you so much. Everything come out okay, Iron Patriot? Yeah, everything come out okay, Iron Patriot. I don't know if you guys know this, fantastic. This is the first episode of Kill Tony that's ever taken place during Legends. So, I got a lot of tweets from my female headquarters about that.
All right, so we'll see. I'm sure this
real quick before we jump into it, we are at the Kill Tony comes to the La Jolla Comedy Store on the road. First time ever on March 1st of San Diego. If you're listening to this, it's going to be March 1st. Tickets will be available online probably by the time you hear this. So it's going to be very soon. It's going to be March 1st at the La Jolla Comedy Store, the first ever comedy store. So very exciting.
Thank you for the creativity and I should really grateful as a subscription for the first name Sadik Rangi. Yeah, blessings. Okay, Christmas is being like and what really last time and the other one that actually was over again yesterday. Or the end of that a little bit quicker. Which was spoken of the cases where a type of was offered option of when you're suffering, are still offered up as part of death or we expect Jesus for that because the offer of himself we return us up to the suffering, ultimately the covenant says will be these are the rights of the so the idea of the other on the Mishnah of Olos. Those are the cases that we quoted yesterday in the Gemara. It makes sense because those are all the cases of Olos. Type of Tzaddik. Ilav, Ilo Chazu, the Olas Choda, Karve, the Olas Negava. Because when it comes to an Olah, the worst case scenario is if it's not offered up as an Olas Choda, it can always be offered up as an Adab. I agree with the Gemara is saying is that the cases that we spoke about yesterday. The cases we spoke about yesterday, so even in the event that it can't be offered up as an obligatory offering, it can absolutely be offered up as a voluntary offering. In our case over here, we do not go ahead and offer it up in its original fashion. Asham, the Daga Midika, was that ultimately again, is there ever a case of Asham which could we offer up as an Daga? And of course, the answer to that is no. Because right says supposed to be Asham and Torah Shishakti Shilo Lishma. Asham and Torah Shishakti, not for its original intention, Shilo Lishma. Oh, Shimon, Hassan Damo al Gabi Bahamas, or was it left out of the blood, was not placed on the Mitzvah. Halacha is Arisa Oda Lagabi Mizbeach. Ultimately, again, it is considered an Oda for the Mizbeach purposes to tell Nisachim, and it requires Nisachim, because Hashem Achalati. Because another Hashem, ultimately, again, to so as this Halacha Lamaisa, what the Gemara just tells us by saying is quoting the Raisa of Yochanan, namely, that if you go and you offer up the Hashem Mitzvah Shelo Lishmo, and you offer it up just the Shem Hashem, not the Shem Hashem Tzorah, so the halacha ultimately is that you will offer it up, meaning the carbon itself works. You have to bring the accompanying nesachim, but it does not satisfy the obligation of mitzvah. Which I will say is the halacha ultimately again that we've seen in many carbonos. That if they offer up shelo l'shmo, the carbon itself still works. The novelty of our sugyamel is that it works, and you also have to bring the accompanying nesachim, but halacha l'maisa doesn't satisfy your obligation. Obligated to bring another carbon, ultimately to satisfy your obligation. Beautiful. Says the Mishnah. Let's say Mishnah Tzadik Amdav. Talmidot Shalomikdos, how you Nikdoshos. So we'll say another very interesting one. All of the measures, you see specifically now about dry measures. All of the dry measures inside of the base of Nikdosh were Nikdoshos. We'll say Nikdoshos means heaped. Remember again, there are two ways that you can fill up a dry measure utensil. You can level it, or you can heap it. So Mishnah here says that all of the measures in the base of Mikdash were heaped. And we discussed what that means. Chuds, Mishal Kandel. I was like, now understand what that means. What that means is that Allah if you say that something is heaped, so then what that means is that remember the amount of flour, right, for a regular carbon was how much? Is one isara. So remember again, we spoke about the idea that there was an isara utensil. So what it means is as follows. If there was an isara utensil, that means if you hold that they were heaped, that the utensil itself, meaning the whole from the walls of the utensil, did not contain an isara. The way the utensil was designed is that the inside, the inside the cavity of the utensil, right, held X, but in order to complete the sour measure, you had to pile, right, you had to heap ultimately the dry measure. That altogether created the sour measurement. Clothes, you shall Kohen Gadol, with the exception ultimately again of the Kohen Gadol, meaning of the Chaviti Kohen Gadol, Shei Godsha l'Sofa. Let's say Godsha l'Sofa means with the exception of the Kohen Gadol's utensil, which again we call cavity of the utensil, contains the full measure of Yisrael. Rashi says, "Shei Godsha l'Sofa, Shei Gidola Kolkach, Shekishaisa Minchakas Haya Ga'Yisrael." That it was so large that even once it was leveled out, it still contained the Yisrael. So we got those Midas Halach. We'll say, what about again the measurement for lach, for a liquid measurement? So Midas Halach, Berutzei and Kodesh. Midas is supposed to actually not very interesting. What about the spoke we spoke about some passing the other day? What about spillage, right? What about spillage? What about if something goes over the size of the utensil? What's the status of spillage?
Extra angry tonight.
Okay, the overflow, right? The overflow of the utensil. Is that kadosh or not? So the Gemara says, so midas halach, they would say in kodesh. Also, when it comes to liquid measurements, ultimately again, the overflow is kodesh as well. Midas hayavesh, they would say in chol. What's interesting enough when it comes to the overflow of dry measure, so that ultimately again is going to be chol. It's very interesting. So overflow of liquid measures in kodesh, overflow of solid measures are chol. Rabbi Akiva says, Midas halach kodesh. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. He says that even, well, I should say, Rabbi Akiva says that ultimately the overflow of liquid is kodesh. The tichach, berutzeihen, I should say, Rabbi Akiva says Midas halach kodesh, which means, let's say, that just follows you just a minute. He holds that the utensils used to measure liquids, those utensils themselves were consecrated. The measuring utensils themselves were consecrated. Therefore, because the measuring utensils are consecrated, the overflow is consecrated as well. Midas hayavesh chol, but the utensils used to measure dry measures were not consecrated. Therefore, lefichach berutzeihen chol. Therefore, their overflow was chol as well. Rabbi Yossi Omer, so we'll say Rabbi Akiva seems to be adding more. Well, we'll see Rabbi Akiva's that. Rabbi Yossi Omer, Lo Mishum Zeh. Rabbi Yossi seems to disagree with Rabbi Akiva's logic, and he says, Elo Shalach Ne'ekar Va'ayavesh Eno Ne'ekar. We'll say Rabbi Yossi, so here's what's interesting. Everyone seems to agree with the distinction between liquid and solid, right? That liquid measures the overflow will be kodesh. Remember again, that everyone seems to be saying from the beginning. And the overflow, ultimately, again, from dry measures will not be kodesh. Rabbi Akiva understands that it's not a function of the identity of overflow, it's an identity of the function of the utensil. Liquid measures, the utensils themselves are kodesh, therefore the overflow is kodesh. Dry measures, the utensil itself is whole, therefore the overflow ultimately is also whole. Rabbi Yossi says, no, it's not that. Rabbi Yossi says it's something different. You can even say that both types of utensils are kodesh. So why difference between the overflow of liquid and solid? This is amazing. But see, Rabbi Yossi understands that the science of liquids is as follows. When you go ahead, see, we often understand that when you pour in, I have a full cup, and I pour in more liquid. So what happens? So the liquid overflows. Which liquid overflows? So let's say, so we often assume a LIFO, right? A LIFO method, right? Last in, first out, right? So whatever comes into the cup last is what comes out first. Rabbi Yossi says not necessarily. It's also possible that with liquid, when you pour more liquid in, what does it do? It churns up the entire utensil of liquid, and it's possible that that which was already in the utensil comes out. We'll say, what's the chilik? See, if you tell me LIFO, last in, first out, then that means the liquid that was poured in last really was never in the cream. It was never in the cream, never became kodesh. Never became kodesh, it's not kodesh. If on the other hand you hold that the key itself gets churned up, churned up is the right thing, you understand? Gets churned up, and therefore again it's possible that liquid that was already in the utensil comes out, and it's possible that ultimately again that would be kodesh as well. So, I'm sorry. Right, Yaakov and Esau. Oh. It's a LIFO versus FIFO. Right, by the Yaakov and Esau. First and last out, which there's no, I don't think there's a FIFO. Right, it's okay, good. In any event, says the Gemara. Money. So let's analyze this. You know, so listen to this. So whose opinion does the Mishnah reflect? See Rabbi Meir. So we'll say, so remember again, the Mishnah said that all of the measurements in the Beis Hamikdash were all mikdashos, were all heated, with the exception of the Kohen Gadol. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Meir, Chad Gadish. We'll say, this is Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir ultimately held that there was one utensil for measuring out the nachos, and it was a heat utensil. So that was one utensil for regular korban mincha and the Kohen Gadol's korban mincha. Rabbanan, or if you want to say it's Rabbanan, Chada u'machu kava. The Rabbanan hold also that there was one measuring utensil, but the Rabbanan hold that what? That ultimately it was a level utensil. So whose opinion does our Mishnah reflect? But at this, the old Rabbi Meir, really it's Rabbi Meir. My Komidos, what does Rabbi Meir say when he speaks Komidos? Chol Medidos. So we'll say, interestingly enough, the Gemara suggests this is the position of Rabbi Meir, and Halacha Lamaisa, Chol Medidos doesn't have to be read as all measuring utensils, but rather, again, can be read as what? All measurements. All measurements that were taken every time something measured was taken in the Beis Hamikdash. How you mikdashos? Ultimately, again, it was a heat measure. Good. Midas halaf, they would say in the say. So remember now, we have the machlokus in the Mishnah. So remember, we have on one hand the Tanakama telling you that ultimately, well, see, here's what's interesting. Everyone seems to agree that overflow liquid is kodesh, overflow dry measure is chol. Right? So Rabbi Akiva gives his logic when he ascribes his halacha to the nature and identity ultimately of the utensils themselves, versus Rabbi Yossi, who understands that this is more about the movement of liquids versus solids. Says the right in it's kind of savar, it's a kind of kama savar, so it's kind of like this. It's actually very interesting halacha. Kind of kama savar, midas halach, nimshecha, bein mibifnim, bein mibachutz. Midas yavesh, nimshecha mibifnim, velo nimshecha mibachutz. So this is really quite fascinating. So Tanakama holds that halacha l'maisa, the liquid measurement utensils are consecrated both on the inside and on the outside. which means that what? If liquid hits the utensil, either on the inside of the utensil or on the outside of the utensil, halacha l'maisa, the liquid itself will be kodesh. Therefore, again, the overflow, which I will say again, never touches the inside of the utensil, but certainly what touches the outside of the utensil will also be kodesh. On the other hand, yavesh nimshech hamidufnim, dry measured utensils are halacha l'maisa considered to be they are kodesh on the inside, but not kodesh on the outside. Let's say why the difference. This is just the way that the kedusha of the utensils in the base hamikdash was set. And therefore, again, if I read the Rashi for just a moment, Rashi in regular Rashi on top, lo nimshuchu b'chutz, u'fichach b'yutzenko. So because the outside of the utensil was not anointed, was not consecrated, therefore, again, any kind of overflow remains unconsecrated. Because that is the opinion of the Tanakh. I have Rabbi Akiva, so Rabbi Akiva holds Midas Halach, Mimshichan maybe within the Moroccan. So let's say Rabbi Akiva so far agrees. He agrees that yes, the liquid utensil, measuring utensil, is kodesh on the inside and on the outside. Therefore, again, overflow will be kodesh as well. Midas Yavesh, lo Mimshichan kol ikret. I will say that it's fascinating about this is Rabbi Akiva's model. Rabbi Akiva holds that halacha l'maisa, the utensil used for dry measures, is not kodesh at all. It's not kodesh at all. Now, what does that mean? If it's not kodesh at all, well, then what? So then I have a bigger question than overflow. What's my question? The actual contents of the utensil itself. So we're going to look at Rashi. Top part of Rashi. Rabbi Akiva said, the whole. Rabbi Akiva, the utensil itself is not a consecrated utensil. Lefichach, mashe b'fnim b'kli kedushas pehu the mekadesh. So we'll say the flour that is contained inside becomes kadosh. Why? Because I verbally designate it as being kadosh. Hilchach ma'dikitzirich lei mekadesh derutzin lo tzarich lei lo mekadesh lefichach berutzeinko. Therefore, we'll say only that which I need do I verbally designate as kodesh, and therefore only that which is in the utensil ultimately is kodesh. But that which overflows is ultimately not going to be kodesh. So we'll say so already begins to focus. So you already see the first point of contention over here is the dry measured utensil. Tanakh telling you that what is the status of the dry measured utensil? Again, it's kodesh on the inside, not kodesh on the outside. Rabbi Akiva, the dry measured utensil is not kodesh at all. I say, how are the contents of the kodesh? I verbally designate as being kodesh. What am I verbally designating? Only that which is necessary ultimately for the covenant itself. That which is not necessarily, i.e., the overflow, is not kodesh. So it comes along. Rabbi Yossi says, Rabbi Yossi Shita is actually a really debating machlokes. Rabbi Yossi Shita is that both the dry utensil and liquid utensil are both consecrated on the inside and not on the outside. So how do you account for the difference between overflow of liquid, which is considered to be kodesh, and overflow of solid, which is not? I'll tell you. And the reason the distinction of Osai is because we assume that when liquid is poured into a kli, it displaces the liquid that was already inside of the kli, and therefore the liquid that comes out may be liquid that was already inside of the kli. Now, I will say, if you hold that halacha l'maisa liquid is coming from inside the kli, so remember again, Rabbi Yossi's model is that both liquid utensils and, or when I say liquid measured utensil and dry measured utensil are both kadosh mitzvim and not kadosh melachos. So if you hold that when liquid is poured in, it displaces liquid that was already inside the utensil, that liquid inside the utensil is already kodesh. Therefore, again, when it overflows the kli, it's because of the overflow liquid of also was liquid that was already inside the kli. Not just in the liquid that was poured last, we don't say LIFO, but rather again, it's possible that it was liquid that was already inside the kli, that was already consecrated, and therefore again, you will say that the overflow by liquid will be kodesh. On the other hand, the hayavish and onakar, we'll say by solids, there's no such thing as displacement. In other words, we'll say, so a very simple idea. If you have a utensil that is filled with flour, and you pour on a heaped measure to the point that the flour overflows the sides of the kli, there's no havamina that the flour that was at the bottom of that kli was the flour that overflowed, because that's just not the properties of solid. Therefore, again, we assume that which overflows the kli was never what? Was never inside the kli. Because it was never inside the kli, therefore what? It's not kodesh. as opposed to like this. So I'll say really quite a riveting machlokes that really, if you think about it, really is centered on the very identity of the measuring utensils of the base hamikdash. Did they have sanctity or not? Hanakama telling me dry measures inside, liquid measures inside and outside. Dry measures inside, yes. Outside, no. Rabbi Akiva, ultimately, again, liquid measure inside and outside. Dry measure, not at all. And Rabbi Yossi telling me that the truth is, it's really not a function of the. We can assume that the inside of the utensils, ultimately, again, are Kodesh, not the outside, not the outside. And this is really an issue of displacement. Liquid displaces liquid that was inside the utensil, therefore liquid that is out, therefore possible. Liquid inside the utensil is the one that poured out. Solids do not displace one another, and therefore again, whatever pours over the side is stuff that was never inside the piece to begin with, and therefore is not incredible. So the Gemara says, my happy. I will say, even if you say, I'm sorry, behind the time of the left, the ne'ekar megavad the manakasi, my happy. But ultimately, again, even if we say that halacha l'maisa, that liquid displaces liquid that was already inside the food, that the overflow is liquid that was inside the food, who cares? Gavra l'may bitzarech kamechade. We'll say in general, there's an understanding that when it comes to measuring things out for harmonic purposes, there may be a bit of extra. And I will say, a person's kavanah is that I only intend on what? On being makdish that which I need. I'm only going to be makdish the amount of flour that I need. I'm only going to be makdish the amount of wine that I need. And therefore, by definition, anything that is extra should be included. Anything that is extra should simply not be kadosh. I'm not being Rashishna, Mishmedirav, Zosameres, Klisharis, Mekachin, Shlominas. So, what do you see from here? You see from here that a Klisharis, a service utensil, has the ability to sanctify an item even without the intention of the so the fact that these items hit a Klisharis, by definition, sanctifies them, even though my das may be to the contrary. Ravina says no. The Olam Im Lokak, Klisharis, Im Mekachin, Elimidas. Not necessarily. Ultimately, we can say that what? That a klisharis is mekadesh only midas. And also, the only way a klisharis is mekadesh is if you have intention for it to do so. So what's the issue here? Zera shemiyomu motziyeh miklisharis lachem. I will say the concern over here is that halacha l'maisa, people will think that you can take. If we see that ultimately again that you're taking overflow and ultimately using it for unconsecrated purposes, people don't understand the halachos of overflow and spillage. But rather, ultimately, again, what people see are items in a klisharis. If you go ahead and you take items from a klisharis and now you start to use them for human purposes, even though maybe you can, right? Halacha l'maisa would work this out. So apparently, when it comes ultimately, again, when it comes ultimately to solids, so people understand that solid itself is never inside the utensil. When it comes to liquids, which much more concerned because people understand the halachas from the science of displacement. So because of that, once the liquid hits the sharis, even though again the overflow may have never been actually inside the kli, because it's possible that it was inside the kli, we're not going to let you use it for human purposes, because people will come to erroneously think that you can take something out of the kli sharis and use it for unconsecrated purposes. So most of Rabbi Zera is the Kashal. Sidra es Halech is actually a fascinating case. Sidra es Halech and that's how Ezekiel Achar Shabbos. So listen to this. You made a mistake. The halach is lechem al-panim supposed to be placed on the mizbeach when on Shabbos itself, and it's supposed to remain there for an entire week until the next Shabbos. You take it off, give it to the kohanim, put the new bread on. Listen to this case. In this situation over here, you forgot to put the bread on the shulchan on Shabbos. You put it there on Sunday. The hikdar sabazich in the Shabbos. And also you go and you offer up the bazichin, the spoons of frankincense on Shabbos. So what's the halacha b'suda? The bread, it's a problem, right? It's possible. Why is it possible? Also because the halacha is that the lechem has to be on the shulchan for 2 Shabbos. The first Shabbos that it's placed on, it has to be the second Shabbos ultimately when it's taken off. If there's Sunday, you have a problem. So what can you do? Keita yaseh. Yani chelo Shabbos haba, leave the same lechem on the shulchan for 1 more Shabbos. Interesting halacha. Leave it on the shulchan for 1 more Shabbos. Shafilu Hu ala shulchan yamanabim in bekach klim. So we'll say interestingly enough, apparently there is no issue with pieces of bread that's lechem on a shulchan for a prolonged period of time. So fascinating. The Gemara says, okay, you didn't have it there two Shabbos, so you put it there on Sunday instead of Shabbos, no problem. Leave it there one more week. Leave it there one more week. So effectively, the same lechem will be on the shulchan for 2 weeks. So, but amai. But why is that? Hasam nami lima zera sheri yobru mafkidim b'klishayis. So we'll say again, why aren't you concerned that people will come to erroneously think based on that that you can leave sacrificial and consecrated items in a klishayis for a prolonged period of time? Now we'll say, now normally the halacha is if you leave something in a klishayis for a prolonged period of time, what is that called? What is that called? Lina. That's called lina. Right? That's called ultimately again leaving it for a prolonged period of time, which is a psul. So what? So we just said beforehand they were nervous to allow you to use a spillage, right? Because of the overflow, because people will say you take from the shares and use it for full. Why aren't we concerned to leave the lechem on the shulchan for 2 weeks? Why aren't we concerned that people will say, oh, you can just leave consecrated stuff in the shares and it's no problem? Which the Gemara says no. Remember, the lechem hakohen is done inside the Beis Hamikdash. So those I do see is the inside of the Beis Hamikdash, right? A couple of kohanim. Versus chutz, versus the measuring utensils. This was done in public view. Mim, lav kuli ala yadi, chutz kuli ala yadi. They'll say, you know, what happens in the Beis Hamikdash stays in the Beis Hamikdash. So ultimately, again, people who sees what's happening inside the Beis Hamikdash, no one sees it. So because no one sees it, ultimately, again, people aren't going to come to make any kind of mistakes. Versus outside of the Beis Hamikdash, that's when people come to make mistakes. Not hustle. So we learn there. Most on the suck in the case of his bad. So it's another interesting halacha. We'll get to the. I'm going to show you the halacha. Nice on the salsa, but we'll get to the. Down hustle. Most on the suck in the case of his bad. So we'll say the leftover of the sucking is given for what we call dessert for the mizbeach. What does that mean? My most on the sucking. What does it mean? The leftover of the sucking. So it's machlokas. If everybody will say, "Oh, they lose it." If everybody will say, "It means the additional measures, right? The overflow." Overflow ultimately again is dedicated to the kids on the once you saw kids in his bath before, the idea is when it comes to his bath, you don't like his bath to remain dormant or idle. And therefore, again, halacha l'maisa in the event that no one would bring the kabbalos, there was always like what we call a dessert fund. The dessert fund was there to ensure that his bath was never idle, and the base analysis would bring kabbalos if no one else is bringing kabbalos. So therefore, again, any of the overflow from the suffering was dedicated ultimately again for this particular purpose. The Kiva Yosef Amar Beirusei Midos. The Kiva Yosef says, no, it's not the overflow, but rather again it was the keeping of the measures. So Kiva Yosef says that the measures were normally leveled up. When you leveled it up, anything extra was set aside ultimately again for the kids on his bread. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Kosa Shishimon. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds his fathers. Rabbi Yochanan says, Rabbi Yochanan Kosa Shishimon. This is actually interesting. Let's say a person takes upon himself to provide flour for the Beis Hamikdash. So he commits himself ultimately again to provide flour at 4 sit-in per seller. That's the amount that he's committing to. 4 sit-in per flour per seller. And what happens? So we'll say then what happens? The price goes up. So now you can only get 3 sit-in of flour for a seller, but he made the commitment to the Beis Hamikdash for 4 sit-in per seller. What's the halacha? Yes, because you have to provide the Beis Hamikdash the flour at the price that essentially, when you give flour, when you pledge on the Beis Hamikdash, you lock in the price at the time of the pledge. So even if the price goes up and it can only get 3 sit-in per seller, you still have to go ahead and give 4 sit-in per seller. On the other hand, on the days, we'll say what happened? At the time you made your promise, you can go ahead and what? Only provide 3 sit-in per seller, and then what happens? We'll say the price goes down. So now you can go ahead and provide 4 sit-in per seller. What's the halacha? You have to give 4 sit-in per seller, not 3 sit-in per seller. What's the logic? Sheyad hakekdish al ha'oyon. Ultimately, again, we'll say yad hekdish is al ha'oyon. Whereas the Beis Hamikdash always has the advantage. So we'll say so. Ultimately, again. So this would be an example, by the way, of Mosar and the Suffer. We'll say, so over here, what do you see? So let's say in this particular case, where you pledged 3, but it turns out that what? that you're giving four because the price went down. So I said, what do we do with that extra saw? So we set that aside for Kates Mizbeach. We put that in the what we call additional carbon fund. In the event that ultimately the covenant of the Mizbeach went dormant, the Beis Hamikdash has funds to be able to use to purchase additional carbonos. Tanya Kavasi Delkia. Ayos, we say price that supports Kibayos. Tanya Kavasi Delkia. Tanya Kavasi Kibayos. Beirut say Midos Halal. When we say ultimately again, when you have these additional measurements, remember when you leveled off the flour, you have that additional flour. So what do you do with it? There's another covered being offered that requires this extra measure offered up with this other part. And if they sit overnight, if Silibalina, talk again and come back to the inlock, and if they have not yet become possible, what you can do is Makitzin Bahanas Hamizbeach. You can go ahead and use it for dessert of the Mizbeach. Kate Zeh, and ultimately, again, what would they offer up for Kate Mizbeach? Olos. They would offer up Olos. Habas L'Shem Olos. Habas L'Shem. The meat would go as a carbon for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But Olos L'Kohanim. And ultimately, again, the hides would be used for the Kohanim. Kaya Kavas and the Yochanan. So the price has supports the Yochanan. And the couple I love the Sapik Salas of the Arba. The person took it on himself to provide flour for the Beis Hamikdash at a rate of what we call 4 sit-in per seller, but on the Shalosh, then the price goes up. You can only provide 3 sit-in per seller, so the Sapik the Arba. Now, luckily, you have to still provide the 4 that you promised. On the flip side, the Shalosh under the Arba. We'll say ultimately again, if you promise 3, but then the price went down, you can do 4 sit-in per seller. The Sapik the Arba, give 4. Why? Shiyad Hekdish Al Ha'al. Ultimately, again, the Beis Hamikdash always has the upper hand. Asel Sheshaniru, most certainly stuff like Kate Mizbeach. Also, this would be the example of when we say that the extra measurements ultimately again go to the dessert fund of the Mizbeach. So, also, what is an extra measurement? So, this would be an example of it. I pledged to give 3 sit-in per seller, which was the going marketplace at the time I made my commitment. Price then goes down, and now I get 4 sit-in per seller. I have an obligation to give 4 sit-in per seller now, but I only pledged 3. So what happens to the extra 1? Goes to the Beis Hamikdash, sets it aside and uses it for his kids. But in the event that the Mizbeach is dormant for some reason, Allah Lamaisa, this fund we go ahead and we use to bring additional kabbalas. Good. So we'll say so now we go back. So first of all, so that ends this subject. But again, we want to just close out. What's the story with the utensils? Because remember again, going back to our three Machlokas, Tanakama, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yossi. What's the halachic status of the liquid utensils, the dry measure utensils? The Rambam says like this. Kol hamidos, this is in Kodesh Mikdash Parak Al Chalach Yudes. Kol hamidos ha'ilu Kodesh u'mikli sharis. Ella shemidos halach nimshichu l'nifnim mibachutz u'kli hayavesh l'nimshichu ella b'nifnim. So yes, I said the halacha is that ultimately again, liquid measured utensils are kadosh on the inside and on the outside, versus dry measured utensils which are only kodesh on the inside, not on the outside. Beirutse midos halach kodesh. Therefore, again, I say halacha l'meisa, overflow from the liquid utensil is kodesh, because the overflow, whether it's coming from the inside or it's the outside, will be kodesh. Beirutse midos hayavesh chol. And ultimately, again, the overflow from dry measured utensils will be full. And once now it all comes together. What do you do with the additional amount of the overflow from the yavesh? It would, even though it's chol, they would still use it for the Beis Hamikdash. For what? For the Ketzah Mizbeach, for the dessert fund. Why not just let it go out to chol? So that's what we said before. Zero, we're concerned that people will come to think that you can take something from a klisharis and just suddenly use it for mundane purposes. So ultimately, again, the Rambam Paskins like the position of the Tanakh. Says the Mishnah. Really, really interesting. Says the Mishnah. Kol karbanos hatzivos. So here we go. Let's go back to it. So all communal offerings, v'ayachid, and individual offerings, to the sub. So we'll say in general, all karbanos come with the Okay, you're going to see. All karbanos, the rule is going to be all karbanos come with musaf, except what? Except the ones that don't. Right? Except the ones that don't. So watch this. So all karbanos at tzibur by yachid to musaf. So say all general communal offerings, individual offerings requiring musaf. Chutz min habachar V'hamaiser v'apasach. With the exception ultimately again of the Bechor offering, of the Meiser offering, the Pesach offering, Chatos and Asham. That's all. Right? Those are all the exceptions. Hello, Shechatos Shematzor Vashal Kinzer. And Rosik, however, there is in the even though we just said a Chatos and an Asham only doesn't get in the Sachin. There is a Chatos and an Asham which does get in the Sachin. The Chatos of Mitzorah and the Asham ultimately again require the Sachin, require libations. But says the Gemara, here we go. Turn around on them. So we'll say now we're going to go through and try to understand how we know which Kabbalah require the Sachin, which Kabbalah don't require the Sachin. Turn around on them. The Asisem Isha Lahashem. So the Pasuk says, we shall go ahead and make for them a fire offering to Hashem. So Yachol, Kala Ola, Yishim, Yehitain Nesachim. So we'll say, I'm going to go get anything that is placed on the fire. Ultimately, again, requires the sun. We'll say, we include all this Afilu Mincha, maybe even a Mincha, ultimately requires the suffering. Amazomar Ola. Different ones like the Pasuk says Ola. There is Dafkin Ola which requires the suffering. I, Shlomim Mayim. So, okay, so now I know that Ola requires the suffering. How do I know that Shlomim requires the suffering? Amazomar Zebach. Different ones like the Pasuk uses a more generic term, ultimately a lot of Zebach. Zebach just means a carbon. Told to me that I know that I told you requires this something. Amagomar O Zebach. So we'll say the O comes to include something additional. So at that point, if you're going to say O Zebach, maybe O Zebach comes to include what? All karbanos. So maybe I should include before Ma'aser Pesach Chatos and Asham. Amagomar Lefalei Neder O Neder. Therefore, as the Pasuk says, to fulfill the neder or in a dava. But the neder in the dava ta'un l'sach. It's only the type of carbon which technically can be brought as a neder or as in a dava, ultimately requires the sach. She'ino but the neder in the dava. There was a carbon which cannot come as a neder or as in a dava, ain ta'un l'sach. So it's like here the Gemara for the first time espousing a rule. The rule is a carbon which could potentially come as a neder or a nedava requires the sum. A carbon which can never come as a neder or a nedava does not require the sum. So we'll say now it all begins to come together. Now we begin to understand the exclusion. You cannot bring a neder chatos. You can't say, you know what? I feel like I just want to bring a chatos. Right? I didn't do anything wrong, oh Hashem, but you know, I'm kind of like a team player. Someone did something wrong, so I'm going to go ahead and bring a chatos. That doesn't work. You can't bring a chatos like that. You can't bring a pesach like that. So we'll say, so if it can't be brought neder or nedava, then halacha lemaisa doesn't get the sum. So mashmalohotzias elu. So we'll say, so now I understand the pasuk comes to exclude. But as we said above, hotzias chavos habos machmas harega. So berega. So we'll say ultimately, in maybe I should also exclude obligatory offerings which come on the Yom Tov because of Yom Tov. Remind me. So we'll say ultimately again, what's the example of this? Olos Riyah Shami Chagiga. We'll say maybe ultimately again, Olos Riyah Shami Chagiga, which are the different kavanos ultimately of Yom Tov, shouldn't go ahead and get this suffering either. Avogomar O Benoadeh. Therefore, also the pasuk says, or the kavanos which are brought on the Yom Tov. Chala Abba B'Moadechem Ta'un Nesachim. Ultimately, again, anything that is brought on the Yom Tov, i.e. Shami Chagiga, Olos Riyah, requiring a sum. That's what I had this earlier. So we'll say, okay, so now you tell me you can choose these other kavanos. Avi Sirei Chatos. So maybe I'll go ahead and include the case of the Sirei Chatos as well. Hodel Ufoin Chorba Berego. Ultimately, again, because of it. Because this can be brought as an obligatory offering on the Regel as well. I will say, if you look at Rashi says over here, Avi Sirei Chatos, the Hodel Ufoin Bemoed. Since the Sirei Chatos ultimately again is brought on the Moed, therefore halacha l'maisa, it should require nesachim as well. Now, if you look at Rashi in Kisvei Yad, Rashi says Sirei Chatos shall musir davar the mikul Sirei Chatos echad. Kol hamikro shall halacha zuk subas rashon. It's amazing, no? It's amazing. There's a Sirei Chatos brought in every Yom Tov, including on Rosh Chodesh. Look at that. So I'm going to go. Therefore, again, you just told me before that any carbon that is brought on a Yom Tov requires Nesachim. Well, Yom Tovim Osavei Chatos offering. So that's the case, I should bring the Sachem I should bring the Sachem for the Chatas as well. To which the Talmud says, Talmud Omar, the Chin Sasat Ben Bakar. Ben, so what says there, the Pasuk says, so shall you do for the Ben Bakar. Now, what does this mean? Ben Bakar, the Chwal so what said the Ben Bakar wasn't the general principle of all Kabbalos. Well, I'm a Yatza, why is it for a single it out? Lahakishelov, to make a Hekish. Ma Ben Bakar Yusuf God to the Mishpah, the Nether in the Dava. Was it just like the problem the Ben Bakar should be brought as the Nether on the Dava? Akopa, the Nether in the Dava. Ultimately, again, so to us, which type of problem the cars in the Safin, only Kabbalah which can be brought as a Nether. So once we begin to see over and over, this is the guiding light principle. If the Kabbalah can be brought as a Nether or in the Dava, then what? Then Halach Ulamaisa comes with the sun. If it cannot be brought as an edge and a double, it does not get the sun. So why does the Pasuk come along and say, to take the pleasing aroma for our Mishpah from the Bakar min Hatzon? The fish and not Olah, is what's the other Pasuk said before Olah. Shomea and Afilu Olah's Ha'ol B'Mashmo. I'm an applicable. So now you established before that Olah gets in the sun. I would have thought that applies to even what? Olah's Ha'ol. Even a bird Olah. So the Gemara says, Talmud Omar, Min HaBakar u'Min HaTzon di Rabbi Yoshia. So Rabbi Yoshia says, no, it's not Min HaBakar Min HaTzon. Only if it's Min HaBakar Min HaTzon does it get Nesachim. But ultimately, again, if it's an oath, it does not get Nesachim. If Yonah said Omer Ino Tzarech, if Yonah says you don't need this Joshua, Areyu Omer Zevach, the oath seems to be Areyu Omer Zevach. Sorry, the pastor will say Zevach. And what? The oath Ino Zevach. Oath is not a zebach. It doesn't zebach only because for animal offering, an oath is not a zebach. If that's the reason why this person has the same Abakar Minatzon, fish and Amar Adam Yakib, we can cover Hashem in Abahima or Abakar Minatzon. There's one since the house. This is closer to among you. We're all from Hashem. For the Hema, in Abakar Minatzon, Yochol, Ha'omer, Hari Alai Olah, Yavi Mishtenem, was a kind of what the person says. So, maybe I have to come myself to maybe I have to drink both Bakar and Soul. And the Lamar, Minha Bakar, or therefore, the Pasuk says, and Bakar offering Soul, Ratza Echad maybe, Ratza Shnei. Ultimately, again, if you want to bring one, you bring one. If you want to bring two, you can bring two. I'm stopping there for today. So I'm going to pick up, still in the middle of the drasha, we'll pick up with Jonas and Tasha. We are picking up Pei Zion the base 87b by the Mishnah. Sheva Midos Shalach Hayomik. We'll say there are 7 different measurements of liquid in the base of 7 different liquid measurements. Yesterday we spoke about dry measures. Then we were speaking about liquid measures. What were they? Him, Chatziyahim, Shlishasahim, Reviasahim, Lug, Chatzilug, Reviaslug. We'll say so these are the different 7 measures that they had in the base of Mikdash. Rabbi Eliezer Bar Tzadok Omer, Shinasos Hayu B'nei. To us, Rabbi Eliezer Bar Tzadok says something very interesting, disagreeing with Tanakh, and ultimately telling us that what? That there was one utensil in the base of Mikdash called the Beit. In that utensil, there were markings in the utensil itself, showing you ultimately, again, up until this point, it's for a par, right, for the oil for the par, up until this point, the oil, up until this point for the camel. So we'll say, what Rabbi Eliezer Tzadok seems to be saying is that Halacha L'Maisa, he didn't have the multiple utensils. Instead, what you just said was a big utensil with multiple notches, and each notch showed you where to fill up the utensil for each respective part. So the Gemara goes like, Shimon Omer, Lo Haya Sham Hin. Shimon says there was no hin measurement. Why was there no hin measurement? Because what do you need a hin measurement for in the base of the Rashi points out over here, regular Rashi, so we'll say, interestingly enough, What Rabbi Shimon says over here is as follows. Rabbi Shimon says there was never a need for a hin because the hin measurement was never used in the days of Mikdash. When was the hin measurement used historically? It was used for the production of the shemen hamishka, for the anointing oil. But because anointing oil was just made once, it wasn't part of ongoing service. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, you didn't require that type of utensil. So the Gemara says, "Ela midi yisera shalud umechza haisasham." Rather, again, I will say in the Shimon's model, because there is no hin utensil, there's no hin utensil. Therefore, again, he wants to fill out the number of 7 as well. There are 7 liquid measures. So what does he substitute instead of hin? He says there was a lug and a half utensil. Utensil that was a lug and a half in size. Shebaha yomodi leminchas kohen gadol. I will say this lug and a half utensil is used to measure out for the minchas kohen gadol, the minchas gadol. Lug umechza baboker, because they would use a lug and a half of oil in the morning. Lug umechza ben arba'in, a lug and a half of oil ultimately again in the afternoon. Good, says the Yidas. Ten Rabbah, Sheva midos shalach hayu b'mikdash. So the rest says over here, there were 7 liquid measures in the base. What were they? Revius lug, chatzi lug, v'lug, revius ahim, shlisha ahim, chatzi ahim, v'him. David Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say Rabbi Yehuda quoting the 7 different measurements. So we're going to see that's just pretty much the statement of the Mishnah. Rabbi Meir Omer, him, chatzi ahim, shlishi ahim, revius ahim, lug, v'chatzi lug, v'revius. So we'll say so. Okay, so the Meir seems to quote the same exact measurements. Just what do you notice? What did he do? He reversed the order. Whereas Rabbi Yehuda ultimately again is going from the smallest measurements ultimately to the larger measurements. Rabbi Meir goes from the larger measurements ultimately to the smaller measurements. We'll discuss what the significance of that is in just a little bit. Rabbi Shimon is the same thing in the Mishnah. There was no measure hin at all. Because it will say, what would you need a hin measurement for? Because as we said before, the hin was only used in the production of the shemen hamishka, and shemen hamishka was not an ongoing process. Top of Bechas. So if that's the case, says Rabbi Shimon, Esmi avi tachtov. So if that's the case, ultimately again that there is no hin measurement. So then halacha l'maisa again, what measure should I use instead of the hin? Ela mida yisera shalog umechza haisasham. Shebaha yomode lechavite kohen gadol. So we'll say in Rabbi Shimon's model, there was no hin, but instead there was a measure, a utensil that contained a lug and a half. What was the length of the lug and a half? That was the necessary amount for the chavite kohen gadol. The chavite kohen gadol in the morning, the chavite kohen gadol in the afternoon. Good. Amrulo, chatzi lug haisasham. The actual chatzi lug. So we'll say this is actually very interesting. Rabbi Shimon says to round out the number 7, and we'll discuss why everyone is hung up on 7, but to round out the number 7, Rabbi Shimon says because we're removing the hin measurement from the list, we're going to substitute it ultimately again with the utensil which held a lug and a half. So the other rabbis asked Rabbi Shimon, why do you need a utensil which holds a lug and a half? After I understand the significance of a lug and a half, that's the amount of oil necessary for the chavite kohen gadol in the morning and in the afternoon. But I have a different idea. Everyone agrees that what? That there was a utensil which measured half a lug. If there's a utensil which measures a half a lug, then what? Just use that utensil 3 times, and you'll get your lug and a half. Why do you have to start going ahead and producing a new utensil just to go ahead and get to a lug and a half? Amar lahem af lidivreichem chatzi lug lo ye'aseh. So Rabbi Shimon retorts back to them and says, okay, well, even according to that logic, I could say, you know what? Don't make a chatzi lug utensil, and it's why? Because you have a utensil that is a revius lug. And if that's the case, then we'll say all you need is what? Use the revius lug twice, and you'll get your chatzi lug. V'afshel l'shai b'revius. Ela zeh klal b'mikdash. Rather, Rabbi Rothschild says this is actually really amazing. We have a klal in the Beis Hamikdash, which is kli sheshimsha midazu ino mishamesh mida'achas. I will say, what was the principle in the Beis Hamikdash? The principle in the Beis Hamikdash was that you had specific utensils for specific measurements. We do not use one utensil to measure something that is not its exact measurement. Let me say that a little bit better. In the Beis Hamikdash, we have exact measurement utensils. And we do not go ahead and use the utensil of one measurement to go ahead and use and measure out some smaller measurement than the actual size of the utensil. So in other words, so meaning we're not going to use a revius look to measure out. We're not going to use two families up of the revius look to measure out the chatzi look. Or we're not going to use two chatzi looks to go ahead and measure out the look. I will say why not? Why not? Because if you end up doing that, what inevitably ends up happening? Estimation. Estimation. I will say you have to understand something. The Beis Hamikdash was a precise science. Was a precise science. Everything in the Beis Hamikdash was precise. Why is everything in the Beis Hamikdash precise or precise? Because halacha l'maaseh of the Beis Hamikdash was to be a metaphor for Judaic life. How are you supposed to live your Yiddishkeit? With precision. With precision, not with ambiguity. Sometimes we say, I think this is okay. I think this is all right. I said, no, it's either all right or it's not all right. And if it's not sure, 9 out of 10 times you're deluding yourself because you know it's not right. You're telling yourself it's okay. This rather is the Mishnah Pirkei Avos. Mishnah Pirkei Avos says, "Al tarbe la'aseh al mutamados." Don't literally again, don't tithe by estimation. And the Rabbi Yonah says on that, he says, even if you're going to give more than you have to, don't live life by estimation. You have to live life with precision. You have to know what you're doing. You have to have clarity of right and wrong. You have to know what you're also trying to trace. A person has to have clarity in life. Because inevitably, if you're walking around in a Judaic fog and you have spiritual ambiguity, you're going to make significant mistakes. Therefore, also, where does this all come from? Where does this whole Ashkafas HaChaim come from? See, you thought there's no Musar in your Nefesh. But the Israel says that's what this entire sugya is about. This entire sugya is telling me, do not go ahead and estimate when measuring out. The Beis Hamikdash has a specific set of measuring utensils, so that every measurement should be precise. So the Gemara goes right there. Fine. My Ika, being Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Huda. So let's listen to this. Now let's go back for just a moment. So remember again, Rabbi Huda and Rabbi Meir had a maflokas on the days. What was their maflokas? 7 different measurements. So remember again, I want to point out, the measurements are the same. The measurements are the same. They just quoted them in different orders. Rabbi Huda goes ahead and ultimately quotes them in smallest to biggest, and Rabbi Meir quotes them from biggest to smallest. It was like, obviously, they're arguing about something. So it says the Gemara, what are they arguing about? So here we go. So my Ika ben Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yochanan, Beirut say midos kemenah. This is actually very interesting. What they're arguing about is what the Gemara calls Beirut say midos. So let's say, so right after we have this whole deal about exact measurements, look what the Gemara talks about it. Look at Rashi Kisvei at the bottom. Rashi, second line. Beirut say midos. Hamali Golish. Kishamodin guys, listen to this. Umali Kri Goser. Yesh po Beirut. So we'll say, when you go ahead, so Rashi's example here is with wine. Wine is the easiest illustration of this. When you go ahead and you fill up your utensil with wine, you fill up to the top, so almost inevitably there's some amount of spillage that occurs. That spillage goes over the sides of the kli. So what happens? In the Arabic level, if you pour the smaller utensil into a larger utensil, then what? Nimsu Beirutsin B'Sofra. Then we'll say it turns out that the larger utensil actually contains more wine than what was contained in a smaller utensil, which is an interesting idea. So remember again, if I overflow the smaller utensil and immediately pour it up into the larger utensil, the assumption we're working with is the larger utensil will catch the contents of the smaller utensil, and also what we call the Beirutsin. The overflow droplets will also come in. Therefore, again, it turns out that the larger utensil will have more than the smaller utensil. The in love, no fala aretz me'aleim. And if not, ultimately, again, the overflow droplets ultimately fall to the ground. So watch this. So the Gemara says, Limanda Amar Mimata Lemala. So as according to the measurements of the Beis Hamikdash, from smallest to greatest, Hasavar Beirutse Hamidos Niskachu. He holds also that the overflow is consecrated as well. Uravius Yohele Rachmana Lemoshe. And the Revius look ultimately again as the shear. Then ultimately again after the Shrav gave to Moshe Rabbeinu. But Amarle She'er Deka Aili Lehu Berutz. So look at actually just a moment. So Hasavar. So the man go Amar Mimata Lemala. The Chashiv Revius Berisha. So that's according to the opinion. We look at the first midah, which we know, so this is the Rabbi Huda, who looks at the Revius look as the beginning of the measurement. I'm looking at Rashi still, Rashi Kisvei Yam in the bottom. Kasava Berusi Amidos Niskachu, or Revius Yohev Rachmon Moshe Ba'amalei. So the Gemara says, Eila Asei Chatzilot, Umshtech Chatzilot, Lechin Ad Hin. Sha'ar Da'ili Buberusim. Just read that next Rashi, then we'll go back to the Gemara. She'ea Chatzilot Godol, She'kansu Bo Shtei Revios, Uberusim. The Vistama Hachibu Shema'arik Likadon Shalabias, the Sof Kli Godol, Kigon Chatz, so according to this first opinion, he holds that ultimately again, whatever he gives Moshe ben Revius, that was the initial shiur. And the assumption is that the shiurim go up in ascending order, recognizing that in the core, so to speak, literally, from one kli to the next. So the additional droplets of the small utensil go into the large utensil and become kadosh as well. The take-home message also from the order of the kli is just like if you pour from the smaller kli into the larger kli receives both the contents of the smaller kli as well as the overflow droplets, assuming that you pour it off immediately. What that's telling you is that overflow becomes kadosh as well. That's the take-home message from this. But the one who goes in and reckons the shiurim again, say from largest to smallest, he holds also that the overflow of the utensil does not become kadosh. In fact, the original measure that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives to Moshe Rabbeinu was the hin. Granted, he gives him the hin, as you saw before by the Shemon HaMishcha, but Amalei, Sha'er Baha, V'kanaf Ki Beirutzim. Use this as your measurement so that the Beiruts in the overflow falls off. See, I will say, obviously, if you were to take the hin utensil and what? Pour it into the next smallest utensil, that utensil, of course, would not even hold all of the contents of the utensil, and certainly wouldn't what? Certainly wouldn't go ahead and hold the overflow also. So we'll say what's amazing about this is really fascinating because it seems like there'd be so much easier for them just to say we're arguing about overflow. But understand what's happening over here. The Gemara is filled with this. The Gemara is filled with statements that serve multiple purposes. So what's happening with Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda is they're both giving the list of the different shiurim because we need to know the 7 shiurim in the Beis HaMikdash. And by the way that they arrange it, they're also allowing it to serve almost as a, not mnemonic, but they're allowing it to serve as a way to remember another halacha. What other halacha? Does overflow of the utensil become kadosh or not? Rabbi Yehuda telling me yes, and that's why again he arranges the utensils from smallest to largest, because if you overflow a small utensil, pour it off immediately into a large utensil, the large utensil is what they will say, the contents of the small utensil and the overflow, reminding me that the overflow ultimately again is kadosh, versus the large utensil to the small utensil, which is Rabbi Meir. If you call the large utensil the small utensil, so obviously the small utensil doesn't even contain any of the contents of the large utensil, much less certainly not the overflow. Therefore, telling us that the overflow is not kadosh as well. Abaye or Abaye says no, that's not the purpose. The chuli amabeirutz amidos ikol neimer neskach. Everyone, Abaye's model, everyone agrees that what overflow is kadosh. The ikson, excuse me, I should say it. Chuli amabeirutz amidos ikol neimer neskach. The ikol neimer lo neskach. We'll say Abaye says that's a machlokas. That's a machlokas. Bahacha, ultimately, again, the Malayan community. So we'll say, what does this mean? Mandar mi lamalo lamatan. So we'll say, here what they're arguing about is how much we fill up utensils. Look at Rashi. The Malayan community, the Siv Shneim Solis Malayan. The word in the Chala Midos Tikra. Man the Chashiv in Bereisha Kasavar Malayan. Shalo Yechsar v'Shalo Yosir. Bilchach Yasehim Mitzimsa. Then you're having Shamidos. So man so the one who says that you take the measurements ultimately from greatest to smallest, that's the position of Rabbi Meir. Kasavar Malayim Shalo Yechsar v'Shalo Yosir. Looks like he holds in Allah Lamaisa, the way the measurements are arranged is that you have to measure the kilim exactly, do not add more and do not take out. So the kilim has to be level, exactly level. Not less, not more. Mandar and Matalamala, but the Mandar who holds reckons the 7 measurements from smallest to largest. That's why he what does he hold? He holds Malayan, when the Pasuk says that it has to be Malayan, Shalo Yechsa, it means it can't be deficient. About Yosir, they will say if you end up adding more to the key, that's fine, because Malayan Kaminabe, ultimately, again, that'll still be called Malay. Fine. Amar Mar. So we'll say, so therefore, here's the second version of Machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda. In this version, they're not arguing about overflow, they're not arguing about what we call Beirut Midos, they're not arguing about overflow. Rather, what they're arguing about is, can you go ahead and add more to the utensil or not? One opinion telling me yes, one opinion telling me no. Fundamental focus really on the word malay. What does malay mean? Does malay mean full and leveled, or does malay mean full and even if there is a bit more? Amar Mar, Rabbi Shimon Omer, Wahaya Sham Hin. So listen to this. So going back now. Rabbi Shimon says ultimately that there was no measurement called a hin. Now, the reason he holds, why does Rabbi Shimon hold there's no measurement called a hin? Because it was unnecessary. Because remember, again, the only time ever hin was ever used was on the site where the Shemana Mishka, by the creation of the anointing oil. The hin measurement is not part of everyday temple service. It's not part of everyday temple service, but I don't use it designated utensil for it. He says, Rabbi Shimon the Rabbanon. So we'll say, Rabbi Shimon is saying good to the Rabbanon. So we'll say, again, this is another idea. Based on English, there's nothing extra, there's no surplus. So whatever you need, you use. Or I should say, whatever you use, you have. Whatever you don't use, you don't have. So Rabbi Shimon says, why in a million years would you keep a utensil called for the hin utensil, a measurement utensil, when there is nothing in temple service which requires a hin? Which Gemara says, if you shouldn't say good to Rabbanon, what does Rabbanon say? Rabbanon have a hin the Avid Moshe Mishayah Mishka. Rabbanon said, one second, there was a hin utensil. In other words, let's not rewrite history. There was a hin utensil. Moshe Rabbeinu made the hin utensil ultimately to create the Shemen HaMishka. Now watch this. The Shemen Zayis hin. Mar Savar came with Doros, Lo Hava, sorry, came with Doros, Lo Hava, sorry, the fish shall lead the update, the ignorance, the Idov, came on the Hava. So listen to this. This is actually a fascinating machlokes. So Rabbi Shimon says, listen, the hin utensil was needed once in history for the creation of the Shema and Mishka. The reason what do we mean once in history? Remember again, Moshe Rabbeinu made a very large batch of Shema and Mishka. He did not need to make more after the batch of Moshe Rabbeinu. It's came together used to follow this. Therefore, once Moshe Rabbeinu made the Shema and Mishka, that's it. You don't need anymore. You don't need the hin utensil anymore. Did Moshe Rabbeinu have a hin utensil? Did he have a hin utensil? Yes. What happened to it? Right, it was put in the knees, it was hidden away, but we don't need one now. On the other hand, that's Rabbi Shimon. On the other hand, the Rabbanan hold gave on the Hava. They gave on the Hava means that what? Once Moshe Rabbeinu made it, and it became part of the temple utensil collection, even though we do not use it ultimately for future generations, we still nevertheless maintain a hin utensil within the Beis HaMikdash. Amar Mar, Va'at mi Avi Chachtov. So we'll say, Gemara says, so we'll say, Gemara says, remember, after Rabbi Shimon takes out the hin from his list, so they say to him, "No, what are you going to substitute?" Right? Rabbi Shimon says, "What should I substitute instead?" So what does he substitute instead? The lug and a half utensil. So asks the Gemara, I don't understand. Why does he have to substitute anything? Let it just be that everyone else in the Mishnah holds that what? Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Meir hold that what? There are 7 utensils. And Rabbi Shimon holds that what? There are 6. Why does he need 7? To which the Gemara says, Ki v'amra abina Gemiri shtei smichas b'tzibah. Yes, the Gemara says, just like when it comes to smicha, we have in the Torah that there are 2 times that smicha is done on communal offerings, the parha elam davar shel tzibor, and the seir la'azazel. Hachenami Gemiri v'sheva mido shalach hayu b'mikdash. So we'll say, to which the Gemara answers, because that's the Masorah. The Masorah is that there were 7 liquid measures. So Rabbi Shimon can't argue on the Masorah. Rabbi Shimon can maybe argue in terms of what? In terms of what the measurements were. But Lamaisa, the concept that there were 7, that's part of the Masorah. Rabbi Lazar B'Tzadok Omer, Shnasos Hayu B'Him. The less by 7 midos. To which the Gemara said, "What's I think it was a Rashi for just a moment." So it says the Gemara says the actually. So Rabbi Lazar B'Tzadok Omer, Shnasos Hayu B'Him. For less than 7 midos, does he not hold the 7 midos? Less by Sema, my 7 midos, 7 midos. So I see, interestingly enough, the Gemara presents an alternate possibility. The alternate possibility is that maybe 7 midos doesn't necessarily mean 7 different utensils. Maybe in Rabbi Eliezer's model, or Rabbi Rothschild's model, ultimately again, what does Sheva Midos mean? Sheva Meditos. But they both say there were 7 different measures that it could be that in Rabbi Rothschild's model, he says Sheva Shinesos Hayubihin, that there were 7 notches. 7 notches. So it could be that it's one utensil ultimately again with 7 different notches. Therefore, again, what do you do with the Mishnah that says Sheva Midos? So in Rabbi Rothschild's model, you have to say it said Sheva Meditos. Not Sheva Midos, 7 different measuring utensils, but rather 7 different measurements, 7 notches within the same utensil. That's the Hadith asking. So the Rambam asking that Allah for the nice and Beis Hamikdash, there were 7 different utensils. Alright, so which order? So here's the good news. 6 out of 7, everyone's in agreement. What does he do about the hin? It's actually right. This is like we need to know. So was there a hin? Wasn't there a hin? And we'll say what's fascinating about this is that and everyone agrees on the Netzias. What's the Netzias? Was the hin used in the Beis Hamikdash? Was he used? No, right? It ultimately again was only used once in history for what? For the Shemana Mishra. So it's clear that it's not used in everyday temple service. And Halacha L'Maaseh, was it one of the 7 utensils or not? To which the Rambam Paskins, the Eilan Udavar Limdod Bohin. So the Rambam says, we have nothing that we need the hin for. The Lama Hayasham. So if that's the case, says the Rambam, why was it in the Beis Hamikdash? Hoil B'Hayu B'Mikdash Mimei Moshe Shemada Boshem and the Shemana Mishra. So ultimately, again, says the Rambam, Halacha L'Maaseh. The Rambam says because it was used by Moshe Rabbeinu, the Rambam Paskins and Halacha L'Maaseh both say the hin utensil was in the Beis Hamikdash. Why? Once Moshe Rabbeinu used it for the Shemana Mishra, even though I will say the pashtus is sat there gathering dust. Because no one used it for anything, nevertheless, Halacha L'Maaseh, there was a hin measured in a hin utensil in the Beis Hamikdash. Says the Mishnah. Let's go back to Revius. So we'll say now we're going to go through. Now that we established the list of 7, very exciting. Now we established the list of 7. So now we're going to go through what each unit of liquid measurement was used to. So actually, here we go. Revius. I will say now Revius, just to understand. Revius is a quarter of a log. Revius log. Quarter of a log. What was it used for? Revius Maim Mitzora, Revius Shem Nazir. It was used for the Revius log of the Mitzora. Rashi says over here, he says, so remember again, what's that by the Mitzora? His process is that you have to go ahead and mix all the other items, bird and everything else, with mayim chayim, right? With water. So how much water did you have to use for the Mitzora process? Quarter of a load. Or Revius Shemin and Nazir. There was also a quarter of a load of oil for the Nazir. And Rashi points out over here, this was most the oil used for. It was used for the lechem, for the loaf offering of the Nazir. So a quarter of a lug for the water of the Mitzora, which is the Mayim Chayim, quarter lug of the Shemen for the Nazir. Chatzi lug Mahayim Shamish. Also, what did you use the Chatzi lug for? So the Gemara says, Chatzi lug Mayim Lusota. There was a half a lug of water used for the soap. Remember again, that's where the parchment is dissolved for the soap, and she drinks it. The Chatzi lug Shemen Latoga. And also there was a half a lug of oil used for the lachme to mix into the toga loaves. But the lug was used for all other menachos. I feel a mincha shall samech isaro. No sin, no samech lug. Wasn't that very interesting? Halacha is there is one lug of oil per isaro of flour. Let's say you brought a massive mincha of 60 isaro. So we'll say, how much oil does that require of you? 60 lugim. So we'll say, so what's the halacha? The only thing you had for your use in the Beis Hamikdash for the oil for the mincha was what? The one lug utensil, which means you filled up that lug, you filled up it 60 times. There was no like big gulp, jumbo lug thing for a large mincha. It was always the one lug utensil. Even if you brought the massive mincha, you just kept filling it up as many times as you needed to. That was Rabbi Yaakov Omer. So also Rabbi Yaakov disagrees over here, not going to utensil, but in the mincha. He holds that it is one lug of oil per mincha, no matter how big that mincha is. So what we're going to discuss is fundamental machlokes in Hilchos Karban Mincha. Is it one lug of oil per isaron, or is it one lug of oil per mincha? Shnehmar lemincha v'lug shemen lemincha v'lug shemen. Shisha lepar va'arba la'ayul u'shlosha lekeves. So once I say again, here we see there are 6 lug for the par, 4 for the ayol, 3 for the keves. Shlosha mechtzim lemenorah, 3.5 lug for the menorah. There, we saw that yesterday. That's a half a lug per candle per kus. Chatzi lug l'chol ner. Ultimately, again, a half a lug for each and every. We call it the air when translating this candle, what it really means is coast, each receptacle. In the middle of ultimately, I got a chatzi lug. So here we go. Yosef Rebbe Vikakashi. So Rebbe was sitting, he was learning Mishnah and Kasha. Levius Lema. I should say. Levius Lema. What was the Levius measurement consecrated? What was the Levius measurement used for? Imitzora, if you want to say it's a Mitzora. So we'll say Chutsu. Remember again, I don't need a Sharis, I don't need a consecrated Kafel for the use of the Mitzora, why not say? Because the entire purification of the Mitzora is done where? Chutz. Rashi points out, we'll say the Mitzora was purification process, took place outside of the base measure. We actually learned this. It took place actually in the actual gateway by Shar Nikanor. Because it's outside of the base of Mikdash, I don't need a consecrated utensil. And if you want to say ultimately again, the revius, the quarter loaf utensil is used to measure out the oil for the loaves of the Nazir. So lechem Nazir b'shchitas ayil b'kodesh. We'll say the loaves of the Nazir only become kodesh later on through the slaughtering of the ayil, which means that the loaves are already made even in a non-kodesh form. Because you made a non-kodesh form, then what? I don't need a consecrated measuring utensil for measuring out the oil for the loaves of the lachmi nazir. So I'll tell you why. You need your revius lug utensil, as I will say, with that revius lug that you measured out the oil for the special mincha of the kohen gadol. Revius shemen lechal chala v'chala. Ultimately, again, because the chavite kohen gadol used quarter of a lug of oil for every loaf. So we'll say, so that's what you use the quarter of the loaf for. A revius for every single loaf. So this is actually quite beautiful. So remember again, this was Rebbe who was sitting and pondering this. Rabbi Chia gave him the answer, and Rebbe said about Rabbi Chia, quoting a pasuk from Yeshayahu, "Me'eretz merchak ish atzasi." From a faraway land, a great man came and gave me counsel. Rashi points out Rabbi Chia made Aliyah. He used to live in Bavel. He moved to Eretz Yisrael. Rebbe was living in Eretz Yisrael, and he said, a man from a faraway land came and gave me counsel. He's praising Rabbi Chia for his wisdom. Weiter. Chatzi lug mahayim mishamish. We'll say, what was the half a lug used for? Yosef Ravashi B'Kakashi Leif. Chatzi lug lemanim shach. What we'll say, remember again, I just want to point out, these measuring utensils in the base of Mikdash, we'll say, these were consecrated utensils. This is not stam measuring utensils. They were consecrated. Now, the Gemara is asking over here is, I understand the need for measuring utensils, but I'm trying to understand is why I need consecrated measuring utensils. What purpose is the consecration? So here we go. Isoda. If you want to say it's soda, that I need ultimately again, the chatzi look to measure out the water from the soda. We'll say that's not true. We'll say, remember again, where was the water of the soda taken from? So in fact, interestingly enough, it was taken from the kiyah. It was taken from the sink in the base of Mikdash. We'll say that water was already consecrated. Because it was consecrated, it does not need a tisharis, it does not need a consecrated measuring utensil to measure it out. It was already kadosh. Itoda, if you want to say to measure out again, you have to look of oil from lachmi toda. Lachmi toda b'shchitas toda u'tekachi. We'll say the loaves of a toda only become consecrated later on during the time when the actual toda is shechted. Which means I will say I don't need the oil of the lachmi toda to be in a consecrated utensil, because even if it's in a consecrated utensil, the loaves themselves do not become consecrated until later. So Rebbe says, I'll tell you what we need it for. We need it for Sheboha Yemechalek Chatzi Luk Shem Lechol Ner B'Ner. We'll say the half lug measurement was necessary. Why? To measure out the half a lug of oil for each and every receptacle in the menorah. Amarlo, Ner Yisra Kachaya. So we'll say, so again, so beautifully. So Rebbe, once again, complimenting this time Rabbi Shimon the Rebbe, says to him, Ner Yisra, he calls him the Ner Yisrael. You are the light of all Israel. Kachaya. This indeed is what was done. Okay, it's a good Rebbe praise. Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Rothschild, this is a fascinating case. This is amazing, by the way. Last night we just started Shema Chavura. We just started Hilchos Chanukah. So this is amazing. Obviously, this is not Hilchos Chanukah. This is Hilchos Beis Hamikdash. But Hilchos Chanukah, as we have it, right? Again, the whole Beis Chanukah is about to learn Beis Hamikdash. So here we go. Ner Shekavsa Nichna Hashem Nichna Psira. Let's listen to this interesting case. You have in the Av of the Menorah. So let's say, so what happened over here is one of the wicks go out. One of the wicks go out. And Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out Nidshan Hashem. It's actually, if you look at Rashi Kisvei Yad, the bottom Rashi, about 5 lines in. Nidshan Hashem. K'lomar Nismalish Manomi Deshna Psula and Yocham Haliko Action Hashem. Let's listen to this case. The case over here is the wick extinguished. What ends up happening is the wick itself dissolves a little bit into the oil, effectively rendering the oil unfit. So this is talking about a candle in the Beis Hamikdash which went out prematurely. So watch this. So what's the halacha? Ketzadosa. So what do you do the next morning? Mativa benosin bashemen umadlika. So you go ahead and say what? You clean it out. Or I should say, I shouldn't say next morning. What should you do? What should you do again when you want to relight it? Says the Gemara. What do you do? So mativa, clean it out. Benosin bashemen umadlika. Put in the requisite amount of oil and you go ahead and relight it. So Rashi says over here, look at regular Rashi for just a moment. So Ner Shekavsa, B'chatzi Halayla, or Kodem or Hayom. So what I say, the idea over here is the menorah was supposed to remain lit really until the next morning. The case over here is it's going out in the middle of the night or sometime before daybreak. So what do you do? So Rashi says over here, Kitzad Osa, Mativa Shemash L'Komash Shemaneh L'Chutz. The note saying Bashem L'Busila Achares Umadlika. So what I say, presumably, what do you do over here? You go ahead, you clean it out, you relight it. You relight it. So if it goes out, you relight it. So watch this. Yosef Rabbi Tzvika B'Kani Bayle. Yosef Rabbi Tzvika had the following question. It's fascinating. Kishunosim Bashemen Kamida Rishona or Kimoshe Chasra. So I say, so here the Shaila. Remember how much oil was placed in the nair? How much oil was placed in each nair? How much oil? So remember, what was the amount? Meaning, where do we get the amount from? It's the amount that was necessary to allow it to remain lit throughout the night. I now have a nair that went out. So what do I have to do? Relight it. What's the Shaila? How much oil do you put back in? Right? Do you go ahead? Do I put in a full half load? Oh, Kimoshe Chasra. What I'm going to say, do I go ahead and put only back in essentially the necessary amount? Meaning, do I look at the amount ultimately again that was used up and only put in the amount of oil less that amount? In other words, what he was asking over here is, do you put in a full measure or do you just put in enough to get the menorah till the morning? Kasha, Amr Abdullah, Shita, the Kimidi Rishon. The Birmia says it's Pashit. It's Pashit. Did you put in a full half a loaf? Because it will say, otherwise, you're talking about imprecise measurements. How do you know? First of all, I will say, it's also assuming that you saw exactly when the menorah went out. Before you know, the coin went ahead, he's on break. Kind of our union also, right? Right, he's on break, right? So what happens? He's on break, he comes back. So how does he know when it went out? So we'll say, so therefore, again, the Gemara says, obviously it has to be that you clean out the menorah, put in the full half load of oil, because how can you measure how much was used, how much is left? So the Gemara says, I can measure. The heat came with the Mishayr, right? So we'll say, no, I absolutely can measure. What can I do? I can take a half load measure, a half load utensil, pour out the oil into the half load, and what? See how much oil is left in there. Oh, him king. The Gemara says, no, you can't. Sheva midos, nafish midos tumos. We'll say, I'll tell you why you can't. Because if you're going to start measuring out something else, then it turns out that you have more than 7 measurements. So you must say, if there is such a process of measuring out residual oil, then it turns out it's so interesting. No? Yeah. So it turns out that will say that you can have many more than 7 measurements. You can have multiple different measurements because you're going to be measuring out residual oil. So therefore, we'll say therefore it has to be that what? It has to be that halacha lemaisa. When the menorah goes out, you replace the oil, you replace the wick, you pour out all of the old oil. And I will say, but this is that's a case where the oil that's left up gets messed up by the wick inside of it. You hear from this Gemara that halacha lemaisa, if the oil was still fine, just something happened with the wick. You could replace the oil, you could replace the remaining oil, and ultimately again just put in there a new wick. But assume that the oil itself gets messed up, empty it out, replace it with a full half load. Kari Aleis, I was saying this is all Rebbe. Once again, Rebbe says about Rebbe Zrika, and he says ultimately the following. Oh, excuse me, this is Rebbe Zrika sitting and says Rebbe Yirmiyah says Kari Alei Bahad. Quotes over here the pasuk from Tehillim. Va'darachat slach. Ultimately, again, your hadar, your duty should go on to be successful. Rachav al dvar emes ba'anbat tzedek. So again, praises Rebbe Yirmiyah for his incredible wisdom. Itmar nami Rabbi have another brayso that supports this idea. Am Rabbi Abo, Am Rabbi Yochanan, Am Rabbi Abba, Am Rabbi Chanina, Am Rabbi. There's shekapsa. We'll say if the candle, a light and fire in the menorah goes out, Nitshan Hashem, and the oil becomes unusable. Nidashna psira. So we'll say, and the wick itself becomes unusable. What do you do? Feeds an oseh, mativa benose moshem kinika rishon u'matifa. We'll say the halacha is you empty out the contents of the particular receptacle, you fill it up with oil, and you rekindle it. We'll say, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. Incredible halacha l'maisa. I'm going to have to read Yeshua, read Yehuda, I'm going to have Sheshes. There, Shema Mikdash, Shal Prakim. We'll say another amazing Gemara. So once it comes on, Rav says name of Yehuda, name of Rav Sheshes, the menorah in the Beit HaMikdash was Shal Prakim. We'll say Shal Prakim literally means of pieces. Now, what does that mean of pieces? If you look at Rashi Kisvei, we'll say the bottom Rashi, 6 lines up and about Shal Prakim, Shal Chulios. Lo Shal Chulios, man, Mishuch on the parking of the Safari, the menorah, and the Shiach on the Kovikel, the Mantle, and the Sotim, we'll say, get ready for this. This is wild. Comes on Rav Huna Yeshua and says as follows: the menorah in the Beis Hamikdash was malleable, which means it's supposed to say you could take the branches and you could bend them down. Why do you need to bend them down? To clean them. They're malleable. We'll say not detachable. I don't know, is malleable the right word? Right? Malleable. Right? They're malleable. You can literally move them in order to go ahead and clean them. Amazing. Kasavar. Kiksiv. Umiksha a menorah v'nero sexiv. Because the Moshe he holds that when the pasuk says that the menorah has to be made miksha means what? Out of one block of gold. What does that refer to? That refers to the menorah as well as the branches. The menorah has to be one solid piece of gold. Because of that, the Moshe said the neros, which are the actual branches of the menorah, cannot be detachable. But they can be what? They can be movable. So allowing them to be movable allows you to clean them. Siv. So when it says, since you have to clean the bowls, you have to clean the receptacles, you love the prakim havi. If they are not movable, if they are not malleable, the havi you never clean them sufficiently. So the Gemara says, Leisvei or Isaac Kasha, Ketzad Oseh. How do you go ahead and clean the menorah? With salgon, you actually remove the branches. And you leave them in the Beis Hamikdash. Mekanchon bismut, them with a sponge. The no sin bashemen, and then you put oil in them. Wow. So what do you see from this brisa? What do you see from this brisa? That the branches were detachable. So let's say a fundamental historical machlokes about the menorah. Was the menorah one big piece with malleable branches? Or was the menorah again made up of multiple parts, the base being one piece, but the branches being detachable? Some say that we will not move the branches from their place. Well, the tell me, do not move the branches from their place. What does that tell me? That if I wanted to, I could, which sounds like the branches are technically detachable. The Gemara says, No, the way it should be read is the branches were not movable. They could not be moved from place. For the Chachamim, Rabbi Elazar Udesanya, Rabbi Elazar Tzedek Omer, Kimin Kas Shalzav Ayola Al Gaba. We'll say ultimately we'll just read this piece and we'll have to stop for today. Then ultimately there was like a gold plate on top of the cups of the menorah. Kishu Mativa, when he wanted to clean out the cups, he would push them, so there's like a flap on top. The flap on top to keep impurities from coming inside. So when he was cleaning it out, he would push the flap towards the opening of the utensil of the cup. When he wanted to put in oil, he would push the flap back. So what's it ultimately again? We're going to see is that that this is going to be a machlokes tanoim about the nature of the menorah. So we'll have to stop over here for today. But again, you don't want to miss this tomorrow. Right? A fundamental machlokes about how the menorah itself was fashioned. Was it one piece? Was it multiple pieces? Was it one piece with immovable branches? Or was it one piece with malleable branches? And there it's actually to be seen tomorrow.
All the show a few weeks ago, our head of security for 34 episodes, the Iron Patriot, with the show. It got too big for the show. They may not. Comedy Central wants to have the show. They don't come back. They're doing the show out. But until then, he quit the show. And so what we decided was that we're going to start having replacement Iron Patriots each week. We had the Iron Josh. We had the Iron Patriot. And this is no network. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you one of the first ever African American Patriot. It's the third Patriot.
All right, but let's say good morning, Shabbos, but it's just back on Shabbos. Begin the week, the end of the week, the middle of the week, the end of the show, the Hashem's on, beautiful Shabbos, Sunday, Friday, Sunday. What does it matter? Whatever it is, we're doing the job. We're doing the job of our Hashem. For what a great is of us. You have to have a short week. It's going to be called the Dapil Radio session. So let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors this morning. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nisan. Habo Alu Latova Avi Yashin coming to very Israel. Dedicating all the Shua instructions this month in memory of Avram's mother Sarah, Rabbi Bas Yeshua Hershel. Calling the Bracha, we have learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollock. The memory of Paul's mother, Sarah Bas Avram, Zichrono Bracha. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Yalon Steinberg, in the source of continued help for Shulanis, Hannah Bas Susha, and for the ultimate influence of best always in the space of our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. And also continue to shower them with Shmiri, Sira, Racha, and Simcha, our holy soldiers, which will give them success for all of our singing day and Zochanes Hashem to continue to see beautiful brachas and Judah in this holy month of Nisan. As we thank, let us begin. Today's daf is page test 89, and we have to pick up the Meretz Hashem on the top of page test 89A at the two dots. So remember again, we had the Mishnah on the bottom of page test on 88A, where the Mishnah, in the previous Mishnah, the Mishnah went through the 7 needles, the 7 measures. Then that was on page 87B. Then on 88A, page test on yesterday's Mishnah, the Mishnah then went through each of the measurements and what they are used for. So that's what we're picking up. So the Mishnah on the top of page 89, in the top line, Katsi Lug Shemen L'Torah. So half a load of oil was used for the carbon soda. Right? Katsi just reading the Mishnah. Katsi Lug Mahaya L'Shanish, Katsi Lug Mahaya L'Sota, the Katsi Lug Shemen L'Torah. So again, the half load measure was used for the water for the soda, as well as for the oil for the carbon soda. Says the Gimel Tanya. Let me keep it over. The Gimel says as follows. Why does it say the word Bashemen twice? Now, again, I will say this, we're trying to figure out how do we know that there's a half a word that is used for Koda? That's the Gemara's question. So the puzzle that we're studying over here is in Al Koda Yakidana, when we read Azera HaKoda, Kavos Mazos Lumes Bashemen, or Kiki Mazos Meshufin Bashemen, so it says the word Bashemen twice. So why do we need to say the word Bashemen twice? which the Gemara says, even on the Emma elevation and Echad, if it was just said by Shemin once, I used to even know I would have thought that carbon toga is no different than any other mincha. General, what's the default measure for a mincha? 1 lug of oil. So how do we not say anything? Right? I would have understood. Carbon toga is a mincha. Mincha gets a lug. Akshav shekasa b'shemin b'shemin. Now that it says b'shemin b'shemin twice, having ribui afagibui. This you will say it's a technical principle called ribui afagibui, which again remember a ribui means an amplification phrase. Now it's includes so ribui afagibui, and interestingly enough, exegetically, ribui afagibui elamai. One of these fascinating exegetical principles, which is whenever you have a ribui followed by a second ribui, it's actually coming to exclude something. What is it coming to exclude? See, interesting. See, if it wouldn't have said, right? If it wouldn't have said anything, I would have understood the carbon like any other mincha. A mincha is one the oil. Now that there's two ribuyim b'shemen, and now that we know it's a jet, whenever you have ribuy afaribu, it's coming from the minute, it's coming to the carbon toga is nothing like a regular mincha. Rather, it's less than a regular mincha. Therefore, whereas a regular mincha gets a little of oil, carbon toga only gets half a load of oil. Which one says, hold up. Ribuy afaribu, as you know, what do you mean ribuy afaribu? There's one reason. The word Bashemen is necessary. The second Bashemen ultimately again is an extra. So therefore again it's not two reasons, it's one reason. Only one. Which you want to say you have tell you're right, when you refer to Sabbath, even though Ne'eman Bashemen Koviker, and you see Omer Harim Kefalam and Amos and Amos is right. Here's actually the argument that we have to construct. Truth is, you didn't have to say anything. You didn't have to say Bashemen at all by a carbon toga. Why not? Because had you not said anything, I would have understood carbon toga is in mincha. Mincha gets a little bit of oil, and that's it. Conversation is over right there. There no need. But now, you went out of your way to say Bashemen. And by the way, so interestingly enough, the Gemara says it like this. There was no Bashemen necessary at all to be stated in this context, and I would have understood carbon toga is a mincha. Mincha gets a lug of oil. Now, not only that, so therefore it says Bashemen twice. Now makes sense. Now, both of those words are extra. Therefore, again, having ribui acharibu, this is indeed two ribuyim. Bein ribui acharibu, and again, exegetically, whenever you have a ribui after a ribui, it's coming to diminish or to exclude. Therefore, what does it come to exclude? I was going to tell me that again, carbon toga is not treated like a regular mincha. Rather, again, it is unique, whereas a regular mincha requires a full lug of oil. Carbon mincha only requires a half. So I would have thought it was when we get back to our program. We spent a fair amount of time on carbon toga. So now, very important. So what do I have? So first of all, just means we go to see that one. One of the great things in that one is that you pick up nuggets of information as you go along the journey. So now, again, we've learned this before, but it's good to reinforce how much oil for a standard mincha? A log. You ever have a long conversation with someone? You need a quick conversation. So, by the way, did you know that there's a log of oil? The carbon mincha. You're welcome. And again, and now also know carbon toga is unique because carbon toga is only a half a load. Fine. Now that I know that carbon toga is a half a load, what else do I know about carbon toga? Carbon toga is made up of three categories of loads. Right? What are the three categories of loads? Follows Rikikin and Revicha, which means again, follows means loads. Rikikin are wafers, and Revicha are scalded. So I'm going to thought that maybe the half a load of oil gets equally dispersed amongst those three types. Bashemen Revicha, Shein Kaman. Again, I say interestingly enough, it says Shemen again by Revicha, which was an unnecessary statement. The Gemara says, Tamulomad, Riba Shemen Revicha. It's coming to teach me that the Revicha loads, or the right load, called the Revicha masses, get more oil than the rest. How so? Maybe Chatzi. and you bring a half a look of oil from the code that we've already established. And what do? Lachalos for the Rikikin, the Chatsi of the Ravita. This is very interesting. You take the half a loaf of oil, so what do? You split the half a loaf in half. Half of that is used for both the Chalos and the Rikikin, and the other half is used for Ravichos, right? For the Ravita. So you see from here that Allah the Ravita gets more oil than the other two types. Okay, interesting. Let's go ahead. I'm going to Rabbi Rothschild ben Azariah. So Rabbi Rothschild ben Azariah says, Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, Ima tamar v'kol hayom kula b'shemen b'shemen, evi shomer alacha. So Rabbi said, this is great. This is great. And also, by the way, I want to point out how beautiful this is. Another sweet kiss from HaKadosh Baruch Hu on Isru Chag of Pesach. Rabbi Rothschild knew how much we miss Pesach. So what does he give us? Rabbi Rothschild ben Azariah and Rabbi Akiva in one line. Rabbi Azariah, Ari, Kidan Shevin Shana, Rosafisi, Sheta Amri Tiesran Daleras, Rabbi Akiva was the one who was leading that incredible savior in Bnei Brak. All of the great Rabbanim were coming to Rabbi Akiva. Out of that, right? Maisa Shai, everybody was Muslim in Bnei Brak. Rabbi Akiva was the only one of that group who was in Bnei Brak. They all came to him for savior that year. So incredible. Rabbi Azariah and Rabbi Akiva history Chag of Pesach. So Rabbi Azariah says, Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva was one who was making in his drasha of Hashem and Hashem. So Rosa ben Azariah said to Rabbi Akiva, even if you're married, even if you make this video the whole day, I'm not listening to you. Elo, Fatsi Lig Shemen and Torah, or Revius Shemen and Nazir, Va'achava Sayom Shebeni, Dolanida, Halacha Moshe Messina. I'm not listening just a moment. Rosa ben Azariah says, it's not a possible. It's Halacha Moshe Messina. It's a Sinaitic, very Sinaitic law. The Halacha Moshe Messina, that a hundred gets a half a loaf. That's it. That's it. It's not a drasha. Just simply one down as Allah for the motion to see that. Which was at the page also so beautiful. But on, just was this location what happened over here just now. That on the day after Pesach, as we know officially, well, we already started officially, but now let's post them to begin our march towards Shavuos. What do you have over here? We have Lecha and Moshe and Sinai. Lecha and Moshe and Sinai. So reference to Sinai, Shavuos, a reference to Pesach, a Rosa ben Azariah and Rabbi Akiva, all on Isru Chag of Pesach. Absolutely. There was it turns out, based on the reading, Rosa ben Azariah and Rabbi Akiva, this concept that a holder is a half a load of oil, and not the classic full load of a regular carbon mincha, is a halacha in Moshe Messina. It's a Sinai law. There is a halacha in Moshe Messina, represents an entire body of law, literally transmitted from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to Moshe Rabbeinu at Har Sinai, and they conveyed to Klal Yisrael. It's not recorded in the Chumash, right, as opposed to the other parts of the Torah, the Moshe Rabbeinu received, that they just transmitted generation after generation. So now I'll go back to the list. The half a load of oil, or the revius of oil for a nazir, which we'll touch on, and the 11 days between Nida and Nida. We're going to say, we're going to come back to this, or we just know in the sex Nida, but this concept is actually very interesting, that also subject to a lot of dispute, but the concept is like this, that there are essentially 11-day intervals between when bleeding is considered to be menstrual blood versus when it's considered to be solid blood. There's this concept that depending on when a woman bleeds, interestingly enough, that the distinction between Zava blood and Nida and menstrual blood is not a din necessarily in the type of blood, but rather when the bleeding occurs. So a woman creates a cycle, and then again we assume that cycle in between 11 days of those cycles, that's the Sivos, that's Zava plus Moshe. Okay, Gemara just says that is a halacha of Moshe. So we'll say the beautiful part about this is everyone agrees on the bottom line. What's the bottom line? That a kodah, carbon filter, gets a half a load of oil. This stands in contradistinction to a typical carbon mincha, where the mincha gets a full load of oil. How do I know that a mincha only gets a half a load of oil? So apparently, again, this is in the focus for the Yeshiva and Rabbi Rothschild ben Azariah. Rabbi Akiva, Bashemen, Riboy Achaliboy, and Riboy Achaliboy Elolimai. Okay, and the Rabbi ben Azariah, Halacha Moshe Messina. Incredible. Also, which is also very interesting. How you see over here, you think to yourself, what does that mean? It means that there's a protest about a Halacha Moshe Messina, which is an interesting thing to say. So we do see examples of this, where sometimes there isn't enough focus in Minnesota. In Minnesota, yeah, there's enough others. The beautiful part is, bottom line, everyone is agreeing on the halacha, but there isn't enough focus. Is this one of the Sinaitic laws handed down from the church by itself or not? Okay, differences in Minnesota. Now, the Lord Hayamodate. So let's say the next part of the Mishnah. The next part of the Mishnah was Ubeluk Hayamodate Lachor Hamimachos. Right? You use 1 lug of oil for every single day. So again, after we kind of spoke about Poda, which is an extent of this rule, the Mishnah then reinforces the rule, that in general, for every type of mincha, we use a lug of oil. Now the Mishnah then goes on to the Mishnah, that even mincha shall samach misaron, no similar samach lug. So for example, if we bring a mincha that is made up of 60 misaron, normally again a mincha would have 1 sarn of flour and 1 lug of oil. If you were to bring a mincha that is made up of 60 salon, you would bring 60 lug of oil. Now Rabbi Rothschild ben Yaakov disagrees with this, and he says the mincha shall sanati salon aim la oil lug. Rabbi Rothschild ben Yaakov disagrees with this. He said a lug of oil is the amount of oil you use no matter how much flour you use. Even if you bring a mincha of 60 salon, you are still only bringing 1 lug of oil. Shneimar la mincha v'lug shana shisha kod. So again, that's our focus. To fill out on it, the mitzvah on it. They will say if the person is an impoverished mitzvah. So what does the Torah say? Isaron bundle the Lord. He uses these 3 expressions. Isaron, which is an amount of flour, bundle, like mixed together, and the oil. Meaning, Alisaron sheta'ol l'gerechah. The Chachamim say that from this phraseology here, you learn a very important principle. What's the important principle? That every sarn of flour requires a lug of oil. Okay, so therefore, standard mincha is a sarn of flour, and therefore standard mincha is a lug of oil. And therefore, again, by extension, there's a direct ratio between your sarn and lug ratio. Right? So you bring 60 esronas for a mincha, you bring 60 loaves of oil. Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Eliezer Ovid, that's a first wide line on conclusion of page 98. Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Eliezer Ovid, and he was mincha shoshishin esronim, ein la'chuda. And again, Rabbi Rothschild and Rabbi Eliezer, they disagree. They say no, that even if you have a mincha of 60 saron, you only use 1 lug of oil. Right? There's not a lug isar ratio. 1 lug of oil is the maximum amount of oil used for a cup of mincha, no matter how much flour you have made. Shneimar la mincha v'lug shemen. I have Rabbi Nechemia, Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov, I isaron follow the lug my abdi. Right? What Rabbi Nechemia, Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov, what do they do with the Chachamim's drasha of the saron and bubble and lug? This is coming to teach us the halacha, the ka'amar achmana, laisichad isaron. That the poor mitzvah should bring 1 isaron. What do you mean? What is it? That's going to teach you the halacha. The halacha is that an impoverished mitzvah only has to bring in the cup of 1 isaron. So the Gemara says, the other opinions, i.e., the Chachamim will say, I don't need the process of teaching that the halacha. Why? So the fact that when the Torah speaks about the rich mitzvah, right? The rich prospect is rich. That means he has funds that is 3 kabanos and 3 esronos. The carbon the chagis. It means that by the honey, again, if the rich mitzvah is going to bring 3 kabanos and 3 esronos for his mitzvah, then the honey is going to bring 1 carbon and 1 isaron. So therefore, again, that brings up the pasuk for this zasha. The other thing is, no, I need the explicit drasha by an mitzvah is impoverished. Why? I would have thought, the pasuk, and I thought like this, since it's clear that in general the Torah has compassion upon an impoverished individual and therefore normally diminishes his sacrificial responsibility, I'm not going to put that in the case of an impoverished Torah, maybe he doesn't have to bring a mincha at all. Maybe there's a mincha obligation. And therefore the Prophet teaches that no, he has a diminished mincha obligation, but he still has an obligation. He says no. There's no such thing, even if the individual is accomplished, there's no such thing as having no liability. I Lumincha, the Lushon in my house. They look to that one of the concept of the Kenya Lazar. That concept of Lumincha Lushon. Ahu Lumisnagos Mincha, shall you close me Deva Hatam Hor. As Kafka teach us that if someone pledges a Mincha, coming a double Mincha, then he should not do something less than the 90. What does this mean? What's the amount of flour? The least amount of flour that would correspond to a loaf. Then again, the minimum amount of flour that you're going to bring with a loaf of oil, ultimately, again, is what he's saying. That's what he's saying. Party Shamus means we have both of these concepts ultimately from the same passage. Incredible. So the point to hold on to over here is fundamental as well to Timur Chachamim on one hand, and Rabbi Rothschild and it turns out also Rabbi Nechemia on the other hand. Namely, is the word the minimum maximum amount of oil brought within the car, or no, word is the minimum, that's the Chacham, right? The Chacham, I'm sorry, no, that's incorrect. The Chacham is saying that every word corresponds to one Yisara of flour. So therefore, for every Yisara, you're going to bring another load of oil. Rabbi Rothschild and now Rabbi Nechemia say no. The Lord gives you max amount of oil, irrespective of the number of isara that you're bringing of flour. Allah provides one load of oil, and that's it. So even if you're going ahead and you are bringing a mincha of 60 isara, you're only going to bring one load of oil. Incredible. All right, let's go. That's my pleasure. Next. Shishu Lapar Abola Ayo Shosha Keves. So again, those are his last part of the Gemara. His last part of the Gemara was the following. The Mishnah said, Shisha Lapar. So you're going to go ahead and bring 6 for the par, 4 for the ayo, and 3 for the keves. So this is from what we saw, right? The amount of flour you're going to bring in the little cup. Yeah. Fine. Okay, there's more left. So let's go to the Gemara. This is actually interesting. Nice. We'll do this now. Sorry. Shisha Lapar Abola Ayo Shosha Keves. Where do you know this from? It says, Beniskehev Katsia Hiliyalapar. How do I know this? So the pasuk says, "V'nisken Katsia Hiliyalapar." Hin Tracer Mudihavia. So a hin ultimately again is 12 log. Ksiv Shemen Zayis Hin. Ksiv Shemen Mishkas Kodesh Iya. Ze Lila Dorosechem. Ze is very interesting, Joshua. Ze the gematria Tracer Havia. So Zeh in gematria is 12. So from here you see ultimately again that it's 12 log. Okay, fascinating. All right, interesting. Shlosha maximum menorah. Chatzi lug l'chol me'avileres. The next thing the Mishnah said was Chatzi lug l'menorah. Was 3 and a half for the menorah, 3 and a half lug of oil for the menorah, and 3 and a half lug of oil for the menorah. Total means a half a lug for every candle. Okay, so this is very important. We're going to focus on this. So a total allocation of the menorah of 3 and a half lug for the menorah. Divide that, of course, by 7. That gives you a half a lug for every lamp. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Where do you know this from? So listen, this is very interesting. The Tanna Rabbi, what we're essentially asking is, we come up with that measure. Like, why is the half a lug per nail, why is that the magic number? So this is really interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. So it says again, remember, the menorah must remain lit from the evening until the morning. Right? Also, this was yesterday's talk, where you saw the interesting halacha that if the nair gets extinguished, you have an obligation to rekindle it, right? How much oil you have to replace, that was a machlokas. But the nice again, the menorah must remain lit from the evening until the morning. So we must, what does this mean? So this teaches us how much oil do you need in the menorah, how much oil do you need, the amount of oil necessary to allow it to remain kindled from the evening until the morning. Right? So we'll say, by the way, it's going to point out. Let's see, furthermore, again, I will say, and actually before we go on, there's a tremendous Mr. Haskell also. In other words, The Erev Boker means the menorah must remain lit from the evening until the morning. So the Gemara says, oh, if the menorah must remain lit from the morning and the evening, then what? Then what? Then what? How much oil do you need? How much oil do you need? Enough to remain lit from the evening till the morning. The Gemara teaching us that halacha l'maisa, if you want to be successful in life, you need to plan. You need to plan. Like, in other words, you might have thought, what do you do, right? Like, because, anyway, there's always kohanim in the base of mikdash. So therefore, what should you do? Put some oil in, and you see it diminishing, pour a little bit more in. It's diminishing, pour a little bit more in. What I need to worry about how much? No, that's not the way it works in life. If you want to be successful in life, if you know you want a particular result, you need to plan for that result from the beginning. So the Torah says you need, if you know to remain lit, the Erev ad Boker, okay, from the outset, put in enough oil from the beginning to go ahead and allow it to remain lit in the morning. Now, if you plan, does it always mean that your plan is going to come to fruition? No, that's yesterday's Gemara. Sometimes there goes out. But the fact that my plan may not come to fruition does not exempt me from planning. I'll say too often we live life by the seat of our pants, and when you do that, you hope. Sometimes you're successful, but more often than not, you're not. Halacha l'maisa, if you know you want something, you want me'erev ad-boker, plan ahead and put in the requisite amount of oil. Put in the requisite amount of effort. Have a clear vision of what you want to accomplish and how you're going to do it. It doesn't always mean you're going to be successful, but you certainly heighten the probability of your success with a good amount of pre-planning. Incredible. We'll say, this is what we miss with the base of English. All of these incredible and beautiful life lessons that you just saw by simple observation. Just by looking what's going on around you, you came away enriched with how to lead a successful life. The Gemara says another thing. Furthermore, again, also what's unique about the menorah is that there was no other avodah in the Beis Hamikdash which was done from evening to morning. Because remember, again, in the Beis Hamikdash in general, there was no avodah done at night. What was done at night? What was done at night? Burning of the sacrificial rites, fats and limbs. So this is the only avodah that was done from evening until morning. Chazal said, how much oil do you need from morning until evening? Ultimately, again, it's a half a loaf. So we'll say what's important that this seems to be suggesting over here is the Torah didn't give us the measure. What did the Torah give us? The Torah told us how long we need the menorah to remain lit for. And then what's our job? Figure out the amount. The rest listen to this Ikidam, this fascinating. So therefore, the Chachamim came along and said, oh, how much oil do you need to remain lit from morning until evening? How long? How much oil? A half a loaf. Which I've said also is such a tremendous Musar Haskell. The Rebbeinu Shalom tells us what he wants from us. And then what does he tell us? Figure out how to get the job done. Figure out how to get to it. Because he's not going to spoon feed success to us. He's not going to tell us, do this. Instead, what he does is, he gives us mitzvahs. And what are mitzvahs? Mitzvahs are expressions of what HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves. When you see mitzvah, this is what God likes, and therefore he's telling us to do it. But in order to be successful in life, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'm going to give you a general set of roadmap. I'm going to give you a general roadmap. But I'm not going to spoon feed you how to be successful. That you have to figure out for yourself. So this is a beautiful metaphor here. Hashem says, I need you to create light from evening until morning. Now think about just the profundity of that. The ikar job of a Jew is to create light at night. That is the ikar job of a Jew. Anyone can create light when it's light outside. The ikar job of a Jew is that the right time, when things are difficult, when things are challenging, when the rest of humanity is ready to hang it up, which Baruch Hu says to his children, I need you to create light me'erev ad boker. Okay, how do you do it? As Baruch says, figure it out. Figure out how much oil you need. Hashem, just tell me, how much oil do you need, right? How much effort do I need? Tell me what I have to do in order to create light. May Erev adds both. He says, no, I'm not telling you how much oil. You figure it out. Because I believe in your ability to figure it out. He said, that's the most incredible thing. Number one, the ikar avoda of a Jew is to create light. May Erev ad boker. Fine, I'm willing to do it. Just tell me what I need to do. How much oil? No, not telling you. It's not telling you. You figure it out. You figure it out. I said, well, this is very obvious. The subject says, what's the, where's the I was going to say, so again, at the end, the subject says, the first mitzvah of our mitzvah, Ali, you can use this way, right? First mitzvah of our mitzvah is what? First mitzvah? Yes, Shema Sha'artis. Nighttime Shema is the first mitzvah of our mitzvah. Why? Because the ikar avoda of a yid, the moment you join the ranks of Klal Yisrael, is the ability to forge a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu even at night. Even when things are difficult. Anyone can have a relationship with Hashem when things are good, when things are easy. As you become by mitzvah, the ikar you have is you have to form a meaningful relationship even like when things are difficult. The ikar avoda of the yid, he ate light me'erev ad boker. And our sacred mission is, how do I do it? Hashem says, figure it out. Figure out how much oil you need. Figure out what tools you need. Figure out what strategies you need. That's how much Hashem believes in us. That He believes that we have the ability to try to discover, to figure out, of course, through the things He gives us, how to create light, even in the darkest of times. It's incredible. So we must say, so here's what's interesting. The fact that this came from Chazal indicates to us that there obviously were like some trial and error with this. In other words, no one knew, right? In the beginning, no one knew how much oil do you need in order to go ahead and allow the menorah to remain lit from evening until morning. So they experiment. Listen to this. Some say they started first with a lot of oil. So like they first started with a lot of oil, and then again they realized they didn't need all of that oil, and they slowly diminished the measure until they got to a half a loaf. So the Gemara says, a half a loaf each day. Others say no, they started with a small amount, and then again when they saw they weren't going to have enough for morning, they slowly increased it until they got to the shear of the loaf, and that was the magic amount. So the woman says that they started with a minimal amount and then slowly increased it until they got to the requisite amount of a half a loaf. Kadosh Baruch Hu has compassion upon our resources, and He didn't want us to waste. But the one who says they started with a lot and then diminished, the Gemara says, there is no poverty in a place of love. Meaning what? The Lord saying the Beis Hamikdash is a place of grandeur. The Beis Hamikdash is the home of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. No expense is spared. So here's what's interesting. When it comes to our wallet, right, in our homes, in our ritual and spiritual practice, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes it easier on resources. Right? When it comes to HaKadosh Baruch Hu's home, the whole essence there is grandeur. Ein aniyos d'makom bashiris. There is no poverty in a place of life. The Beis Hamikdash was a place of wealth, was a place of grandeur. So the thing that you're going to start with a little bit of oil, start with a lot, and ultimately again diminish it until you get to the requisite amount. There was this beautiful idea of Ein Aniyos d'makom bashiris is also so beautiful. They'll say every Jew is an Asher, every Jew is wealthy. Well, I'm not being with any of us in any tropes. I'm just saying, right? Every Jew, because everyone was like, one of the beneficiaries of the greatest treasure the universe has ever seen, which is Torah. So because each of us is so profoundly spiritually wealthy, don't walk around life like a pauper. Don't walk around life like a recognize this risk. Can you imagine, like the rich person has all the money, but yet walks around out of clothing because he doesn't realize that he has all this money, right? He's got in some bank account. Like, oh, it's in the bank account. I don't have any access to it. Of course he has access to it. Go to the bank, take out your ATM card, and pull out whatever you need to buy yourself But the rich person who thinks, well, it's not in my pocket. If it's not in my pocket, I don't have it. It's in the bank, so it's not mine. Of course it's yours. You just have to access it. So spiritually, we walk around life thinking that we're so accomplished. We like to walk around life like spiritual aniim without recognizing that there is this beautiful and incredible spiritual trust fund that is ours to be accessed. We just have to access it. Don't walk around life spiritually poor when you have access to the greatest wealth fund of spirituality the world has ever seen. Incredible, incredible. You also got to also point out, because Tosis has this discussion as well, because it is interesting, by the way, that perhaps halacha happened becomes a standard amount of oil that they would use for the lamps. Now, what's interesting, I will say, is Erev Adoker is not the same duration throughout the year. Right, remember again, summertime, wintertime. Tosis says, interestingly enough, the way that they would account for the difference in the length of the night was through the thickness of the wick. Shorter nights, thicker wick, longer nights, thinner wick. Right, because this way again the wick would draw up the oil faster. So interestingly enough, always the same amount of oil. Half a look per lamp, but the one valuable was the size of the wick depending on the duration of the night. Beautiful. Mishnah. Next, Ma'avin Niskei Parim, the Niskei Eilim, the Niskei Ksapim, the Niskei Kvas. So you can go ahead and one side. Now, again, we're assuming over here that Nisachim, in general, we speak on Nisachim. Nisachim means two things, right? Nisachim can mean Minachos, right? Like wine, like oil, flour, and also wine. So we're assuming for purposes right now, refers to all of these things. So you can mix together the Nisachim of Parim with the Nisachim of Eilim, and the Nisachim of Kvasim with other Nisachim of Kvasim. And you're going to say the logical Rashi points out is because with Kvasim and Kvasim, they both have the same consistency. Both of them have Lilas on Lapa. They both have a looser consistency. Therefore, there is no problem going ahead and mixing them together. Same thing, Allah with the Nisachim of Parim and the Nisachim of Eilim. Shayacha b'Shat Tzibor, you can mix together the Nisachim of an individual, the Nisachim of Tzibor on the days. Shal Yom b'Shal Emesh. Similarly, again, today's Nisachim and yesterday's Nisachim can all be mixed together. However, what can't you do? And again, also, when we say mixed together, and offered up in that way. However, what you can't do is you can't mix together the Nisachim of Kvasim with the Nisachim of Parim and Eilim, and that's because the Nisachim of Kvasim has a looser consistency, and the Nisachim of Parim and Eilim has a drier consistency. That you can't mix together because then the problem is that you're going to throw off all of the ratios. However, again, if the individual groups are mixed together, Rashi says over Balavan, Niskei Parim Bifnei Atzmon, when Niskei Kvasim Bifnei Atzmon, Shuvnis Avuk. However, again, if each individual was mixed together, then after the mixing, then the mixed together, ultimately again shaded. They're not all the minds of the Kasha, and actually Baba Kasa. However, again, if before they were mixed on their own, they were mixed together with these other types, they will be possible. Akevas Haboima Omer Apatishin and Kasam Kula, or Hayim Yusahaf Kulim. The Keves that was brought with the Omer, even though again it has a double mincha, like the Omer has a double mincha, ultimately again in the second, they're not double. Okay, beautiful. Said the Imam, Omer Arizakasham, the Pagans of Kiru, Shloi Ari Kalavim Mekalavim, you're going to say in general, the Pagans gets big Tiro, you shall offer it. You shall offer it means in general that when you have Kabbanas are not mixed with each other. You don't mix Kabbanas with each other. That's it, each Kabbalah is offered up. Yet here the Mishnah seems to be giving an allowance for mixing the knuckles or mixing the stuff together. What's going on here? And when you're in this Al-Bukhari, the Yochanan says, right, let's be clear. Ideally, one should not mix the suffering with each other. The Yochanan says, it needs to say in this Al-Bukhari. If they were mixed together, they should not be mixed together. But if they were mixed together, ultimately, again, depending on what was mixed with what, it could technically be kasha. If that's the case, the aim of the niskei kivasim, the niskei part of the elim, but even this arbu nanilo. So they say that's the case. Then when you said that you can't mix together the Nisachim of Kvasim with the primary rhythm, what it sounds like even if they were mixed together, it's invalid. The maybe 20 safe of the love on Elubit Ne'atzman, the Elubit Ne'atzman. Yeah, look at the safe of the Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? That if you mix each type with each other, and then ultimately again, in this Adu, then it was subsequently mixed together, shame that it is kasher. The cloud, the Reisha, the Chatfilu Kamar, that makes it sound like in the Reisha, ultimately again, the Chatfilu, they can be mixed together. Abaye says, no, Hafi Kamar. Ma'arvin Yenos. Oh, we're not talking about again the mixing of the Nesachim of the mincha, right? Of the oil and the flour. Rather, again, what are we talking about? The mixing of the wine libation. Oh, so now that's a different story. In this, what did they say? What about Ma'arvin Yenos? In this Arif Salsa Shmonan. So ultimately, again, if the respective menachos made up of oil and shemen, all of these kavanos was already mixed together, then you can go ahead and proactively mix the wine as well. In other words, if the mincha elements of the nesachim is mixed together, then you can mix the wine. So a second, I thought you could actually mix wine with chatfila. Right? So with the nesachim wine, which is going to be the same by every carbon, I thought you could proactively, that you could lechatfila mix that. I got either one is the soul, the shemen. When it comes to the flour and the oils. But in other words, when do we say that Allah you can't mix the nesachim? That's talking about the mincha chelek of the nesachim. But wine, you can look at the mixed together. Rabbi is always the say, if the hofdar salsa ushmanen ma'arvin yain lechatfila. Listen to this. When the mincha part of the nesachim has already been offered up. And so again, when the solas and the shemen have already been offered up, you can go ahead and mix their respective wines. If of the law hofdar, however, again, it's halacha l'maisa, the solas and the oil, like the oil side, the solas and the shemen has not been offered up. In this array, in this array sauce, if they've been mixed already, then you can mix the wine. But if not, you can't go ahead and mix it. Why not? Because you may come to go ahead and mix the oil and the shemen lechatchila. So it comes out of here something really very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, ideally you should not mix menachos together. So right from the nesachim together. If it turns out that the nesachim were the menachos of the nesachim were mixed together and already burned, you're allowed to lechatchila mix the wine together. If, however, again, halacha l'maisa, the menachos got mixed together, then you can go ahead and mix the wine together as well. But you can't mix the wine together lest you come to mix the menachos together. Okay, beautiful. Last part of the Mishnah. Kavas Abayim Omer. So remember again the sheep that came with the Kavan Omer. What's that? Kavan Omer. Okay, so we've got the Kiva, the Belazar, the Azariah, Halacha L'Moshe, the Sinai, Kavan Omer, all on Isru Chag Pesach. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We should have to pay to do this. That's how good this is. It should require a fee. That's how incredible this is. So the Mishnah said, Keves Habayim Omer. Remember again, the Mishnah said, the sheep that comes along with the Omer, even with the mincha of the Kavanah Omer is doubled, then the Sachem will not double. Okay, so the Gemara. So remember again, what's that? The mincha, normally, let's go back, let's see where we started. How much flour do you normally make for a mincha? How much flour? One is saron. How much oil do you normally make for a mincha? How much oil? One log. Kavan Omer is unique, and that's mincha. So, shnei esronim. There's two esronim for the Kavan mincha. Limeid al keves habayim Omer. Shmincha kulam. This teaches us that again, when you bring the keves for the Omer, so it has a unique mincha, which is kula, which is two esronis. Yochel kashem shmincha kula kafiyeno kafel. I might have thought that the same way that there's two saron for the mincha, so too again there should be the wine, right? The wine libation part of it should also be doubled. Therefore, the pasuk says it's not. Pesach HaBoin, Revi'ah Sanim, Yochel Lo Ye'eno Kafo, She'eno Nivro in Minchaso, Aval Shmono Kafo, She'nivro in Minchaso. So I'm going to try this. The wine is not doubled. Why? Because the wine itself, the libational part of the wine, is not mixed together with the flour. But the oil, which is mixed together with the flour, should have a double portion. Amar Binisco, hold the fuss off, no you Elias. Therefore, it teaches us that no, all of it, the suffering should only be Elias. You know, it says, my Kamidah, what exactly is that, Joshua? Rabbi Rothschild said, Binisco, Vitalina Binisco. It's written as Binisco, but it's prefixed, but we read it as Binisco. Kesod, Niska, the Minchal, to Niska, the Yayin. The Nesach of the Minchal, which is reference to the oil, is ultimately again like the Nesach of the wine. Ma'yayin Revius, Af Shemen Nami Revius. Just like the wine is Revius, so the oil is going to be Revius as well. So interestingly enough, the only thing that is going to be doubled by the only thing that's going to be doubled ultimately again by the covered omer is going to be the flour part of it, but the other parts ultimately again remain a constant. Now, let's stop over here for today, because the truth is the next part of Asher Mitzvah is a different part. Also, give us a few experiences on those sides. For those who haven't put on filling since Cholamayim, so again, relish the mitzvah. Tremendous, tremendous opportunity, as they say, that the Rabbi Yitzchak Abadich and Sfosi Agin Halinu did not go to sleep on Matzah Yom Tov. Matzah Yom Tov. Why? He was so excited to perform the mitzvah of Tefillah that he literally couldn't sleep the entire night. Okay, so perhaps you're not enough of it. Right? The house was slept. Maybe I work on like we didn't sleep enough. We didn't sleep enough. But again, at least again, as we have this opportunity, Baruch Hashem, to at least maybe approach a little bit like a bar mitzvah bracha. It's been a couple of days for many of us. Allah is working on us to engage the mitzvah. With the new scratches and excitement, but good man, Shabbat on the side, Shkoyach. That was a good man. Good man, Shabbos. Please turn it over. Actively turn it over. All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Today, our commentaries for I've been dedicating additional Joshua this month. In memory of Abram's mother, Sarah Brian Baxter, Shua Hashel, Tifon, Zaha. My favorite sponsors for today are Alice Steinberg and the Swiss. Our continued help to Shivana's Colonel Bas Susha, and for all things before Shalim. And of course, those who dedicate our learning and Swiss of our brothers and sisters in order to sell. Shkara Fernandez will continue to cherish Mary Sarah Hashkaf upon them. And the merit of our holy soldiers may be successful before a man say the day. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Sabbath here, a really great daf out of us 95. We're actually picking up on Sabbath down on the days 94, 12 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, we are in the midst of the raging machlokas about the shape of the Lechem HaPanim. Is Lechem HaPanim, as Rabbi Hanina called it, communicated himself like an open box, or is Lechem HaPanim, as Rabbi Yochanan called it, Min Sfina Rokedes, like a fast ship. Again, the real essence of the Nafkamina ultimately again is going to be Halacha L'Maisa. So the Allah might say how they said that the Nafkamina have a better shape. And as we already began to see yesterday, there are many ramifications in terms of how the shulchan is constructed as well. So Bishlam Lamanda Omar means sooner of that. So according to the opinion that says that it's like a fast ship. So highly the Bahina is sleeping. So that's why he made the sleeping. Again, if I was wondering again, the sleeping, as we saw yesterday, that's the image I sent to you on the chat yesterday. Those are the pole-like protrusions on the side of the shulchan. because again, obviously you need, because it comes to a point at the bottom, you need the sleeping in order to be able to keep everything in place. However, Alimanda was going to be that it's sleeping normally. But according to the opinion that says that it's like an open box, then why do you need to sleep? Meaning what? Whereas it's a flat bottom. So essentially, why can't everything just simply rest one on top of the other? To which the Gemara says, Abba Yukir the left hand flat. Because ultimately, again, remember the bread can't sit one on top of the other because of the weight. Because of the weight, ultimately, again, they would crush each other. Rishon and I don't sleeping with this. Sleeping, sleeping without a ship on the bottom. So it's according to the opinion that says that the Lechem was like a fast boat. So then the sleeping was situated on the shulchan. And also, remember again in the image that I sent you yesterday in the chat. If you want to reference that just for a moment. So again, if you notice, so what we call the sleeping rooms, the manikios, are on the side of the table. Now, what we call the shulchan, this picture I didn't really put on, but there's a table like bottom, right on the shulchan. That's what we call the shulchan. So the Gemara says like this: these additional holes and protrusions. See, if you understand that the Lechem is like a fast boat, then the protrusions were placed on the table themselves, right? Because remember, then as a fast boat, the loaves weren't as wide, and therefore again there was room to put the poles actually on top of the table. However, element of the table pizza sleeping in a Mechamonachim. And according to the opinion that says that the Lechem was like an open box, they will say that would essentially the width of that loaf was essentially then put it exactly smack at the edge of the shulchan. If that's at the edge of the shulchan, then where did you have put the sleeping? I'm not going to say, hey, come on, did you put the sleeping on the floor? To which the Gemara says, yes, you would. Then the Abba Ramana was given a umar to sleeping on Gabi shulchan, nothing. Was given a umar to give a pizza, sleeping on Gabi karka. So those are these actually quite interesting. That's why if you reference this image again on the chat, you'll notice that here the picture kind of gives you away a little bit, like which particular position we go with. But if you notice over here, the Gemara saying like this: if the loaves were like a fast ship, and therefore again there was a little less width, then Halachah L'Maisa, the sleeping room starts to be situated along the edge of the table. If, however, again it was like an open box for loaves for water, there would be no room to put the sleeping on the edge of the table. So the sleeping must have been situated on the ground, kind of adjacent to the table. That's the image, by the way. If you look, if you see those sleeping, those tube-like protrusions, if you notice in the images on the chat, they are placed flush at the edge of the table itself. Okay? So now there's like that. So these opinions are talking about the statement. Halechem ma'amides hasnipin, hasnipin ma'amides halechem. Who is the opinion that says that the lechem, the bread, itself holds up the sleeping, and the sleeping holds up the bread? Which the Gemara says, Kiman. Whose opinion is that? Kiman the Amar Sfina Rokedas. Like the opinion that says that it was like a fast ship. Why? So this is something interesting. Remember yesterday's that we spoke on this idea that if you go that with the Lechem upon that it was like a fast ship, then when you had the sleeping, you didn't just have side poles. But remember again, what else did you have? You had the semicircle mold that were in there as well. Because remember again, the bottom of the mold came to like a V-like tip. So you needed those semicircle molds on each side to be able to hold the bread in place. If that's the case, then interestingly enough, what ends up happening is, it's true, the sleeping holds the bread in place, but the bread also holds the sleeping in place. Why? Because the semicircle mold on the bottom of each bread attached to the sleeping also anchors the sleeping. So the sleeping is helping the bread is helping the sleeping. So whose opinion does that reflect? That's the opinion of Rabbi Yochanan, that it was like a fast ship. Okay, incredible. Top of Sadiki, 95a, first line. Macy's, Merizikasha, Kamin Kavaris Hayalabakanor. So I said it was like a, Rashi says the word Kamin Kavaris Hayalabakanor, Zatus. Kavaris usually means a basket. It was a basket here, but it was first was a mold. Remember again, we saw in the Mishnah. that there are three different molds used for the lechem hapanim. One in which you placed the dough, one in which you placed it in the oven, and then upon taking it out of the oven, you placed it in a third mold. So the Gemara said, there was a type of a basket or mold inside of the oven. The Gemara says, and again, it had the shape of the mold was like an open box, or literally like a square, like an open box. So I will say, so the point that is not for this, because this clearly supports the opinion of the Yochanan that the lechem hapanim was like an open box, which was maybe not maybe that maybe he's talking about the opening of the bread, which is even in the case of the sphere of Kadas, ultimately again was open on top as well. Maybe that's what it's referring to. Okay. There was a place that's supposed to be being there says there's like a fast ship. Bisanya Arba Sneakin Shal Zahav Hayusham. There were four groups sleeping that were there. Mikusalin Marashayan Kimon Dachramin Hayu. Shesunkin Bahanes Halakam. Shehutona Kimin Sina Rokadas. And the Raisa describes these sneaking themselves that literally again they were like cut meat that ultimately again supported the bread. And here Rosa the Price explicitly said, and what did the bread look like? Clean Sina Rokadas. The Price says explicitly that it was like a fast ship. So interestingly enough, that's the end of the Gemara. So we'll say, what's the halakha of it? So first of all, from all the images obviously that I shared with you, kind of gives you a little bit that we paskin like that halakha of it again, the lechem hapanim was like a pizza, that it was halakha of it, that it was an open box. I'll just read you the lashon of the Rambam. The lashon of the Rambam. So, good. As we get to it, lashon of the Rambam. Lashon of the Rambam. Lashon of the Rambam was that is like open box. That's lashon of the Rambam. That's pretty much the whole thing. Lashon of the Rambam is lashon of the Rambam was like an open box. That's how lashon myself passing. Now, again, I will say in that. There is still some further dispute in all of this. And the further dispute in all of this is, when we say Kilechem here it is. So again, the Rambam Paskins, in Hilchos Tzimidin Umusafin, Parakeh Halacha Tes. And the Rambam writes the following. The Rambam writes, Kol Kala Mirudas, Shne'emar Lechem HaPanim, Shahayu Dochanim Rabin. And then the Rambam goes through all of the different dimensions of it. Now, interestingly enough, the Rambam points out that when you look at the dimensions of the lechem, so remember again, the loaves were placed side by side, right? Still 12 rows, so 2 stacks of 6, 2 placed side by side. The Rambam points out there's something very interesting, which is when you look at the dimensions of the lechem, which he goes through, the lechem will overlap the shulchan by 2 tefachim. Which is why the Rambam says we fold up the sides. Hence this idea, so it's interesting. So hence this idea of this open box. The open side, says the Rambam, was a necessity based on the sheer size of the loaves. It would overlap the shulchan. And again, the notion of it overlapping the shulchan doesn't seem to make sense. Hence the side. Now, there's a further method. So therefore, everyone's going to agree flat bottom, flat sides. Some additional mathematics is, was there a further indentation on top? Like, was it like flat bottom, flat sides, and then a little bit of like a protrusion on top or not? That's a mathematics, yes, that's a mathematics amongst the Rishonim as well. But leaving it aside, for our purposes today, we pass in halakha like Rabbi Chanina, and therefore, again, the lechem hapanim was not the smoke, and it's not a fast boat, but rather, again, it was like an open box. Incredible. Now I will say some additional lechem hapanim related shilas, which are really quite fascinating. Tzadik Yehud Aleph 95a, 6 lines down from the top. Lechem hapanim nifsal b'masos or ina nifsal b'masos. So this is fascinating. I will say Mishkan. Obviously, we would travel. When we would travel, does the lechem hapanim become pasul as a result of the travel? Now, what's the shaila here? Take a look at Rashi. Like I said, only one Rashi to look at, which is exciting. Last wide line in Rashi on top. If someone ourselves, Kishinosim Mishkan Midgan, when Klal Yisrael, when our ancestors would travel in the desert, Omefarkim HaMishkan, and we would take apart, right, disassemble the Mishkan, deconstruct the Mishkan, and carry the Shulchan. Now, again, I will say, we're going to talk about this as well. Normally, when they deconstructed the Mishkan and carried the Shulchan, the bread, the lechem, remained on the Shulchan. Okay, so now watch this. So now Rashi says over here, for those who are Shulchan Alechem, you can see that on Shulchan Alechem, Yiprasu, Vegetales, Mi Nipsa Lechem, Yotzei, Olo. So this is fascinating. There's a concept of Yotzei. What's Yotzei? When something is supposed to remain inside of the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash, from the Mishkan, you take it outside of its permitted area, then what happens? It becomes this psul called yotzei. Taking something out of its designated place invalidates the item. So here's the shaila. When you travel with the Mishkan, therefore by definition the shulchan is being taken out of the Mishkan, does that invalidate the lechem or not? What a fascinating shaila. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Oh, I know some myself. That's shaila. If you open a English, we're going to have a discussion about this, which is really quite limited. If you open a Shulchan maybe, so not focus. Not on a nipson, the Chagam in a nipson. Not focus. One says it's possible, one says it's not possible, so let's analyze this. Man Dam in nipson, one says that it's possible, but Tzig, Kasher Yachanu, Kain Yisol. The Pasuk says, as they camped, so shall they travel. So the Torah itself equates campage with travelage, right? So again, camping with traveling. So what does this mean? Matachan yaso nifsal biyotze, af b'nisiyaso nifsal biyotze. The same way that when the Mishkan is in an established fixed place, if you take the lechem apart outside of its designated area, then halacha is this possible. So too when you travel, if you take it out of its designated area, ultimately again it's going to be possible. And again, the act of carrying the shulchan together with traveling means just being taken out of its designated area, and therefore it becomes possible. The other thing is that no, it's not possible. It's the lechem hatomid avod yihya. The pasuk says that the bread shall remain on the shulchan, which means they're both saying bread is not the lechem hatomid is not considered to be yotzei until leaves the shulchan. As long as it's on the shulchan, and the shulchan is being carried in accordance with the word of God, then ultimately the bread is totally good. So essentially, really listening to the cardinal, what is so interesting is yotzei defined by the Mishkan, or is yotzei defined by us? These are the lechem. Is yotzei defined by the Mishkan, or is yotzei defined by the shulchan? That's really what it comes down to. Because here it's clear that the bread is being taken out of the Mishkan. So therefore the first opinion says that it's Yosei. Second opinion says no, the bread's place is the shulchan. As long as it's on the shulchan, even if the shulchan is moving, bread is good to go. The Gemara asks how each opinion deals with the other opinions possible. What does the second opinion do with the pasuk that says as they can, this is how they will travel? So now says so he interprets it the opposite way. Just like when the Mishkan is at rest, if the bread doesn't leave the designated area of the Mishkan, it's not possible. So too again when the Mishkan travels, as long as the bread does not leave its designated area. What is its designated area? The shulchan. As long as it does not leave the shulchan, it won't be possible. But what does the first opinion do? The lechem hatomid avod yihya. What does the first pasuk do? The first opinion who says that it's possible. What does he do with this pasuk that it seems to indicate that as long as the bread is on the shulchan, you're good to go? Ella, the Gemara says, Gemara doesn't answer that. Well, the Gemara says, you have to revamp this much focus. Ella, Kiasa Rafini Aaron, Rafini Kimalan, they said the Bible says it's really interesting. In the Siddur, the Kli Amalekini, everyone agrees that if the bread is arranged on the shulchan, then ultimately, again, the bread is not going to be possible, right? But if the bread remains on the shulchan, and ultimately, again, you deconstruct the Mishkan, you travel with the bread on the shulchan, everyone agrees the bread is not possible because the bread is on its designated area. It's where it needs to be. I say what's the machlokas? I will keep the heat in the soul. It's very interesting. So rather, I will say, what's the machlokas? The machlokas ultimately is what happens if you took the loaves off of the shulchan in order to travel. So again, what we're holding right now is that halacha l'maisa, if you went ahead and you kept the bread on the shulchan, you kept the bread on the shulchan, so then halacha l'maisa, again, when you travel like that, everyone is going to agree bread is good to go. The shaila is if you go ahead and you take the bread off the shulchan and travel like that, does the bread become possible? So let's analyze. So the opinion that says that it's possible, can be solved. So the opinion that says that it's possible quotes this possible. The same way that we camp, that's the same way we travel. What does that mean? Not that just like when we go ahead and we camp, if you take the bread out of this prohibited area, ultimately again it's going to be possible. After this so too, when we go ahead and we travel, if you take it off its designated area, which again is going to be the shulchan, the bread is going to be invalidated. So the opinion that says that it's not possible, the pasuk, listen to this, which is incredible. The pasuk says the oil will travel. Even though it travels, ultimately, right, even though it's deconstructed and it travels, it still has the status ultimately of oil. So which is very interesting, because remember, this is important to understand. Even when we traveled and deconstructed the Mishkan, we traveled in formation, which means that interestingly enough, the camp formation was preserved, which means that Machane Leviah, right there, the area was even still in the middle. Machane Shechina, right, the area of the Mishkan was still there in the middle. Granted, the Mishkan wasn't there because the Mishkan was deconstructed, but the area was there. So what's fascinating is this second opinion holds the following: that halacha l'maisa, even when we deconstruct the Mishkan, Kedusha of the Mishkan is still there. It is still called Oral Moed. And therefore, listen to this. Even if the breads, was taken off the shulchan, ultimately, again, it is not deemed as if it has left the Oral Moed. Now, granted, if let's say you were to take the lechem and you were to travel, to the external part of the camp or somewhere else, that might be something totally different. But assuming that the bread is remaining in that center area of the camp, what would have been Machane Shechina, the area where the Mishkan would have been, halacha l'maisa, that is not called Yotzei. That is not called Yotzei. Shabbos saying this is pretty incredible. There's also, I think, a tremendous profundity in that line. So look at that line for just a little bit, understand the profundity of it. The Sid, the Nasa Oil, the pasuk says that the Oil will go out and travel. Apa Pisha Nasa Oil Moed. Even though it traveled, and again, it's not just that it traveled, even though it was deconstructed, it still retained the status ultimately of the Oil. They will say, the power of the Jews, the ability to transport your spirituality. See, the moment that a person says, I can be whatever it is, inspired, religious, committed, as long as my life circumstances are like this, as long as it fits into the paradigm that I need, that is going to be a very unsuccessful Judaism. The power of our people is the power to pivot, the power to adapt, and the power to bring your own knowledge with you wherever you go. That's never wondered to yourself. See, we understand, why did Akash Baruch give us a Mishkan? Like, why did we start with a Mishkan? Why not just start with a base of English? Okay, so it's going to be technical, like the Egel, so the golden calf, but there was an incredible profundity. Imagine for a moment, can our national journey be done with the base of English? You could have easily thought that spirituality is a fixed process. Where can you be holy? You can be holy in Eretz Yisrael. Where, and specifically, where's the epicenter of all Kedusha? Yerushalayim, Harabais. Now, that is true. The epicenter of all Kedusha is Yerushalayim, is Harabais. That's an unquestionable fact. But lest you think that that's the only place you can have Kedusha, that's false. That's false. So what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu start us off with? He starts us off with a mobile Mishkan. Why? To teach us, where can you have Ruchnius? Where can you have Ruchnius? Anywhere you want it. This is the famous Piagetna in Parshas Yisrael. They would never write the idea that why did HaKadosh Baruch Hu give us the Torah in the middle of nowhere? Middle of nowhere. Why not choose a more distinct location? And the Rebbe says so beautifully, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us the Torah in the middle of nowhere to teach us that we could find God anywhere. The power of the Jew, and I will say this is not just geography, this is emotional circumstances, this is financial circumstances, this is family circumstances. The power to create a strong religious identity, no matter what your life circumstances are. That is, the Olam Moed is mobile. The Mishkan is mobile, and the Torah is filled with so many different examples of this. Right? We get to Eretz Yisrael with Moshe Rabbeinu to transfer Gideon lands, beginning of Parashas Devarim. And what does Moshe Rabbeinu do? He translates the Torah into 70 languages. Why? Why? We only need it in three, right? English, Yiddish, and Hebrew, right? What else do we need, right? What else do we need? 70 languages. 70 languages. Why? But Rabbi Yitzchak says, because Moshe Rabbeinu was saying, Am Yisrael, you're going to be dispersed all over the world, and you're going to be speaking all languages. Just understand, wherever you are, wherever you're holding, spirituality and God is accessible to you. Film, which we put on every single day, Totapos, we learn this, right? Totapos, what's Totapos mean in Hebrew? What does it mean? What does it mean? We don't know, because it's not a Hebrew word. It's a contraction of two different foreign dialects, Tap and Tafsi. What? A mitzvah that we do every single day that signifies our covenantal relationship with God is made up of foreign words. Doesn't make any sense. And the answer is yes, because every single day I cement my covenant with God with putting on tefillin with a foreign dialect highlighting that no matter where I am geographically, no matter where I am emotionally, I am in this. I am ready. I can build something beautiful. There are no excuses for non-performance within our likeness. Why? Vinasa Olam Moed, Apapi Shenasa Olam Moed. Wherever it is, we have the ability to perform. Wherever it is, we have the ability to create something beautiful. Wherever it is, we have the ability to create a strong spiritual identity. You know what the big problem with being Jewish is? The biggest problem? There are no excuses. There are no excuses. We have no excuses. We have no excuses because of thousands of years of history, and we have no excuses because our Father, our Shepherd, the Ribono Shel Olam told us that wherever and whatever is going on, you got this, and you could perform. Your Olam Moed is mobile. The Torah is written in 70 languages. For us, no matter what is happening in our lives, we have the ability to make something beautifully spiritual of ourselves. Incredible. The Nami. So, what about the other thing? Like, what does he do with this pasuk? Kashayachnu King Yisrael. He actually interprets it in the exact opposite way. Just like ultimately, again, when the Mishkan is at rest, if you don't take it off the table, ultimately, again, it's not possible. After Nisiyaso, so to when you travel, ultimately, again, if you don't take it off, as long as you leave it on the table, it's not possible. He doesn't really have to say it. What is the other thing you do with the pasuk that says that the Olam Moed will travel, which the Gemara says, that's not there to teach me a din in the Mishkan. That's actually there to teach me a thing about how we travel. In other words, you might have thought that when we travel, we break camp. We could just travel randomly and just reassemble when we camp. But yet, no. Even when we travel, we must travel in camp formation. The other opinion learns that out from the pasuk that says that Machane Leviim will be within the Machane. So even when we travel, the positioning of Machane Leviim is still there. Incredible. So basically, there is a kasha. The Shas is actually very interesting. The Shas Ksirat Masos, Kachim with Salim Biyotze. Very interesting. When we would travel, since when we travel in the desert, so what would happen? Any carbonos that were extant in that time, right, at the time of travel, would become husk as a result of Yotze, because they were being there committed areas. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Kachim with Salim Biyotze. Because there's no more curtains. So listen to this. When we would travel, right, when the camp would travel, so the following would happen. Any carbonic meat or any carbonic parts that were still left over would become puzzle. Because once the Mishkan was deconstructed and the curtains, which represent the demarcated area of the Mishkan, were rolled up, So there's no more space, there's no more Mishkan space, and therefore everything is any carbonic material that's left over is effectively outside. Once it's outside, it becomes prohibited. But interestingly enough, the space itself was still kaddish. Like I said before, the space itself still has a designation as Matan Shechina. Like the camp of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the place, and therefore as a result, so Zavin, Mitzorayim, was in this parsha. Mitzorayim, and Mitzorah, so Zavin, those who were Tamei, were not permitted to be in that area. In other words, you might have thought that once the Mishkan was deconstructed, and therefore by definition it's not there, so for example, Karbanos are now often going to be outside of the Mishkan, and therefore also that the area has no residual Kedusha, and therefore even those who are Tamei could come in there. Mashman or no. Once the Mishkan is folded up, so any Karbanos are compromised, they're considered to be outside, and therefore they're going to be possible. But the space itself still has residual Kedusha, and therefore those who are Tamei are not permitted to be there. Incredible. You know, it says, now, my love, I think now, when we say that Kachim are vessel, doesn't that include Lechem? You can see that here, what are we doing now? We're trying to figure out what happened to Lechem Apanim when the camp traveled. Was the Lechem Apanim puzzle or not? That was the fundamental shayla. So it sounds like if we're saying Karbonos were puzzled on Wednesday, does that not also include Lechem Apanim? Which was a low body Lechem Apanim. No, actually, not Lechem Apanim. Lechem Apanim is fine. No, that doesn't make any sense. Masha. If at the end of the day, that it's still called Ormoid, right? If it's called Ormoid, if it's called Ormoid, even at the time that the camp traveled, Akilu Kachinami, then even Karbanos should still remain kosher. But if it's not called Ormoid when the camp travels, then the Lechem Apanim should be possible as well. What I was asking over here is, Lechem Apanim and Karbanos should share the same fate. So if you're going to tell me that once the Mishkan is deconstructed, it's not called Ormoid, and therefore any leftover Karbanos are going to be possible, then by definition, Lechem Apanim should be possible as well. But if you're going to tell me that Lechem Apanim is still considered to be that it's inside of the Mishkan, when the Mishkan travels, then Karbanos should be fine as well. Also, if you reach the Gemara, says you're right. At the end of the day, we're talking about two different things. And again, everything depends on, is the lechem still on the shulchan? If the lechem is on the shulchan, then even when the camp travels, the lechem is going to remain good. If the lechem is off the shulchan, then the lechem is going to become invalidated. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Eloki asa Rabin Amar, Moy Lav Dakta, with the go into the asa. So again, for this, it turns out that when we say that it's called the Moy, even when it travels, the impact of that statement is for camp formation. That's the impact. It's not as much a halakhic statement as much as it is a travel statement. So it calls it an Moy, right? Even when we go, the Nasa Moy tells me not that it retains the status of Moy when the camp travels, but rather it's to tell me that the camp formation must remain in place even when the camp travels. So what about the kashrus of the Lechem Apanim? What does that depend on? That depends whether or not it's on the shulchan. If it remains on the shulchan at the time of travel, the bread is kosher. If it is taken off the table at the time of travel, then ultimately the bread is going to be kosher. Incredible. So that's locally given, but there's no contradiction. Abayis is very interesting. Shmamina, yesh silik masaos balayla. This is fascinating. So Abayis says, interesting enough, now Abayis jumping back to one interesting detail, which was, when they deconstructed the Mishkan, any leftover carbonic material was automatically possible because it was Yom Day. It was considered to be as if it left its permitted precincts. So Abayis says, you see from here that we traveled at night. But you can break down the camp and travel at night. Now, where do you see that? So listen to this. These are like for instance, because if you thought that there was no travel at night, there was only travel by day, Amos Nabli. So therefore, again, when would we go ahead and roll up the curtains? Rolling up the curtains means deconstruct the Mishkan. Now, again, I will say, the idea over here is rolling up the curtains was the most dramatic act, because once you rolled up the curtains, then what? There was no demarcated Mishkan area. Once there's no demarcated Mishkan area, then by definition, any leftover carbonic material, by definition, is outside. So listen to this. If you think that you don't roll up the curtains and travel at night, Amos Madly, when we roll up the curtains and travel at Safra in the morning. If that's the case, you're supposed to listen to this. My area Mishum Yotze. Then now, when carbonic material will become possible, that morning when you travel, it's not going to become possible because of Yotze. Why is it going to become possible? People like the Ipsilon Belina. And we'll say, if you have carbonic material left over until next morning, save a few types of carbonates that you could eat for 2 days and one night. But most carbonates, again, by the next morning, are possible. So if that's the case, if you can only travel by day, and now that morning, Thursday morning, you're rolling up the curtains, any leftover carbonic material that's in the Mishkan is not going to be possible as Yosef. It's going to be possible as what? Yeah, because it's been left overnight. So the fact that the Gemara said before, that when you go ahead and you roll up the curtains for the Beis Hamikdash, that any leftover carbonic material becomes possible as Yosef, indicates to me what? That you can even travel at night. The Gemara says Pshitas. The Gemara says therefore again, it must be that you can travel by night. So if you roll up the curtains at night and then you begin to travel and you have carbonic material there, that carbonic material is still totally fine until the next morning. But once you roll up the curtains, anything is going to be possible because of Yotze, because it is considered outside the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. Which the Gemara says, well, it's kind of obvious. Pshita, laleches yomam v'layla, right? Laleches yomam v'layla. The pasuk says that you could travel by day and by night, so kind of obvious. The Gemara says, Malka came up. I might have thought like this. The travel itself must begin by day. And once it began by day, you can only continue to travel by night. But I would have thought again that if the travel did not start by day, it can't start it at night. Kamash Malon, yes it can. Kamash Malon, the travel can even start at night. Incredible. So in many ways, the Kasha, Hodulu Aparochas, Ochrazon, that was only Kanishana. So it's very interesting. What's the parochas? Now again, I will say parochas in this context means the outer curtains, not the parochas between the Kodesh and the Kodesh Kodashim. Right? Once they rolled up the curtains, then Zavin and Mitzorah were permitted to enter into that area. Interesting. I'm Rav Ashi. So again, I will say that contradicts what we said before. Right? Because remember, we said before that what? Even once the curtains are rolled up, the space still retains its residual kedusha, and Zavin and Mitzorah must be sent outside of the camp. So we'll say, by the way, before we go on, the Gemara seems to settle on this idea. So just a number of very interesting ideas. As long as the bread remains on the shulchan, even when you travel, you're good to go. By other karbanos, once you roll up the curtains, if there's still leftover carbonic material, it's possible outside because it's considered to be outside of its permitted time. As a result of that halacha, the Gemara says, what do you see from here? That yesh siluk masa'os balayla, that you can travel at night. Right? Because otherwise, if you couldn't travel at night, you would never have a Yotze issue, you have a Lina issue. So you can travel at night. Which I will say, by the way, a tremendous Musar skill in that line as well. I'm going to buy a Shmamina. What's an important lesson to learn? Yesh siluk masa'os balayla. It is possible to travel at night. Night is always a metaphor for adversity. Right? Says, I can speak about Gefeset, beautiful things, in the morning you have to go beautiful, everything is great. But I need Amunah, I need strength, I need belief in you at night when life is difficult. So Abai says also, so a lot of times in life when we encounter difficult situations sometimes paralyze us physically, they can paralyze us spiritually as well. It's important to understand that Abai says, Yesh siluk masa'os balayla. Even at night, even in difficult times in life, you have to figure out how to travel forward. There is no such thing in life as staying in place. There always has to be the ability to advance oneself. If I can't change my external circumstances, I can always change my internal circumstances. I can always change my weakness. I can always change me. I can always develop me. But life is so difficult. But my circumstances are so overwhelming. But I feel like I'm living in one big lila. It might be true. Sometimes life does feel like one big nighttime, one ongoing night. But even at night, Yesh Siluk Masals, there is the ability to move the camp. So whether you're fortunate enough to find yourself in a poker state of life where everything is good, or unfortunately life is a lot of lila. Either way, move the camp. Move the camp. The camp never stays in place. The camp always has to move forward. The great cost that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has given us is the ability to self-advance even in the most difficult circumstances in life. You know, there's like, so we just, not true as I'm joy Darshan. On the Rashi Lokash is not a contradiction. Rabbi Eliezer Halabara. It's a fundamental machlokes. This Sanya, as well as we learned in the Rashi, the Sanya on the days Rabbi Eliezer Omer Yochol Yochol Zabin Mitzvah V'Nichnas Suva Azar V'Peisach Haba B'Tzumah. Yochol Yuchayav. And so it's actually very interesting. It's totally switching gears over here. So let's say in a situation, remember again, where the halacha is if the majority of Klal Yisrael is coming, so you offer up 7 days after the state of Tumah. Right? That's the concept of Tumah, Putra B'Tziva. Right? Then this is 51% of the Klal is coming, so we go ahead and we offer up any food or offering in a state of Tumah. So for those that say like this, let's say at a Pesach, where more than half of the Klal is coming. So therefore, again, we're going to offer up current Pesach. You might have thought that if the Zavin and Mitzorahim push their way into the Asar, push it into the Beis HaMikdash, you might have thought that Allah they should be Chayiv Kares. Avalomar, they shalchem in Hanachana, called Sarua, the Chazad, the Chol Nefesh. Therefore, the concept we all say, if you know what the concept is, you shall send out of the camp any Sarah, like the Sarah, the Klav, and Tamimis. Anyone who's Tumas Mace. So, what do you see from that equation? The Shah, Shetnei Mace, Mishtalfin, Zavin, and Mitzvah, Mishtalfin. At a time that those who are coming mace are sent out of the camp, that's when Zavin and Mitzorah are sent out of the camp as well. However, Ein Tnei Mace Mishtalfin, but if you have a situation where Tnei Mace are not sent out of the camp, like Tumot Tzibur, the Ein Zavin and Mitzorah are Mishtalfin, and ultimately again Zavin and Mitzorah will not be sent out as well. So those things, so it turns out, and this is incredible. There's a fundamental machlokes. So what is the fundamental machlokes? Is there a linkage between Tumas Mace and Zavin Mitzorah? And remember again, Zavin Mitzorah, that Chavisa Shach always exists, right? Those guys are always together. Zavin Mitzorah is always grouped together. Tamei Mace is usually reckoned separately, also because it's really 2 different types of Tumah. So the shaila over here is there a linkage between the two Tamei cohorts or not? The Rabbi says, yes, there is. And therefore, interestingly enough, at a time where those who are Tamei Mason are permitted in the Azara, when would that be? If someone who's Tamei Mace is permitted in the Azara, when would that happen? In the case of Tumah Shevet Tzibor, so too again, Zavin and Mitzrayim will also be included. That's the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. The Rabbanan, on the other hand, disagree. And the Rabbanan of the Halacha said there is no linkage between Tamei Mace and ultimately again Zavin and Mitzrayim, because ultimately again the Zavin and Mitzrayim really never have license to enter into the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash, even when you say Tumah Shevet Tzibor. Okay, incredible. Says the Mishnah. But says good night. Still, this is really exciting Mishnah because a lot of really interesting halachas about all of the lechem. So again, achas shtei lechem, v'achas lechem apanim. So listen to this. We'll say. So whether you talk about the shtei lechem or the lechem apanim, v'shasan v'arifasan b'chutz v'apiyasan b'tim. So this is very interesting. When it comes to lechem apanim and shtei lechem, it does not matter where you go ahead and you knead the dough or where you arrange it. Right, where you arrange it, that can be done inside of the Beis HaMikdash, inside now when we say inside, really again, talking about the chutzner, right, the inner chutzner of the Beis HaMikdash. So again, halacha l'maisa, so the Mishnah says, shtei lechem apanim, v'shasan kneading, arifasan arrangement of the loaf, b'chutz, can be done outside of the chutzner, v'apiyasan b'fnim, but the baking itself was done in the chutzner, in the courtyard of the Beis HaMikdash. Furthermore, ve'inun dochos as a Shabbos. And again, I will say, as important as lechem apanim is, the baking of the lechem apanim is not docha Shabbos. It's very interesting. You can't, now remember, we don't have a problem doing certain types of malacha on Shabbos in the Beis HaMikdash, right? You chef on Shabbos, which is one of the 39 malachos. You chef the Kabbalah Talmud, you chef for yourself. But we don't, the baking of the lechem apanim is not docha Shabbos. That must be done before Shabbos. When Yehuda says, he says no. Everything associated with shtei lechem as well as lechem apanim is done in the chutzner, in the courtyard of the Beis HaMikdash. And the Shir says, right? person shows accustomed themselves to saying, Shtei Lechem, Lechem HaPanim, Kshilos Ba'agara, Kshilos B'Beis Hagi. So I guess this was like his saying. Like what's his saying? Shtei Lechem, Lechem HaPanim, you could do it in Lazara, and you could do it in Beis Hagi. So remember we saw this reference to Beis Hagi before. Rashi says that Beis Hagi means B'chol Yerushalayim, because Sava Achiyasam Nami B'chutz. This is incredible. So Beis Hagi just means Yerushalayim in general. But we shouldn't hold, so again, I will say, so watch this Makotas. Tanakama holds that Allah myself, kneading an arrangement of the dough, ultimately again, can be done anywhere. Baking must be done inside of the vessel. Let me go. Everything must be done inside of the vessel. When we shouldn't, everything can be done outside, including the baking. Which is really incredible. Alright, let's analyze. And let's argue the question. We have an inherent contradiction. What's the contradiction? So we said that ultimately again the kneading and the arrangement is outside the base of the Mikdash. So let's say without speaking. Now again, remember, we know this enough to know that when you're talking about lechem hapanim and shtei halechem, so remember you're already measuring that flour. What are you measuring that flour in? Utensils. Now, the question is, I would have thought those utensils have the status of a klisharis. Once the flour is in a klisharis, then what? It becomes covered. You shouldn't be able to do it outside of the base of Mikdash. Yet it says, right, Tanakama, that you could do the kneading and the shaping and everything else outside of the base of Mikdash, which indicates to us, therefore, that the dry measure utensils used for the flour does not consecrate the flour. And yet it says, that you have to bake it in the chutzner. Therefore, you see now therefore you see what? That the oven is mekadosh the lechem. So because the oven is mekadosh the lechem, therefore it's going to Tanakam, according to this opinion, you have to bake it inside the chutzner. So the Gemara sees this as a contradiction. But because the Gemara understands that either all of the utensils in the preparation of lechem hapanim should consecrate the lechem, or none of them should. Which, by the way, that's the opinion of Rabbi Shimon, right? Rabbi Shimon holds you can do everything else on the base of Mikdash. Why? Because essentially, Rabbi Shimon says, do you know when the lechem becomes kadosh? When does lechem become holy? When you put it on the shoulder. Up until then, it doesn't have kedusha. So you want to prepare the whole thing. It's got to be Yerushalayim, but you want to be the whole Yerushalayim? Go for it. The problem with the Gemara is noting that here is that the Rabbana, right? The first opinion in the Mishnah is inherently contradictory. You're saying you can knead it and you can shape it and you can measure it, right? Outside of this, and you have to think it inside. Tell us that. The utensils are in the Kaddish or not in the Kaddish? To which the Gemara says, Amar Rabba, this is ridiculous. Amar Rabba says, Iksha Adam Kasha, Shukasha Kebarza. So listen to this verse. A great man, or I should say, a tough man, asked a tough question, and this man is as tough as steel. Okay, what an intro, right? And who is this man? Umanu of Sheshes. So this is the language of Sheshes' question. So again, Rabbi is saying, tough man, right? A man as tough as steel, asked a tough question, and ultimately, again, he's as tough as steel. Who is this man who's tough as steel? Asked the question as tough as steel, the Sheshes. So then we'll get back to that description in just a moment. My question is saying, what's the big contradiction over there? Dilma, Sarah's Lomer Kaddish, Sarah Kaddish. Why do you have to treat all the utensils the same way? Maybe the measuring utensils do not consecrate, but the oven does consecrate. It's not like a crazy distinction to make. Rather, again, if you want to correct the question, right? The Tanakama said that you have to bake the bread inside of the chutzner. Therefore, so what does that show you? That it is the oven that sanctifies the loaf. The eight goes as Shabbos. Now, interestingly enough, yet we say that the baking is not done for Shabbos. Now watch this. If the baking is not done for Shabbos, then when we have to bake, right? Friday. They're going to say that means now that once the loaves were baked, they're consecrated. If they're consecrated on Friday and they sit, and remember again, when do they get placed on the shulchan? When? Shabbos. That means they sit overnight, not on the shulchan. Well, if they're consecrated by the oven and they sit overnight, not on the shulchan, shouldn't they become apostle of tzlila by the next morning, right? Anytime you leave over consecrating sacrificial matter overnight, by definition, should become apostle. So again, remember, If you say, like Rabbi Shimon says, that the oven doesn't consecrate it, right? It's only once it's placed on the table that it becomes consecrated. Bake it when you want, bake it when you want, it's not a problem. But according to Tanakh, if the oven truly consecrates the loaf, and you can't bake on Shabbos, that means you're baking on Friday, the loaf is going to be left overnight, shouldn't it become pasa al tzniya? It's a kasha. To which the Gemara says, Amarava, Hek sha'atam kasha, shukasha kibarza. A man who is strong is like a tough man, right? A tough man, as tough as steel, asks a tough question. And who is that? Umanu, Rav Sheshas, Amavashi, my question, what's the question? It says, Dilma, my bifnim makom's reason. So the Rashi says, I understand what's the problem over here. Even the Tanakh says that you have to bake the bread inside. It doesn't literally mean inside. Rather, what is inside? Inside is a metaphor for Kohanim. For Kohanim, right? Because who operates inside? It's the Kohanim. So maybe what the Tanakh is saying is like this. The bread has to be baked by Kohanim. Right? Why? Because ultimately, the Kohanim's reason. It's definitely part of the serious stuff. We want to make sure that it is baked by a vigilant and diligent bunch. And therefore, Allah from the Ma'isa, the name really is not as much about location in the base of English, but rather, again, the Ma'is reason, I.e. in a place where the Kohanim are. But again, there's also remember, Lechem HaKohanim wasn't chametz. So you have to make known that did not become chametz, which is a pretty significant feat. So it doesn't mean location, it just means people. Which the Gemara says doesn't make any sense. But Rashi, we see that's a mistaken statement. I'll tell you why. This reason, we should have recognizing this reason. Because if baking requires right vigilance and Kohanim results, then again, then the kneading and the shaping should also require Kohanim. The Elisha, the Arif, nobody knows reason. Nobody knows reason. And again, and if the kneading and the shaping does require reason, then ultimately the baking shouldn't be Ella, Rav Ashi Barisi. Rather than the whole side of Rav Ashi's position ultimately again is mistaken. Ultimately again the whole side. So therefore the Gemara will stop over here for today, but the Gemara ultimately ends off. Now again, remember, our fundamental focus in Mishnah is at what point the time the Lechem HaKohanim become consecrated. That's the exact reason why focus. And Meretz Hashem will get closure on that tomorrow. Also tomorrow I owe you an understanding of Rabbah's description of Rav Sheshas. Who is this man who is described as tough as steel, who asks difficult questions, right? The original man of steel. Who is this original man of steel? Why does he get that description? And Meretz Hashem, stay tuned till tomorrow. Shkach Aviyah. There's another great day. Or Sheshas. Marshall, the question. The university was offered a question inside. Depends on the spiritual Russia. This week we have the privilege and precious of Kazria and Silk. The Parshas deal primarily with the halachos of saras. Loosely translates saras as leprosy, but in fact leprosy is an actual spiritual ailment. Saras was really a physical ailment, but was the manifestation of a deeper spiritual sickness. Gemara discusses the various simple behaviors that lead to saras, but still be amongst them lashon hara, negative speech, slander about another individual. And in this respect, saras was a true gift. I think we often go through life and we wonder to ourselves, like, how am I doing in this? How is my, in other words, if I were to come across this for my annual review, which I guess we do at Shana and Kippur, I come across this for my job review. How am I doing? What would be a paper? Am I fair, poor, excellent? Meet standards, exceed standards, whatever you put at the end of your bonus. How am I doing in this incredible, beautiful, and holy endeavor of this? And the incredible part is, we often don't know. We kind of know deep down how we're doing spiritually, but it's not like I get a direct communication from Allah Baruch in terms of how I'm doing, what I'm doing well, and I'm not doing well. The power, the profundity, and the real. It sounds strange, but the gift of saras is it was a clear divine indication about how you were doing. Because if you were stricken with saras, that was an indication something's broken. You need to fix it. And in fact, again, like I said before, we the averos, which was somehow connected with saras. So in that respect, although of course no one, like feedback most times, no one really wants feedback. You can say they want feedback. No one really wants, especially if it's quote unquote constructive or in any way critical. But when you get it, it's a tremendous gift because it's a control whose way of telling us, listen, you're doing fantastic and you're beautiful and I love you, but you need to improve this, you need to work on this, you need to focus on this. And as such, it truly was an incredible gift. And the Torah describes the behavior of himself. So remember that the Torah spends an incredible amount of time discussing what is saras, what type of blemish, what type of lesion, when is it problematic, the process, the waiting process, the checking process. But then the Torah says the following. This is in Perek Yud Gimel, chapter 13, verse 45, pasuk Mem. Vatsarua asher bo haneka. So again, the sarua, the person afflicted with saras, who has the saras affliction, the god of you groom, he has to tear his clothing. Varosho he has to let his hair grow. And he should cover. Literally, it means he should cover himself with his cloak up until his upper lip. The tame yidro, and he has to call out tame. He has to announce to the world that he is tame. So obviously, this is very reminiscent of mourning practices, carrying his clothing, kriya, letting his hair grow, and all of that related to engage in certain personal grooming activities. And this idea of putting his cloak over his head. So the Gemara Maseches Moed discusses that this is actually one of the practices that mourners used to. They would pull their cloak essentially to their upper lip, so they would cover their eyes, so they really wouldn't be able to see anything around them. And this was the sign of mourning. And it's interesting, I want to draw your attention to that particular detail. Not as much as a mourning practice, but vis-a-vis the Mitzvah. Because the Mitzvah needs to walk around, and obviously he's in a state of mourning, because he has done something that has required the Baruch Hu to bring the supernatural event upon him. And not only that, his actions have distanced himself from his family, because you can't live in the same house with the rest of your family when you have to live outside of the camp. His actions has distanced himself from his kehillah, from his community, from the clan. Bada Geshem, he lives alone. And this is dramatic. So remember again, this is not simply a small infraction, but this is something major, and it tears you literally out of the fabric of your daily life. That is a cause for mourning. And that is a cause for incredible, just like taking a step back, excuse me, and introspecting, and looking at how am I living my life? What am I doing? How do I need to do better? In other words, how did I get here? And what do I need to extricate myself from this situation and ensure that I never get back to this spot in life again? An incredible, it's not just moments, but it's days, and potentially weeks of profound and intensive soul searching. So what struck me amongst all of this is this practice of taking the cloak and putting it on. This idea, again, like I mentioned, not as much as a mourning practice, but more from the soul. Right? The tearing of his clothing, I understand. The letting his hair grow, I understand. He's in mourning. Coming, Yidra, he has to announce his tumah to everyone. But this idea that he takes his cloak, pulls it over his eyes, to his shut. It's a beautiful insight. And the Baruch Rebbe in last week's Parsha Shmini. Torah speaks about the halachos of kashrus. The Torah says, "Hoholech al gachon," whatever slithers on its stomach, the hoholech al arba, any insect, right, reptile that walks on 4 feet. And again, the Torah says you can't eat it with sochum, 2 shekets, for 8 days the shekets. Right? It's a creepy, probably disgusting thing. Okay. Now Rashi points out, what is this thing? This holy alcohol. What is this thing that's slithering on its stomach? Rashi says, Zanachash. This is a snake. And this is something very interesting. He says, why is it that the snake is referred to by this identity? Right? In other words, the snake has a lot of qualities. It bites, it's true, it slithers, but it's got shuts its skin. Why is it that whenever the Torah refers to the snake, it always refers to as Only its slithers on its stomach. The Rebbe says something absolutely amazing. Quotes from the Zohar, and the Zohar says, Nochosh do Yitzhak. Whenever you see the snake is always a metaphor for the Yitzhak. Now, why is that? Now, the way the Zohar understands it in a very beautiful way is because what is the Yitzhak offering? The Yitzhak gets you to focus just like on material, carnal, earthly pleasures, right? Stomach. Right? The Yitzhak slithers on his stomach. The Yitzhak says, come on, worry about keeping your stomach full, worrying about the stuff on the ground, worry about the earthly, material, pleasurable, carnal stuff. And then when we do that, it totally distracts you from focusing on the spiritual pursuits. But the Rebbe takes it a step further. The Rebbe says something absolutely beautiful. The Rebbe says, and he quotes the pasuk from Yeshaya. He says, the Iker Avodah of a Jew is Sibu Maro Einechem Urim Alei. The Avodah of a Jew, says the Rebbe Yeshaya, is lift upwards. Always have your head upwards. Always look upwards. Now the Rebbe Yeshaya says, look upwards so you can remember who the Creator was. Look upwards so you can have God awareness. Look upwards so Shivisi Hashem Lenegdi Summit, because when you have God awareness, when you're constantly looking upwards and saying, who created all of this, the world, all of this, me, who created all of this? And I know that it's HaKadosh Baruch Hu that keeps me on the right path of life. But again, the Rebbe takes it a step further. It's not just about God awareness. Rather, the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, Sha'adam tzarech lalos rosho. A person has to live life with their head always looking upward. Why? Because Omer HaYitzah Harav Adam, Lahorid Rosho, Ulios Holech Sach, Va'idezeh, Yachol HaYitzah Harav Lahorid Sach. The Yitzhahara says one thing, look downwards, look downwards. Now, of course, looking downwards can you just look at the earth, look at the physical, look at the material, look at the carnal. Don't pay attention to the spiritual pursuit. And meanwhile, the Nabi says, no, always look upward. But it's not just about material versus spiritual. It's about looking downward means all you see is what is in front of your life. And looking upward represents looking towards potential. What can be? You know that expression, the sky is the limit? Well, like everything else that is good in this world, we had it first. It's the Nabi Yeshaya. Su'u einechem mara. What is the Nabi saying? Not just look upward to create and cultivate a constant God awareness, of course. But look upward because upward, that's where you can get to. That's your potential. There's no ceilings in life except the ones that you create for yourself. Yes, there are external circumstances that are visited upon us. But in terms of your self-actualization, in terms of who you want to be, what you want to be, the sky is the limit. Su'u einechem maro. So listen to this. There's a constant tug of war. And I'm in the middle. The Yitzhahara, the Nachash, is saying, look downward, come on, stop it. And that's why the Nachash is fully hung up on it. It's on his stomach. You know, when you slither on your stomach, I don't know, I guess you can try that. When you slither on your stomach, you have very little head mobility, right? So when you slither on your stomach, really what you're going to see is what's in front of you. The Yitzhahara, the Nachash says, come on, holy Chadach, slither on your stomach. What you are is what there is right now in front of you. Right? And enjoy it. Maximize it, make the most of it, because this is what you are, this is who you got. So I've got the Nachash, I've got the Yitzhahara, telling me just to slither on my stomach and just to live in the here and now. And then I've got the Nabi Yeshaya whispering in my ear, not just the Nabi Yeshaya. I've got the Baruch Hu whispering in my ear. Su'u einechem marom. Look up. Look up. Do you know what you can be? Do you know who you can be? Do you know what you can accomplish? The sky is the limit. Yes, cultivate a constant set of God awareness. Because when you have God awareness in your life, it definitely keeps me on the straight, or at least has a better chance of keeping me on the straight and narrow. But live life with full cognition of your awareness. Live life with constant awareness of what you have the ability to do, your potential. So you never, and I'm in the middle of the stomach war. The Yitzhahara Nachash telling me just live on your stomach, just look down. Just look down. Here and now, Carpe diem, in a bad way, right? Just, eat, feast, live, die, whatever. Just maximize what you've got in front of you. All you have is what's right in front of you. And ultimately, again, Tov, Rabbi Yishaya, HaKadosh Baruch Hu woke up with this guy. And then, of course, this is the type of war we live in every single day. To be honest, sometimes the snake wins, and sometimes Yishaya wins. Just depends on the day. Doesn't depend on the day. Depends on you. Now let's go back to the Torah. Someone who has made a really terrible mistake, and as a result of that mistake, like I said before, he's removed himself from his family, from his community, from the class. So what does he do in this process of tshuva? This whole process, whole purification process, it's not punitive from the Torah. Rather, again, it's cathartic. It's supposed to be rehabilitative. All this tshuva. What does he have to do? It's take this closer and put it over his eyes. Because what is he showing himself? I wasn't looking backward. All I was doing was looking backward. That's all. Just looking backward the whole time. That's why I made this mistake. Whether it's Russian Torah or whatever it is, why did I allow myself to get caught up in such negativity? Why did I allow myself to get caught up in such self-debasement? It's very simple. Because I allowed myself to live in my stomach. I allowed myself to become a chassid of the nachash. I just saw what was in front of me, and I forgot to look up. And at the end of the day, says that is that not the ultimate part of his tshuva? As part of his tshuva, he just got to walk around with his cloak over his eyes. I know what I did. I know exactly. I know how I did. It's not a mystery. I got here because I only stopped looking upward and only looked downward. I got here because I covered my eyes. I got here because, again, I followed the Nachash and I didn't follow the Shaya. I got here because I chose to slither as opposed to smooth. That's part of the Torah process. And just that's the question, that's the Shiloh, that's the journey that each of us have to decide each and every day. Who's you that is? Is it going to be the Nachash or is it going to be the Shiloh? Who are you going to listen to? Am I going to make myself filled with a life that's just slithering on my stomach? Just focusing on the now, finding happiness in just the material, not really focusing on doing what I can do, just kind of like eyes down, focus on what is here, and that's it. Or am I going to find the highest truth this and realize the sky is truly gold? I can make it myself, I can dream it for me, and I can do it for you. That's the decision. And it's a decision we have to make every day, and it's a decision we have to make really in every single moment. Who's got that? The Nachash or the Nahushai? Slither or to look upwards? And so made the wrong decision, and as such needs a process to help you course correct. I'm sure various things would all make the wrong decision as well. But how guys get into this beautiful Shabbos, as we enter into this beautiful idea, we should have the courage, we should fight with the strength to look upward, follow the voice of the Lord, Yeshaya, choose wisely. Should we have to Kodesh, good on Shabbos, and beautiful Shabbos.
Okay, next comedian, everybody. Here we have one. Amir Khalil. He's already wiping the sweat.
Everybody, thank you for coming. I apologize for being a little late today. I hope most of you at least got word that we were starting at 9. Our dedications are, as always, especially now, once again, praying for the lasting unity of Am Yisrael, leading to victory, and for all of those whose health has been affected by terror, the nitzachon of all the chayolim, Hashem's protection for all of Klal Yisrael, for the Geulah Shalema very, very soon. This is a special dedication for Mr. Heartfelt gratitude to our graduates for honoring us with your presence and for serving as the Masader Kedushin at our wedding. We are especially grateful you were willing to do so during the war. This is a very, very nice couple, Esther and Yonatan Kronman. Some of you might know Yonatan's first wife, who worked for the OU for many years, and Baruch Hashem, he has gotten a Zivug Sheni, and Baruch Hashem also it's a wonderful, wonderful, beautiful shidduch. It was my honor to participate. Okay, so today's parsha, this week's parsha, this really tests how much you really love the Torah. Because, it's easy when you're reading about the sin of the tree of knowledge or Yosef and his brothers. Of course, those are such interesting stories. They're vivid stories, family drama. Okay, that doesn't mean you love the Torah. You just like nice stories. But now we come to the technical aspects of leprosy and saras. And that really, I was going to say, separates the men from the boys, but I have to be more inclusive. Separates the adults from the children. And this is a part of the Torah that, frankly, is very, very difficult for many of us to grapple with. Just in terms of basic pshat, even if all you wanted was to understand what was going on, it would be quite confusing. I still have this memory, an occasional nightmare, when I came to the Ner Yisrael Yeshiva in Baltimore as a ninth grader. I was 14 years old. So our job was, we were supposed to learn the parsha of the week and take a bechina, take a test Friday. We didn't have a class. We were supposed to do it on our own. So I usually waited till like Thursday. I did it Thursday, and then parsha, and then took a test. It wasn't a hard test. So then, parsha's Tazria is all about leprosy. I realized with abject terror Thursday night that there's no possible way I'm going to understand what is coming off here. And I had all sorts of fears. They're going to kick me out of yeshiva, and I'll wander the streets, and my parents won't take, whatever it is, all sort of things. They won't take me back. So, Baruch Hashem, I think that the Rebbe himself said that the parsha was so hard that he exempted us from the test. But still, it's very, very rough. But before we get to Saras, because I do want to talk about Saras actually, the Torah prefaces the discussion with Saras with a very interesting thing, that a woman after childbirth is obligated to bring a sacrifice in the Beis HaMikdash. This is a korban of a yoledet. And it's an interesting thing that for giving birth to a boy, she brings the sacrifice the 41st day after birth. And if she gave birth to a girl, she brings a sacrifice the 81st day after birth, meaning the period is double. 40, and the next day, 40 for Zachar, 80 for Nekeva. In addition, there's kind of a two-track system here, and that is 7 days after the birth of a boy, she is forbidden to be with her husband, like a nida. For a girl, it is 14 days. Now, remind if this sounds totally unfamiliar to you, it's because we don't practice these time periods at all today. Today, typically, for various reasons, a woman after childbirth is generally not able to go to the mikveh until around 2 or even 3 months afterwards. So these periods are very, very unfamiliar because they're not practiced today. We have a much stricter regimen. But according to the Torah, 7 days after the birth of a boy, a woman goes to the mikveh, she can be with her husband. 14 days after the birth of a girl, she goes to the mikveh, she can be with her husband. But there's no korban that's brought until 41 or 81. Now, it's an interesting point. The first has a point. Why is the period for a girl twice as much as the period for a boy? Both in terms of the restrictions with marital intimacy, 7 versus 14, and in terms of when you bring the korban, 40 versus 80. So it first points out that when a woman gives birth to a child, because blood comes out, etc., she is tameh, right? Ritually impure. She can't go to the Beis HaMikdash and the like. And ritual impurity, what first says, is always a connection to death. Because death is a reenactment, we spoke about it a number of times, death is a reenactment of the expulsion of Gan Eden, and therefore you get expelled from the temple, and therefore you need to purify by the ashes of the Para Aduma, which is humility, and the mikveh water, which is a return to the womb, etc. All tumor is connected to death. In the case of a dead body, that's obvious. A seminal emission is also a potential death because it could become alive. A dead animal has a level of tumor. But the question becomes, in what way would childbirth be connected to death? Childbirth is the opposite. Childbirth is bringing new life. Why would there be tumor that's connected with the birth of a child? So one answer might be that childbirth is connected to death in the sense that every childbirth, we don't like to think about it this way, is a brush with death. Because childbirth is a very dangerous condition. We violate Shabbat, and take a woman to the hospital and the like. So its connection to death is the risk of death that can exist in childbirth. But Rav Hirsch offers another explanation, which is really quite striking. He says every child's birth is the death of the life that was within the person's body. It's a strange way of looking at it. There was a life in the woman's body. That life no longer exists. It exists as a separate life. So therefore, childbirth is considered to be the death of a life within. Now, in that sense, the loss of life is double in the case of a woman because a man or a boy is born and all you have is the boy, one person. With a girl, the girl at birth contains all of the eggs that she will need for her life. So therefore, a girl represents not only her life, but all of the lives that can come out of her. Therefore, that's signified by doubling the contact with death. In fact, it's an amazing thing that they have developed in vitro fertilization technology. They can harvest eggs from aborted female fetuses, like 1 million eggs. So as a result, it's possible for a person who was never born, to be the mother of many, many children. So where did your mother live? Well, she never lived. She wasn't born. She was aborted. But that's the idea, that even an aborted fetus, within at least a late term abortion, the ovaries are already developed, and there are eggs. So it first says that is why there's a double loss of life. Now, why does a woman in childbirth bring a korban? Now, the instinctive response you might give is, it's a Thanksgiving offering. She's expressing thanks. But in truth, that's not true. The korban is not a Thanksgiving offering. The korban is a sin offering. Why a sin offering? Why is she bringing a sin offering? And Rashi brings the Gemara because the pain of labor might be so great that perhaps she made a shavua. She took an oath. I'm never going to do this again. And as a result, that would be sinful. So she needs the atonement, so to speak, of making that. And that's why the halacha it's a very interesting halacha. The chiyuv, the obligation of a yoledet, a woman after Shabbat, to bring a korban, is not only if it's a live birth, it's even if it's a stillbirth or a miscarriage, because it's not a Thanksgiving thing, it's a question of atonement for things that may have been not properly expressed. Therefore, in the time of the Beis Hamikdash, if there was an abortion, even spontaneous, or even if it was a medical abortion, it would still have to be the korban of the yoledet after the 40 days, or after the 80 days for Zachar and the Kever. So that's the idea of korban yoledet. Now, in addition, when the Torah describes the yoledet, it mentions, as an aside, for 7 days she can't be with her husband. On the 8th day, we do circumcision. So this is the second place in the Torah where there's a mitzvah of bris milah. The first place is Avram, and this is the second place. This is the post-Har Sinai mitzvah of bris milah, the Yom HaShmini Yimel B'Sorah lesson. And the Gemara gives a very, very interesting drasha. There are many, many reasons why a bris milah is on the 8th day. But one of the reasons is that it's not right to have a joyous occasion when husband and wife have to be separated. And since for the first 7 days after the birth of a son, man and wife are not able to be physically together, So their joy is not strong enough to justify a Brit Milah. We want the Brit Milah to be at a time when husband and wife can be together. Now, that logic totally fails today, given the fact that our periods of separation are much, much longer. But at least as far as the Torah was concerned, it would have been, relations would have been permitted after 8 days. Okay, or after 7 days. Right on the 8th day, you could have relations. Okay, so that's the first thing that's discussed in the parsha. But then the Torah moves to a totally different topic, and a topic that's extremely detailed, and actually gets carried over into much of the next parsha as well. Tazria Mitzorah, but this week actually will be 2 parshias, so you're going to read it all in one week. And Saras is commonly translated as leprosy, but that may not be a very good translation. In fact, the best translation for Saras is psoriasis, because it really comes from the Greek, comes from that. Because the disease, the medical disease that used to be called leprosy, that name is not used today anyway, is Hansen's disease. And that has nothing to do with white splotches on the skin. Psoriasis actually does, right? So psoras is a skin condition that involves discoloration. And according to the Torah, the particular of psoras is not a contagious disease, but it is a physical manifestation of a sinful behavior that a person engages in. It is a manifestation of sin, and it is dealt with in a spiritual way. Although it is a physical manifestation, but it's spiritual. For example, the Rambam writes that some people think, and the Rambam himself was a doctor, some people think that the reason why a Mitzvah is quarantined, he goes outside of the camp, is because he has a contagious disease. The Rambam says that's absolutely not the case. Saras is not a contagious disease. Saras is a spiritual blemish. It's contagious only in the sense that sinful behavior can be spread and can be imitated and the like. And the Rambam says, the fact that every aspect of Saras is managed by a Kohen more than a doctor shows us you're dealing with spiritual afflictions. Okay, so there are many different types of Saras. I want to take us through what you might call, no pun intended, plain vanilla Saras. And we'll see the exact steps and what those steps teach us. The simplest Saras, because there are many, many different types in each of them. First of all, there's different Saras on a person, and then there's Saras on garments, and then there's Saras on houses. So there's person, houses, clothing. And then within a person, there's Saras on the flesh, there's Saras on hairy areas like the beard or the scalp. Right? Different. There's Saras that comes after burns or injuries. Each of them has different halachos. The amount of detail that the Torah gives to Saras is absolutely amazing. If you think about the amount of psukim the Torah devotes to Shabbos, or Kashrus, or Taharat HaMishpacha, that we consider to be the fundamental observances of Judaism, Saras is either double or triple those areas, even though you would think it's a relatively marginal area. And yet the Torah goes into detail. It's still very obscure, but it gives it much more detail than virtually every other mitzvah in the Torah. So the Saras I'm going to talk about tonight is called Saras or Basar, or with an iron. Saras on the skin. Not on the scalp, and not coming from bruises or burning, which is a separate thing, but regular Saras on the skin. So what happened? A guy wakes up in the morning, or a woman, man or a woman, wakes up in the morning, and they notice a patch of white on their skin. Now, at that point, they're not yet a mitzvah. What is the saying of baseball umpires? It's not a strike until I call it a strike. You're not a mitzvah just because you have the condition. You're not a mitzvah until a Kohen pronounces you having that condition. And in fact, this is another proof that you're not dealing with a contagious disease. If you have a medical condition, you're sick whether the doctor announced it or didn't announce it. That's a fact. Saras is very unusual. You're not a mitzvah until the Kohen declares you to be a mitzvah. And because of this, we have a very odd rule that there are certain times of year that a Kohen is not allowed to declare a person to be a mitzvah. Yom Tov and Chol HaMoed. A person has a right spot. The Kohen says, we'll talk about it after Yom Tov. Sheva brachas, Chassan and Kala get married during the 7 days of rejoicing. Right? It's an interesting point. The Kohen is not supposed to paskin. Okay. But let's assume that you have the spot. You got to go to the Kohen. So the Kohen looks at the spot. So there are two things the Kohen is looking for. First of all, he's looking for the shade of light. Now, this is something that, we just know white, but it has to be a certain brightness of light. And there are many, many different shades of light. And a lot of shades would not be tzaras. I mean, there's nobody today that really is an expert in this area. But the Kohen is looking for a very bright white. And number two, it has to have a certain size. It has to be the size of, it's around, if you know the old $50, that in circulation anymore, an old U.S. Kennedy $50, right? So, if the person either doesn't have the requisite shade of light, or it's not big enough, he goes home, nothing happens. If, however, there is both the requisite shade of light and the requisite size, so the Kohen declares him to be a provisional mitzvah, meaning he goes into quarantine and he remains in quarantine for 7 days. On the 7th day, the Kohen examines him. And the Kohen looks to see what happens. So here's the thing. Again, I know this is very technical. I promise you there is going to be a spiritual message at the end of this, but you're going to have to bear with this for a while. So, step 1 is quarantine, if there is the requisite size and color. Step 2 is first examination on day 7. So the Kohen looks for one of 3 things that might have happened. Either the nega, the tzaras, expanded, it grew a little bigger, or there had been a black hair in the area of the nega, let's say on his arm, and that black hair, or 2 black hairs, turned white, or, this is counterintuitive, in the middle of the nega, there's some clear flesh that it had been totally covered, and then a part of it looks like it seems to be getting better, but that's considered to be a bad sign. These 3 things are called simane tuma, and again, they are either pisayon, expansion, or 2 hairs, black hairs turned white, or michya, healthy flesh in the middle. If any one of those 3 signs happens on day 7, he is no longer a provisional mitzvah, he is a definitive mitzvah. And as a definitive mitzvah, he remains tameh until the nega goes away. Then he has to count another 7 days, and then he has to bring sacrifices. Now, what if none of those 3 signs materialize? He still has the nega, but these signs didn't materialize. He then is quarantined for another 7 days. And on the 14th day, he undergoes a second examination for those 3 simane tuma. If one of those simane tuma are there, he is upgraded or downgraded to be a permanent Mitzvah, meaning until it goes away, he's Tameh, and when it goes away, he has to count 7 days and bring a sacrifice. If, on the other hand, after 14 days, he still has the Tzarat, but there's no Siman Tuma, he just goes home. So he can go home, even though he still has the Tzarat, if there's not a Siman Tuma by day 14. Okay, if there is a Siman Tuma, he's upgraded, he remains a Tamei Dika Mitzvah until the Nega goes away, then he counts 7 days and brings a bunch of sacrifices. Okay, this is the basic halacha of Tzaras. Now again, there are other types that have other halachas and other waiting periods and other signs, and the Chumash itself is complicated, and there's a whole tractate of Mishnah that's extremely complicated, Maseches Negoyim. I just want to go over this because this is the relatively most common Tzaras. So the question is, what does all of this mean, and what particular message can we get from all of this? So remember that the idea of Tzaras, that's why today, by the way, there's no way you can become a Mitzvah, because even if you have a splotch that might be identical to Tzaras, but you have to have a Beis HaMikdash and a Kohen who can declare it as such. So that's why one doesn't have to worry today if they have Tzaras or is it Tzaras. But Tzaras is a message that God is sending a person, that there's a sin in your life that you need to correct. And Chazal say there are many different sins which Tzaras can come for, but the most well-known is Lashon Hara. Lashon Hara is when you speak derogatorily about other people, even if it's true. And one of the punishments of Lashon Hara is Tzaras. How do we know this? We know this that when Moshe Rabbeinu said to God, the Jewish people are unworthy of redemption, at some point when he was arguing with God, so God said, put your hands in your chest, and he pulled it out, and his hand was leprous, Tzaras. And we also find it with Miriam, that when Miriam said Lashon Hara about Moshe Rabbeinu, she became a Mitzvah. Now granted, both Moshe and Miriam, their Tzaras did not follow all of the halachic protocol that the Torah lays down, because it was a special, divine type of thing. But it does show you that there's an association between Tzaras and Lashon Hara. And the very word Mitzvah means that, because Mitzvah is Motzi Ra. It's a composite of two words. He who brings out bad about other people. Either Lashon Hara if it's true, or Motzi Shemer if it's false. But that's Mitzvah. So the Iker Chet of Tzaras is Lashon Hara. Now you might ask the obvious question: if the Ikar Chet of Tzaras is Lashon Hara, since almost everybody occasionally speaks Lashon Hara, how come everybody wasn't such a Mitzvah? I mean, how many people were Mitzvah? We don't have numbers. We have to assume, which was never a large percentage of the population, at any given time in the temple, maybe only a small group were Mitzvah. It certainly wasn't everybody was a Mitzvah, but if it's Lashon Hara, how come only so few people were lepers? So the answer has to be two possible answers, and they move in opposite ways. Answer one is, you didn't get Tzaras because you spoke Lashon Hara once. Tzaras was for people who were really habitual and addicted to it, and over and over and over and over and over again. It was an extreme punishment for extreme abusers of Lashon Hara. And it certainly did not apply to the average person who once in a while would say something wrong. That's the answer number one. Answer number two might actually be the opposite. that it was a punishment only for the very, very righteous, meaning the average person committed these sins. There was not necessarily the same accountability. A righteous great tzaddik committed the sin of Lashon Hara, the consequences might be much, much greater. Be it as it may, Ramban actually writes that saras correlates with prophecy. You know, people often say, when I used to teach law school, so in law school, typically you don't get exams during the semester. You only get one exam at the end of the course. Sometimes at the end of the semester, sometimes at the end of the year, if it's a year-long course. So students who are used to periodic quizzes often have a sense of anxiety. They say, I like feedback. I'd like to know how I'm doing. I have no sense how I'm doing till the very end of the course. So all of us, we like feedback. And we'd like Hashem to tell us, how are we doing? Usually we don't get those report cards. The Ramban says, as bad as Saras is, it was kind of a divine gift because God was telling you exactly what you had to do to fix yourself. And as a result, the Ramban says, Saras existed only in the age of prophecy, when prophecy existed. So God was giving direct messages to man. So Saras, you might say, is an inferior type of prophecy. You're not good enough to be a prophet, but you'll get your messages this way. So it's an interesting thing that Saras, which we would see as negative, was seen as a form of prophecy from God. Feedback, telling a person what he needed to do to rectify themselves. And that's why Saras is so much connected to the Kohen. Because what is the message here? When a person speaks Lashon Hara, they often introduce animosity and hatred in a community or in a family. Like I'll go over to you and say, oh, do you know what so-and-so said about you? Would you like to know? Right? So Baal Lashon Hara creates machlokas, creates dissension, creates disunity, can create hatred, and the like. So, what does the Kohen represent? The Kohen, Aaron HaKohen, represents the lover of peace and the pursuer of peace. Pirkei Avos tells us, you shall be like a disciple of Aaron, to love peace, Ohev Shalom, Rodev Shalom, love peace, pursue peace, Ohev Esabrios, to love all of Hashem's creations, Umakarvan Torah, and draw them near to Torah. So what do we tell the Baal Lashon Hara? You have used your speech to foment hatred, resentment, and machlokas. Go spend time with the Kohen, who exemplifies Ohev Shalom for Rodev Shalom. And that is why the Mitzvah is quarantined. Right? The Mitzvah is the only Tamei. Like, even a Tamei Meis, he's not allowed to go in the Beis HaMikdash, but he can remain in regular society. But a Tamei Meis remains with his family. The Mitzvah is isolated. Why is the Mitzvah isolated? People can visit him. It's not like, again, in the lepers hospital, they often didn't allow you to visit because it's contagious. So that's a separate thing, right? But a halachic Mitzvah is quarantined outside of the camp. But people can visit him. His family can visit him. It isn't like we have an old lepers hospital. But why is he quarantined? So it's two ways. One is, we want him or her to recognize that negative speech is so destructive that we have to keep you away from people. So you shouldn't create the animosities and resentments. That's one idea, meaning it's really reinforcing to a person. You think words don't make a difference. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me, as the saying goes. It's sometimes very much the opposite. The sticks and stones that break bones, the bones heal, especially if you're younger. The words don't always heal. The words create damage and hurt and harm. that can remain forever and ever. I remember seeing an interview with Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon, a fascinating person, there's no question about it. And, he had an interesting relationship with Israel. In many ways, he was a strong defender of Israel. In some ways not. But obviously he went through the ringer. I mean, he had to resign the presidency and the like. And he was being interviewed. And by the time of his death, he was kind of rehabilitated. He became part of the former president's club. But he was asked about the difficult experiences in his life. So he could have talked about a million things. He could have talked about starting with, Eisenhower wanting to drop him from vice president, to losing the presidency to Kennedy, to Watergate and resigning. But the thing that he started talking about was he started talking about playground taunts when he was in the 6th grade. And how he says, you never really get over that. This is a very frightening thing. The world leaders who control nuclear weapons, some of their decisions are being motivated by playground slights that they had when they were in the 6th grade. Right? You don't grow out of it. It's very, very frightening. So if your kids are bullying somebody, so you never know what that guy's going to be, etc. Okay. So one reason why he's quarantined is to tell the person your behavior represents something that is so socially destructive and hurtful that you got to be away. Got to be away from people. It's a symbolic gesture. There's another aspect, though, which maybe is the opposite. Did you ever read that? This is often a story they assign in the United States in middle school. The Man Without a Country. Did you ever read that? It's a famous short story from the 19th century about a guy who was tried for treason with Aaron Burr. Okay, this is also Aaron Burr, the early years of the United States, tried to overthrow the government when it was very small, and he got caught, etc. And this was a guy who was collaborating with Aaron Burr, and he was sentenced or something. And he declared, I hope I never see the United States again. And the judge was so shocked that the judge created a certain prison sentence that the guy will go on a boat for his whole life, guarded by American soldiers, but he will never see or hear the word United States his whole life. So the newspapers would cut out the United States, etc. And he lived like for years and years and years and years, that without ever hearing the word the United States, without ever seeing the word the United States. And it talked about his existential loneliness, how much he yearned to be connected to his country, to his nation, to his people. So, okay, that's a story. The story that they give to middle school kids to read. But the thing is that, in a sense, the Baal Lashon Hara, who doesn't care about the social breakdowns that he engenders. So we tell him, you think poisoning relationships is not a big deal? We'd like you to live without relationships, live alone, live in isolation. Feel what it's like not to have friends, not to have connections. And then you'll think twice before you do something that creates that disunity. Okay, so far the idea here is the sin that causes saras is Lashon Hara. He goes to the Kohen because the Kohen is Ohev Shalom V'Rodev Shalom. And that teaches him to use his power of speech in good and positive ways instead of negative ways. He is quarantined both to reinforce the danger of his behavior in society and to let him feel the loneliness of social breakdown. So he'll understand the serious consequences of what he is doing. And finally, the whole idea that Saras is so dependent on the Kohen saying the right words. He's not a Messiah until the Kohen says the words. The words create reality. What does that remind a person? Don't think that words are insignificant. Words create realities. Your whole halachic condition depends on words. Okay? And this is the Rambam's point. In the case of a sickness, that's certainly not true. If a person, God forbid, has cancer, whether the doctor said that the person has cancer or not. So, for example, if a person were to say, I don't want to go to the doctor because he may find something wrong with me. That's kind of a stupid attitude, because if there is something wrong with you, it's wrong whether the doctor says it or not. But in the case of tzaras, there actually is a logic here. Until I go to the kohen, I'm not a mitzvah. Now, a person cannot say that because there's a mitzvah to go to the kohen, but nevertheless, there would be a logic in not going to the kohen. Okay. So, if we understand, therefore, that the whole experience of tzaras is designed to awaken a person to a level of introspection and tshuva, you can understand the meaning of the quarantine rituals and the 3 simanim of Tumah. Right? The guy has a splotch of light. God is telling him, you have an aveira that you got to fix. Go to the kohen. The kohen quarantines him for 7 days. Now, if you think about this, when a person has an aveira, a big aveira, and they have to do tshuva, they have to rectify, they have to fix. So, if one can fix it, one tries to fix it. But we often have defense mechanisms. We often have rationalization. We often have escape hatches. This is true for every aveira, meaning we don't like to confront our guilty selves. And there are two reasons why I don't want to confront my guilty self. One is, I don't like to feel guilty. I prefer not to feel bad. The other is, if I confront myself honestly, there'll be a lot of work I have to do. And I don't want to do work. So there are two different motivations why people seek defense mechanisms. Either to avoid the guilt or to avoid the work. But that's the way it is. We always have a plan B. We always look for a way out. And the Meforshim say that's psychological. When a person is confronted with aveiros, there might be 3 types of excuses that they will provide to themselves. We're not talking about excusing yourself to other people, to yourself. What narrative are you going to tell yourself to change the story? So narrative 1 will simply call denial. I really didn't do anything so bad. Not so bad, it's not a big deal. Or the person deserves it. Let's take Lashon Hara as an example. Now this analysis is not going to be limited to Lashon Hara, but since Saras is about Lashon Hara, we'll use that as an example. We'll use this Lashon Hara as an example. A person said really nasty Lashon Hara, and they realize they got to do tshuva. But they might tell themselves, what I said really wasn't so bad. Number 1, everybody knows it already. I mean, these are not halachic excuses, but these are the excuses of person. Everybody knows it. Number 2, he's a lot worse than I said. I could have said it a lot worse. Number 3, he deserves it because he did worse things to me. So we'll call this denial. You deny either the commission of a sin, or you deny the magnitude of the sin. You give yourself the excuse of denial. It's not so bad. It's true. Now, of course, it's true is not at all a defense for Lashon Hara, because the very definition of Lashon Hara is even if it's true. But psychologically, people give those defenses. Psychologically, a person says, it's true. So what's the problem? I mean, there's even a saying in law, by the way. The greater the truth, the greater the libel. In many, many ways, saying bad things about somebody that are true are even worse than saying bad things about somebody that's false. Because if I say bad things about somebody that's false, I can make an announcement oh, it's false, it's false, it's false, it's a lie, hopefully people will believe it. But if I said things that are true, what am I supposed to say? Am I allowed to lie? That's an interesting halachic question. Can I lie and say that what I said as true was actually false, even though it is true? Interesting question. Okay. So, defense mechanism number one is denial of wrongdoing by either denying it, by justifying it, or by minimizing it. We'll subsume all of those things under denial. One of the English terms we use for denial is whitewashing. You whitewash. So the first siman of Tumah is, well, I mentioned it second, the two black hairs turn white. Meaning like this: the person goes into quarantine for 7 days to do tshuva. At the end of the 7 days, the Kohen examines it, and the external simanim of Tumah are God giving him a report card. How is your tshuva progressing? You see? So if the black hairs turned white, what is Hashem telling the Kohen and telling the person? You are not seriously engaged in tshuva because you are still in the process of whitewashing and denial. You're going to be tamei until everything goes away and you complete your tshuva. The whole nega goes away. So that's siman tumah number one. So the reason why the black hair is turning white upgrades him or downgrades him to be a full-fledged mitzvah is because it represents denial, whitewashing, denial of sin, or justification of sin, or minimization of sin. All of those are forms of denial. That's excuse number one. Excuse number two may actually be in the opposite direction. And that is, a person is so hypersensitive to their averos that it crushes them. And they're surrounded by a sense of despondency, hopelessness, inability to change. And their attitude is, I'm so far gone that I might as well continue in this path because there's no way I'll ever get better. This is actually the opposite of denial. Denial is the person telling himself, I did nothing wrong. This is the opposite. This is hyper, excessive, obsessive guilt and self-loathing that paralyzes you and makes you unable to change because you feel there's no way I can improve. That is the second siman tumah. The saras grows bigger. Growing bigger. What is the attitude? I've already sinned, I might as well keep on going because there's no exit ramp. There's no way out. Okay, so once again, what is it telling the Kohen? This guy has not done his tshuva because he is seized with despondency and depression and hopelessness. See what's going on, meaning these are markers. These are external markers measuring, gauging the person's tshuva. The two white and black hairs turning white. He's denying his wrongdoing to himself. The nega growing bigger is the other way. He is so hyper-consumed with remorse that he's unable to change. So he simply says, I'm just going to keep on going. What's the use? And that's an attitude that can be very common. A person might say, why should I even try not to do a certain avera if I know I'm going to fail over and over and over and over and over again? Who am I fooling? What am I pretending? That comes from a hopelessness. That comes from a despair. And that represents pisayon. Pisayon is the nega expanse. Now, there's a third response to hate. And that is, a person simply doesn't want to think about it. Now, often it's precisely because he's the type of personality that if he thinks about it, he'll get despondent. So instead, he simply doesn't think about it, meaning it's not in my mental space. Symbolically, that's represented by the healthy flesh, meaning you're surrounded by the rat of Saras, but there's some healthy flesh in the middle that indicates you don't allow yourself to be affected by these negative thoughts. But not in the positive sense that you're going to change, in the sense that I don't think about it. So, the Kitzur, the nega itself indicates a sin which needs correction. The three Simanei Tuma are measures of how well the tshuva is proceeding or not proceeding. The two black hairs turning white indicates the man is in a state of denial, justification, rationalization, denying the wrongdoing, minimizing the wrongdoing, justifying the wrongdoing. The expansion of the nega indicates hyper guilt, in which the person feels change is impossible, change is hopeless, and therefore I might as well keep on going. And the third is emotional distancing and inertia. So if any of these three signs are present, the Kohen's message is, go back into quarantine. You have not completed your tshuva, and you're going to be at Saras until the whole nega goes away. If, on the other hand, after 2 weeks, the nega is still there, but you don't have one of the three simanim of tshuva, so that means he's in the process of tshuva, although he hasn't completed it yet. He can now become an outpatient. He can go home, he can complete it at home, meaning he's on the right track. He doesn't need the quarantine anymore. So you see the meaning here. It's a very meaningful point. The technicalities are quite powerful because they do indicate, even though we're talking about Lashon Hara, but they apply to everything in life. The different types of strategies we have to evade responsibility in life. Whitewashing, hyper guilt, paralyzing guilt, or emotional inertia, in which I just don't think about it. And although I will say there is room for that third category, the third category is actually sometimes legitimate because there are times in life in which we're not yet ready to face something. And it is legitimate to put things on the back burner. But you don't leave it on the back burner. In other words, there's a time and a place, but eventually you got to confront it. I think about the alcoholics' prayer, the AA, the 12 steps. Right? You kind of make an inventory of the people that you've hurt and you try to make amends. Now, that doesn't mean you do it in one day. It takes time. You got to build yourself up. You have to build up your strength, your spiritual muscles, for sure. So we're not talking about you got to do it right away, but there has to be a point in life in which this is confronted, honestly, openly. And then you can go home. You don't need the quarantine. You don't need the korbanos. You can go home because Hashem sees that you're truly going through the tshuva process, even though it's not complete yet. Because you still have the tzara. But if you don't have the simanei tuma, you're doing okay. You're doing all right. Now, it's interesting that in a non-leap year like this year, right, in the Jewish calendar operates on a 19-year cycle, and then it repeats. And in the 19 years, 12 years are non-leap years, and 7 years are leap years. It's a very intricate, amazing calendar, actually. So this is not a leap year. So when it's not a leap year, we obviously have 4 fewer Shabboses in the year, because we don't have an extra month. That's why a lot of parshas are going to be doubled up. Because when it's a leap year, you split them, and it's a non-leap year, you got to double them up. But in a non-leap year, Tazria Mitzvah, the Parshas of Saras, are always read either right after Pesach or two Shabbos after Pesach. This in Eretz Yisrael will be two Shabbos after Pesach. And it's interesting that there is a connection between the three simanim of Tumah, the three signs of Tumah, and different meanings of chametz. Right? We just had this period where chametz is no good. Now we know chametz represents the Yetzer Hara. But it's interesting that there are three different ways that chametz represents the Yetzer Hara. The most common understanding is chametz, which is puffed up, represents arrogance and pride and gaiva, conceit, as opposed to matzah that is flat. And matzah represents humility, although with the modern Pesach rolls that they make, if you eat sharuya, it's hard to tell the difference because they can make a Pesach roll that's just as puffy as a chametz roll, but at least traditionally, right, matzah is flat, chametz is puffed up, and chametz represents arrogance and gaiva. There's a second association to chametz, and that is chametz represents spoilage. Maral points out, bread spoils. It gets moldy. Matzah does not spoil. Matzah does not, it becomes stale a little bit. But you can eat matzah that's 1,000 years old. Sometimes I think I'm eating matzah that's 1,000 years old. Right? So chametz is gaiva, arrogance. Matzah is humility. Chametz is spoilage and rot. And matzah does not spoil. And the third idea is that chametz represents inertia. Why? Because if water falls on flour, even without yeast and without starter, if you do nothing for 18 minutes, the fermentation makes it chametz. You don't need to do anything to make something chametz, right? That's a common misconception. You do not need yeast. You do not need a starter. Water hitting flour, it will become chametz. So chametz represents inertia and inaction, as opposed to matzah, that you got to do something for matzah. Meaning matzah doesn't happen automatically. When the flour hits the water, or the water hits the flour, it is going to be chametz unless you put it in an oven where the heat kills the fermentation enzymes. So these are three different aspects of why chametz represents the Yetzer Hara. Arrogance, rot, inertia. So let's correlate the three associations of chametz with the three negative simanim of that makes a person a mitzvah, that so to speak, upgrades or downgrades him from provisional mitzvah to complete mitzvah. Arrogance. Arrogance correlates with whitewashing, because when a person is a conceited, arrogant person, they will never want to admit that they're in the wrong. They will always seek justification for whatever they do. Their self-image does not allow them to contemplate that they've made a mistake or an error. So therefore, the siman tumah of the black hair turning white, which is whitewashing, denial, correlates to the chametz as a sign of arrogance and guidance. Now, the second association of chametz, which is rot or spoilage, that corresponds to the expansion of the nega, and that is the notion of hopelessness. A person feels so consumed by guilt that they feel they can never change, so they keep on going and going and going. I've sinned and I'll sin again. So there's a correlation between the expansion of the nega and the rot and the mold. By the way, this is encapsulated in a very powerful medrash. The medrash tells us that when Hashem said to Adam, did you eat from the fruit that I commanded? Hashem knew, but he wanted Adam to own up to it. Did you eat from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from? So the Medrash has Adam Arishon saying to God, I ate and I'll do it again. Talk about chutzpah. I ate, but the answer is, this is not chutzpah. It all depends on how you say it. The written word doesn't convey the Gofar Tom. Now, I wasn't there, I'm not that old, I can't say I know what the Gofar Tom was. But it seems to me that the Medrash is conveying a different meaning. He's not arrogantly telling God, I did it, I'll do it again. That would be stupid. He is crying. He says, I sinned. And I know it's not going to be the last time. It's the helplessness of feeling. You have no way of getting yourself out of your predicament. That's the expansion of the nega, and that's the rat of the chametz. Now, the third association of the chametz is inertia, and that corresponds to the emotional distance of the healthy flesh, because inertia basically says, I don't want to get involved, I don't want to think about it, I don't want it to penetrate my consciousness. That represents inertia. So the point basically is that the three aspects of chametz, as they connect to the Yetzer Hara, correlate pretty well to the three simanei tumah that make a person a mitzvah, which is essentially God's report card, that the person's tshuva has not really begun yet, and therefore they have to be in quarantine until the nega goes away. Okay, so this is a lesson, I think, that even the most hyper-technical parts of the Torah contain very, very important lessons in how we build our character, how we build our strength, how we grow in our mitzvos, and the like. Today, of course, was Yom HaShoah. Yom HaShoah, everything in Israel becomes a controversy. Yom HaShoah, maybe not so much today, although people still argue over it. But back in the early years of the state, the early 1950s, this was a very, very controversial commemoration. One reason is a technical halachic reason. The month of Nisan, you're not supposed to have sad commemorations. So it's a funny thing. Yom HaTzmaut gets knocked. I can't win. Yom HaTzmaut gets knocked because during Sfiras Omer, you're not supposed to have happy celebrations. Yom HaTzmaut. And Yom HaShoah gets knocked because in the month of Nisan, you're not supposed to have unhappy commemorations. So either way, if you reverse Yom HaTzmaut and Yom HaShoah, this would be accepted. But there was another deeper reason why Yom HaShoah was a very controversial holiday. Yom HaShoah is linked to a very specific date, and this is the fall of the Warsaw Ghetto in 1945. And this day was chosen not as an accident, and that is, in the early years of the state, the founding fathers, founding mother, I don't know if there's more than a single woman, but the mayor, they had a lot of problems with the 6 million Jews who died in the Holocaust. This was the paradigm of going like sheep to the slaughter. They couldn't understand the passivity, not fighting, just accepting your fate. The whole idea of the state of Israel, we're going to have a new Jew, not a Gullus Jew, not a Gullus Jew, a Jew that fights, a Jew that's strong, a Jew that is heroic, a Jew that's tough and doesn't get pushed around. And all of that is good. I'm not saying that that's not good. But as a result, there actually was, on some level, a lack of respect for those who went to the slaughter, so to speak, passively. So to memorialize the Holocaust, it shows almost the only instance of armed Jewish resistance against Nazi persecution. That, of course, was the Warsaw Ghetto. And obviously the people who died in the Warsaw Ghetto were very, very heroic. And they deserve to be remembered and admired. But you have to understand, in the atmosphere of the time, and remember, in the early 1950s, there were many, 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 many Holocaust survivors who were still alive, not like today. And many felt this was a deliberate slap in the face in which those who didn't fight because it was impossible, they had no resources, were somehow inferior and were not worthy of being remembered. And that's why Yom HaShoah, linked to the War Sageda, was very, very specifically a very controversial decision. You can look it up. You can look this up. It was a very controversial decision at the time. It hurt the feelings of people who felt that their spiritual resistance was not being respected, and they were even being denigrated that way. So in Israel, everything has these political overtones. But as far as we're concerned, we obviously admire and remember with love and with reverence everyone. Those who died by fighting, and those who died in the dignity of going to their deaths when they knew there was no choice. And they still went. Many, not all, went with belief in Hashem. Many went with Al Kiddush Hashem. So we don't need, I'm bringing it up because historically it's interesting, but we don't need to get involved in drawing dichotomies between who was a hero and who was not a hero. They were all heroes. But the thing to remember is, as the Chavetz Chaim used to say, that how you live your life is even more important than how you die. And we sometimes think about the Holocaust, we think only about the deaths, which indeed we need to remember. But we also have to remember the lives that they had before the war, during the war, and the lives the survivors built after the war. The courage that it took. Because ultimately, we're not here to just remember death. We're here to remember life. And when the Torah says, "Ubacharta b'chayim," you have to choose life. It basically is communicating a message that no matter how dark the moment is, the Jew chooses life. The Jew affirms life. And strangely enough, although Baruch Hashem, we are very, very far from the Holocaust, we're not facing a Hitler right now, but we are facing somewhat analogous situations in the world. And we have to remember to choose life, choose the good path, choose the good way. And in that way, may all of us be so far to the Geula Shalem.
That was an awesome minute. I can't wait to see Sarah White Shake do now all the way on March 1st. We take this on the road, to Facebook. That's Kimberly Collin. She's Kimberly Collin on Twitter. Thank you guys so much for being on the show. Anything you want to promote
Okay, everybody, I'm sorry a little late today. As always, we are praying for the victory of our soldiers on all the fronts of the war, the lasting unity of Am Yisrael, and for all those whose health has been affected by the war, the safe return of all the hostages. Name Refuah Shlema for Yishai Eliyahu Ben Ronit. I would also like to add another name, Hadass Bat Shemina, who's a young mother that has a very aggressive brain tumor, and she's undergoing some major surgery tomorrow. And Bezras Hashem, she should also have Refuah Shlema. Aliyat Neshama, Moshe David ben Pinchas Yosef, and Mendel ben David, and Yitzchak, Mendel ben David Yitzchak, Jeremy Bernstein's late mother's yahrzeit, the 26th of Tammuz, and it is the 22nd yahrzeit of Mr. Jack Gezal, a Yehuda Chaim ben Binyamin, Olav Hashem, a Holocaust survivor, by his sons, Dr. Mitchell Gezal and Jeffrey Gezal of New York. Jeffrey is a friend of mine, and he sent me a very, very beautiful short video about his father. His father was a printer in the one of the day schools in Queens, and someone, the principal, the assistant principal asked him, "Why did you spend all your time with all of these kids?" And he said that he was a child during the Holocaust, and he thought there were no Jewish children who were even alive anymore. And he dedicated his life to working with these children because this gave him the greatest comfort in the world that Am Yisrael Chai. And finally, Aliyat Neshama for Sarah Bat Eliezer Halevi. And we all live the Divrei Torah be Refuah Shlema for Kol Cholei Israel and Aliyat Neshama for all these people and all the needs. And Aliyat. This week we actually have the largest parshas in the Torah, because we have a double header. We have Matos and Masai. So when they are together, they're not always together. It is really the largest number of psukim. It's hard to choose a topic because there are many, many topics in these parshiyot. But first, I want to start with a general observation about the 3 weeks that we're in, and then we'll move it over into the parsha itself. The 3 weeks, which started from the 17th of Tammuz through the 9th of Av, these are 3 weeks in which we focus on the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash and the tragedies of Golus, and we pray to Hashem to rebuild the Beis HaMikdash, and we also focus in our own lives what we can do to merit the building of the Beis HaMikdash. But Rav Tzadok has a very interesting observation in which he focuses on the respective haftarahs of the 3 weeks, just by looking at the first word, more or less. The first haftarah of 3 weeks that we read last week is called Divrei Yirmiyahu, the words of Yirmiyahu, at the beginning of the book of Jeremiah. This week's haftarah is Shimru, also from Yirmiyahu, Shimru Devar Hashem. Hear, listen to the word of God. And the haftarah next week, which is right before Tisha B'Av, the day before Tisha B'Av, is the haftarah from Yeshayahu called Chazon Yeshayahu, vision. So look at the 3 functions that are being encapsulated in the haftarah. We have speech, we have hearing, we have vision. As if to say, speak no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. There are 3 functions we have to correct. First and foremost, we have to correct our power of speech. Now again, the goal of speech is not to be silent. Hashem gave us speech for a reason. Now they tell the story, the Chafetz Chaim wrote the whole Sefer on the laws of Lashon Hara, about what you're allowed to say, what you're not allowed to say. That's Lashon Hara. So people used to want to test the Chafetz Chaim. They wanted to kind of get him into conversations and see what he would do. It's almost a surreptitious way of gotcha, which was a phenomenon even with the Chafetz Chaim. And somebody went to the Chafetz Chaim for Shabbos. He was sent on this mission to kind of infiltrate the Chafetz Chaim. And he reported back the following. He said, I think the Chafetz Chaim's son-in-law was much more righteous than the Chafetz Chaim, because the Chafetz Chaim was talking and telling stories, and the Chafetz Chaim was constantly conversing, but his son-in-law remained totally silent, except for learning Torah or davening. So I think that's a greater accomplishment. His son-in-law guards his speech. Chafetz Chaim wasn't guarding his speech. Then he realized that what the Chafetz Chaim was doing was much, much greater. The son-in-law simply didn't talk. So when you don't talk, you're not going to see anything wrong. The Chavetz Chaim talked quite a lot, but in talking as much as he talked, it was always for constructive reasons, to build people up, to give them chizuk, to convey a Torah message. And that's really the goal. All of these consciousness-raising ideas of guard your tongue, control your speech, that's important. But the ultimate goal is not simply to keep quiet. The ultimate goal is to recognize that speech can destroy and speech can build up. This is the pasuk in Mishlei. Hamavet v'hachayim biyad halashon. Death and life is in the hands of the tongue. It doesn't just mean physically, although indeed, if you give away military secrets, people can die, etc. But death can be many different ways, and life can be many different ways. A kind word can build a person up, can give them hope, can give them courage. And a harsh word can destroy them. That's a form of death also. Death and life is in the hands of the tongue. And when we think of the power of speech, we're not just looking at the negatives, we're looking at the positive of speech to uplift, to give chizuk, to give encouragement. So the first Haftarah is focusing, as we read last week, is focusing on the power of speech. This week's Haftarah and the next one, which I'm not going to talk about so much now, because I'm going to talk about it later, talk about the notion that you also should try to control what you hear, because that influences you in terms of the news that you take in and the like. And of course, the last one is perception. How do you perceive the world? Now, in many, many ways, all of these laws of Lashon Hara, we think it's about controlling speech. But on a deeper level, it's about changing the way you perceive reality. Meaning, instead of saying, oh, I have such a desire to talk about all the bad things in this guy, but I'm going to bite my tongue, you kind of change the way you look at things. And at some point, you have no interest in Lashon. It's not even a struggle. I mean, why do I want to degrade somebody? Why do I want to embarrass them? Why? I don't look at people in that negative way. So what starts off as controlling your speech ultimately turns into redefining your perception of reality. And people say about words, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. We were told this as children, but that's absolutely not true. If anything, the words can hurt more. The bones, when you're young especially, can heal. The hurts from words can be so permanent. So permanent. I remember years and years ago, when Richard Nixon had left the White House in disgrace, and at some point he got rehabilitated a little bit, and he was talking about what formed his personality. The interviewer was asking those types of questions. And here is a man who was president of the United States for 2 terms, vice president, and he went through Watergate and the Vietnam War. He went through World War II as a soldier. He went through everything. But what was in his mind? He was talking about the taunts, playground taunts, when he was in 6th grade. And they still had an impact on him. Those things make a big, big difference. Right? So tell your kids they got to be careful who they make fun of, because these guys might become presidents later, or whatever it is. You never know who you're messing with, and the like. So speech is a reality. Speech is powerful. God created the universe with the power of speech. Yomer Elohim, God said. And in many ways, we are in the image of God. So just as God creates and destroys by speech, we create and destroy by speech, by the power of words. Good words, bad words. So I want to point out that the power of speech emerges in a few different places in these parshios. The parsha begins with a very detailed halachic analysis of making vows. These are called nadarim. You make a neder, you got to keep it. Now today, when people say a neder, they usually mean a pledge for charity, but that's actually not the neder the Torah is talking about. The Torah is talking about a person who makes a vow to prohibit something on himself, for whatever the reason. A person might say, apples are forbidden to me. Chocolate is forbidden to me. And it can take many different forms. It could mean all chocolate is forbidden to me. Or it could even just be, hey, any chocolate he gives me, I'm not going to eat. You can make the neder in any type of form. You could say chocolate covered raisins, whatever it is. But a neder is a person takes a vow, and the Torah says you're not allowed to violate the vow. Now, if you think about this is extraordinary. If I make a neder not to eat chocolate, the chocolate is just as prohibited to me as if it would be a piece of pork. So a neder represents an extraordinary power that is normally reserved to God alone. It's God alone who decides what is permissible, what is not permissible. And yet, through the power of my speech, I can create the godlike function of making something as prohibited as a piece of pork. And not only can I do that to myself, I can do that to you, because the halacha is, I can make a neder prohibiting my property to you. I could say, for example, all of my possessions are forbidden to you. Whether it's chocolates or fruits or all of my possessions. And if you violate my vow, you are sinning because I made my house forbidden to you. It's hard to grasp this example. But that's what a neder is. The neder is the power of human speech to create divine prohibitions. Right? It is a godly use of speech. Now, Lamaisa, halachically, we very much discourage the making of vows. As Shlomo HaMelech says in the book of Koheles, better that thou shalt not vow than to make vows that you're not going to keep. So, generally speaking, we strongly discourage making vows. But there may be extraordinary situations where, for example, if a person is facing an illness or whatever, a person might make a vow to do a certain thing. But generally, this is why in common Jewish speech, people who make commitments will typically say, believe neder. I'm making this commitment without a vow because we don't want to, God forbid, make a vow that perhaps we will not keep. That's a very, very serious avera, not to fulfill a vow or to violate a vow. Again, if your vow is the affirmative, I will give $1,000 to tzedakah, then you violate the vow by inaction. If you made a vow that for whatever reason chocolate is usher to you, you violate the vow by action. So you can violate a vow by doing something, or you can violate a vow by not doing something. So neder, I think, is a very interesting example of the koach chadiba. But now, let me give you another example, which is not from the first of the parshas, but the second parsha, Parshas Masai. And at the end of Parshas Masai, the Torah, for the third time, actually, talks about the institution of Ir Miklat, city of refuge. What is the city of refuge for? It is for accidental homicide. That if one person kills another person with a lack of premeditation, a lack of intention. So the Torah says a very interesting thing. The Goel Hadam, the closest relative to the decedent, actually has the power to be a blood avenger. it's a very difficult question of how the Torah legitimates that type of blood avenging. But the Torah gives us designated places in Eretz Israel that are called cities of refuge, Arei Miklat, and if the homicide perpetrator, I will not call him a murderer, can reach the Ir Miklat, he is now in a zone of safety. And if the Goel Adam, if the blood avenger were to kill him in the Ir Miklat, the Goel Adam would be guilty of murder, etc. And the Rotseach, however, as long as he remains in the Ir Miklat, he is okay. And even if he leaves the Ir Miklat, but if he is within the Tikkun, if he is within a radius of 2,000 amos from the city, he is protected. If he takes one step beyond the 2,000, he now becomes vulnerable. Right? This is the Ir Miklat. There are actually a total of 48 Arei Miklat. There's a primary group of 6. I'll discuss what I mean by primary, and a subordinated group of 42. And it's very important to know that the 48 Arei Miklat are exactly the same cities as the 48 cities given to the Levium. Remember, Shevet Levi did not get a designated portion of Eretz Israel, but they were given 48 cities that are scattered in all of the tribes. The 48 cities are the Arei Miklat. In other words, the Rothschild who came to the Ir Miklat, they shared that city with the Levium who lived there. So the Lubavitcher Rebbe has a very interesting essay about this. He was discussing the role of a prison system. Like, why are there prisons? Now, there are different reasons for prisons. A prison can protect the public from dangerous people. A prison can be a basis of punishing people for their bad deeds. But the Rebbe suggested that one of the roles of a humane prison system would be to rehabilitate and try to bring people to a place of tshuva. In fact, one of the original words for a prison is penitentiary. You know, the very word penitentiary comes from penitence. It was supposed to give a person time to reflect and perhaps change their lives. In that sense, the prison system is largely a failure because what it often does is it could take minor criminals and make them real criminals. I mean, the recidivism rate of people going back is like 85%, but there are some cases of people who literally turn their lives around. And the Rebbe was talking about the idea that that should be the goal, that don't give up on the human being. Try to, again, maybe not 100%, but try to build people up, try to make them productive, try to make them better than they were when they entered. And he pointed out that in the Torah, there really is no prison system. But the closest we have to a prison system is the Ir Miklat. Now, the Ir Miklat is not really a prison because the Rotseach cannot leave the Ir Miklat, but it's a regular city. I mean, they have stores and probably not movie theaters, but whatever you would have in an Israeli city, so to speak, you had. So an Ir Miklat is not really a prison, but it is a confinement. And why did the Torah indicate that the Ir Miklat should be a city of Levium? Because the truth of the matter is, the accidental homicide that goes to the Ir Miklat, we're not talking about a pure accident. If it's a pure accident, mamish, an uncontrollable accident, the Rotseach doesn't have to go to the Ir Miklat. He's not responsible at all. So Ir Miklat is not for intentional homicides, but it is for what we would call, in legal terms, manslaughter. A person is careless. A person didn't stop at a red light. A person threw a heavy rock outside of his window, not knowing there were children punished who were playing there. In other words, it is for what is called negligent and callous disregard for life. So it is a sin. It's not a sin that warrants the death penalty, but it's a sin that warrants the Ir Miklat as an atonement. And where do you put people who don't have enough respect for life, who act carelessly? who don't have responsibility. You put them with the greatest and best of the Jewish people, the Leviim, who are the teachers of Torah and the spiritual leaders. In other words, you don't put them only with bad people. You put them with good people in the hope that things would rub off, things would influence them. So the Rebbe was suggesting that there should be some way to create a prison system that would somehow expose people to good influences, to beneficial influences, to influences that could bring them to some level of tshuva and eventual productivity of life. Sometimes it's a real shame. Sometimes you see kids as young as 14 years old. They could be tried already as adults. They're given life without parole. And you think about, well, what could be done for a 14-year-old? I don't know. I mean, some might be so evil that maybe there's nothing you can do. But it would seem that in a lot of these cases, there's something that can be salvaged. Now, yes, I understand. The 14-year-old killed somebody's 4-year-old daughter. Brutal things. There's a very strong desire for revenge and vengeance. But as I say, is that truly the goal of the punishment system? Or should it be rehabilitation? The Torah kind of accommodates both of these ideas. It gives the Goel Adan the right of blood of vengeance, but at the same time it gives the Rotzeach the protection of the Yer Miklat. So the Rebbe used Yer Miklat as kind of a paradigm for what a prison system might look like in some situations. But there's a very unique peculiarity of the Yer Miklat. How long is the Rotzeach sentenced? Right, he's a Rotzeach b'shogeg, inadvertently, negligence, manslaughter. He is sentenced to go to the Yer Miklat. How long does he stay? So it's an indeterminate sentence. He stays until the death of the Kohen Gadol. How long is that? Well, that's what it says. If the Kohen Gadol dies the next day, he goes free. If the Kohen Gadol dies 20 years later, he goes free after 20 years. If he dies before the Kohen Gadol, he is buried in the Yer Miklat, and when the Kohen Gadol eventually dies, he's assumed to be buried in his family place. Okay? So it could be a day, and it could be decades, and it could be never, meaning he'll die in the Yer Miklat. A very, very strange type of sentence in which the sentence is totally indeterminate, it's unknown. The Gemara has some fascinating shilas. The Gemara says the following. Imagine this question. A person could be a Kohen or even a Kohen Gadol and then discover he's ineligible to be a Kohen. For example, if a Kohen marries a divorced woman, which he's not allowed to do, the child who is born from that marriage, even though genealogically he's a Kohen, he is called the Halal. He is a desecrated Kohen. He is not a Kohen. He's not a mamzer. I mean, he's a regular Jew, but he's not a Kohen. So the Gemara discusses a very, very fascinating question. What if a Rotzeach is sent to the Yer Miklat, and then a day later, the Kohen Gadol discovers for the first time that his mother had been divorced before his father had married, so as a result, he's a Halal. So he's actually not only can he not be Kohen Gadol, he's not even a Kohen. So how do you analyze that? According to one opinion, we treat it as if the Kohen Gadol died, meaning yesterday he was a Kohen Gadol, today we know that he's not a Kohen Gadol, so the Kohen died. So the Rotzeach goes free. So even though the Kohen Gadol is alive, but he's no longer a Kohen Gadol, so that's called the Kohen has died. The Rotzeach goes free. There's another opinion, wait a second here. This is very different than a Kohen dying. When a Kohen dies, he was a Kohen Gadol yesterday, and he's not a Kohen Gadol today. Here we have discovered there never was a Kohen Gadol. The law there is much stricter. If the Rotseach is sentenced to Ir Miklat at a time when there is no Kohen Gadol occupying the office, he never goes free. So according to one opinion, if a Kohen Gadol is discovered to be the son of a divorced woman, we treat it like a death and he goes free. According to the other opinion, we treat it like a retroactive invalidation of kahuna, in which case there was no Kohen at the time of his sentence. That's the other way around. He stays there forever. Now, the Mishnah says in Maseches Magos, an interesting thing. The Mishnah says that mothers of Kohanim Gedolim used to bring food treats to the inhabitants of the Ir Miklat, care packages, in order that they shouldn't pray that their children would die. And I would have been a little more cynical. They shouldn't hire hitmen. But the Gemara, the Mishnah does not say they would do that. The Mishnah says they shouldn't pray. Now, the Gemara asks the following question. The implication is that the Kohen Gadol was kind of vulnerable, meaning if they needed to buy off the Rothschild, that they shouldn't pray that the Kohen Gadol would die. What is the implication? That if they would pray, oh God, please let this Kohen Gadol die, the prayer might be answered. So the Gemara says, why should that be? If I pray, I hate a certain person who's actually innocent of any sin, and I pray that God should kill an innocent person, one would assume that prayer would not be answered. So why would the prayer against the Kohen Gadol be efficacious? The Kohen Gadol didn't do anything wrong. This is the Gemara's question. So the Gemara's answer is not really true. The Kohen Gadol is in a vulnerable, compromising position. Because as the spiritual leader of his generation, he should have prayed that these homicides not occur. And if murders are taking place, the Kohen Gadol is responsible. Because through his koach of tefillah, he might have prevented them. And therefore, the abdication of his responsibility makes him vulnerable to the prayers of the Rothschild, and that's why they had to be bribed. Because it starts with the Kohen Gadol being culpable, because he should have attempted to stop these tragedies through the koach of prayer. Now, this raises actually an interesting philosophical question about the limits of the power of prayer. We can certainly pray, maybe it will be answered, maybe not, that we should be spared from natural calamities. May there not be a tsunami, may not be an earthquake. But it's harder to pray that we shouldn't be spared from man's inhumanity to man, because that is a function of human free will. And we have a famous klal in the Gemara, Hakol bidei shamayim. Everything is in the hands of heaven, except the decision to fear God, to obey God. God determines, are you rich, are you poor, are you healthy, are you sick, are you short, are you tall? That's God. But God does not determine if you are righteous or evil. You determine that. This is what is called Bechira Chapshus, free will. The Rambam addresses free will extensively in the Hilchos Tshuva, the laws of repentance, and the Rambam argues very logically that without free will, there is no logical basis for reward or punishment. Why should God reward me if my goodness is automatic pilot? And why should I be held accountable if I'm pre-programmed, like a computer, predestined to be evil? Human accountability is predicated on moral autonomy, which is just a fancier way of saying free will. So, you can't pray to God, please God, don't let this person be a Russia. That's their decision. That's not God's decision. So given the fact that the people who killed the Shogeg, it's not a true accident, it's not an act of God, it's an act of their negligence in not stopping at a red light or not looking out of their window. But God is not going to, you can't say, please God, stop that man from going through a red light. God's answer is, that's his free will. I don't stop that. So the question is, what is the Kohen Gadol supposed to be praying about to stop these events? But of course the answer might be very prescient. God is not going to make the careless driver careful, because that's free will. But God can determine if there'll be children in the intersection. So there are plenty of people who go through red lights, but Baruch Hashem, there happens to be nobody in the intersection. So you see the difference. You cannot pray directly, please God, let the careless drivers be careful. So God says, I don't decide that. That's free will. But you can pray to God, please God, let people not be harmed, protect people who will be harmed from the consequences of those actions. You see? So that's the subtlety where the Kohen Gadol could have prayed. Now, there is, of course, another answer to this, which is very interesting. Do you remember, this is a very famous Gemara in Maseches Brachos about Gloria, the very wise wife of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir had enemies. We don't know exactly what these enemies were doing. And he wanted to pray to Hashem that they should die. And Rabbi Meir's prayer presumably would have been efficacious on some level. So Gloria, his wife, told him, that's not the right attitude. You should not pray that evildoers die. Pray that they do tshuva and they're no longer evil. And Gloria proved it from a verse in Tehillim, Perek Kuf Dalet. This is in Borchi Nafshi that we recite every Rosh Chodesh. Yitamu chatoim min haaretz. May sins vanish from the world. And then there's not going to be evildoers anymore. Now the word for sinners is chodim. Gloria does not say, I'm sorry, Gloria points out, the pasuk does not say, Yitamu chodim. It does not say, let sinners be. It says, Yitamu chatoim. Let sins be destroyed. So Gloria says beferish, pray that they should do truth. Now, here too, you can ask the same philosophical question. How can I pray that another person should repent and become righteous? God is not going to make that other person become righteous. Because whether a person is righteous or not is once again a function of their free will. And this is a very practical thing. A person has family that's not religious. You have a brother, you have a parent, you have a child. Goes off together. So you want to daven Hashem, bring them back to you. And we commonly do daven those things. Right? We pray, please, 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 bring them back to you. So I don't want to take away the heartfelt prayer, but the question is a good philosophical question. How can you pray that somebody do tshuva? Isn't that mamash what the Gemara says? Everything is in the hands of heaven except for the decision to fear God. How can you do it? So the Marsha asks the question in the case of Broya, how could Broya say, pray that your son do tshuva? So the Chazon Ish actually says that that's the power of prayer. Prayer is so great that prayer can override the free will system that is foundational in the universe. Remarkable. The Chazon Ish says this is the power of prayer. Prayer can override even free will. And that's how he understands the Kohen Gadol praying, let the driver be safer. And that's how he understands Gloria, pray that they do tshuva. This is the power of prayer. You pray for your child to keep the mitzvahs. You pray for your parents. You pray for your brother. Tefillah breaks. Now, there's another answer to this, which is a bit more rational, but it's also a very good answer. Rabbi Rothschild says the following. Rabbi Rothschild says, if you look at people who, let's say, were not raised following the Torah, but they come to it in later life, teenagers or even older, it's always connected to people they met or experiences that they had. I mean, in our Smith, I see this all the time. I mean, college kids come to our Smith, but a lot of their classmates don't come to our Smith. So what exactly is the difference? Why do these guys come and the other guys don't come? Same background, more or less same family. And part of it is, well, I met this rabbi or I had this experience. It's kind of, although everything is from Hashem, but we would describe it almost as the luck of the draw. Some people encounter experiences that direct their life along a certain channel, and other people, for reasons I don't know, don't have those experiences. So says Rabbi Yashiv, when Bruria says, pray that they do tshuva, he actually said you can't directly pray that somebody does tshuva. But you can pray that God put into their lives the experiences and the people that are likely to inspire them. Now, it's going to be their decision, and they could decide, forget about it. But at least give them the opportunity. So we have, in effect, I think, two closely connected but distinct explanations for why you could pray that somebody does tshuva. Either the Chazon Ish, who says explicitly that the power of prayer is so strong that it overrides the foundational principle of free will. Or we have Rabbi Yoshev's explanation, which is you can't pray directly that another person be tshuva, but you can pray that God gives them the experiences in life that are likely to inspire them. And again, this is actually a great mystery. Why do some people get those experiences? They happen to meet the right person, the right moment. And the other guy took another bus. Are you ready to lose? Now, some say, by the way, that's connected to prayer too. Because this kid's great-great-grandmother prayed for him, lighting candles 100 years ago. Some connected, some earlier prayer that has that effect. All of it is connected to the power of prayer. So I'll just end, then I'll go on to another point, but I want to end with, again, prayer is also the power of speech, the power of deeper, the power of saying words to God, sincerely, of course, and getting all of these blessings, all of these benefits. It's really a chaval, that we don't treat prayer
You're in a very easy
as the privilege that it is. We look at it maybe as a little bit of a burden, saying words all the time. In fact, we even use it as a pejorative comparison to other things. In yeshiva, when we talk about learning Gemara in a superficial, unthinking way, so the expression we use is, he just davens up the Gemara. In other words, davening, prayer, is used as a synonym for unthinking, superficial, going through the motions. So that's not just an insult about somebody's learning, that's an insult about somebody's davening. The Kuzari actually says that just as a person needs 3 meals a day, whatever, you need 3 the neshama needs nutrition. And tefillos are the meals of the soul. And he says it should be, I'm not in this madrega myself.
That's a really tough one.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not making any pretension, but it should be the most enjoyable part of the day. It should be a pleasure of connecting to God, talking to God, pouring out your heart. It should almost be a sadness that you finished davening.
Oh, what a shot!
That you don't have that intimate connection.
Dude, what a shot!
That you had. Let me tell you an interesting story. It's a strange story, but the Gemara in Kedushin says the story. The Gemara in Kedushin has a story about a certain city that was inhabited by a fearful 7-headed demon. Now, whether these are literal or not, I'll give you the story. And people were afraid to walk the street because this demon could attack them. Now, the demon inhabited a ruined, abandoned building, but it would terrorize people. So the rabbi of the city said, well, I have a solution. I know a certain visiting eminent rabbi is going to visit on his fundraising, whatever it is. Nobody should offer him hospitality. So he'll be forced to sleep in this abandoned ruin, and I know he'll take care of the situation. So this great rabbi shows up, and everybody refuses to give him a place to sleep. He doesn't know about the demon. So, less brera ain't brera. He sleeps in this abandoned building, and lo and behold, this 7-headed monster comes to destroy him. And he utters a prayer, and each prayer severs one of the monster's heads. 7 prayers, monster dead. Next morning, the city has been liberated from the dragon. So this rabbi who did this miracle, he goes over to the rabbi of the city and said, I could have died in there. I mean, you're setting me up to be in an extremely dangerous situation. He says, what gave you the right to endanger my life? And the answer was, I knew you'd get your way out of it. I knew your tefillos would work. I had faith in you. I knew your tefillos would be effective. But the Marsha, the great commentary Marsha, asks the following question. Even if we assume that the rabbi who gave the instruction not to give hospitality was so sure that the tefillos would work, it still wasn't the right thing to do, because the Gemara says in Masechus Tainis that when you benefit from miracles, that is taken out of your olam haba. If you get God's blessings in a physical way, you make money, whatever, that does not come out of your olam haba. Because olam haba is spiritual, this is physical. Physical does not diminish your spiritual rewards. But if you're getting the supernatural miracles of God, that partakes of a spiritual blessing. So that comes out of your olam haba. So even if they were batuach that he would be answered, but they're putting him in a situation where he's going to lose some of his olam haba. Because mice and nisa, things you get from miracles. Remember, the Gemara says this by Hanina ben Dosa, who was a very great miracle worker, and he and his wife were very, very poor. And his wife complained once, and he told his wife, "Well, listen, I could get you a whole bunch of gold right now. I could bring gold out." But then he showed her that in Olam Haba they would be sitting on a throne that only had 3 legs. Meaning, yeah, I'll get you the gold, but it'll come out of the throne of Olam Haba. So the Marshal's answer is the following. Listen to what the Marshal says. It's true that whatever you get from miracles comes out of your Olam Haba. But whatever you get from prayer is not called miracle. It's part of God's nature. It is the nature of life. So therefore, he wouldn't lose anything through what he got through. It's reminiscent of a story which is almost certainly not true, but it's a cute story. They tell a story of the Ger Rebbe, of Rabbi Mordechai, who escaped the Warsaw Ghetto and eventually came to Israel. So that is true, of course. He died in Eretz Israel in 1948, actually. In fact, he's buried in Machane Yehuda, but he's not buried in the cemetery. I think this is a tourist attraction that's very little known. That is, in 1948, people who died during the War of Independence, they didn't have access to Har HaZeisim, and Har HaMenuchos wasn't invented yet. So there were a few great people who were actually buried in downtown Jerusalem. And among them, right across the street from Machane Yehuda, is the kever of the Ger Rebbe who died in 1948, the Yemrei Emes. There's a little house, and you can daven there, you can say Tehillim there, right there next to Machane Yehuda. So this is all true. But the story that's probably not true is it says before the Ger Rebbe came to Eretz Israel, he arrived in England. He arrived in London, and he met with Winston Churchill. Again, probably not true. And they had to have an interpreter because you heard that the Ger Rebbe was a holy man, and Churchill, in the middle of the Battle of Britain, Churchill was looking for whatever spiritual help he could get, and through an interpreter, because Yiddish, English, Churchill asked the Ger Rebbe, "What can we do to get God's mercy on our struggle against the Nazis?" So the Ger Rebbe is said to have replied, "Do you want to hear the miraculous way or the natural way?" So Churchill said, "Well, I want to hear both. Give me the miraculous way first." The miraculous way is that your army and your navy and your air force are strong enough to beat the Nazis. That would be a miracle. So what's the natural way? Open up the book of Psalms and say Tehillim. That's going to be the normal way you're going to do. To win with your military might, that would be the supernatural miracle. It's mamish what the Marshal said. That what comes through tefillah is not even considered to be Maisa Misa. Okay. Again, obviously, there are a lot of questions we're leaving open for now, because obviously everyone knows that not every tefillah will be answered. There are tefillahs for the ill in which people do die, etc. But once again, the Panovich Rav used to say, every tefillah is answered, but sometimes the answer is no. And this is not just a verbal game. There's a very big difference between God saying no and God just ignoring me. Every tefillah, God listens. God connects. God wants to give you strength. God then makes decisions that we don't understand. But it's a decision. It is not being ignored. It's not that I don't matter. It's not that I don't count. And then can give a person a lot of chizik. My prayers matter to him. Then there are cheshbonos. Some say as well that every prayer is stored. If it's not used for the immediate purpose.
Praise it to Lord.
It might save another. I mean, it's a strange idea. I pray for this person.
That's annoying.
Okay, Hashem doesn't give me that. But this prayer may work for some other person I never met. It's stored up. It creates a certain kedusha in the world and a certain power of mercy that Hashem will make available at various occasions. And of course, even the answer no is an answer. The person suffers a tragedy. He thinks God has abandoned him. God has forgotten about him.
Is there any way for me to come back?
But if a person is able to get up the next morning, go back to work, rebuild, step by step by step by step, that's also God answering it, giving a person the strength to go on. That doesn't come out of nothing. That also comes from Hashem answering our prayers, not in the ways we hope, but it's still a reality. So in this connection, I want to go backwards a little bit and go to the very beginning of the parsha. Now, the very beginning of the parsha is very, very interesting. It is a travel along. Right? The parsha is called Masai. Masai means the journeys. And it gives you all of the stops that the Jewish people made over the 40 years in the desert, till they got to the plains of Moab where Moshe died. So that's the right. The list does not include crossing the Jordan because that didn't happen till Moshe died, but it completes all of the journeys that they made in the lifetime of Moshe. These are the journeys. In fact, among many Ashkenazim, there's actually a custom, although in Eretz Yisrael I don't hear it as much, that the Baal Koreh, when he reads the 42 stops, there's a certain festive trup that's used, similar to the Song of the Red Sea, Shiva Sayam, the same type of festive trup. I think it's mainly an Ashkenazic custom, and in the yeshivas they don't always follow it, but if you go to a yekishah or whatever it is, they'll certainly do this. Now it's interesting that there's a total of 42 journeys. 42. Now, here's the interesting point. And by the way, it's interesting. If you study the journeys, you actually see, we get the impression that the Jewish people were wandering around in the desert for 40 years. The truth is, in some of those stops, they stayed 20 years. Meaning, they weren't always moving around all the time. There were times that they stayed for very long times in the desert. Okay, so it wasn't like every day we're wandering around with only a rest stop for lunch. But be it as it may, there's a total of 42 stops. And the Orach Chaim and other Mekubalim say that this is a very highly symbolic passage. It's describing the sojourns of the soul through all of the vicissitudes and difficulties of life until the soul comes to the promised land, which is Eretz Yisrael. Life itself is seen as a journey from Mitzrayim to Eretz Yisrael. Right? I'm born into a world in which I'm enslaved. I'm enslaved by my Yetzer Hara. I'm enslaved by the chesronot in my midot. I'm enslaved by egotism, selfishness. And all of life is a journey to get away from the Mitzrayim. Get away from that inner slavery till you finally reach Eretz Yisrael, which is Kabbalistically seen as Olam Haba. You've completed the game of life. I think there's a board game, that game of life. Used to be, I don't know anymore. But you've completed the game of life.
I didn't roll a single
hit. And you qualify for Olam Haba. So again, in the Zohar, there's a very deep idea that all of these places represent the symbolic. So based on this, it is said that the 42 tachanot, the 42 stops, actually correspond to the Ir Miklat. Because a city of refuge, as we talked about from the Lubavitcher Rebbe, is a place where you reflect, where you think, where you regroup. So as we travel through the desert of life that is full of hazards, spiritual and physical, we need to create safe spaces in which we can contemplate and meditate and reflect. And that's why it corresponds with the Ir Miklat. Now you may say, well, wait a second here. Ir Miklat is not a good analogy. Ir Miklat is only for murder or no homicide. We have different Averos, but they're not necessarily homicide. Well, the short answer is that every time we sin, there's a certain aspect of murder going on. Because God gave us a soul to serve Him. Every time I don't use my soul to serve God, I've squandered that aspect of my life. Wasting time is a form of suicide. Not using our time in positive, good ways. What do we say kills time. Kill time is killing you. You could win in that show. And I killed life, aspects of my life. So I need the Ir Miklat. Also, I'll mention another thing about
why didn't that count? Why didn't that count?
Great Rosh Yeshiva, when he came to the United States in the middle of World War II. So he didn't really start his yeshiva. He was really involved in trying to rescue students from Europe. So if you get but when he eventually started his yeshiva, he spent Lakewood. He spent very little time in Lakewood because he was on the road collecting money all the time. We're talking about the 1950s and 60s, early 60s. And people were not so sensitive to yeshivas. They didn't think it was that worthwhile. So either they didn't give him anything or they gave him $1 or whatever it is. I mean, he spent virtually the entire week collecting money. And one time, he was in Miami collecting money, and he had one of his students with him. And in an elevator, he never broke down. He never got depressed. He understood this was his mission. But one experience broke him. He was in Miami, and in the elevator, somebody walked in a bikini. He was not dressed tznius. And for someone like Rav Aaron, who never exposed himself to any of those things, it kind of broke him, and he started weeping. He started crying a little bit, just crying. And the student said to Rav Aaron, he says, Rabbi, I don't understand why God puts you through all these things. You're such a tzaddik, such a Talmid Chacham, such a gadol b'Torah. Why do you have to go through humiliation after humiliation after humiliation? Why doesn't Hashem give you a yeshiva? You stay in the yeshiva, you teach Torah, you learn Torah. So Rav Aaron said the following. The Torah says, when you kill somebody b'shogeg, you have to go into exile. That's the term that's used for Ir Miklat, exile.
But how do you feel
that's the technical name of the sentence. So he says, every teacher of Torah is potentially an unintentional murderer. We didn't stick a knife in anybody's heart, but our words could destroy a person. It's not premeditated. We didn't do it on purpose. But accidentally, how many lives did we kill, Rav Aaron said? So as a result,
I say, well, I wouldn't read Shariah.
a Rosh Yeshiva has to go into exile, either because of the victims that he killed in that way, or as representative of his yeshiva on behalf of all the other teachers in the yeshiva. May attend. Goes back to what I said at the beginning of the share. You can murder people in a lot of different ways.
You ready
than with a gun or a knife.
Winning shot, dude? Winning shot.
So be it as it may, it's a beautiful allegory.
Impossible to miss.
That life is envisioned as Yitzias Mitzrayim.
Impossible to
to
miss.
Olam Haba.
Impossible to miss. Game over.
And the 42 tachanot of the Jewish people are the
That's going to
42
be embarrassing.
miklat
I'll see you in an hour.
that give us time to reflect, to contemplate,
I don't
to
want to talk
learn,
about
to
it. I don't want to talk about
do
it.
mitzvot. And it's through those Arei Miklat that we eventually get to the finish line of Eretz Yisrael. So now though, I want to share with you a thought from the Oev Yisrael, the Afterlife. He points out that if you look at the first paragraph of Shema, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad.
When does
those are 6 words? They correspond to the year Miklat. There are 6 Arei Miklat, primary, which I'll define that in a minute. So Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, corresponds to the 6 primary Arei Miklat. And then the Parsha after Baruch Shem, the Yohavta, is 42 words. And that corresponds to the 42 Arei Miklat. So the first Parsha of Shema, not counting Baruch Shem, which is not in the Torah, is 48 words. They are connected to the Arei Miklat. Shema Yisrael is connected to 6 Arei Miklat. And the Yohavta is connected to 42 Arei Miklat. Now, I want to explain this. I alluded to this before. What is this division between the 6 and the 42? I did mention all 48 are Levite cities. But what is the nafkamina? What is the difference between the major 6 and the other 42? So the Gemara in Matos does explain it. There is a difference. The 6 cities protect their road
I'm running clocks.
even if he is not aware he's in an Miklat. Meaning, let's assume he's running away from the Goel Adam,
Winning clocks.
and he wanders into a city, and he gets a hotel room. He doesn't even know where he is. He might be in Tel Aviv, which is not
got into a situation.
Right. But the halacha is, if Lamaisa is in one of the 6, they protect him whether he knows that he's in there or not. Meaning, if the Rothschild were to kill him, Rothschild would be guilty of murder. The other 42 are a more limited protection. Now, I don't know how you prove this. How you prove it, a factual question. But the 42 only protect him if he has awareness, not if he doesn't have awareness. Now, if you remember, in the Parshas Masai, where we talked about the tachanot, the stopping points, as Arei Miklat, we're only connecting them to the 42, not 48. And it makes a lot of sense, because if you looked at the Arei Miklat as a place where you need to contemplate, to meditate, to think, then you understand it's only going to work if you have awareness that this is what you're supposed to do. Now, we come to Shema. So we divide in the Shema that Shema Yisrael are the 6, and the Yohavta are the 42. So the Shema Yisrael represents the Pintel Yid. Pintel Yid is the spark, meaning even the Jew who's ignorant, even the Jew who doesn't know anything, even the Jew who does not consciously think they're serving God, but in his neshama is emblazoned Shema Yisrael, and God will show him mercy. And that's why Shema Yisrael is connected to the 6 Arei Miklat, because he gets protection even without conscious knowledge, because it represents the subconscious connection to God that every Jew has. Now, the Yohavta is already the imperative of learning to love God. That takes thought, that takes contemplation, that takes work. So that's why it's connected to the 42. Those are the Arei Miklat that protect you only with consciousness and mindfulness. And that's not an automatic process. But there's a certain level of divine connection that goes beyond your awareness It goes beyond your mindfulness. It goes beyond your external commitment. You are hardwired that way, right? That's the Pintala. That's the Pintala Yid. That's the Chassidus puts it. And you can't escape that. You're a Jew whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not. That's the Metzias of Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. So, as I say, I also want to point out that some even say that the 42 stops represent the 42 day-night portions of the 3 weeks. That's a bit of a stretch. The 3 weeks is 21 days. 21 days can be divided into 42 days and nights. And they make the point that the 3 weeks as a whole are therefore the Arei Miklat that give us the ability to focus and concentrate in terms of our avoda. And this is a very, very holy, elevated time, a time of contemplation, meditation, thought, Ahavat Yisrael, of course. And may HaKadosh Baruch Hu help us all to utilize this precious time, and in that way, may we be agents to bring the Geula Shlema b'meira v'yameinu.
Up to a higher production quality and not on the Death Squad network, he will not be working with the show. These were his words. At which point, I'm on the sidewalk and I took a call sidewalk and maybe I took this point.
There she is. There she is.
Like a crazy man. And I was thinking, then you have that third eye and you're like, man, I bet you have one of these cars.
What's going on, Miss Aquarius? What's going on, Mr.
Okay, hi everybody. Thank you for coming. And today's shir is dedicated for Shlema, for Braya Bat Chava, and Avital Margalit Bat Sheva, which have for Shlema, with all of Cholei Yisrael. And in addition, an Aliyat Neshama for Tzvi Ben Avram Halevi and Sarah Bas Eliezer Halevi. That her yard site is the 26th of Av, and that is the mother of Jeremy and Jillian Bernstein. We can very much appreciate the Hafsakas Torah, and may the learning be Le'iloi Nishmata. This is Parshas Masai. This is the very last parsha of the book of Bamidbar. Most years, Matos and Masai are read together, and indeed in Chutz La'aretz, they are going to be read together, and this is the great catch-up in which all of the Parshios, Eretz Yisrael, and Chutz La'aretz will be at the same page after a break of 3 months ever since Pesach. But since the vast majority of years, Matos and Masai are read together, most of the Divrei Torah, if one look up some Torah on the internet for the Parsha, you will find it on Matos. Matos Masai, they go in the first Parsha. So the truth of the matter is, it actually is not so easy to find at least a package of our Torah on Parshas Masai. And still though, I think you'll see there's some very, very profound secrets of very great significance in Parshas Masai, as well as some very interesting halachic aspects as well. So as always the case, sometimes when you have two parshiyot that are read together, the second parsha gets shortchanged, and in truth, that is not really justifiable. Of course, the same thing is true in Gemara. If you go to any yeshiva based medrash and you pull out a Shas volume, you will always see that the first half of the tractate is very, very well learned, and the second half is barely touched because no one ever gets there. That's why I have a little mishudas. When I learn a Masechta, I start in the middle, because I want to be sure I do the second half. Then I go backwards and I do the first half later. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. But be it as it may, the parsha starts off with a listing of all of the places the Jewish people stopped from the time they left Mitzrayim till Arvot Moab, the plains of Moab, which is the last stop before Eretz Yisrael, which of course will be after Moshe Rabbeinu dies. These are called Masei B'nai Yisrael, Masei, Nisiyah, the travels, the journeys of B'nai Yisrael. And some of the places are very familiar. Mentions Har Sinai, for example. Some of the places we know nothing about, other than the fact that we were not told anything happened there, or whatever it would be. But all of them, of course, and really starting with the Zohar, talk about the idea that there are 42 journeys, there are 42 stops that the Jewish people went through over a 40-year period. Now, what's interesting is, if you look at Rashi, you will actually see that many of the journeys were in the first year, and many of the journeys were in the last year, meaning we tend to think that for the 40 years in the desert, they were wandering around constantly. That was not the case. They actually spent more than 20 years in certain locations. The vast majority of the wanderings were year 1 and year 40. In the middle, they were kind of positioned in the desert, and they remained relatively constant. This is, if you look at Rashi, you will see the cheshbon that Rashi makes. And in fact, Rashi points out that the reason for the enumeration of all of these stops is to show us God's compassion, that when you add everything together, they were not moving around that often. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave them a certain amount of repose and rest in the midbar. So it's, I think, very different than the common picture that we would normally have. But the number 42 is very significant, because the Mefarshim point out there are a number of correlations. 42 is a significant number in a few ways. 42 journeys through the desert. There are 42 cities of refuge, which are also in the Parsha, for the one who kills B'Shogeg accidentally and he goes to the Yer Miklat. There are 42, now this is already maybe a stretch, but the Mefarshim bring it. We're in the period of the 3 weeks between the 17th of Tammuz and the 9th of Av. 3 weeks are 21 days, not counting Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av is the 22nd day. 21 days, each day has a day and a night. So consequently, there are 42 day-night periods in the Bein HaMetzarim. Bein HaMetzarim means between the boundaries, between 17th of Tammuz and Tisha B'Av. So look at the 3 correlations. 42 journeys in the desert, 42 Levite cities, which are cities of refuge, although I'll qualify that, 42 periods of Yom and Laila during the 3-week period. What does all of this mean? What would the significance be? So first and foremost is the important insight of the Zohar, that the 42 journeys through the desert are symbolic of the journey of our neshama as we go through life. What the Jewish people did as they go from Mitzrayim to the Promised Land is the process that we go through from the time we leave the womb. That's called Yetziat Mitzrayim, leaving Egypt, so to speak, till we get to the Promised Land, which is Olam Haba. We go through these various stages. The Baal HaTanya writes that the desert is symbolic of emptiness. The desert is symbolic of trial and tribulation and deprivation, and a sense of sometimes being distant from God and not finding your way and not really knowing what to do. But what is our job in life is to persevere through the deserts of life. And we don't always have clarity, we don't always have understanding. And then eventually we reach Eretz Yisrael, we hopefully complete our lives in a good way. And we go to Olam Haba. And therefore, in a very deep level, now again, we're not going to be able to spell out every one of the 42 levels. But the 42 levels of going through the desert, the Zohar says, is the neshama struggling through the midbar of Eilam Hazeh to reach the Kedusha of Eilam Haba, which is symbolized in this world with Eretz Yisrael itself. And indeed, the Mefarshim also point out that the four Goliaths, we know that from the book of Daniel and from the book of Zechariah and from many, many Midrashim in Chazal, that the Jewish people are going to undergo or have undergone and will continue to undergo until Mashiach, the four great exiles. The exile of Babylon, and which destroyed the first Beis Hamikdash, and then Persia, which was the genocide of Haman. And that's when, after Haman, the second temple was built. And then Yavon, the Greek rule. And then eventually the Roman rule, which is called the Golus of Esav. And the Golus of Esav destroyed the second temple, and we are still in that Golus until Mashiach comes. These are called the four Golios, the four exiles. And I think I spoke earlier that even though there is no Roman Empire, we are still in the Golus of Edom, because number one, Rome is the progenitor of Western civilization. And number two, the Churban that Rome created hasn't gone away yet. So yeah, maybe there's no Rome, but we're still suffering the Golus of Edom. Now, I did mention there, Mefarshim, but talk about the fact that the final stage of Golus will be the Golus of Yishmael, which will connect to Edom, and that does connect very much with Islamic fundamentalism. And the Pirkei Rabbi Eliezer says the Golus of Yishmael is going to be the most dangerous of all, because Yishmael has a spiritual power. They're the only nation besides Yisrael that has God in their name. Yisrael, Aleph Lamed is God's name. Yishmael, and Yishmael comes with a certain spiritual power, the power of Brit Milah, the power of Tznius, the power of prayer, whatever it would be. And as a result, it's very difficult to defeat Yishmael. Edom comes with brute physical force, so it's a davar pashut. That brute physical force can be defeated ultimately by spiritual means. But he who comes with spiritual forces, albeit dark spiritual forces, is much more difficult to defeat. But even so, Chazal do not look at Golus Yishmael as a separate, autonomous Golus. They look at Golus Yishmael as part of Golus Edom, which makes perfect sense, because if you think about it even politically, the Jewish people are not under Yishmael domination. The Jewish, except for very, very few, there are very few Jews in Islamic countries. As Jews who are in Galut, we are under the domination of Western civilization. So we are still laboring under the Golus of Edom, but the influence of Yishmael, both in terms of oil and in terms of terrorism and fundamentalism, is all pervasive in its acting upon the Golus of Edom. So the typology that Golus Yishmael is not a separate Golus, but it is an aspect and an enhancement, so to speak, of the Golus Edom, actually describes the reality that we're living in, because Jews are not directly under the Memshalah of Yishmael, but Yishmael is having an effect on the entire world, not just Israel, of course, but whether it be Europe, England, Germany, France, whether it be the United States. That people say, how can you condemn all Muslims as terrorists? Most of them are law-abiding, peaceful people. Even if it's true, but when you're dealing with 1 billion people, so let's assume 95% are tzaddikim and wonderful people. I'll give you 97%. Okay, 3% of 1 billion is a pretty large number. That's already larger than the entire population of Jews in the world. But be it as it may, we have these four Goliots, and the Medrash Rabbah says that the four exiles are merumaz, they're alluded to, at the very, very beginning of the Torah, where the Torah talks about Haaretz Hayisasayir, the world was desolate, Zohu, confused, in a confused jumble. the choshech, and there was darkness, al pnei tahom, on the face of the depths. And v'ruach Elokim, and the Spirit of God, merachefet, was hovering over the water. That's the pasuk, right? That's the second pasuk in the Torah. So the Medrash says this is an allusion to the four gulios that were built into the fabric of creation. The world was desolate, that is the gulios of Babylon. Vayu, confused, is Persia. Choshech, darkness, is Greece. And Pnei Tahom, the depths, is the gulios of Edom, because it is so long, it never seems to end. It's like an infinitely deep ocean that you never hit the bottom. But the Spirit of God hovering over the waters, the Medrash says, is the Spirit of Mashiach that will bring Geula. So the concept of the four exiles is a very, very fundamental idea in trying to understand Jewish history, what the exiles represent. Obviously, different nations come from different spiritual forces. There are nations that get their power from Yishmael. There are nations that get their power from Esav. But we have these four gulios. So the Meforshim say that since Parshas Masai, the journey of the Jewish people through the desert is symbolic of the journey of our neshamos through the desert of life, and symbolic of the Jewish people's journey through the desert of Galut. The four exiles are merumaz at the very beginning of the Parsha. The first four words of the Parsha are Eile Masei B'nai Yisrael. These are the journeys of the children of Israel. Look at the first letter of the four words. Aleph is Edom, the gulios of Edom. Mem is Madai, which is another word for Persia, because Paras and Madai were co-kingdoms. B'nai, Beis, is Bavel. Yud is Yava. Now, of course, it's out of order, so I'm not sure how you explain the change of order, but the Meforshim point out that the Dalit Golios are kind of our desert struggle. And of course, Mitzrayim is our own inner Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim means our limitations, our boundaries, our constrictions. Well, when we talk about leaving Mitzrayim, we're talking about leaving the Mitzrayim that enslaves us, our own inner enslavement. So you can see that there's a very, very deep symbolism. The journey of the soul, the journey of the Jewish people through Galus. Now, let's talk about the other associations. I had mentioned 42 cities of refuge. I need to qualify that a little bit. In truth, there are 48 cities of refuge. Let me explain how this works. The Torah says that when someone kills inadvertently, shogeg. Now, inadvertently does not mean an unavoidable accident. An unavoidable accident, there is no punishment. But if one is negligent, one is careless, one committed what might be called manslaughter. They didn't look when they went through a red light. They didn't stop at an intersection. They threw something out of their window without looking who would be passing by. So they don't get the death penalty because it was unintentional. But there is a certain circumstance where they go to what are called cities of refuge. Now, it's important to understand that a city of refuge called Ir Miklat has a double function. There are two separate functions that are assigned to an Ir Miklat. Function number one, which I think is the one that more people are familiar with, is it is a protective function. Because the halacha is that if I kill somebody, the Goel Adam, a relative of the deceased, is allowed to kill me. Right? Just kind of a vigilante, and that is hopefully some explanation, but the Goel Adam can kill me, but when I'm in the Ir Miklat, I'm in a safe zone. So if a Goel Adam were to, number one, there's security in the Ir Miklat, and number two, if the Goel Adam would breach the security, he would be a murderer. So one aspect of the Ir Miklat is it gives you a kind of protective custody so that the Goel Adam cannot get you. Now, if that would be the only function of an Ir Miklat, then you would think that the Rotzeach could waive it. Let's assume the Rotzeach has a is a rich guy. He has a nice house. He has his own private security guards. He might say, thanks, but no thanks. I'd rather stay in my mansion, and I'll have my guards, and I don't really need to go to the Ir Miklat and the like. But you have to understand that that's not going to work. Because the Ir Miklat is not only protection and security. The Ir Miklat, you can call it punishment, you can call it atonement, and that is, it is a mandatory atonement process that a person must go through. You don't have the choice to stay in your mansion and hire your guards. You must go to the Ir Miklat, and you remain in the Ir Miklat until the death of the Kohen Gadol, which might be a day later, and it might be 50 years later. You don't really know how long you're going to stay. We talked about last week that the mothers of the Kohen Gadols used to bring food packages to the Rothschild, so they shouldn't pray that the Kohen Gadol would die or whatever it would be. Or I would actually say they shouldn't hire a hitman. Perhaps that might be the more probable outcome, and the like. So the Ir Miklat is not just security. The Ir Miklat is atonement. And why does one need atonement? After all, it was an accident. Because the answer is there was a callousness, there was an indifference, there was not caring enough about human life. And therefore, you need to have an atonement. Now, the Lubavitcher Rebbe made a very, very beautiful observation about Ir Miklat. And he says it really reflects what the Torah's view would be on a prison system. It's very well known that if you study the Torah and you look at the different punishments that are in the Torah, imprisonment is not really one of the standard punishments. There is death penalties, there is lashes, there is compensation for damages, there are fines like double for stealing and the like. So if you steal, you don't go to jail, right? You return, you make restitution, and you pay a double fine. But there is no imprisonment. Now, a prison is mentioned, besides Cairo, prison is mentioned, but only as a holding pattern. So when Moshe didn't know what the halacha is for the guy that cursed God or the guy that gathered wood on Shabbos, so the guy was put in some type of prison cell until Moshe got the answer. But that's a holding cell. That's not a sentence per se. So the closest thing we have to a prison is an Ir Miklat. Now, an Ir Miklat is not really a prison, it's a whole city, but the Rotseach is confined to that city. And if he leaves the city, his life is vulnerable. The Goel Adam can actually wait outside the city. Technically, by the way, he has a radius of 2,000 amos outside the city, meaning 2,000 amos from the city is still a protected area. If he takes one step out of that 2,000 amos, wham, the guy can shoot him with impunity and the like. So one could imagine certain vengeful Goel Adams might constantly be waiting out there to see if the guy gets lost in his morning walk outside of the city or whatever it would be. So it is a kind of imprisonment in the sense that his mobility is limited, but it's not really a prison system. But the Rebbe makes the following point. Orei Miklat were not just inhabited by prisoners. Orei Miklat were Levite cities. Remember, Levium did not get regular portions of land in the land of Israel. Unlike the other tribes, Reuben, Shimon, Yehuda, Yisachar, Zebulun, they had sections of the land of Israel. Levium did not have their own land, but they were given 48 cities that were dispersed throughout the land of Israel. The 6 primary Orei Miklat are all Levite cities. So if I murdered B'Shogeg and I go to an Ir Miklat, I am living with Levium. That's who I'm living with. I am living in a town of Levium. Who are the Levium? Kohanim and Levium. They are the teachers. They are the rabbis. They are the spiritual guides of Am Yisrael. So here's the Rebbe's point. If somebody goes off the derech, they go off the straight and narrow. They show a callousness, an indifference to life. They don't care enough. Their moral code has been compromised. What do? Do you put them with people that are worse? Or you put them with people who are righteous, who are good? We get influenced by our environment. Everyone knows that the recidivism rate for prisons is extraordinarily high, meaning the 17-year-old, I know more about the United States prison system than Israel, although I have not been in either. Although I tell you, I was a communal. I was a communal rabbi for 25 years, and unfortunately, I know more than one from person who did wind up in the prison system. But okay, but be it as it may, a 17-year-old gets in there for a drug, for marijuana, or whatever it would be. The likelihood that they'll come back for worse and more violent crimes is very, very high. And the reason is, who are their friends? Who are their colleagues? What is their environment? What influence are going to be upon them? So what does the Torah say in the one institution where the Torah does have a prison system, or something close to a prison system? What do? Put the guy with the people who are the best about Israel and not the worst. And then the person will learn, the person will grow, the person will change. And therefore the Rebbe's point was that we ought to try to create within a prison system. Now again, we're not talking about extremely violent, dangerous offenders, that may have to be a special category. But we're talking about tax evaders, we're talking about careless people, we're talking about cheaters. No, non-violent people. But they need to learn, they need to internalize values and ethics. You put them in a good environment, not a bad environment. And that's what the Ir Miklat teaches us. Now, let me explain one thing, because I'm going to come back to the journeys. You'll see the correlation. There are two categories of Ir Miklat. There's a 6 and a 42. Remember, the total number of Levite cities are 48. 6 of them are called primary Orei Miklat, and the other 42 are called secondary Orei Miklat. So all 48 are Orei Miklat, but they are divided into a 6 and a 42. So the Gemara in Makos explains what's the point of this division? If, after all 48 cities are Orei Miklat, what is the halachic difference between the first 6 and the remaining 42? So the Gemara in Makos explains that the first 6 operate as Orei Miklat, even if the Rothschild is not aware that he's in an Ir Miklat. The other 42 only protect him if he has awareness. So let's imagine, for example, that the Rothschild doesn't really have a sense of direction. He finds himself, actually Hebron is actually one of the Orei Miklat, one of the 6 Orei Miklat. He finds himself in Hebron, but he doesn't know he's in Hebron. He doesn't know. And the Goel Adam kills him in Hebron by convincing him that he's in Tel Aviv or whatever it would be. So according to the halacha, the Goel Adam is innocent because since the Rothschild, Hebron is one of the 6. I'm sorry. Since Hebron is one of the 6, even if he doesn't know, the Goel Adam is guilty because the 6 protect the Rothschild even when he's not aware. Masha'en and the other 42 protect only when there is awareness. Okay, so the 6 protect even when there's no awareness. The 42 protect only when there is awareness. This is the halacha in the Gemara. Now, to take this a little further, let me share with you an insight from the Apter Rebbe, one of the great Hasidic Rebbes, Rabbi Yeshua Heschel, the Rav of Apto. His Sefer on Chumash is called Ohev Yisrael, because it's a lot about Ahavas Yisrael, and he himself is often called the Ohev Yisrael. And he says an interesting observation. Even though we don't have an Ir Miklat today, we can get the spiritual atonement and protection of an Ir Miklat by our recitation of Shema. Kriya Shema gives us the protection of an Ir Miklat. And it does it in two ways. The first pasuk, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, contains 6 words. So the first pasuk of Shema corresponds to the 6 primary Ir Miklat. The next parsha, V'ahavta, you shall love God with all of your heart, all of your soul, contains 42 words. The first parsha of Shema, and that corresponds to the second level of the Ir Miklat. So Shema and V'ahavta gives us the spiritual protection of the 48 Ir Miklat, broken down into the 6 and the 42. So first of all, what does that mean, the spiritual protection of Ir Miklat? Why do we need the spiritual protection of Ir Miklat unless we killed somebody? Who did we kill? I mean, Ir Miklat is for a particular sin, the sin of unintentional, negligent homicide. We'll call it manslaughter, would be the legal term. I didn't do that. So what do I need? The spiritual atonement of Ir Miklat. So the After doesn't explain it, but I think there's something very, very deep here. That is, number one, first of all, maybe we do murder people in various ways. Right? Chazal say, if you humiliate somebody publicly, you might be guilty of murder. Right? So it could be we murder people in different ways. I don't remember if I said this last week. Forgive me if I'm repeating something I Mama said. I don't think I said it, but I don't know if anyone would remember. There's a story about Rabbi Cutler, where when Lakewood started, when the yeshiva of Lakewood started, after World War II. Did you remember that I said this story? No. Oh, you don't remember? Okay. If you don't remember, I'll say it. I can say it. That's the advantage of people not remembering sometimes. I can get a chance to repeat. It's a very powerful story. When Rabbi Cutler started the Lakewood Yeshiva, it was very small after World War II, because during the war he was actually very involved in trying to save people. So he really didn't start anything until after the war. So the idea of Torah Lishma, the idea of a place just to learn Torah, was very, very foreign in the United States. There were a few yeshivas, very, very few. There was YU, Yeshiva University. There was Torah V'das. There even was my alma mater, Ner Yisrael. But basically, few and far between. And Rav Aaron, who had already been a great gadol even in Europe, great genius, brilliant Talmudic scholar, spent most of his time collecting money. He was only in Lakewood on Shabbos, and most of the week he was collecting money, and he was not getting big donations, $5, $1. Okay, in 1945, the dollar went further than it went today, but not so much. A dollar was a dollar. It wasn't a huge amount of money. And, he realized that it was a job to build up Torah, a very difficult job, but he did it. But there was one experience that broke him. He was in Miami with collecting money, and in a hotel elevator, a woman entered who was not dressed properly. And at some point, this really kind of broke his spirit, and he started weeping to himself. He started crying to himself that Hashem had to put him into such a situation. So the Talmud that was with him said, Rebbe, you're such a Gaon, you're such a tzaddik, you're such a Talmud Chacham. You could be giving shiurim to hundreds or thousands of Talmidim. You could be writing svarim. God gives you a mission to collect $1 here and $1 here, and to be humiliated and exposed to all sorts of things that you spent your whole life trying not to be exposed to. Why does Hashem put you into this? So Rav Aaron said the following thing. You know the halacha that when you kill accidentally, you have to go to the city of refuge. That's called exile. You have to go into exile. He said, every teacher of Torah might be guilty of killing somebody accidentally. Not by taking a knife or firing a gun, but by harsh words by not building somebody up, by saying even an offhanded comment that could crush their spirit. We talked last week about the pasuk in Mishlei. Life and death is in the hands of the tongue. So Rav Aaron said, the reason why Rosh Yeshivas have to go into exile is because maybe they killed somebody b'shogeg. It wasn't on purpose. And since the Rosh Yeshiva represents the whole institution, so he may bear it for all the Rebbeim as well. So the individual Rebbes might not have to go into Gullus, but the Rosh Yeshiva does. So, in a sense, going back to the Apter, when the Apter says we need Kriya Shema to give us the atonement of Bir Miklat, it might be because all of us, to some degree, may have killed part of the human spirit in another person. Might be our child, our student, our spouse, our friend, our co-worker. Right? It's not so clear that we're not murderers in one way or the other. We need your miklat, and says the Apter Rav, Kriya Shema can give you some of the kapara of your miklat.
Why?
Huh?
Why Kriya Shema?
I'll get to why Kriya, but this is what he said. This is why Shema is 6 words and V'ahavta is 42 words. But there's another way that we need the kapara of your miklat, and that is we murder ourselves. We might be guilty of partial suicides. Because what is life but a succession of moments? Time is the raw material of life. So when we waste time, we don't use our moments in good ways. And we even use the phrase sometimes, I kill time. We're not killing time, we're killing us in some ways. We don't use our lives in a good way. Now again, that doesn't mean there's not room for recreation. I mean, the Rambam writes in this Akdama de Pirkei Avos that even recreation and vacation and looking at beautiful things can be part of a spiritual life because they give you energy and they give you serenity. So I'm not suggesting that every time you take a walk in the park, there's some sin here, the other way around. That could be a very, very good thing. But the notion of using your life in a meaningful way, seizing the moment. So in a sense, all of us are murderers of ourselves. And therefore we have to connect to the Ir Miklat to give us that kind of kapara that the Ir Miklat gives us. Now, there was, in the 19th century, there was a Maggid, an itinerant preacher. And Maggidim were of many, many different qualities. You had Maggidim like the Dubner Maggid, who were very, very great Talmidei Chachamim. I mean, the Vilna Gaon was a friend of the Dubner Maggid. You can imagine that the Dubner Maggid must have been a first-class Talmid Chacham, and the Vilna Gaon would invite him to give him private Musar talks. But then there were other Maggidim that, they just had to make a living, so they would go around giving drushes, etc. Sometimes the same drusha in every place. Okay. So Maggidim had a wide diversity of quality, from the great, great, great Talmid Chacham to people who just, this is the job that they made. But one of the famous Maggidim, who was a very, very great Maggid too, was the Maggid of Kelm. Now don't confuse him with the Alter of Kelm. The Alter of Kelm, the old man of Kelm, Kelm was a city on the German-Polish border. On the Polish side, the Alter of Kelm was Rabbi Yisrael Salanter's great Talmud, and the Alter of Kelm developed teaching Musar and teaching ethics and morals and character building and the like. The Maggid of Kelm happened to also have been a Talmud of Yisrael Salanter, but he didn't have a yeshiva. He was an itinerant Maggid who would go from place to place, giving Musar and guidance and the like. Now, he was a very dramatic person. His style was extremely dramatic. So I'm going to go over a particular sermon that he gave on a particular day. He comes to a Tehillah, and the show is right next to the cemetery. The town cemetery is next to the show. And he says, a miracle happened one day that all of the bodies came out of the graves, and they were given a half an hour to fix whatever they needed to fix in their lives. And in a much more dramatic way than I could possibly say it, he was describing how those people were running around like chickens without a head. They were running in a panic. Like one person went to ask Mechila and make amends for all the people they hurt. And another person took it to Hillel, and another person took it to Gemara, and another person went to his wife and went to his children. And every moment they're keeping one eye on the clock. 10 minutes gone, only 20 minutes left, 15 minutes left. And as they're approaching the end of the half an hour, they're getting much more and more frantic because they know this is the end. This is the last chance. This is where they could fix it. Then finally it's 28 minutes and 29 minutes. And then countdown, 60, 59. And then it comes, and the ultimatum was it's recorded, very dramatic. People were crying, people were going crazy, people were saying, oh yes, and then it's all over. And then they go back, and there'll never be another chance to fix it, because everything is based on what you do in this life. No other chance. Putting aside reincarnation, but the ultimate was not going with reincarnation. And as everybody is so excited and moved by this, he then says, and Rabbosai, what is so bad if God has given us more than a half an hour to fix things? And then he said, and who said God has given us a half an hour? It's a scary thought. I don't want to depress anybody. I don't want to depress myself either. But the truth is, we never know. We really never know. And if we never know, Chazal themselves say, try to live every day as if it's the last day. Not in the sense, chas v'shalom, of being depressed, but in the sense of wanting to make it count. Don't put off what you can do today. Make that phone call to the people that we have grudges with or tightness with. Fix it up. I mean, all of us, when the end comes with the Shana and good health, are going to have unfinished business. That's kind of the nature of the human being. But we can try to leave as little unfinished as we're able to. Take care of things. So, in a sense, all of us are murderers. We need the Yer Mikla. Now, and this is the Kriya Shema. Again, I'm going to segue back to the 42 stops. We'll connect it now. But note that the Kriya Shema is broken up into those two segments. The Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad corresponds to the 6 primary Arei Miklat, and V'ahavta corresponds to the 42 secondary Arei Miklat. Why would it be divided up in that particular way? So here too, we know that the difference is the 6 protect you even when you're not aware. Like the 6 Arei Miklat. There's a beautiful passage in the Tanya. The Tanya points out an interesting idea, a very powerful idea, that you will notice often that even a Jew who is very unconnected to God, who doesn't keep mitzvahs, doesn't go to shul, eats chazer, doesn't keep Shabbat, maybe even says he's an atheist, when push comes to shove, they will be willing to give their lives for even the God he thought he didn't believe in, and the Jewish people. A Jew will be Mosar Nefesh to die for God and the Jewish people, even if they're a person who doesn't even practice Judaism and never seemingly cared about it. And says the Baal HaTanya, that's because this is the source of the idea of Pintal Yid, the point of the Jew. In his godly soul, is already implanted a love of God and a reverence for God. He gets covered up. He loses connection to it. He loses awareness of it. He loses awareness of it. So he thinks he doesn't have it. But in moments of stress, in moments of tension, something comes out from the inner resources of the depths of his neshama, for which he had no conscious awareness until that moment. It breaks through. That's why the Baal HaTanya says, a Jew does not really have to learn how to love God or revere God. A Jew has to uncover and connect to what is already there. In fact, that's the inner meaning of tshuva. Tshuva, which we translate as repent, really means to return. Now, returning implies you're going back to where you were. Return to God, return to the Jewish people. But one might say, returning to you. See, we use with tshuva the vocabulary of changing. We talk about, I can change for the better. And that's true. Behaviorally, I can change. But existentially, tshuva is not about changing. It's about becoming what it is you already are. You're not changing. You're returning to your true identity. And that's why the Baal HaTanya says every Jew is going to be willing at some ultimate moment to be Moser Nefesh, even though we can't even know why. Do you remember the Wall Street Journal reporter Daniel Pearl a few years ago? Very, very tragic story. I don't remember if it was Al Qaeda or before that, but he was kidnapped by terrorists, and he was literally beheaded on YouTube. They took down the video. They didn't leave it up, but they put like a thread or a knife to his neck. And they still wanted him to proclaim his belief or allegiance to Islam, and he said, "I am a Jew." They slit his throat. They killed him. Now, Daniel Pearl was not observant, and I believe he was even intermarried. But that is a person who died al Kiddush Hashem. Indeed, when Chazal say a person can get his Olam Haba in 1 second, this would be a classic example of that. He gave his life rather than deny his connection to the Jewish people, in spite of the fact that he wasn't observant and mitzvahs were not part of his life. Where does that come from? Says the Baal HaTanya, it comes from the godly soul that is within you, that yearns to be connected to the Creator. So, here is the idea. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, talks about the unity of God. And the unity of God means the notion that I am connected to God because my soul is a chelik of God's breath. And as Hashem Echad doesn't just mean there's one God, it means I am one with God. That's going to work even without awareness. That's why Shema Yisrael is mechuvan to the 6 Orei Mitzvot that give you protection without awareness, because that refers to the Pinta Yid that is in your neshama on a subconscious level that will come out. You see the correlation? The Shema Yisrael is the Pinta Yid, and therefore it guides you, it lifts you, it inspires you, even without conscious awareness on your part. Now, however, God gave us a mission. Yeah, it's wonderful to have a Pintel Yid, but God also gave us a mission through Torah, through mitzvahs. to bring it out from the subconscious to the conscious. And that's how we express our love of God. I express my love of God by serving. But by definition, service of God requires awareness. You can't be serving God unless you're aware of Him and aware of His commandments. So consequently, the Ahavta, I love God by serving Him with my heart and with my soul and with my life, with my might. That corresponds to the 42 Arei Mikvah that give you the kapara only when you have awareness, right? So it's kind of a beautiful thing. In other words, this is adding to the Yaftarov. I mean, the Yaftarov simply says, Shema Yisrael is connected the 6 Arei Mikvah. The Ahavta is connected to 42 Arei Mikvah. But he doesn't go further than that. So what we're adding is that the 6 Arei Mikvah protect you even without awareness. That's the Pintolayit. But the Ahavta, loving God and serving God, requires awareness. But be it as it may, the common denominator of all of this is the Yaftarov's idea that the 6 and the 42 of Kriya Shema correspond to the Arei Mikvah, and they give us the kapara, they give us the atonement. Now, once again, how does it do that? In what way does it do that? The answer would be that if we understand that the Ir Miklat, like Lubavitch Rebbe said, is designed to heighten your awareness of spirituality and become more sensitive to the meaning, the purpose of life. Right? That's why we take the Rotzeach who is careless and we put him in an environment of Kohanim and Leviim. So when we don't have the Ir Miklat, Kriya Shema can do the same thing. Kriya Shema heightens my awareness, my sensitivity, the priority of my life, to serve God with all of my soul and all of my heart. So in a sense, it can do the same thing that Ir Miklat does. Now, obviously, I don't mean this in a halachic sense. Meaning, hey, Rotzeach couldn't get out of going to the Ir Miklat by saying, hey, I'll just daven Ma'ariv, I'll stay home and daven Ma'ariv. That's not going to work. But in a spiritual sense, the Kriya Shema B'Zman Hazeh takes the place of the Ir Miklat. So, in a sense, we look at it this way. We are making 42, like the Jewish people are going through 42 journeys in the desert on the way to the promised land. Those journeys are a metaphor for the neshama struggling through the journeys on this earth, which are often a desert, empty, barren, devoid of meaning, devoid of purpose, confusion. But we keep on going in those journeys. They are the journeys of the neshama. They are the journeys of the Jewish people in the 4 exiles. Right? Edom, Elam, Maseh, B'nai Yisrael, Edom, Madai, which is Persia, Bavel, Yavam. But like the cities of refuge, there are ways in which we can, in those 42 stages, we can achieve a communion with Hashem, a reflection with Hashem, right? The 42 cities of refuge, meaning to say, precisely in our confrontation with the desert, we can connect to God, be elevated by God, heighten our awareness, and that in turn also corresponds with the 42, the 6 and the 40. But here it's only the 42. I don't know why the 6 gets out of here, but it does correspond with the Ir Miklat, which is corresponding to the 42 stages of awareness, love of God. And finally, I think the last correlation I mentioned was the 42 day-night periods of the 3 weeks. Now here, you might question that the analogy seems to be breaking down. Because here, you seem to be journeying in the wrong direction. You're going the wrong way. Meaning, the 42 journeys through the desert is I go through the desert to get to Eretz Yisrael. My neshama goes through the nisyonos of this world to get to Olam Haba. The 42 Arei Miklat are the avenues of behavior and meditation that can refine my neshama. and give me atonement. All of these are destinations towards something positive. But the 3 weeks, which we say the 21 days corresponds to 42 day-night period, you're moving from the 17th of Tammuz to the 9th of Av. You're not moving towards redemption. You're not moving towards life. You're not moving towards atonement. You're moving towards destruction and mourning. So why would we correlate the 42 journeys towards Eretz Yisrael to the 42 stops towards the 9th of Av? The answer is, again, a point that we made last week. And that is that, in a sense, there is closeness to God achieved by closeness. And there is closeness to God achieved by distance. As we become aware of how far we are from Hashem, that creates within our heart and within our soul a tremendous yearning to be close to Him. And therefore, the further away you get, it's like a circle, right? If you have a circle and you're moving away from a point on a circle, the further away you move from the point, the closer you get on the other side. See, it's not like a line. If you have a line, so the further you move away from the point on the line, the further you are. If you have a circle, so my point is here on the circle, so I'm going here, 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 further, 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 closer. And that is the very, very important idea. That the 3 weeks, which again are represented as 42 periods, are also taking us to the promised land. They are taking us to a journey of reconciliation. They are taking us to a journey of closeness. It is the closeness of being aware of how far we are. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The notion of knowing and yearning for redemption is the most powerful motivating force that will bring the redemption. I think I mentioned this is the meaning of the Chazal, that Mashiach is born on Tisha B'Av. Famous Chazal, Mashiach is born on Tisha B'Av. Maral says that doesn't mean necessarily that the man that will be Mashiach's birthday has to be on Tisha B'Av. Mashiach can be born any day of the year. But it means the messianic power of redemption enters the world based on the magnitude of our mourning for the Chorban Beis HaMikdash. If you don't feel the loss, then there's nothing that God feels He has to restore. To feel the loss, that creates this connection with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So thus, all of these correlations actually fit. 42 journeys through the desert, 42 transitions of the neshama, although we didn't really enumerate them specifically, struggling with the deserts of the world. 42 Ari Miklat, which are connected to the awareness that allow me to navigate my awareness of thinking about God. And then finally, the 42 periods of the 3 weeks, which is also a journey, and it seems to be a journey away from God. But in that journey away from God, we can find God in a very, very deep and meaningful way. There's a verse in Eicha where it says, Kol Roshveha Hisiguha Bein HaMitzarim. This is in Eicha. Kol Roshveha, all who pursued her, meaning the enemies who pursued Jerusalem, Hisiguha, they captured her. Bein HaMitzarim, between the narrow walls, meaning he's describing a scenario where Jews tried to escape and they were just trapped. But in the Sifrei Chasidus, they offer a little bit of a homiletical interpretation. Instead of reading it Rotfeha, those who pursue her, you break it up into two words. Rotfei Ka, all who pursue Yudhei, all who pursue God. Hisigua will capture Bein HaMetzarim. Now, Bein HaMetzarim is also the term for the 3 weeks between Shiva, Servat Tammuz, and Tishba. They're called between the narrow walls. So what is the pasuk telling me according to this drush? If you're seeking Hashem, this is a time when Hashem can be found. You find him through distance as well as closeness. And sometimes finding him through distance can even be more powerful. I think I mentioned last week, forgive me for repeating, Rav Hutner's famous statement that he said the one thing he missed about Aliyah was the yearning to live in Eretz Yisrael. And there's something, actually something that resonates very true there. You know, a person's in Chutz La'aretz and they're dreaming of when they can come to Eretz Yisrael. And they think about it day and night and they have such a love for the land. And then they come here, okay? They come here and then we have to deal with, everyday life, the frustrations of everyday life. And we don't always have that same passion. We take things for granted. We take everything for granted, right? So this is Bein HaMetzarim, to learn not to take Hashem for granted, not to take Eretz Yisrael for granted, not to take the Beis HaMikdash for granted. And through that yearning, we can achieve an incredible closeness. So, okay, hi everybody, thank you for coming. And let me just read our dedications. As always, we're praying for the victory of our soldiers and all fronts of the war, the lasting unity of the people of Am Yisrael, and for all those whose health has been affected by the war, and of course for the safe return of all of the hostages. Also a refuah shalema, in gratitude for 6 months, Tova Deloya's ongoing refuah shalema. Happy to hear that. And then I mentioned Rabbi Rothschild's unflagging energy and dedication in sharing his Torah, knowledge of Torah, and guiding people. I will accept the unflagging energy as a bracha. I can't say that it's a reality, but Be'ezus Hashem, it should be Mekuyim. 2, anonymous contributor in the schools for the quick nitzachon of the Chayolim. They should all come home physically and mentally safe. The safe return of the Chatufim. And very important, the zechus that all those who are struggling with shidduchim should find their bashert b'karov, with clarity and without agmat nefesh. Amen. And finally, by Alex and Masha Sherman, for the unity of the Jewish people. Again, as always, we're very grateful for the Hafsakas Torah. I want to wish everybody a Chodesh Tov. Our last year was before Rosh Chodesh. Now we're in the month of Elul. And as I mentioned last week, Anila Dodi V'Dodi Li. I am for my beloved is for me. Shira Shirin. The first letters are Elul. Elul is the month of love. And as I said last week, again, the theme will be repeated over and over again. One does tshuva not out of a sense of their inadequacies, but out of a sense of feeling Hashem's love. As you feel Hashem's love, you want to give Hashem nachas. You want to give Hashem pleasure. So you'll want to be a better person simply because you feel Hashem's love for you. It's a totally different motivation. It's not the motivation of, I'm bad, I'm broken, I'm deficient, I'm defective. The tshuva comes from a recognition of your greatness and your worth and how precious you are in the eyes of God. As the old commercial used to say, a life is a terrible thing to waste. Remember this old commercial from the 1960s. And that's the sense. A person has a hakara of the preciousness of existence. Then they want to use every moment. In fact, just to digress for a moment, Chazal, Maseches Brachos, talk about something, well, in Latin it's memento mori, which means Zechirat Yom HaMavet, that one should remember the day of death. Remember the day of death, and that will keep you righteous. So for many people, maybe most people, that sounds a little depressing. Remember, you're going to die, right? They say, nobody gets out of here alive. Right? That's the way. That's the nature of life. But the truth is, Sechirat Yom HaMavet could also be seen in a very positive light, meaning knowing that we are not going to live forever, and knowing that we never know really when our last day is. We want to make every moment matter. We want to make every moment count. We can give a person an enhanced sense of the preciousness of life, and therefore they will use their life in good and positive ways, precisely because it's not going to be forever. Therefore, you want to make the most of it. So it should actually be a motivator, something that gives a person energy and chizuk. And that's the idea of Zechirat Yom HaMavet in a positive way. So this parsha, as all the parshas of the Torah, but this parsha is very, very interesting. In some ways, you might summarize it as a parsha that creates authority structures, creates legal structures of various ways. Now, for example, it talks about the establishment of courts, a judiciary. It talks about Melech, which is the executive, right, the king. It talks about Navi, the prophet, which is the spiritual leader. Now, you have to understand that this notion of division of functions, separation of powers, is really something that is B'dafka after Moshe Rabbeinu died. Moshe Rabbeinu himself was a one-man show. Moshe Rabbeinu himself combined all of these different roles within one persona. Moshe Rabbeinu had the din of a melech. Indeed, the Gemara actually describes Moshe Rabbeinu as a king. He was, of course, the political leader. Moshe Rabbeinu was the greatest of the prophets. And Moshe Rabbeinu, at least until he anointed the 70 elders, Moshe was the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin of 70 was really a Sanhedrin of one, and that was Moshe Rabbeinu. So Moshe Rabbeinu embodied all of these different functions. But once we are coming to Eretz Yisrael, there now will be a division of labor. So, for example, a Navi, a prophet, is not the halachic leader. In fact, this is very interesting. According to the Gemara, a Navi is not allowed to decide halachic matters based on prophecy. Now, this is the pasuk Lo b'shamayim, the Torah is not in heaven. So the role of the Navi is to provide spiritual, ethical guidance. The Sanhedrin of 70 are those that provide halachic rulings. Interestingly enough, the Sanhedrin was, to use both the American and the Israeli secular examples, the Sanhedrin was a combination of both a legislative function and a judicial function. They were both. Imagine you had a combination of a Supreme Court and a Knesset or a parliament or a Congress. They did both because the Sanhedrin enacted legislation and they also interpreted the Torah as judges. The Melech would correspond with the chief executive, right? So the Melech is the political leader, the Navi is the spiritual leader, the Sanhedrin are the halachic leadership. So I want to speak briefly about these different sources of authority and what lessons we can derive. First of all, this parsha is a very, very important source of a fundamental concept in halacha. That is the concept of rabbinic authority. Right? Every student of halacha understands. Right? We learn halacha, so we use two terms. Some things are d'oraita, some things are commanded by the Torah, and some things are only midrabanan, from the rabbis. In fact, if you were to take out of the Jewish religion all the things that are midrabanan, you'd have a very, very, very different looking religion. So, for example, keeping the 39 malachos of Shabbos is a Torah requirement. On the other hand, not handling muktzah, certain items we don't handle on Shabbos, that's Rabbanan, right? Lighting Shabbos candles is midrabanan. Lighting Hanukkah candles, reading Megillah. In fact, reading the Torah. Reading the Torah is a rabbinic requirement. Now, it's a very old rabbinic requirement. Kriyat HaTorah and Shabbat is as old as Moshe Rabbeinu himself. But Moshe Rabbeinu was not given a commandment from God. Moshe Rabbeinu enacted it as being the Sanhedrin that would enact these things, which means an interesting anomaly. You can have rabbinic laws that are actually older than Torah laws, because certain Torah laws were not given to Moshe until the day of his death. Right? So I don't know what year Moshe enacted the reading of the Torah, but the point is, the rabbinic law might have been earlier than the Torah laws. So the big question that one needs to raise is the following. What is the source of rabbinic authority? Why do I have to listen to Rabbanan? I mean, after all, does not the Torah itself say, do not add on to the Torah? It says in the Torah, do not add to the Torah and do not diminish. Now, if the rabbis give us all sorts of rules, are they not adding to the Torah? And what is my obligation to obey rabbinic laws? Right? Why do I have to keep it Rabbanan? So the Rambam answers that the Torah itself commands me to obey rabbinic laws. In this parsha, the Torah says, when it's describing the Sanhedrin, first there's a positive commandment, and then there's a negative commandment. Al pi ha-Torah asher yorucha, in accordance with the Torah, the instruction that they give you, ta'aseh, you shall do, and then it says it in the negative. Lo tasur mikol asher yagidu lecha, do not depart from whatever they tell you to the right or to the left. One is tempted to maybe apply modern political categories, meaning don't go to the right of Chazal, don't go to the left of Chazal, follow Chazal. So here's what the Rambam says. In the negative commandment of Lo Tasur, as well as the positive, Al Pi HaTorah Yerucha, the Torah, Hashem is commanding you to listen to the laws that our Chachamim enact. Therefore, every time you light Hanukkah candles, even though obviously the Torah does not say, thou shalt light Hanukkah candles. The whole story of Hanukkah happened way after the Torah. But since the Torah said, you shall listen to the takanot of the Chachamim, then every time you listen to the takana of the Chachamim, you are obeying a Doraita. And if you violate a takana of the Chachamim, you are transgressing a Doraita. And the Rambam says, again, based on a Gemara Masechah Shabbos, that this explains how I can make a bracha on a rabbinic law. Listen, I light Hanukkah candles. So what does the bracha say? Baruch atah Hashem, blessed art you Hashem, Elokeinu melech haolam, our God, the King of the universe. Okay, so far so good. Asher kiddishanu b'mitzvotav, He has sanctified us with His commandments. Vitzivanu, and He has commanded us lahadlik ner shel Chanukah, to light the candles of Hanukkah. Question is very obvious. God has commanded us to light the candles of Hanukkah. Where does God say I have to light the candles of Hanukkah? This was a takana of the Chachamim. So the Rambam explains, again based on the Gemara in Shabbos, indirectly by God commanding me to obey the rulings of the sages. So whatever they enact now becomes obligatory on a doraita level. See? There's Heichan Sivanu. Where did God command us to light Hanukkah candles? From the pasuk Lo Tasu. Now again, let me just explain a few points here. It's very important to understand that, number one, when we talk about listening to the rabbis, who are the rabbis? It's kind of a live issue right now and a lot of other things, but technically it's very narrow. Technically, we are not referring to any rabbi. We are referring to the Sanhedrin, which we don't even have today. That when the Sanhedrin makes a takana, we are halachically obligated to obey that takana, and that takana becomes a d'oraisa. Okay, so we're not talking about any rabbi right now. The Torah specifically is talking about the Sanhedrin, also called the Beit Din HaGadol, the supreme Beit Din, which is given the authority over the Torah Shabbat Peh. That's point number one. Point number two is, it's very important that we differentiate different types of things the Sanhedrin does. There is, as I said before, both legislative activity and judicial interpretive activity. Legislative activity is quite literal when the Sanhedrin, by a vote, passes a new law. They enact, they make a takana that we should light Hanukkah candles. They make a takana we should read the book of Esther. This is legislation. This is the Chachamim are adding to the Torah, and the grant that gives them that power is Lo Tasur. Lo Tasur is the constitutional grant in the Torah that gives the Chachamim the power to make takanot. Now, the legislative activity of the sages can take two forms. One is a positive, one is a negative. And this goes by the phrase takanos versus gezeros. These are both rabbinic legislative activity. Takanot, or takana is the singular, that refers to positive things like lighting Hanukkah candles, reading Megillah, and the like. Gezeros are the very familiar negative idea of making a fence around the Torah. Don't do X, because if you do X, you might come to do Y. A classic example would be the rule that even though under Torah law, I'm not allowed to eat meat that is cooked in milk, but under Torah law, I'm allowed to eat chicken that is cooked in milk under Torah law. But Chachamim made a gezerah, do not eat chicken in milk, lest you come to eat meat and milk. This is the famous rule of making fences around the Torah. So again, rabbinic legislative activity can fall under either takanot or gezerot, but it's only rabbinic. But then there's a whole other role of the Sanhedrin, and that is they have to interpret Torah law. In other words, a certain issue of whether something is covered. I mean, let's imagine a shaila. It can even happen today, although we don't have a Sanhedrin, so we don't have definitive resolution. The Torah says you're not allowed to have fire on or make fire on Shabbos. So you immediately have a question, well, is electricity fire? So theoretically, a Sanhedrin would adjudicate that. But when they're adjudicating it, they're not legislating. They're not passing a new law. They are interpreting and applying the Torah. Now, it's important to understand that when we say some laws are rabbinic and some laws are doraisa, rabbinic law, the term rabbinic only applies to Takanos and Gezeros. When the Chachamim interpret the Torah to cover a certain situation, That is a doraisa. That is not a drink. Okay? So the dichotomy between doraisa laws and rabbinic laws will be the difference in takanos and gezeros versus judicial interpretation of what the halacha is. That will often be a doraisa. That's a very important distinction. But the point that the Rambam is making is that even in the legislative area of takanot and gezeros, it becomes doraisa because of lo sasor, mikol asher yagidu lecha yamin ismo. Now, the Rambam articulates this idea in two places. One in the Sefer HaMitzvos, the Book of the Commandments, which is an abbreviated treatment of the 613 mitzvos, where the Rambam discusses how every rabbanon, every rabbinic law becomes a Torah law, and he also discusses it in the Mishnah Torah, his larger code, in Hilchos Mamrim, when he discusses those who rebel against the Sanhedrin. The Rambam makes the point that takanot and gezerot that people sometimes dismiss as only midrabbanan, they're making a big mistake because every rabbinic law becomes a Torah law. Now, on the Sefer HaMitzvot, which was written by the Rambam in Arabic, by the way, translated into Hebrew, so Ramban, Rav Moshe ben Nachmanides of the next generation, wrote extensive, long comments on the Rambam Sefer HaMitzvot. This is a very, very fascinating limud to kind of learn the Sefer HaMitzvot of the Rambam with the commentary of Ramban on his criticisms. The Brisker Rav said, said that he became a Talmud Chacham by analyzing these disputes. They're filled with depth, and again, just to see the two titans of Judaism arguing, because they're not speaking face to face. They didn't know each other. I mean, the Ramban, I think their lives did overlap. The Ramban was very young when the Rambam died, so they didn't know each other in that way. But just the debates are very, very beautiful. And on this rule in the Sefer HaMitzvot that every rabbinic law is a Torah violation, the Ramban has a long series of questions. And let me just mention one of the questions that the Ramban raises. Everyone knows that there is a fundamental principle in halacha called sofek d'oraisa l'chumra. That means any doubt that pertains to a Torah law, you have to err on the side of stringency. Conversely, sofek d'Rabbanan, if there's a doubt about a rabbinic law, a doubt, l'kula, you can err on the side of giving yourself the benefit of the doubt. Let me give you a tangible example. Let's assume I don't remember if I davened mincha today. And it's still time. It's still time to daven mincha. I don't remember. Since the requirement of 3 prayers a day is a rabbinic requirement at best. So if I'm not sure if I davened mincha or I didn't daven mincha, sofek d'Rabbanan, l'kula. I'm lenient and I don't daven mincha, but I'm not allowed to daven mincha again because it might be a blessing in vain. Now, let's assume though, I don't remember if I said the Shema of the morning or the evening. I just don't remember. Now there, the recitation of Shema is a Torah requirement. So if you're not sure, you have to say it possibly a second time. Because when it comes to Torah laws, you have to be strict. If it's a rabbinic law, you're lenient. If it's a Torah law, you're strict. Bracha. A bracha before food is only rabbinic. We actually spoke about this a few weeks ago. So if I'm in the middle of a meal and all of a sudden I don't remember if I made a bracha, I'm exempt because I don't remember. If, however, I ate my bread and I don't remember, let's say if I bench, now why I should forget these things, that's another question. I shouldn't, but these are theoretical questions. I don't remember if I bench. So in such a situation, you got to bench again, because Birkat Hamazon, at least if you're full. Actually, if you ate bread but you're not full, it's midrabanan, and that's also subject drabanan. Eat some more. Okay, that would be the answer. Yeah. So this is a well-known principle. This is stated in the Gemara. It's codified by the Rambam himself. Safek d'oraita l'chumra, safek d'rabanan l'kul. But Frek the Ramban asks a very beautiful question. If you're telling me that any time the Rabbanan made a takana, if I violate that takana, I'm transgressing a Torah law, then let's take the example of mincha. You're telling me if I don't remember if I daven mincha, so I can be lenient. Well, why? If I didn't daven mincha, I will transgress the Torah commandment of lo tasur mikol asher yagidu lachem. So how could there? So the Ramban asks, and the Rambam, how could there ever be a law of safek d'Rabbanan l'kula if every d'Rabbanan gets transmuted into a doraita? So every time I am in doubt whether I kept the rabbinic law, I am in doubt whether I'm possibly transgressing the Torah commandment of lo tasur mikol asher yagidu lachem.